Chapter 1. The heat is intense. Her entire body felt as though it were on the verge of melting, her head swimming in a haze. A harsh, biting male voice resonated nearby. "How dare you feed me the unripe fruit?" Wuyue reached out, her fingers brushing against a skin that was equally hot yet inexplicably cool to her touch. She yearned to draw closer, the refreshing sensation sweeping through her consciousness, momentarily clearing her mind as she softly murmured, "What unripe fruit?" In the next instant, her mouth and nose were suffocated, a constricting sensation jolting Wuyue awake, only to find herself engulfed in darkness. What terrified her most was the searing weight pressing down on her body, rendering her utterly immobile. The extreme sense of vulnerability, coupled with the sudden dull pain, sent her into a panic, yet her body betrayed her feelings, responding with an unmistakable pleasure that ultimately escaped her lips in a whimper. The physical pain, along with the inexplicable fear of the dark, compelled her body to tremble involuntarily. Tears streamed down her cheeks in a sudden rush. "What are you trembling for? Isn't this what you desired?" The raspy, magnetic voice echoed from above. The large hand that had covered her lips was removed. Wuyue's eyes immediately filled with tears as she shook her head fervently. She didn't want this. Before she could utter a sound of protest, the darkness enveloped her further, and within the pitch-black cavern, fragmented sobs escaped her, the sound sweet and alluring, reminiscent of fine candy. The following day, Wuyue was awakened by pain. Before she could open her eyes, a cacophony of voices reached her ears. She could vaguely discern the voices of two women. "Is this the third time for Wuyue? Let me count." Pushing Xiang into the river nearly cost her life, disrespecting the priest and damaging the altar, and now feeding unripe fruit to Luobai, forcing a male to bond. That makes 3 offenses. I wonder how the chief and the others will handle it. Naturally, they'll expel her. What use is a malicious female like her? She's a waste of resources. But Luobai has already bonded with her. Expelling her isn't realistic. You're behind the times. Luobai has severed his beast mark and become a semi-free beast man. Otherwise, how could he be fully condemned? Huh? Really? Wasn't Luobai severely injured? Why would I deceive you? Luobai is currently being punished at the altar. I heard from my family that he is in terrible condition, old wounds still unhealed, now compounded with new injuries. Who knows how long it will take for him to recover? TSK, to wrist emotion just to sever the bond. How ruthless. This must be a first for the tribe being so despised by a male. Poor Wuyue will have no face left when she goes out. I wish she would just die instead. The two women exchanged laughter, their disdainful remarks flowing freely. Wuyue was left bewildered, their words sounding strange and foreign. Wuyue, a name pronounced the same as hers. Were they speaking of her? Unripe fruit. The man had mentioned it earlier as well. Yet, why did she have no recollection of the events they spoke of? What was a beast mark? Beast man? Tribe? No. She had died in a car accident, her head striking the windshield, glass shards piercing her neck. The intense, prolonged pain was something she could not have misremembered. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her neck, finding no trace of injury. Such a severe wound could not have healed so completely. Even if by some miracle it had, the expenses incurred could not have vanished. She had only $25,451.02 in her account, far from sufficient for medical bills. Her family would abandon her. Who would be willing to help? The pain was vivid, crystal clear in her mind. So, she had not died, but instead found herself in a narrative reminiscent of a novel. As this thought crossed her mind, Wuyue's breath caught in her throat. Beast marks, beastmen tribes. Glancing up at the conspicuous rock formations above, the unmistakable signs of a primitive existence came into sharp focus. All evidence pointed to a connection with the beastly world she had once read about. Could it be that she had indeed crossed over into this beastly realm? Flower seedling, fresh grass. Has Wuyue awakened? A voice from outside the cave interrupted her thoughts. "Chief, priest, what brings you all here?" A rustling sound came from the entrance. The chaotic footsteps grew heavier. Wuyue turned her head. The cavern formed a T shape, but the spaces carved out on either side were small, containing only a stone bed covered with dried grass. Her position was at the upper end of the right chamber, allowing her to see the scene on the left. Suddenly, she locked eyes with four pairs of gazes. In the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in brown animal hides, his physique robust, arms resembling the thickness of her thighs, with a commanding demeanor that clearly indicated his high status. He must be the chief. Following closely behind was an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and kind eyes that seemed to unveil all secrets. Clearly, he was the priest. Silence enveloped them for 3 to 5 seconds, none speaking. Wuyue was at a loss for words, adhering to the principle that speaking too much would lead to mistakes. She chose to observe quietly. The middle-aged man, the chief, finally broke the silence. Wuyue, according to the laws of the beast world, you have 2 choices: to go to the female cave or to leave the tribe entirely. Hearing the term beast world, Wuyue, already suspecting something, felt no panic, her attention fixated entirely on the latter option. The female cave? Wuyue glanced at the 2 women behind her, their expressions gleeful, and bit her lip. It clearly did not seem like a pleasant place. The latter choice was even worse. Leaving the tribe was not a realistic option in the beast world. Yet, judging by their attitudes, it was evident that no third option existed. The 4 of them awaited Wuyue's response in silence. The chief's gaze was heavy, tinged with disappointment. Every female was a precious asset to the tribe. How could a beauty like her be so foolish? She never contributed anything worthwhile, desiring to harm other females, vandalizing the priest's altar, and now bearing the blame of forcibly injuring a male. Did they not want any male beast men? Humiliatingly coercing one who was still bleeding from his wounds. If word got out, he would lose all face. Sigh. Luobai held the highest rank in the tribe. Should he bond with a female, their offspring might inherit his talents, leading the tribe to greater heights. But now, with his beast mark severed, he had lost the chance to bond. What a dream shattered. Seeing Wuyue's silent demeanor, he shook his head in disappointment. In the previous instances, she had at least offered apologies. Now she was completely mute. Had he known, it would have been better to fabricate a different charge rather than lose Luobai. Indeed, the females in the tribe were scarce, yet keeping one who was reckless and malicious would surely disrupt the tribe's peace in the future. He felt a pang of guilt towards Luobai. Wuyue, have you made your decision? Wuyue pursed her lips, weakly inquiring, are there no other options? The chief was so enraged that he could only laugh in disbelief. The priest raised a hand to intervene, his half-closed eyes now fully open, scrutinizing Wuyue with a glimmer of light. Just as Wuyue began to feel uneasy, fearing he had discerned something, the priest spoke. The priest suddenly smiled. Let her be cast into the back mountains to fend for herself. Priest? The chief was baffled. This was not what had been previously discussed. Why had he not been informed of this sudden change? The priest shook his head with a wry smile, leaning on his staff, which was taller than most, and strode away with a hint of urgency. The chief, resigned, understood that this option meant survival alone, ultimately leading to death. Without the protection of a male, it would be exceedingly difficult for a delicate female to survive in the beast world, akin to a male giving birth. Wuyue, the priest is merciful. You shall move to the back mountains today, and the tribe will no longer concern itself with your fate. Before Wuyue could respond, the 2 females, eager to witness the unfolding drama, departed together. Wuyue watched as the 4 of them left, then turned over and lay back down, staring at the ceiling in a daze, gently massaging her sore back. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she raised her right hand to find no familiar birthmark in her palm. It seemed she had truly crossed over. Yet upon closer inspection, she noticed a faint shadow where the birthmark had been, a pink hue, unlike the usual crimson. Wuyue, emoticons dominia. So, was it customary for people in this place to have birthmarks? After a moment of respite, feeling less pain, she leaned against the wall and ventured to inspect the original owner's supplies. The die had been cast. All she could do now was accept her fate. Regret washed over her. If only she had crossed over sooner, she would not have been so hastily expelled. Fortunately, The chief and the priest had not prohibited her from taking the original owner's belongings. The absence of a denial implied that she was free to take them. Initially, she harbored concerns about her unfamiliarity with her surroundings, but as her fingers grazed these items, a general understanding of their purposes surged forth in her mind. For instance, the object she held in her hand was a tool for igniting fire. Merely striking two pieces together would produce flames. It seemed likely that this knowledge stemmed from the original owner's memories. However, it was peculiar that she did not possess direct recollections from the original self, but rather fragmented bits of practical knowledge, which only surfaced upon interaction. It was akin to an instinctual response of the body. Yes, there existed an absence of the soul's memories. Where had the original self vanished to? The more she pondered, the more an unsettling chill crept down her spine, prompting her to quell such thoughts immediately. Her focus shifted once again to the array of items before her. It appeared that this place was not as primitive as she had initially thought, for there was no need to resort to the arduous task of friction fire. Basic cooking utensils were present, crafted from a peculiar type of stone, numbering perhaps 5 or 6 pieces. Regrettably, each utensil was rather heavy. Combined, they would amount to a considerable weight, easily exceeding 100 pounds, making it feasible to move a few meters. However, transporting them to the mountains several kilometers away would prove to be a daunting task. She would perish on the way. With a sigh, she meticulously selected her belongings. The spatula and similar tools could be discarded, as she could simply fashion a new one from wood. Indeed, the bone knife was an essential item to carry along. Otherwise, she would be forced to gnaw on her own teeth to create a spatula. Rising to her feet, she placed the bone knife among the items she intended to take. There were a few tattered animal hides, quite filthy. Yet, such sizable hides could be fashioned into clothing, though, with her current capabilities, hunting for them would be unfeasible. A wash would render them wearable once more. The remainder consisted mainly of food, predominantly fruits. There were pumpkin-like tomatoes and sweet fruits reminiscent of lemons. Wuyue sifted through them, setting aside those that were not moldy. The only edible items left were the fruits, as the meat had already spoiled and was clearly inedible. She had a single tomato, 3 sweet fruits, and a cluster of purple fruits, which constituted all her provisions. The scarcity of food was alarming, leaving Wuyue in a state of unease, especially since none of it could serve as a substantial meal. Gazing at the exceedingly meager items, she sighed once more. Among the cooking tools, she opted for the lightest, a skillet-like utensil. She folded the animal hide and placed it beneath the skillet, while the remaining fruits found their way inside. Drawing a deep breath, she attempted to lift the load. Alas, squatting down was manageable, but rising left her legs trembling with fatigue, rendering her unable to stand. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated discarding the skillet when a shadow loomed before her. Looking up, she found herself unable to see the top of the figure before her. Thus, she stood, only to realize that her height barely reached the man's chest. He was as robust as a bear, with a single animal hide tied around his waist, exposing a muscular upper body, the solid pectorals exuding an undeniable sense of strength, his skin a healthy shade of wheat. The presence of the opposite sex was overwhelming. Wuyue's heart skipped a beat, and the painful memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Biting her lip, she warily inquired, "Who are you?" Hearing her soft, sweet voice and catching sight of Wuyue's doe-like, cautious eyes, Xianglai's initial ire dissipated instantly. His Adam's apple bobbed as his large hand rubbed the animal hide, revealing a hint of awkwardness. At that moment, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Luo Bai, who had claimed the position of the first beast husband of Wuyue. He had not anticipated that the female he so despised would possess such an endearing quality, appearing like a soft, delicate bundle, her voice as melodious as the sweetest fruit. Isn't that the image of a companion in his heart? Then, lost in thought, his brows knitted together, resembling a piece of black charcoal. Yunwu silently took a step back, judging by the previous demeanor of those 4 individuals. It seemed that no one in this tribe harbored any affection for her. Thus, this person, brimming with rage, could not possibly be here to confront her. Could he? Xiong Lai regained his focus, and, upon noticing her retreating motion, a look of hurt flickered across his face. Wuyue caught a glimpse and felt a wave of confusion rising within her, which she quickly suppressed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She must have been mistaken. With such a robust build, how could he possibly appear injured? It would be more plausible for her to be struck down with a single blow. Xiong Lai observed the increasingly peculiar gaze of the petite female and suppressed his inner sorrow, clearing his throat with a heavy sound, and returned to the matter at hand. My name is Xiong Lai. The shaman sent me to assist you with your belongings. He made no mention of his earlier desire to avenge his good friend. At this moment, his heart was wholly captivated by Wuyue. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, a stark contrast to the previous lifelessness he had witnessed in her. She was indeed the companion that resided in his heart. Yin momentarily froze, recalling the shaman she had encountered earlier, a sense of unease gripping her. Could it be that she had discovered something? Otherwise, why would she send a beast man to help her with her belongings? The notion of transmigrating into a beast world was absurd and uncanny. As a shaman, would she not burn her at the stake? With a smile that barely masked her trepidation, she replied softly, "That would be much appreciated." Xiong Lai's eyes widened, pink bubbles of delight rising within him. How polite she is! He scratched his head and chuckled, not a bother at all, pointing towards the discarded items behind Wuyue. He asked, "What about those?" Wuyue turned to look, spotting the kitchenware that had been discarded in despair. Glancing back at Xiong Lai, she whispered, "They're useful, but quite heavy. Are you able to manage?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Lai's competitive spirit surged within him. He flexed his arms, deliberately showcasing his powerful muscles. In a gruff voice, he declared, "I could carry 10 heaps without issue." As soon as Wuyue finished her inquiry, regret washed over her. She had forgotten that what seemed heavy to a human was trivial to a seasoned hunter like him. She hoped this beast man would not take offense. However, upon glancing up, she saw his massive fist swinging not far from her, and the thought of being struck down by him sent a shiver down her spine. She instinctively recoiled, stuttering, "I apologize." Xiong Lai, accustomed to being rough around the edges, failed to notice her subtle fear. Seeing that she no longer underestimated him, he swiftly stepped past her and began to gather all the discarded items within the cave, including moldy fruits. Wuyue swallowed hard, steeling herself mentally to overcome her fear, and tentatively prodded Xiong Lai's sturdy arm with her index finger. "What's wrong?" His voice boomed like a copper bell, almost causing her to retreat once more. Braving his intense gaze, she managed to voice her concerns. "Those cannot be eaten. They would waste space." After he carried them away, she would have to discard them far from her dwelling to avoid attracting unwanted pests. Xiong Lai retrieved the fruits he had just tossed in, revealing a small white spot on one that he had never seen before. After all, which female's fruit could possibly survive a night? Assuming Wuyue intended to waste food, his brows furrowed. These fruits were brought back at great risk by the males. As Wuyue gazed into his fierce eyes, panic surged within her, prompting her to hastily clarify. "I misspoke. I want all of them, truly." She nodded earnestly, her eyes blinking innocently, which caused Xiong Lai to forget his previous thoughts. "All right, I'll pack them all for you." Wuyue felt a sigh of relief as this matter resolved itself. Yet a wave of sorrow washed over her. Having traversed into the beast realm, she had not envisioned living alone. Such an idea was unrealistic. She wished to survive, not to perish, regardless of the form of death. It was terrifying. Initially, she had hoped to find a beast man to partner with. She could cook while her companion hunted, and together they could build a life. However, the 2 beast men she had encountered thus far were so imposing that they instilled fear in her. It felt as though a single strike from them could send her soaring into the air. Patting her not-so-small chest, she reassured herself. "Don't rush, take it slow. One would eventually find a gentle giant." "All right, let us go." Wuyue obediently followed Xiong Lai like a dutiful little wife. Trailing behind him at a leisurely pace, to each cave entrance, a female and several male beastmen stood guard, accompanied by playful lion and tiger cubs. It resembled a zoo. How unfortunate that she could not enjoy a peaceful life without the presence of beasts. Poor Luo Bai would never have cubs in the future. The shaman was far too merciful. Such a female should be expelled from the tribe. She ignored the derisive comments and mockery, having grown accustomed to being the subject of their scornful gazes. Especially as she walked, she felt a sharp pain below. Likely a result of the earlier brutality that had left her skin torn. She bit her lip, desperately suppressing any sign of weakness at this moment. Finally, having escaped the sight of all the beastmen, Wuyue could no longer hold back. Leaning against a tree trunk, she bit down hard on her lip, her voice wavering. Xionglai, wait, I can't go on. Initially oblivious, Xionglai halted only when she called out to him again. Turning to face the perspiring little female, he wondered how she could be so weak after just a few steps. She appeared delicate and fragile, as if a mere poke would send her tumbling down. Take a break, as Xionglai approached. Wuyue struggled to speak once more. The tension she had held previously had left her legs trembling, and they felt itchy, just as she was about to lean against the tree for rest. A large hand encircled her waist. Lifting her gaze abruptly, "Dada!" she exclaimed. The back mountain had been abandoned for far too long, and would require time to tidy up, Xionglai said, weighing Wuyue in his arms. With your stamina, you might not make it before dark. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, it wasn't because of his words. Rather, she had never been this close to a man before. The muscles beneath her were solid and powerful. Moreover, he was so tall that it felt like she was seeing the world from a new height. Both intriguing and intimidating, she struggled to find something to hold on to, unsure of where to place her hands. Xionglai's animal skin barely covered his lower body, leaving his upper body bare, making her hesitant to touch him. However, as he took a stride of nearly a meter, she felt as if she might fall. Fearfully placing her hands on his shoulders for support, cautiously glancing at Xionglai, she noted no sign of displeasure, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Little did she know that the stronger the beast man, the sharper his instincts. What she believed was discreet was no different from being out in the open. Xionglai's heart swelled with joy. How adorable she was, sneaking glances at him. Just as the shaman had said, she was now utterly charming, most suitable for him to take as a mate. Suppressing his inner laughter, he knew he must not provoke the female. Before long, thanks to Wuyue's silent prayers, they finally arrived at the cave on the back mountain. It had been neglected for too long. Without Xionglai's guidance, she would never have found the entrance. Gazing at the overgrown weeds, a chill ran through her. It would take days to organize this place before she could live here. Xionglai carefully set her down and handed her a purple fruit. I'll go tidy up. Eat this if you get hungry. Wuyue was momentarily stunned, looking down at the purple fruit in her hand, then back up at the hulking figure who had already turned to leave. After a few seconds of daze, she bit her lip and set the fruit down, aside from the cave entrance. The surrounding weeds were also incredibly dense. Wuyue squatted down and began to pull up the weeds, envisioning that she could plant something here in the future. Poof! With her palms reddened from the effort. She still could not extract the roots, pressing her lips together in disbelief. Her eyes scanned the underbrush, seeking out a weed with more exposed roots. However, the outcome was no different from before. Her palms were now stained with green sap, and with a pout, she angrily wiped them against a nearby tree trunk. Even the grass was bullying her. She brandished a bone knife, sharpening it with intent towards the weeds, but before she could strike, she was halted by a fierce roar from Xionglai. Put down the bone knife, startled by the outburst. Wuyue flinched, shrinking her neck, feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing, her head drooping as she dared not meet his gaze. Yet communication was imperative. Mustering her last bit of courage, she murmured, "The weeds are too difficult to pull. I thought using the knife would be easier." Her gaze then fell upon a pair of large feet, and as she looked up, she found herself staring at Xionglai's chest, along with a hand that seemed larger than her head reaching out, assuming that the beastman had finally found a fault to chastise her. She instinctively closed her eyes. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she heard him say, "The bone knife is quite sharp. Just watch. I can handle it as a beast. Don't move, okay?" Xionglai added, seemingly unconvinced. He then seized the knife from her hand and strode toward the cave with a confident gait. Wuyue blinked, momentarily dazed by the unexpected words that contrasted sharply with his fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, Xionglai felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, "Truly, she is the clever little one I have chosen." This intelligent little head even knows to use a knife for cutting grass. A delightful turn of events. Nevertheless, the outcome relieved her, and she glanced once more at the stubborn weeds. Once she caught sight of the large figure departing, she squatted down and vigorously tugged at the leaves, piling them on the ground piece by piece. Xiongli tidied up the cave and emerged to find a patch of bare stems, alongside the small female squatting there with her back to him. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Our female beast so full of energy. Yunhua, oblivious to Xionglei's approach, was overjoyed at her discovery. This was indeed a sweet potato vine. Sweet potatoes are durable and easy to propagate, making them perfect for storage as provisions for the cold season. However, a cellar would be necessary for proper preservation. If sweet potatoes are not stored correctly, they are prone to spoilage. She could only wonder about the yield of sweet potatoes in this beastly world. What are you looking at? Lost in her thoughts, a voice startled her, causing her to plop down onto the ground. In nothing. Xiongli bent down and scooped Wuyue into his arms, carrying her back beneath the tree with one arm. Stay here. I will go pull some grass, he said, turning toward the spot where she had discovered the sweet potatoes. Wuyue, disregarding her fear, quickly wrapped her arms around his left arm. Wait, there are edible things over there. Could you please help me pull them out? I will share half with you. What does that sound? She spoke, her delicate face betraying a hint of guilt, knowing that the effort would fall primarily on Xiongli. If she were to dig alone, it would take an eternity, especially with the weeds here appearing in a form that she could not manage to uproot. Edible. Xiongli scratched his head, surveying the verdant grass surrounding them. All of it bitter and unappetizing. What could possibly be edible? Seeing hope, Wuyue pointed eagerly. The things are in the soil. They need to be dug up. Once again, Xiongli joyfully cradled the small female in his arms, seizing the opportunity to be close to her, and said, You direct me. Wuyue did not hesitate, for in her limited memory, most of the tribe's food was gathered from the surface, and she had never encountered anything from below. It's this vine. If we pull it out, underneath there will be... She trailed off, uncertain of the size of sweet potatoes in the beastly realm, and could only vaguely describe big, hard pieces. Reluctant to set the little female down, Xiongli took a few steps forward, grasped the vine, and with a hearty tug, he indeed unearthed something larger than his fist. After washing it clean with his water ability, a large brown object emerged. Intrigued, he examined it for a moment before handing it to the eagerly awaiting female, uncertainly asking, Is this it? Wuyue received it, her round, bright eyes sparkling as she pinched a hole with her nail, revealing the familiar yellow flesh inside, nearly leaping with excitement. It was indeed a sweet potato, non-toxic and edible. Although Wuyue was astonished, her face beamed with a smile. Could it be that those previous memories were not mere recollections, but rather this voice? Yes, indeed. Welcome to the collection system. Only collection, no submission. Everyone calls me the good system. Dear, beautiful, and unparalleled host, feel free to feed me 88 at any time. Wuyue, yet the thought of having a system that could determine whether food was poisonous brought her great relief. Before finding a suitable beast man to share her life with, she would have to navigate this existence alone. Having having a system to converse with would certainly bring her some joy. Least she wouldn't feel so lonely, and the dark nights would not be so unbearable. With this in mind, her smile grew ever sweeter. Xiongli, unaware of Wuyue's inner musings, beamed at her happiness, and chuckled as he turned to continue pulling. Before long, he had unearthed 4 or 5 more, each larger than the last, and only then did he feel satisfied enough to cease. With these, the little one would surely be even happier. Wuyue's eyes curved like crescent moons as she said, Thank you, Xiongli. Her soft voice carried a hint of mischief, as the earlier words had been somewhat ominous. Xiongli washed the dirt off the gathered sweet potatoes and handed them over, saying, These are all for you. Wuyue looked at the 5 or 6 pounds of sweet potatoes in her arms and felt a bit troubled. It was too much. She set down the ones in her arms, accepted 3, and said, We agreed on half each. I don't want it. I dug these up for you. His familiar loud voice boomed, but after tidying up the cave and helping her dig for sweet potatoes without complaint, Wuyue's previous fears melted away. Realizing that this beast man had never seen sweet potatoes and was unaware of their edibility, she smiled and said, "These are edible. Thank you for today, that I'll roast one for you." Xiongli initially intended to refuse. How could he eat something from female? However, considering this was also an opportunity for bonding, he nodded in agreement. "All right, little female, wait here. I'll go back for the fire starter." And with that, he dashed off. Wuyue called after him, "I have a fire starter," but it seemed Xiongli did not hear her, continuing on without pause. She sighed in exasperation upon returning to the tribe. Xiongli was immediately surrounded by both females and males, all clamoring to see what he was carrying. Frustrated by the cacophony, he shouted, "Clear the way." Pushing through the crowd, he hurried toward his cave. The little one was hungry and needed food. He needed to quickly bring her meat. In the back mountain area, there were no large beasts, and the smaller ones were exceedingly difficult to catch. Rather than waste time, it was better to return to the cave for meat. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and veered off toward the shaman's cave. To his surprise, the priest was also present. "Xiaolai, what brings you here?" The shaman greeted with a warm smile. Xiongli scratched his head, saying, "I came to prepare some medicine to repel snakes and mice." Only then did he realize he had forgotten to bring any animal skins. Adding, "I'll bring the animal skins later." The shaman's eyes flickered knowingly as he watched, chuckling softly, realizing that Xiongli had taken a liking to the little female, reminiscent of his own beast father. His gaze suddenly fell upon the earthy objects in Xionglei's arms, and he inquired, "What do you have there?" Xiongli, taken aback, realized he had forgotten to set it down and had brought it back directly. Blinking, he admitted honestly, "The little female said they are edible, so I dug some up." "Dug?" the shaman inquired, puzzled. Xiongli nodded. "I pulled them out of the ground." The shaman beckoned him closer. "Xiaolai, let me have a look." With a serious expression, he took the earthy object and used the bone knife offered by the shaman to slice it open, revealing a pale yellow interior that starkly contrasted with its brown exterior. "How do you eat this?" Xiongli pondered the little female's words and replied uncertainly, "Roast it." Upon observing the expression of the shaman, the priest understood that there was indeed an interest. Zhao Xiongli declared, "These few medicines for expelling snakes and insects will suffice. The hides of the beasts are unnecessary." Just as Zhao Xiongli was about to add more, he heard the priest say, "By coincidence, that small female's hide has worn thin. You may offer her the hide you were to exchange for the medicine." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xionglei's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, realizing the brilliance of the idea. He swiftly placed the clod of earth down, accepted the medicine, and made his way towards his cave. The shaman glanced at the priest, then at the clod of earth. Chuckling, "I shall have Amin examine it." The two of them carried the clod of earth to the area where they typically roasted meat. Qiming knocked on the clod, suddenly taken aback, and inquired, "Where did this come from?" "It is not toxic." "Let us roast it first," the priest replied. "Not everything that is non-toxic is suitable for consumption. Some things are simply too unpalatable." Though the Wilds tribe resided in a remote area, it was not devoid of resources. The shaman's companion had already ignited a fire, merely needing to skewer the items and roast them as they would with meat. Upon hearing that it was non-toxic, the shaman grew increasingly curious. As the words were about to escape his lips, he recalled what the priest had mentioned earlier and altered his phrasing, stating it was discovered by a small female. The priest's companions gathered around, a dozen or so encircling the fire, eagerly awaiting the clod. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiongli hurriedly made his way to the cave, carrying a hefty piece of meat weighing over 10 pounds and several beast hides, rushing towards the back mountain. Fortunately, it was already dinner time, and the tribe was bustling with activity, smoke rising from cooking fires. Some who had eaten early had already begun their evening pursuits. Zhao Xiongli hastened along the path, only to be startled to find no small female beneath the trees. However, upon seeing the beast hides and food still intact, he felt relieved. He stepped into the cave, where he found a petite female seated, tending to a fire and occasionally adding twigs. "You have returned." The small female looked up, her delicate face flushed by the flames. The sudden illusion of having formed a bond surged within Zhao Xiongli. The scene resembled a male returning home from a hunt, that a flame ignited within him, his entire being warming, his face beginning to heat up. Regrettably, his complexion was somewhat dark, rendering the blush less conspicuous. And Wuyue remained oblivious. How delightful! My dear small female, what have you prepared? The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring even his carnivorous instincts. Observing the beast-man's eager expression, Wuyue smiled. It's the roasted sweet potato I mentioned earlier. As she spoke, she pointed to the side, indicating the sweet potatoes. This is the clod. I call it sweet potato. She carefully extracted the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire, revealing one that had been cut in half. As the sweet potatoes in their world were exceedingly large, that, if roasted whole, the insides would remain raw while the outsides would be charred. Zhao Xianglai peeled it open, revealing the bright orange flesh. Perplexed as to why it was called sweet potato when it appeared yellow. However, the irresistible fragrance enveloped him, causing him to forget everything else. He used his water ability to slightly cool it down before presenting it to Wuyue. You eat first. Wuyue stared at the roasted sweet potato being offered by Zhao Xianglai, momentarily taken aback. This was the first time someone had insisted she eat first, prior to turning 12. She had lived with her grandparents, where they always ate before her. After their passing, she returned home, still finding herself the last to eat. Honoring her elders and caring for a younger sister was ingrained in her. Everyone had told her that as a younger generation, she must respect her elders, and as an older sister, she should yield to her younger sister, to be obedient and well-behaved, suppressing her tears, her voice tinged with emotion. She replied, "You eat first. I specially roasted it for you." Zhao Xianglai remained puzzled but continued to smile. "You eat first. I used my ability to cool it, so it won't be hot, but it isn't cold either." With that, he plopped down beside the small female and handed her the sweet potato. Wuyue almost had the sweet potato bump against her nose and quickly lifted her head. "Why are you crying?" Zhao Xianglai exclaimed, hurriedly placing the sweet potato into her hands, gently wiping away her tears with his large palm, his face filled with concern illuminated by the firelight. Wuyue had never experienced such regard. Momentarily, words caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. After Zhao Xianglai finished carefully wiping her tears, he pondered the grievances she must have endured, realizing she had been driven to the back mountain. Clumsily attempting to comfort her, he said, "Do not be sad. Even if you are in the back mountain, I will come to see you every day, until you accept me." Then, recalling something, he scratched his head in frustration. "However, I need to hunt. I cannot come while hunting. Without hunting, there would be no source of exotic beasts, and the purpose of hunting was primarily to provide the small female with nourishing meat. Given her delicate nature, she must consume the flesh of exotic beasts." Wuyue found his awkward demeanor amusing, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Once more, "Dada, do not cry. Seeing you cry shatters my heart." "Thank you, Zhao Xianglai," she replied, truly unsure of what she would do without him. Zhao Xianglai tenderly wiped the tears from her face, feeling a pang of heartache, and his fondness for her deepened. Despite her poor reputation, he believed in what he saw. The small female was undeniably kind, sharing her first food with him, a treatment he had never received since birth. What a joyous feeling! Was this what the beast father referred to as happiness? The roasted sweet potato was now in her hands, and Wuyue picked up a stick to poke around the fire, unearthing two more. Zhao Xianglai, these two were roasted together, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like those of a young deer. Zhao Xianglai took them, devouring one in a single bite, leaving Wuyue utterly astonished. After a moment, she spoke, "When eating roasted sweet potatoes, one should only consume the orange part inside." Zhao Xianglai grimaced, his eyes round as saucers, his expression adorably foolish against his sun-kissed skin. Wuyue stifled a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, glistening with tears, rendering her even more enchanting. Zhao Xianglai was so captivated that he forgot the bitterness in his mouth. His large eyes fixed on her, feeling slightly flustered under his intense gaze. Wuyue touched her face, confused. "Is there something on my face?" Under Zhao Xianglai's burning scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, and she felt embarrassed. Desperately trying to dissipate the heat on her face, snapping back to reality, Zhao Xianglai noticed the glaring black marks on her fair face and nodded honestly. Wuyue's face turned crimson as she hurriedly wiped at it. But her hands, already smeared with black from the roasted sweet potato, did little to cleanse her visage. Zhao Xianglai rubbed his hands together, discreetly using his water ability to wash them clean. allow me. He offered, gently caressing her delicate face. So soft, he thought, almost tempted to take a bite. Swallowing hard, he swiftly cleansed his hands with water ability, then washed Wuyue's hands as well. After completing the task, he leaned against her leg and shifted into a more comfortable sitting position. Wuyue gazed at her now clean hands, biting her lip, her face once again tinged with crimson. How could I be so foolish? I also brought meat. And why, dear small female, could you hand me a few sticks? Wuyue randomly handed over the sticks she had used to roast the sweet potatoes. Zhao Xianglai grinned silently. I will find a few more sticks and large leaves. With the same swift exit, he disappeared without a trace. The fragrant roasted sweet potatoes and the kind-hearted host made Wuyue ponder whether to feed him one. A playful voice echoed in her mind, and unable to hold back, she nearly choked on the sweet potato in her mouth. Be normal. This is too strange. All right, I implore you, dear host, it truly smells delightful. Wuyue sighed, recalling a field of sweet potatoes, then asked, Are you really not going to eat more? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, she felt reassured and decided to offer this singular option. The system could help her discern whether food was toxic. A highly useful function that a little offering here and it would not be harmful. How do I offer it to you? Simply scan with your eyes, following suit. Wuyue focused intently on the roasted sweet potato, and within moments, it vanished into thin air. Astonished by the miracle, her thoughts drifted, pondering how the system consumed food, its voice high-pitched and reminiscent of a young cub, speaking in a playful manner, even in a whimsical tone. It merely feels amusing, brimming with childlike innocence. Holding a forked branch, she pokes at the sweet potatoes roasting in the fire. The orc, with his hearty appetite, casually tossed 3 sweet potatoes into the flames. Filling the pit to the brim, Bear returned swiftly, and with a loud clatter, a heavy object struck the ground outside, producing a crisp sound. Wuyue stood up and unexpectedly collided with Bear, who was clutching several branches. Outside, he remarked, I gathered a few extra while looking for branches that I'll split them later, so you 1T have to fetch any. Bear settled down in the same posture as when he had left. The refreshing sensation of the cool water evaporating upon seeing the young female. When would he ever have a young female of his own? Moreover, there was the need for snake-repelling medicine, while the back mountain lacked large prey. It was teeming with smaller beasts. Even though he had marked his territory with his scent, it was no guarantee that some foolish creature wouldn't wander in and frighten the young female. The thought of her trembling in fear made Bear feel uneasy all over. Observing the considerate Bear, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Wuyue. After a moment of stupefaction, she lowered her gaze and softly said, Thank you, Bear. Bear mumbled, Why so polite? What? Nothing, didn't you just invite me to eat roasted sweet potatoes? Wuyue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she replied, That was merely to express my gratitude, that it's nearly time. A little more gratitude, 1T hurt, that is this really the same? Wuyue questioned. Unfazed, Bear handed over several pieces of animal skin, stating, This skin is also for you. I notice yours is quite worn. It has time for a new one, unable to refuse the obviously warmer and more comfortable animal skins. Wuyue accepted, knowing the thin skins she had would not withstand the cold season. Regarding Bear's attitude, she felt a bit lost. Having never experienced love, nor understood the rules of the beast world, she was uncertain. Isn't they're saying that the greatest illusion in life is he likes you? What if it was merely sympathy? She needed to prepare for what lay ahead. Biting her lower lip, she scolded herself for her audacity, murmuring, Thank you. Noticing the young female's discomfort, Bear chuckled innocently. I roasted some meat. It is from a mooing beast, which my mother loves to eat, that a forked branch held small chunks of meat, sizzling and oozing oil, sprinkled with a bit of bitter crystal. This way, it tastes even better. And it's less likely to make the female why Beast Father always says that the food for females must be fine, not too large, not too hot, and not too cold. Once cooked, he used his abilities to cool it down before offering it to the young female. Initially surprised at how this gluttonous bear could eat meat so elegantly, Wuyue realized it was prepared for her. Yes, eat quickly. You look so thin from hunger. Bear suddenly had an idea. You discovered a new food earlier, and if you mention it, the tribe will reward you with a medium-sized beast. This is nothing in comparison. While speaking, he winced slightly, a faint hiss escaping as pain shot through his mouth, fading into the crackling of the fire. Wuyue remained oblivious, her eyes shining brightly as she softly inquired, "Can I have some too?" She had already been banished from the tribe. Bear nodded earnestly. The discovery of new food was clearly rewarded by every tribe, often with a medium-sized beast. After all, not every tribe had orcs capable of identifying whether new foods were poisonous. If the newly discovered food were toxic, they would risk trying it for the sake of the reward. With this thought, the regret that had started to fade resurfaced. He had instinctively let the young female eat first. Following his beast father's way of courting females, without considering the possibility of the dirt clod being poisonous, he truly was foolish. One slap couldn't alleviate his remorse. Thankfully, nothing went wrong this time. He must not be careless next time, that he would consult his beast father upon returning. Wuyue's eyes sparkled. That sweet potato also owes you, so we can share it equally. This thought invigorated her. To engage in a relationship of equality, devoid of debts, would be the best. That it's all yours. Bear insisted without hesitation. The young female lived alone, and he often had to accompany the hunting party. He couldn't look after her all the time. With food on hand, she wouldn't go hungry, though the meat was prone to spoilage in hot seasons. Wuyue remained silent, secretly resolving to save a portion of the exotic beast for him. "Bear, the meat is burnt." He was lost in thought until the young female's sweet voice snapped him back to reality. He didn't care whether it was burnt or not, and took a large bite. Wuyue, exasperated, took a branch and skewered the meat, placing it over the fire to roast. "Let me do it." Bear quickly reached for the branch. How could a fine male allow a female to do the work? Wuyue smiled, dodging him. "I'll help you roast it. I'm already full." Whenever her cousins visited their grandparents, she was the one who grilled the barbecue. "Full?" Bear questioned, lowering his gaze to the young female's flat abdomen, which bore no sign of protrusion. Wuyue followed his gaze, realizing he was staring at her belly, and felt a wave of shyness as she covered it with her hand. The few pieces of meat she had eaten merely highlighted her size in comparison to Bear's. Each piece was over half a pound. She had just devoured 4 or 5 pieces and 3 sizable sweet potatoes. She had never eaten so much before. She was simply too hungry, and her belly was now round. Bear stared in shock. No wonder she looked so thin. Her waist was so slim that a single small hand could cover most of it. He realized he needed to take good care of her. Gaining a bit more weight would be beneficial for survival. That moment, he began to feel grateful that his beast father was a bear. Although he wasn't as imposing as a pure black bear, his thick fur provided warmth for the female's nest. He knew very well that during the cold season, his mother spent most of her time in his father's den. Wuyue focused intently on roasting the meat, ignoring Bear's mischievous grin. After sprinkling a bit of bitter crystal akin to salt, she offered it to Bear. "You should try this." Bear accepted it, but in truth, he couldn't discern much. He was quite clumsy with his mouth. He then offered the meat from below to Wuyue, saying, "This meat is different. You should try it too," with the aroma wafting. Wuyue tore off a small piece and placed it in her mouth. Even with just a hint of salt, the flavor surpassed anything from modern times. Perhaps it was the environment at play. Bear's gaze was fixed on her. Upon seeing her eyes glimmer, he resolved to practice roasting meat upon returning. After a meal that left them both sweating, Wuyue noticed the sky darkening and didn't wish to delay Bear any longer. "Thank you for today." Hearing this once more, Bear's face fell slightly. Yet, when looking at Wuyue, a goofy smile returned, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Young female, I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, he dashed away. His father had said that pursuing a female required thick skin and a strong presence. He had noticed that the young female lacked many essentials in her dwelling. He would check what was needed in his mother's cave upon returning and inquire with his father about the secrets to courting a female in the wild tribe. A bellowing voice erupted. "You little brat, get out of here!" The roar startled the nearby males, who were midway through their morning exercises. "Bear by. Why are you causing a ruckus at this late hour?" Yes, if you have energy to spare. Let us meet in the east tomorrow. Hearing the complaints around him, Bearbai's anger dissipated by half as he glared at his ungrateful son. Gritting his teeth, he asked, spit it out, "What brings you to disturb your beast father at this hour?" Bear glanced around. "I came to see what's in the cave." Bearbai's lips twitched that Bear's mother, Qinglan, was nestled in another beast's embrace, relishing the rare coolness. With a cheerful smile, she looked at Bear. "Little, what good is this to you? You aren't even planning to mate?" To his surprise, Bear scratched his head and announced a remarkable piece of news. "Oh, I found a young female I like, and I want to mate with her." Xiongbai felt invigorated. The fertility rate in the beast realm was rather low, and coupled with Qinglan's disinclination towards bearing offspring, as she found the cries of younglings bothersome, it was a miracle that their first litter had come to fruition. Were it not for his occasional whispers, extolling the virtues of his small, adorable cubs, Qinglan would never have consented to their first brood. Consequently, their family had only 3 litters, of which the other 2 had found partners, while his little cub persistently claimed to have yet to encounter a suitable mate. This left Qinglan in a constant state of worry, especially as their charming and tender companion had been snatched away numerous times by other mischievous canines. With the heat of the season upon them, and after enduring countless efforts to cool down, he had finally secured an agreement for a shared nest with his partner that evening, only to have it disrupted by this little rascal. Nevertheless, considering that the cub had found a partner, he decided to let it slide this time. He led Xiongli out after inspecting the items, softly imparting his wisdom. Xiongli looked at his beast father with a hint of skepticism. Could revealing his true form possibly work? Xiongbai, exasperated, gave the little cub a light smack on the head, gritting his teeth. "This is how I won your mother's heart. If you don't believe me, so be it." He turned on his heel and returned, embracing his partner in their nest while defiantly gazing at the other 5 beastmen. Qinglan spoke up, her brow furrowed with concern. "That I hope the one Xiao Lai fancies isnt that expelled Wuyue." Xiongbai paused, contemplating. "I shall inquire about it tomorrow." Qinglan, her consciousness wavering, finally mustered her strength to say, "All right, but don't be too forceful." "Understood." The following day, as Xiongli stepped outside, he was intercepted by a beastman. Xianyang placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling. "The shaman is looking for you. He feared you might leave early." "Looking for me?" Xiongli pondered for a moment before realization dawned, and he exclaimed, "Oh." As he strode towards the shaman's cave, he had much to accomplish today. Soon, the 2 beastmen arrived at the shaman's cave, where the priest was also present. "Priest, shaman." Xiongli felt a surge of gratitude towards the priest. Had it not been for the words spoken before he sought the little female, he would not have been able to release his grievances so swiftly, nor would he have paid such care to her. Had his initial poor attitude caused the little female to reject him, it would have haunted him for a lifetime. The priest nodded, a benevolent smile gracing his face. "It appears your relationship with her is progressing well." Xiongli chuckled lightly. Xianyang, looking perplexed, inquired, "With whom?" Xiongli cast a glance at him, silently dismissing him in his mind. The future partner of the little female must not be of a lower rank than himself, nor too weak. "Xianyang, you may return. We have matters to discuss with Xiao Lai." Xianyang nodded and quickly exited. Xiao Lai, this sweet potato. The little female referred to this as Hong Shu. The proud tone in her voice caused the priest's smile to stiffen slightly. His lips twitching, the shaman, finding amusement in the situation, interjected, "Is there any earthly way to identify the presence of sweet potatoes?" Xiongli recalled, nodding. "Yes, there are very large leaves, and several roots are embedded in the ground. I shall bring a few stalks over tonight. I was in too much of a rush yesterday." The priest nodded. "Very well." The shaman chuckled. "Do take your time today. Don't rush things this evening." Teased by the elders who had watched him grow, Xiongli felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head as he exited the shaman's cave. Upon reaching the back mountain, Wuyue was still asleep. Having kept his eyes open all night out of fear that something might intrude, he had finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours. Xiongli observed the stillness of the cave. Surmising that the little female had yet to awaken, he tiptoed inside and was taken aback by her serene visage. The little female was exquisite, soft, and inviting. Would a gentle poke leave her blushing? His hand reached halfway before withdrawing, as he noticed the deep fatigue etched on Wuyue's small face and the slight puffiness around her eyes, indicating she had not slept well and had likely been crying. Should he inadvertently wake her with clumsy hands, it would surely distress her. He regretted not staying the previous night. Sleeping outside would have spared her fear. After a moment of frustration, he realized he needed to return to the Beast Fathers for more advice. No, he must stay by the little female's side this evening. Turning to leave, he recalled the spot where he had dug up sweet potatoes and realized she had been cleaning the oil residue from her hands, showing her penchant for cleanliness. Washing hands required a small wooden basin, while bathing necessitated a large tub. He cheerfully made his way towards the great woods. It was at this moment that Xiongbai emerged as Xiongli arrived at the giant woods. "Beast Father, what brings you here?" Xiongbai rolled his eyes, exclaiming, as sentient obvious. "I'm worried about you. Why must you fancy that expelled Wuyue?" "Beast Father, the priest said she is no longer the original Wuyue. She has changed." Xiongli frowned, displeased with his father's attitude towards the little female. He added, "Moreover, she discovered sweet potatoes, and mother will surely love them." With the priest's words in mind and the mention of Qinglan, Xiongbay's demeanor softened with curiosity. "What exactly is a sweet potato?" Xiongli, feeling clever, replied, "You chop wood for me first, and then I'll tell you." Xiongbai playfully smacked him on the head. "You rascal!" But he still lent a hand in chopping wood, selecting a particularly healthy giant tree. Xiongbai inquired, "What do you intend to do with this?" "A basin for washing the face, and a tub for bathing." Upon hearing this, Xiongbai added, "And don't forget a basin for soaking feet, a barrel for storing water, and a barrel for keeping cool water. Well, you will surely lack containers for holding water. So make several basins." Speaking thus, he shot a sidelong glance at his son, who had spent so long looking at wooden basins and barrels yesterday, yet today only knew to mention washing face and bathing basins. Quite disappointing. Xiongli scratched his head, choosing not to retort against his beast father. After all, he was the one being taught. Should he offend, he would have to bring gifts to make amends. Now that he had a female partner, he could not afford to be careless. Xiongbai only helped to shape the wood roughly before perching himself upon a stump, watching Xiongli work diligently. After all, this was the little cub's partner, not his own. Everyone should tend to their own matters. "Pray tell, what is this sweet potato?" "It's something dug up from the earth, roasted in the fire. It's fragrant and sweet." Xiongbai frowned. "Did you have it checked by the shaman before consuming?" Noticing the sudden pause in the little cub's movements, he understood immediately. "You truly are reckless. You didn't let Wuyue taste it first." "Did you?" Xiongli fell silent once more. Xiongbai, nearly fainting from frustration, finally remarked, "You are incorrigible. Come find me tonight." Since he had no business that evening, it would be the perfect opportunity to teach this dim-witted cub. Xiongli instinctively responded with an then shook his head. "No, the little female may feel scared alone. I must guard her." Xiongbai raised an eyebrow, nodding approvingly. "Very well, but for the next few days, you must set aside time to care for the little female. There are many details to consider. Learn well, and don't be careless." Xiongli earnestly nodded in acknowledgement and resumed carving the wooden tub. "I shall gather some nut oil," Xiongbai declared, then departed. While nut oil was inedible, it could be applied to the surface of the wood, rendering the wooden products free from fuzz, waterproof, and more durable. This was something Xiongbai had discovered due to his female partner's fastidious nature. However, the wooden barrels were prone to damage during the rainy season. Half an hour later, Xiongli had finished crafting and polishing all the tubs and basins, placing them at the entrance of the cave where the little female resided, and began applying the nut oil. The warm season allowed for quick drying, and he applied 2 layers. Xiongbai had already left, gleefully clutching a bundle of sweet potato vines and a hard-won sweet potato. With everything gathered, wouldn't it be fitting to bring some back for Qinglan to sample? Everything was settled. Xiongli had cleared out a concave area outside and began roasting sweet potatoes and meat. In his haste, he had skipped breakfast, and after working tirelessly all morning, he finally realized how ravenous he had become. Inside the cave, Wuyue was roused by the enticing aroma, rubbing her grumbling stomach and feeling somewhat dazed. "Little female, you are awake." Xionglei's attention had been fixed on her, and her soft murmur upon awakening captured his interest. Yin Wuyue blinked her eyes, wide with disbelief. Xiong Lai, indeed, I have roasted sweet potatoes and meat. The water's in the basin for you to wash up, and there's a separate pot for drinking. Watching Xiong Lai bustling about like a devoted husband and father caused Yin Wuyue to momentarily lose her thoughts. She stood up in a daze and followed the routine, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and sipping a cup of warm water. Were it not for the stark differences in their surroundings, she might have thought she were still in the modern world. Xiong Lai's movements were surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to his rugged physique. If Yin Wuyue were not so shy, he might have even fed her directly. With a hint of regret, he withdrew his hand, placing the roasted sweet potato into her palm while continuing to turn the meat over the fire. The well-cooked pieces were set aside, awaiting the little female's approval, while the less than perfect ones disappeared into his own mouth. In just a day, his skills had improved remarkably. Yin Wuyue bit into a sweet potato larger than her face, her gaze drawn to a wooden barrel basking in the sun, her doe-like eyes wide with wonder. The beast men can make barrels? This one is so large and perfectly rounded. Xiong Lai, noticing her astonished expression, puffed out his sturdy chest. There's nothing here that is not for you, for me. Yin Wuyue turned her head, bumping directly into his firm chest at a classic case of double doors. Heat flushed her cheeks again as she swiftly averted her gaze, her eyes fixed on the fire, deliberately avoiding Xiong Lai's presence. Xiong Lai, seemingly having discovered something, felt his eyes brighten. The little female was blushing. Wasn't it just a matter of liking him? He glanced down at his own muscular upper body, feeling rather exhilarated. However, noticing Yin Wuyue's embarrassment hindering her meal, he shifted the topic. These have been coated with nougat 3 times. I will rinse them with water tonight, and then you may use them. Yin Wuyue's curiosity was piqued. What was nougat? Would applying it directly to the wood cause any issues? Xiong Lai scratched his head, taken aback by her interest. It's round and green, and when squeezed, it releases juice. His choice of adjectives was rather lacking, and he felt somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at her. How about this? After you finish eating, I can take you to see it. The beast father had told him where nougat grew. Yin Wuyue tilted her head slightly. Aren't you busy? He had helped her clear the weeds and tidy the cave yesterday afternoon, and today he was still here. In the heat of the season, meat could not be stored for long. Generally, every couple of days, the tribe had to send out a hunting party. Xiong Lai, appearing to possess formidable strength, seemed to be a key figure in hunting. I'm not busy at all. He had deliberately swapped hunting times with other beastmen to make time to accompany the little female. In the coming days, she would likely sleep restlessly, and he wanted to be there for her. After their meal, before Yin Wuyue could even start cleaning up, Xiong Lai took it upon himself to handle everything, relieving her of any worries. Once everything was tidy, Yin Wuyue followed Xiong Lai outside. He observed her delicate, fair feet and then glanced ahead. The area around the nougat tree is filled with thorny fruit trees that often drop down. It can be treacherous to walk on. I will carry you. Yin Wuyue looked at him, biting her lip in embarrassment. I appreciate it. Sighing, Xiong Lai calculated how many times he had sighed in this moment. Soon, they arrived at the thorny fruit tree, and Xiong Lai felt disheartened. Why is the distance so short? We barely got to the thorny fruit tree. Just as he was about to move forward, Yin Wuyue's excitement caught his attention. Isn't that chestnut? It's just larger than the ones in modern times, about the size of my head. Wait, this seems edible. Her small hands eagerly pointed, and the next moment, she poked a soft spot. Both were momentarily stunned. Yin Wuyue blushed and quickly averted her gaze, sitting up straight. Xiong Lai lifted his hand to touch the area that the little female had just poked, grinning widely. Your hands are so tiny. A moment of realization struck him as he recalled what the little female had said earlier. Is there food? The little female mentioned food. We must find it. Xiong Lai immediately halted, scanning the area. Where? Yin Wuyue chuckled at his reaction, directing him, take a few steps forward. That's it. Right there. You can put me down now. The thorny fruit tree was quite tall, and even being held by Xiong Lai, she could not reach it and could only pick up what was on the ground. Relieved that it was not the fruiting season, she thought about how unfortunate it would be if a spiky chestnut fell directly on her head. Xiong Lai reluctantly placed her down. Yin Wuyue crouched to pick up the thorny fruit, but its prickly exterior made it difficult to handle. She turned to find something to crack it open. Xiong Lai squatted beside her, his legs spread wide. Yin Wuyue looked over and immediately spotted a large object. Isn't that too big? Her doe-like eyes widened, and in her fright, she inadvertently jabbed her hand into the thorns. Ouch! Xiong quickly grabbed her bleeding finger, ready to carry her away. I'll take you to find a shaman. Yin Wuyue glanced at the small puncture on her hand, realizing it might heal before they even reached the shaman's cave. That would be too embarrassing. She gently poked Xiong shoulder, speaking softly, "It's nothing, just a small cut." Xiong gazed at her with concern, "But it's still bleeding." Yin Wuyue smiled, "It will stop soon." "Don't worry. Being cared for by someone, no. Being cared for by a beast in such a way made her voice soften. Seeing the little female's firm tone, Xiong could only watch her wounded finger with a pained expression, occasionally asking, "Does it hurt?" His rugged face twisted with worry, as if he were the one injured. Yin Wuyue felt a warm sensation in her heart and shook her head. Doesn't hurt?" "How could it not hurt? It's my fault for not taking care of you. It's fine." As Yin Wuyue observed the remorseful Xiong, her gaze shifted to the thorny fruit on the ground. And she said grumpily, "It's all that thorny fruit's fault for having thorns." Xiong was momentarily stunned before he stepped on the chestnut. "Oh no!" Yin Wuyue exclaimed, her words stumbling as she said, Your foot! It's squished. Little female, I'll find you another one." He scooped her up and took several large strides to another thorny fruit. "Stay right here." With that, he squatted down and began to work with his hands. Yin Wuyue leaned in, witnessing this large figure deftly removing the thorns from the fruit. Her mind went blank. "Are you removing the thorns? Is it because you want the thorny fruit but don't want me to get hurt?" Thinking this, she directly asked Xiong, "Why are you removing the thorns?" Xiong glanced back to confirm that the little female had not moved before continuing to work. "These thorny fruits can easily injure you. I'll remove them so you won't get hurt." Yin Wuyue felt as if her heart had been struck by something, and after a brief pause, she approached him, resting her small hand on his wrist to stop his actions and tilting her head with a smile. "No need to remove them. I only need the flesh inside." Xiong was taken aback, staring at the half-peeled thorny fruit in his hands. Suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, he cleared his throat awkwardly and forcefully pried it open. The dark brown substance slid out. Yin Wuyue picked up one of the fruits, her eyes sparkling as she softly said, "This is it. Just slice it open. It can be eaten." Looking at the little female's serious expression, Xiong found himself unable to resist swallowing hard, nearly blurting out a promise. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak the truth. "An obese man has eaten this before. I need to ask the shaman. If the shaman confirms it's not poisonous, I will peel it for you. Is that all right?" Confronted with this dilemma, Yin Wuyue found herself at a loss for words. Pressing her lips together, she was reluctant to deceive. One lie would inevitably lead to a cascade of others. She felt a flutter of emotions stirring within her. In this unfamiliar place, amidst a sea of unfriendliness, Xiong sincerity shone like a radiant sun, drawing her irresistibly closer. She had never encountered anyone so endearing, someone who considered her in every matter, and when faced with something she found amiss, his first response was not a reprimand, but a gentle proposal for discussion. It was as if she were a treasured gem, cradled tenderly and in need of careful protection, even though the body she inhabited bore a tarnished reputation. Her eyes shimmered with warmth, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Little female, please don't cry," Xiong stammered, his demeanor clumsy and cautious, fearful that any sudden movement might mar her delicate face. Seeing no sign of her tears abating, he assumed her weeping stemmed from hunger, and gallantly declared, "I shall eat first. Little female, you may wait a while." Yin Wuyue then noticed her face was streaked with tears, and gazing at the foolishly oversized chestnut he held, uncertain of its safety, she swiftly seized the prickly fruit from him. Xiong stood momentarily stunned, only to turn and behold her eyes, washed clean and sparkling as if illuminated from within. Yin Wuyue broke into a grin. "Xiong, thank you." Xiong sensed a shift in the atmosphere, though he could not articulate what had changed. Tentatively, he pinched her cheek, his touch delicate, as if afraid to mar her porcelain skin. Yin Wuyue blinked, feeling the soft caress, and in a moment of boldness, leaned in to nuzzle against him. However, just as swiftly, she withdrew, her head bowed, her fair earlobes tinged with a rosy hue as she murmured, "Let us gather these." It was her first time responding to an affection from a male, and the warmth spread across her cheeks once more. Xianglai instinctively replied, "All right." Yet despite his agreement, he remained motionless. Wuyue lifted her gaze in confusion, only to find him frozen in place, the embarrassment within her ebbing away. She waved her small hand before his eyes. "Forgive me, little female, I was just so elated." Xianglai leaned closer. "Could you repeat that?" "I promise to listen attentively from now on." His tone was as solemn as if swearing an oath to a beast god. Wuyue let out a soft laugh, arching her head back slightly, her small hand resting against his broad chest as she replied earnestly, "What I meant was, let us put these prickly fruits aside and ask the shaman later if they are safe to eat." The method of preserving chestnuts was rather simple, burying them in sandy soil, a technique she had previously observed, ensuring their safety without concern. However, she was uncertain when they would ripen in the modern world. Chestnuts typically matured around the time of the white dew, but the seasons in this beastly realm differed greatly. The variations in sunlight and temperature were entirely dissimilar. For instance, sweet potatoes were harvested between the cold dew and frost's descent. Yet here they ripened in the heat of the season, growing unusually large. Perhaps this place merely coincided with certain aspects of the modern world. Wuyue shook her head, dismissing the convoluted calculations. After all, the existence of shape-shifting beasts was fantastical in itself. She was merely a recent high school graduate, her academic achievements limited. Such vast data was beyond her grasp. It would be wiser to adhere to the laws of the beast realm, to avoid complicating matters for others that, in an unfamiliar world, standing out could lead to swift peril. The intricacies of the system were not to be disclosed, thus, she resolved to take what was available to eat, ensuring that any peculiarities would not be overtly noticeable. Xiong, do you know when the prickly fruits ripen?" Wuyue perched herself on Xianglai's arm, feeling considerably bolder. Xianglai momentarily failed to comprehend that Xiong was directed at him. But upon hearing her voice, he turned his attention her way. Rapidly rifling through his memories, he hesitated. When the rainy season approaches, Wuyue nodded, seated high above, admiring the scenery. The air was exceptionally refreshing, infused with the subtle fragrance of vegetation. And the tension within her began to ease. That we have arrived. Before her lay several low trees, their lush green leaves interspersed with dark green fruits. Xianglai approached, plucking two and handing them to Wuyue. "These are nyo fruits. When crushed, their juice can be applied to wood for waterproofing." Wuyue brought one to her nose, inhaling the scent of sun-drenched wood mingled with the fragrance of grass. It was not overpowering. In fact, the longer she smelled, the more intoxicating it became. Observing the upturned corners of her mouth, Xianglai selected a branch laden with fruits, carelessly tearing it down, cradling her in one arm and grasping the fruit-laden branch in the other. He returned to their previous spot, seizing two prickly fruits. Wuyue, with only two small fruits in hand, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'll take the branch." "No need," Xianglai replied with rare firmness on this matter. "You should rest and not tire your hands." Wuyue. The two exchanged laughter as they made their way toward the cave. Once Wuyue was settled, Xianglai took the prickly fruits and headed towards the tribe. He glanced back frequently. Wuyue waved cheerfully from the cave entrance. "I'll be back soon. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one." The sooner he left, the sooner he would return. At the shaman's cave in the wild tribe, the priest was present as well. Observing the dark brown items on the table, the shaman turned to the beast man, eagerly inquiring. "Well," the beast man revealed his claws. Slicing the fruit opened no poison. "It is edible." The shaman immediately burst into laughter, his wrinkles deepening until he resembled a blossoming flower. For 2 consecutive days, new food had been discovered, all from the vicinity of the tribe. Today, the chieftain had gathered people to explore the surroundings, where an abundance of sweet potatoes had been found. Besides those harvested, many more lay scattered underground, easily unearthed. Now, there were the prickly fruits. Long ago, a mischievous cub had ventured into the prickly fruit forest and suffered a head injury. Since then, few beastmen had dared to tread there, as aside from the prickly fruits and fruits, no other edible items could be found. Yet now, A delightful surprise had emerged from the thorns. "What is her name?" Xiongli scratched his head. Haven T asked. "I just call her Little Female." The priest chuckled. "If she can find 4 more edible items, the tribe can revoke the previous judgment against her. When one commits a transgression, there's a cost to be paid. Completing 6 beneficial acts for the tribe, 3 of which absolve personal misconduct, while the other 3 atone for harm done to fellow clansmen. Although that Little Female's situation is unique, she must still bear the consequences of her prior actions. Each cause has its effect, and only through this reciprocity can the debt of borrowed time be settled. Even if Wuyue is not a complete female in the traditional sense, as he spoke, the priest's tone grew serious. Make sure to convey this to the Little Female." Xiongli felt a surge of joy, though it quickly faded. Finding new food was no easy task. Sweet potatoes were discovered simply because no beastman had thought to look underground, while the prickly fruits had been overlooked due to ingrained fears. On his way back, he heard that many females had taken their males to dig in the nearby areas. If there truly were more, good news would surely follow soon. With this thought in mind, Xiongli strode confidently forward. "I have matters to attend to." He could also take the Little Female to dig. The shaman chuckled behind him. "It seems you really like that Little Female." The priest grinned. "If any female can uncover 2 edible items, I will be fond of her." The shaman nodded, turning to his partner. "By the way, let us leave the matter of the prickly fruits entirely to that Little Female." "Agreed, I will defer to your wisdom." Digging, Wuyue was left utterly bewildered by this revelation. Xiongli exuberantly twirled her in his arms. "Yes, if you find 4 more edible items, you can return to the tribe." Wuyue was equally delighted, though her head spun from the dizzying twirls. Gently, she patted his head. "You're making me dizzy." Xiongli did not immediately set her down, his intentions to carry her further into the tribe evident. But he quickly added, "You can stop now. Your head is fine." With a touch of remorse in his eyes, Xiongli caressed the Little Female's head. "I'll 1-spin you again." Xiong. "Let us seek out food." Wuyue blinked her eyes. Only with security can one speak of dignity. Residing in the back mountains, a good 3 to 4 kilometers away from the tribe, Xiongli could not possibly accompany her every day. He inevitably had to venture out for hunting. The orcs had substantial appetites, and their demand for food was naturally immense. Yes, she touched the robust muscles of her companion. Firm and unyielding, there were moments of softness amidst Xionglei's movements. It was evident that a meat-based diet was essential to sustain their daily energy expenditures. She needed a relatively safe haven, and the tribe was her primary choice. "Do not worry," Xiongli reassured her. "I will strive to facilitate your return to the tribe." His large palm gently brushed against Wuyue's delicate face. A fleeting touch, she smiled, pressing her lips together, and playfully poked at his broad visage. Upon closer inspection, Xionglei's bone structure was exceptionally favorable. His features, though somewhat rugged individually, harmoniously came together in a manner that appealed to her. In that moment, she entirely forgot her previous trepidation towards this imposing male. "Feel free to apply more pressure, Little Female," Xiongli chuckled. The gentle force felt slightly ticklish, yet the smooth sensation made him reluctant to withdraw. "Why is your face so rigid?" Upon hearing this, Xiongli felt a rush of heat surge through his lower abdomen, lowering her to the ground and guiding her small hand onto his relaxed 8-pack abs. Wuyue's cheeks flushed crimson, hastily pulling her hand back. "Rogue. It was you who remarked that everything is rigid. Was that relaxed state merely a facade?" Xiongli teased, only to hear Wuyue emit a soft huff, her little hand poking at his shoulder. "Hurry up." Her voice was gentle yet tinged with indignation. Xiongli decided not to press further, recognizing the need to cease his teasing, lest he jeopardize their companionship. The back mountains were sparsely populated. With the discovery of sweet potatoes, it was imperative to seek out additional food sources. When the conversation shifted to serious matters, Wuyue became earnest. She possessed a unique tool that could aid her without being deemed as cheating. The underbrush was rather thick, still perched on Xionglei's arm. She surveyed the grass that reached his knees, feeling a twinge of concern. Might there be snakes? She harbored an intense fear of snakes, slippery and cold to the touch. Admittedly, she was also rather apprehensive of other creatures with little or no fur. "There are none," he assured her. Yunwu, skeptical, inquired, "How can you be so certain? I have marked the area with my scent. Ordinary small beasts will not approach, and the orcs are aware of their territory being claimed. So they will refrain from coming unless they seek a confrontation with me." Yunwu nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the imposing figure beside her, recalling how animals delineate their domains in the wild. But did orcs do the same? Xionglai sensed something peculiar about her gaze and directly asked, "What is it?" Caught off guard by his directness, Yunwu's cheeks warmed, and she quickly shook her head. "It's nothing. Let us continue our search for food." Even with the assurance that no snakes lurked nearby, her innate fear compelled her to clutch her feet. After a few steps, Xionglai noticed her calves tensing against his abdomen, and he gently grasped her delicate feet. Looking down, he felt a twinge of curiosity. She seemed to have grown considerably paler, her feet soft and tender. Silently, he made his way toward a large tree and snapped off a branch about the thickness of her little finger. "Here, little female, take this. Snakes are not particularly brave, and a few firm taps against the grass will scare them away. Even if they do not flee, I can handle it." Yunwu was taken aback that the stick was intended for her, but she accepted it with a smile. It was long enough to reach the grass without requiring her to bend down to accommodate her. Xionglai's pace was deliberate. Yet, it was not long before Yunwu, fatigued and with sore hands, could no longer continue. Xionglai, recalling her puffed cheeks, stifled a laugh and said, "This patch of grass is rather dense. Allow me to take over." Upon hearing this, Yunwu sighed in relief and quickly handed him the stick. Resting her hands on his shoulder, her arms ached as if they were too long for her body. She had no choice but to redirect her attention. After a thorough search, they discovered only a few sweet potato vines and a patch of cabbage that had already been deemed edible. Xionglai marked the location. "Whenever you wish to eat, we shall return a harvest." Yunwu nodded, pointing at the sweet potatoes. "Xiong, please pull one out and see how large it is." Xionglai set her down, crouched slightly, and effortlessly uprooted a sweet potato. Its size was satisfactory, though it could still grow larger, being smaller than those found at the cave entrance. Crouching again, he began to sift through the earth for any remaining sweet potatoes. Although the vines had been uprooted, the soil could be taken back to roast. They returned empty-handed, but Yunwu remained undeterred. As Xionglai returned to the cave for meat, he happened upon a female surrounded by other females. "Xiaomei, you've certainly accomplished something this time. One beast is surely within your grasp. Xiong, did you not also discover something?" They exchanged flattery, and Xionglai paused, redirecting his steps towards the shaman's cave. "New food? Perhaps he could bring back a few samples for the little female to try. Sweet potatoes and potatoes from the back mountain?" Yunwu could not help but marvel at how astute these orcs were, capable of drawing inferences from a single observation. Indeed, one should never underestimate the wisdom of the natives, lest it render oneself a fool. The orcs had survived this long for a reason. They undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths. Upon learning of the females discovering new food sources, they were like wild horses unleashed, all exerting their efforts that, in just one day, they uncovered a variety of edible items. "Xionglai, what is this called?" Xionglai replied in a somewhat distracted manner, "I do not know. The shaman has yet to name it." He paused in his task of preparing the branch, suddenly realizing he had not considered how to consume it. Would the little one think him useless? Glancing at the fire, he swiftly and skillfully sliced the item and tossed it into the flames, moving with an ease that suggested a hidden talent for cooking. Yunwu, using the branch to poke at the fire, had become accustomed to the process. After all, upon realizing she had entered the orc world, her expectations for food had diminished significantly, as long as it was not raw flesh. She was content with cooked meals. She dared not have any further demands. As they waited, Xionglai proudly presented another edible item to Yunwu. This one could be eaten, in his large palm lay several peanuts. Their skins removed, revealing a rather amusing uneven surface. Yet, it was evident that he had put thought into it. This is called a peanut. The outer skin may be somewhat bitter. Yunwu felt a stir of excitement. She accepted it with a smile, finding one as large as a winter jujube, crisp and sweet upon biting. Xionglai fixated on her rosy lips, inexplicably swallowing hard, and then asked, "How many kind were discovered today in the tribe?" "5. Only 2 are edible. The other 3 are medicinal herbs. He leaned closer. Would you like to see them, little female? I can go find them. Directly exchanging them seemed less advantageous, but he had noted the scent of those herbs. Observing the large figure ready to spring into action at her command, Wuyue swallowed her food, gently shaking her head. No need. I simply wish to know how many were found. However, Xiongli seemed to consider another angle. The back mountains differ from other areas. We shall seek more tomorrow. Seeing the little female, nodding her head, obediently sitting beside him, her delicate hands resting on her knees, her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the fire. She appeared exceedingly charming. The air fell silent, save for the crackling of the burning kindling. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, and Xiong-Lai's heart raced with fervor. How adorable! He yearned for a kiss, a close embrace. If it were the cold season, he could transform into his beast form and hold the little female. Yet, he could not afford to be unprepared with sufficient food for the cold season. Just as Xiong-Lai was lost in thought, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yunwei, her hand resting on her knee, swiftly picked up the stick to tend to the potatoes in the fire. The potato skins were already darkening. Is there any bitter crystal? Yes. Xiong-Lai snapped back to reality, immediately rushing into the cave to fetch the bitter crystal. I have placed them beside the cooking utensils. Very well, Yunwei replied, boldly resting her head against the sturdy figure before her. It was not until she noticed the noticeably reddened earlobes as she bit her lip and averted her gaze. This robust individual seemed to possess a hint of innocence. How had she not realized that merely looking at him would cause such a blush? So, Bearlai harbored feelings for her, did he not? Her dazed mind finally began to turn, having already conjured an answer. If his assistance on the first day with her luggage was merely a command from the priest, what about the subsequent acts? Helping to organize the cave, digging sweet potatoes, and delivering animal skins for wooden buckets and basins, he had taken her to see the things she found intriguing, even remembering her every inquiry, despite the myriad of actions that could attest to Bearlai's affections. Yunwei still yearned for more intricate details. She had never been in love. Expressions of affection were foreign to her. Furrowing her brow, she chewed on the potato Bearlai had offered her. Sigh. Bearlai observed the half-eaten food and asked, "Is it not to your liking?" Yunwei snapped back to reality, listlessly shaking her head. "It's quite good." With that, she bit into the charred portion. Bearlai frowned, extending his large hand before her. "The burnt part is bitter. Spit out." Reflexively, Yunwei complied, her little tongue pushing out the unchewed potato. The lingering bitterness made her frown slightly, but upon realizing it had landed in Bearlai's palm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize." This utterance filled Bearlai's mind with confusion. Tilting his head, he gazed at her face, her curled eyelashes fluttering like a brush tickling his heart. Suppressing his own feelings, he inquired, "What are you apologizing for?" "For spitting in your hand." Bearlai's expression turned wounded, yet he made a decision, straightening his posture to turn her averted face towards him with deliberate clarity. He stated, "Little female, I was initially afraid of startling you, but now I wish to earnestly tell you that I have feelings for you, desire to mate with you, and wish to become your partner. Will you accept me? Although I may not have executed this well, and my thoughts may lack nuance, I am willing to learn." Yunwei had never encountered such a forthright declaration, nor one so audacious. She felt an overwhelming urge to retreat into a safe space, yet reason urged her to confront the situation. She needed Bearlai. Hesitantly parting her lips, her doe-like eyes shyly locked onto his. "Will you protect me forever?" "I will. I swear to the beast god that I will protect you for all time." Yunwei's eyelashes fluttered. "But what if I do not wish to bear offspring?" "Then do not bear. I have no strong desire for progeny. Having you is sufficient. Why mother only bore 3 children in her lifetime, 2 of which were unexpected." Yunwei sighed in relief. After discovering 2 types of plants and informing the tribe, she began to acquire some knowledge about the beast world. Compared to the more advanced medical practices of modernity, reproduction in the beast world was primitive and fraught with peril. Male offspring were manageable with their shorter gestation periods, but female offspring were born in human form, with gestation periods akin to that of humans. Each birth was a gamble. After all, Who could predict whether the offspring would be male or female? Bearlie noticed the relaxation in the little female's demeanor, a glimmer of brightness passing through his eyes. It seemed his response had been well received. He pondered his own words, committing them to memory. Yin bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and murmured, Bearlie, I have never liked anyone before, but I think I might have some feelings for you. Bearlie was momentarily stunned, his heart racing, and upon regaining his composure, he swiftly pulled the little female into his arms, his gaze fixed intently upon her. His large hand caressed her delicate face, his voice trembling. Shall we mate and bond today? Wuyue's eyes widened in shock. Bearlie's expression turned slightly disappointed, but it mattered not. If she was unwilling now, it was all right. He would wait until she was ready. He had already resolved to remain by her side, never straying far. All right, yes, she lowered her gaze. A flicker of anguish danced in her eyes. Bearlie, his face, initially tinged with disappointment, brightened instantaneously, his hands and feet suddenly at a loss. What preparations were necessary before bonding? Truly, knowledge was lacking until it was needed. Initially, he had only planned to guard the cave entrance tonight, but now he found himself fast-forwarding to the bonding stage. As night fell, Bearlie remained in a state of excitement. Observing her, Wuyue seemed less resistant. Yet, deep down, she still felt a tinge of nervousness, her palms leaving crescent imprint from her anxious grip. Bearlie first boiled a bucket of water for Wuyue to bathe. The surface of the wooden bucket was coated in oil, now dried, non-toxic and harmless. Once everything was prepared, he stepped outside to cleanse himself thoroughly, nearly shedding his skin in the process. This first impression had to be a good one. After achieving a state of refreshment, he strode toward the cave. Wuyue had already bathed, a hide laid upon the stone bed, with a layer of dried grass beneath it, making it quite comfortable. She lay there, feeling no sense of repose, her hands nervously tugging at the hide, her heart racing in the silence of the night, quickening with each approaching footstep. Little one, as he covered her, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Wuyue's fear intensified, unwittingly recalling that fateful night when she had first arrived, the sharp pains and terror vividly etched in her memory. The warmth of his breath enveloped her shoulder. The dread birthed in the darkness magnified exponentially. Despite her efforts to appear composed, her body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking into her hair. Little one, Bearlie sensed her distress and halted his movements. Yet her trembling persisted. Cradling her face in his hands, he discovered it was drenched in tears, his brows knitting together in concern and fear. Her small hands pressed against his chest. Her soft voice quivered. Go away! A muffled sob escaped her lips. Bearlie's heart shattered into fragments. Little one, it is me, Bearlie. Observing that the situation showed no signs of improving, he bore the swelling in his chest, relinquished the tension, and leaped from the stone bed to ignite the cave's fire. With the light illuminating the space, Wuyue's condition improved considerably. However, her eyes remained tightly shut, tears spilling down her face. Bearlie recalled the events leading up to his banishment. Luo had always loathed schemes and females. That night, the little one must have endured considerable suffering at a pang of sorrow lodged in his throat. He cradled her in his arms and brought her to the fire, hoping the warmth would soothe her. Not daring to hold her too tightly, he transformed into his beast form, placing Wuyue against his belly. The subject of bonding was no longer to be broached. Wuyue gradually relaxed, her body no longer as rigid as before. After a lengthy pause, she stirred awake from the heat. It was currently the warm season, and the nighttime temperature still hovered above 30 degrees. Lying against the furry belly, how could it not be hot? Her body had been taut for so long, and now she possessed no strength to roll away from the heat source. A ticklish sensation coursed through her waist, as if something furry were touching her. Looking down, she realized she was completely bare, a black furry limb draped protectively over her waist. Turning her head back, she met the familiar visage of the large head. Little one, do not be afraid. Bearlie. Then, recalling their current position, her cheeks flushed crimson, her arms instinctively crossed over her chest. Be Bearlie, my hide. Behind her, Bearlie had a perfect view of the alluring sight. The creamy skin pressed together, forming deep crevices that he swallowed hard, lifting Wuyue and heading toward the storage area, retrieving a piece of hide to wrap her snugly. Before long, Wuyue was covered in a sheen of fine sweat, softly murmuring, "It's hot. I will fetch a thinner one." After switching to a lighter hide, the warmth on Wuyue's face showed no signs of abating. She felt sticky and utterly uncomfortable, observing her discomfort. Bear Lai transformed back into human form, striding about the cave in his natural state. Wuyue, caught off guard, instinctively turned away upon catching sight of him. Yet what needed to be seen was indeed witnessed. Uncomfortably, one remarked, "You, hurry and don the animal skin. I am your bear. What does it matter what I wear at home?" Lai, unfazed, shook himself and queried, "Do you like it? This indeed is a symbol of masculinity. Pivotal to my future favor, I must let the little female gaze upon it. Ideally, she would come to adore it." Yunhu did not anticipate the bear's audacity, and once again, she covered her eyes in embarrassment. Previously, she had only caught a side glance, but now she faced the creature directly, her face flushed, nearly steaming with shame. Lai grinned broadly, smacking his lips, and staggered off to boil water. The little female, startled and sweating, surely felt uncomfortable and needed a bath before sleep. After her refreshing bath, Wuyue reclined on the stone bed, and as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with memories of her arrival. Struggling helplessly beneath the stone slab, Lai sprawled comfortably on the ground, sleeping soundly, yet his irregular breathing betrayed everything. "Hoo!" Wuyue curled up, emitting soft whimpers akin to a small beast. Lai awoke. Sitting up and gathering the quietly weeping Wuyue into his embrace, letting out a soft sigh. His large hand brushed away the tears from her cheeks as he spoke in a hushed voice. "Do not cry. It was my impatience. I long to be marked by you eternally, to leave my beastly mark upon you, to always know your whereabouts. Dear one, I desired far too much. Is it all right if we take our time?" Wuyue buried her face into his sturdy chest, her sobs intensifying. "I'm sorry. I'm still scared. What should I do?" It's all right. All of that is behind us. I am here." With that reassurance, her whimpers erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. Eventually, after crying until her head throbbed painfully, she finally drifted into a deep sleep. Lai felt an overwhelming ache for her, biting his lip, vowing to ascend to the seventh tier swiftly, so he could confront Luo by soon. A night devoid of dreams passed. Upon awakening the next day, her eyes were sore and swollen. Lai, filled with concern, noticed she was awake and whispered, "Little one, I am off to fetch some herbs from the shaman. The sweet potatoes and roasted meat are ready, so eat first." Wuyue covered her eyes with her hands, mortified by her swollen appearance. Lai pretended not to see and assured her, "I will return shortly." Once she heard his footsteps fade away, she lowered her hands from her face. Sitting there, she pressed on her puffy eyelids. Sighing inwardly, "I only cried for a short while last night. How could my eyes swell up like this? This body is even more delicate than my modern one. Hiss." Distracted, she burned her finger on the edge of a sweet potato, quickly bringing it to her lips to blow on it, the skin already slightly reddened. After a few breaths, the heat subsided. Her gaze sharpened as her peripheral vision caught sight of a noticeably vivid mole on her palm. Wuyue furrowed her brows, uncertainly using her other hand to rub it. It was indeed redder than before. This mole seemed to be growing increasingly vibrant. If this trend continued, it might resemble her previous life. With that thought, a spark of realization hit her. Her gaze swiftly shifted to her delicate, fair feet, which appeared exceptionally exquisite. Tentatively, she reached out to touch them, finding them smooth and tender, akin to fine jade. Yet in this beastly world, would feet remain so soft? Females who had bonded could be excused, as they were often carried by males when venturing out, but the original body had not yet formed such a bond. How peculiar. Unable to comprehend this mystery, she decided to cast it aside. Rising, she approached the door, pouring water from a bucket while alternating to wash her hands. After a while, noticing that Lai had yet to return, she cautiously ventured outside, barefooted. Here, the scent of Lai lingered. If she wandered only a few hundred meters nearby, she should be safe. With that thought, she sought out a sturdy branch, which could serve as both a walking stick and a means to probe her surroundings. The path she chose was a meadow with low vegetation, sparsely dotted with trees, where the light was ample and the view considerably clearer. She focused on foraging for food, but found none, instead collecting an abundance of fungi. Shaking the small vine basket in her hand, it was filled with mushrooms of various sizes. She wondered if these could serve as part of a task, just as she decided to return. She suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. After glancing around, she realized she had unknowingly wandered into a thicket. A jolt of anxiety surged through her as she patted her chest to calm herself. Retracing her steps, the area by the stream was more perilous than others. A wise person does not stand beneath a precarious wall. It would be best to wait for Xiongli to return before exploring further. Before she could exit the dense woods, a swift black and white figure appeared before her. Yue's heart leaped with joy. Xiongli. He stood up, his furry face a picture of grievance. Little one, I thought you had left. I did not. I saw you had not returned, so I wanted to take a stroll and see if I might be lucky enough to find food. Wuyue felt a twinge of guilt. There was no written language in this place, and she had no way to leave a message. Xiongli transformed into human form, cradling her in his arms as he walked, and explained. I found something on my way back to the tribe, and it took a bit of time for the shaman to identify it. When I arrived early this morning, 5 or 6 beastmen were waiting at the entrance. He glanced at the claws holding items, noting none were duplicates, and patiently awaited his turn. What was it? It's a new food. I brought some back as well. Little one, we only need 3 more kinds. Excitement buzzed between them, and Wuyue raised her basket, asking, could these be included? The body's memory did not recall consuming such items. Or surprise, Xionglei's expression soured, particularly upon seeing the bright red hue of some mushrooms. Despite this, he did not dismiss them outright. Instead, he solemnly warned, little one, these are poisonous. Wuyue's eyes flickered as she pressed her lips together. In her mind, she called out to the system. Instantly, 88 appeared, its sweet, childish voice chiming in, yes, I am here. Will you always be bound to me? Indeed, I am your exclusive system and will accompany you until your demise. She sighed in relief, leaning closer to Xionglei's ear. Whispering, I can discern that these items are not toxic. After speaking, her clear doe-like eyes remained fixated on his reaction. Xionglei's eyes widened in disbelief, stuttering, but only males possess such abilities. Females, once they mature, can only strengthen their bodies after receiving beast markings. Wuyue blinked innocently, as if to suggest that perhaps the beast god had made a mistake. Xiongli scratched his head, reminiscing about his earlier discoveries of sweet potatoes and thorny fruits. Indeed, the little one had expressed interest in food right away. This dilemma seemed to suggest that only the beast god could have made such an oversight. You are quite remarkable, he exclaimed, before adding regretfully. However, these cannot be tested by the shaman. It is inherently impossible. Wuyue nodded in disappointment, but understood. After all, there were numerous types of fungi, some of which were indeed difficult to identify, even in her previous life. There were many locals in mushroom-rich regions who had ingested toxic varieties. Regaining her composure, she smiled and proposed, then let us eat them ourselves. By the way, there's a sound of water over there. Shall we go take a look? Of course, with Xiongli by her side. Wuyue felt emboldened, sitting comfortably in his arms while clutching the mushrooms she had gathered, her toes playfully pointed. The stream was crystal clear, and she could occasionally glimpse small fish swimming freely within. Hunting genes activated. Xiongli, I want to play and wash the mushrooms. With her sparkling eyes gazing up at him pitifully, Xiongli could hardly refuse. He crouched down, selecting a smooth, open area, using his abilities to wash the area thoroughly to ensure no small creatures lurked about before setting her down. And no snakes. Little one, stay here. I will check the surroundings. Wuyue felt a warmth envelop her heart as she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. You may go. I shall await your return here. With that, she swiftly turned away, not daring to glance at the expression of the burly figure behind her. This was her first kiss with a male, and one she held a fondness for. The coolness that her fingers brushed against could not alleviate the heat coursing through her heart and flushing her cheeks. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Xiongli stood rooted in place, momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss. Before snapping back to reality, he touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, his lips curling into a grin that nearly reached the back of his ears. With a silly smile, he clumsily made his way towards the stream. Wuyue? Realizing the situation, she could not help but stifle a laugh. Upon hearing her amusement, Xiongli suddenly regained his composure and turned around. Striding toward her through the water, he crouched down, cupping her delicate face, and took a deep, lingering breath of those long-desired, soft lips. The sound of their parting was a crisp pop. Wuyue was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of crimson as she regained her senses. Xiongli. She covered her lips with her slender hand, feeling a slight pain where he had kissed her, as if her lips had rebounded at the moment he released them. The flush that adorned her cheeks, coupled with her fierce expression and slightly reddened eyes, only appeared captivating to Xiongli. As if she had been wronged, he felt a pang in his heart, as if it had been gently scratched by a claw, and a sudden dryness enveloped his mouth. Leaning closer, he teasingly asked, "So, when will you return the kiss?" Wuyue widened her eyes in disbelief, never having encountered such brazen audacity. Pouting her cheeks, she playfully pushed his large face away. "No." Xiongli, unfazed, ambled over to the opposite bank of the stream, idly tapping at something with a stick. Wuyue dabbed her lips with the cool water, feeling a slight sting, and inwardly scolded herself a few times before resuming her task of cleaning the mushrooms in her hands. Once finished, her earlier irritation dissipated. She relaxed her brows and let her feet dangle in the stream, relishing the refreshing sensation as the sweltering heat of summer melted away, the coolness enveloping her scalp. Sunlight filtered through the trees and danced upon her delicate features, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, adding an air of serenity and grace. Xiongli, not far upstream, watched her with an accelerating heartbeat. The water was shallow, barely reaching her ankles. Wuyue bit her lip, her desires overcoming her better judgment. She set the basket of mushrooms aside and cautiously stepped barefoot into the stream. Her toes curled as she walked over the pebbles, which were sharp yet invigorating beneath her feet. Before long, she felt a pair of strong hands wrap around her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly. A deep masculine voice resonated from behind. "Why are you just sitting there? Aren't you having fun? You are frail. You must not overindulge in the cold." Rumors had reached him in the tribe. Aside from being unappealing, the Wuyue were widely known for their fragility. Such delicacies signified a short lifespan and limited reproductive capabilities. Were it not for these traits, an adult Wuyue would not still be without a male companion. Females were pursued by males from the moment of birth, despite the Wuyue's somewhat nefarious actions. A strong reproductive ability would surely attract attention. Regardless of their inner transformations, without proper nurturing, their frail bodies would not improve. Wuyue understood this rationally, yet who could resist the allure of something cool on a scorching summer day? Xiongli could only promise, "Next time, I shall bring you here again." When is next time? He mused inwardly, thinking how much she had grown. After careful consideration, he replied, "Let us say the day after tomorrow." On their way back, Wuyue need not walk, as she nestled comfortably in Xiong-Li's sturdy embrace, the basket he carried with 2 fingers, making it appear particularly charming. Is it amusing? He lifted the small basket, watching the petite female giggle behind her hand, a hint of grievance on his face. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Wuyue burst into laughter, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek as he wished, softly murmuring, "You're quite adorable. Next time, I'll weave a larger one. Holding it will seem more normal." "Indeed, just teach me how." Little one at Wuyue nodded, her gaze suddenly pausing. She playfully tapped Xiong-Li's shoulder. "Wait, stop by that tree ahead." Xiong-Li, puzzled but obedient, complied. "Lift it higher." Wuyue plucked a green leaf and spun it before him. "Does it not resemble a cat?" Her slender fingers clasped the leaf stem. Xiong-Li responded affirmatively, his thoughts wandering. Did the little one fancy beastmen? Yes, quite cute. Her greatest wish was to have her own home and raise a few small creatures. Unbeknownst to her, Xiong-Li contemplated her words. Upon discovering another cluster of mushrooms, Wuyue suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Xiong-Li, have you ever seen small creatures with 2 legs and wings that walk on the ground? Some even boast brilliantly colored feathers." Chicken stew with mushrooms is a classic dish I can prepare. Xiongli ruminated, recalling the description. Are you referring to birds? Wuyue hesitated, wanting to refute him, but ultimately conceding that his description fit well. Other meats will suffice too. I know some birds fly low. Are those the ones? Wuyue nodded casually. Yes, that I should go catch them, though I'm unsure if they exist in the back mountain. I rarely venture here. Then it's no matter. Wuyue paused, her foot bouncing as she exclaimed, I forgot to catch fish. Fish beasts have many spines and can cause injury. Unlike males, females risk serious harm if caught off guard. Let us just pluck them out and go fish, shall we, Big Bear? Her coy tone struck Xionglei's heart like a bolt of electricity, prompting him to change direction and embrace her towards the stream. Upon arrival, he moved along the water's edge. These fish are too small. There should be a gathering point downstream. Wuyue nodded eagerly, a lover of fish, feeling a sense of fate whenever she spotted them. They're destined to be in my belly. Xiongli placed her atop a stone by the shore, discarded his bee's skin, and leaped into the water. Wuyue reminisced about the large fish she had previously seen, her cheeks flushing again. Biting her lip, she bent down to retrieve the bee skin that had been discarded on the ground. It still radiated a lingering warmth. The commotion on the water's surface soon captured her attention, revealing fish flipping onto their backs, floating lifelessly. After catching a dozen or so, Xiongli finally emerged from the water, only to find Wuyue had turned away. Unbeknownst to him, he approached her, and she hurriedly covered her face. Muffling her voice, Xiongli, why must you run off at the slightest disagreement? The bee skin lay across her lap. Xionglei's hearty voice echoed above her, and upon looking down, she discovered the bee skin was draped over her knees. Realizing she had forgotten to place it on the ground when she turned, her embarrassment compelled her to extend her hand and return it, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Put it on quickly. You mustn't discard the beast's skin carelessly again. Xiongli chuckled as he accepted it. Swiftly wrapping it around himself, he deftly threaded several sturdy vines through the fish he had caught. With his other hand, he scooped up the petite female who had nearly shrunk into her shell. Seeing her snuggle against him, a mischievous smile crept across Xionglei's face. Why are you so easily embarrassed? This will come in handy later. Before he could finish, he felt a soft, ticklish sensation on his shoulder as she poked at him with her small hand, her lips pouting in frustration, which only endeared her to Xiongli. Bouncing her slightly, he boldly declared, You will come to enjoy this. Wuyue felt as if she might die of embarrassment. No, please don't say that. Xiongli swallowed hard but could not resist. He lifted her higher and pressed his lips against hers, their mouths dancing in a fervent kiss that left Wuyue breathless. When they finally parted, she leaned weakly against him, gasping for air. With misty eyes, she accused him, You are bullying me. Xiongli gently kissed her eyelid. This is not bullying. A fleeting gaze lingered for a moment in the shimmering depths of her eyes, astonished at the sudden transformation. The swelling had vanished. He hadn't even applied the herbal remedy yet. Upon hearing this, Wuyue was taken aback, raising her hand to touch her eyelid, and indeed, the puffiness had subsided, but she hadn't done anything at all. When had it disappeared? Xiongli pondered seriously, recalling, Little one, it seems to have faded quite a bit by the time I came to find you. Wuyue gasped, counting the things she had done and the path she had traversed. After I stepped out, I had been searching for food, then foraged for mushrooms, and later realized I had wandered far from the cave, so I turned back, and that's when I bumped into you. During that time, she hadn't done anything else. Xiongli nodded in satisfaction, pleased with her cleverness. She knew to return. Wuyue? Xiongli had no intention of explaining, fearing that the little female might pinch him too hard. With a goofy smile, he shifted the topic. Are you hungry? Wuyue shook her head. It had barely been a while since she finished breakfast. Her only exertion had been when she was foraging for mushrooms while climbing the mountain. And afterward, upon meeting Xiongli, her legs had become mere appendages, naturally devoid of any hunger pangs. Are you hungry? Hearing the little female express concern for him filled Xionglei's heart with joy, and he foolishly shook his head. Wuyue was at a loss for words. While it was true he was clever, at times his smile seemed rather silly. Yet, to say he was foolish would be inaccurate, as he could be exceptionally astute, especially when it came to taking advantage of her. Lost in thought, Her body was suddenly lowered, and a force of overwhelming dominance pressed against her lips, marking a significant improvement compared to the previous two encounters. For a moment, Wuyue found herself entranced, only to be released when the corners of her eyes tinged with red and moisture. Xianglai gasped heavily, suppressing his primal urges, and lifted the sitting Wuyue into his arms. It was then that she returned to her senses, realizing she was being cradled by the bear, and gently poked his arm, her voice trembling. "Put me down. Are you uncomfortable?" "No, but this position is rather strange." It inexplicably reminded her of a scene from a drama where the female lead had perished, and the male lead carried her through a rainstorm that a sense of desolation washed over her. Shaking her body, she immediately dismissed the thought. She couldn't wish for her own demise. Xianglai leaned down to check her forehead, relieved to find she was not uncomfortable. Wuyue shook her head. Xianglai's hold was not uncomfortable at all. His large hands encompassed her comfortably. Not only was it not uncomfortable, but leaning against him felt particularly pleasant, seeing he had no intention of releasing her. She yawned and nestled deeper into his embrace, closing her eyes. Xianglai maintained this position for a while before picking up the basket and fish, carrying her back to the cave. He casually tossed the items at the entrance and gently laid the little female on the stone bed to sleep. He created some water spheres to cool the area beside the bed, ensuring the little female wouldn't wake due to the heat. Once everything was settled, he stealthily stepped outside to begin preparing the fish. The fish bones could pose a choking hazard for the female, so he had to be exceedingly careful while deboning them. After finishing, he realized he had forgotten to gather some spices to mask the fishy odor. The tribe's location was abundant with streams, and the variety of fish and beasts was plentiful. During the cold season, those orcs with limited food supplies would break the ice to catch fish. However, the strong fishy smell led to the discovery of spices to enhance their meals. Xianglai peeked inside the cave, noticing the little female, still asleep, and hesitated. He placed the deboned fish into the water spheres infused with his abilities. As noon approached, Wuyue awoke in a daze, rubbing her heavy head. How had she fallen asleep? She got out of bed, walking unsteadily, startling Xianglai, who was about to enter the cave. He swiftly leaped in front of her, scooping up her flushed face into his embrace. Feeling the coolness, Wuyue let out a sigh of relief, wrapping herself around Xianglai like an octopus. After warming one spot, she shifted to another cool area. Xianglai felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. Remembering the little female's previous resistance to mating, he gritted his teeth and ultimately held back. But he had to reap some rewards. He raised his right arm, pressing his left hand against the back of her head, launching a direct assault on her delicate lips. The sound of their lips melding echoed within the cave. Interspersed with her soft, alluring sounds, Luo stood at a distance, witnessing this scene. The towering figure embraced the petite, delicate form, lost in the intimacy shared between partners. Reason told him he should leave, yet he found himself unable to move. Captivated by the enchanting, spring-kissed face before him, As Wuyue opened her eyes to catch her breath, she directly met Luo Bai's gaze from afar, her small hands pushing against Xianglai's shoulders. Xianglai's eyes, already filled with desire, turned a deeper shade of red as he was pushed away by the little female, intensifying his discomfort. "There's someone," Wuyue gasped, burying her head into his chest. Her ears flushed. To be caught in such a passionate moment by an orc was mortifying. She felt as if her toes could burrow into the ground. Xianglai, perplexed, comfortingly patted the little female's slender back. "I'll go take a look." There was no need to step outside. Through the aura, he already knew who it was. He had been too engrossed in the kiss to remain vigilant. It seemed he needed to find a companion for the little one after all. At that time, one beast could accompany her, while another remained alert to their surroundings. "What brings you here?" Facing the orc who had harmed the little female, even if they were once friends, Xianglai's demeanor was far from cordial. Luo Bai remained silent. "My injuries are severe. I wish to exchange hunting times with you." Xianglai furrowed his brow, but then asked, "Where?" "In the northern hunting area. A month from now, once my injuries are healed, I will compensate you for 2 months of hunting. How does that sound?" If it weren't for necessity, Luo Bai wouldn't have sought the help of other orcs. His original injuries, coupled with the punishment of breaking his bond, meant he needed at least 2 months to fully recover. And while he was incapacitated, the tribe's supply of exotic beast meat would only last until a month from now. After that, he would have to settle for ordinary beast meat. Without the exotic beast meat, his recovery would be further delayed. Thus, he needed to find someone to hunt in his stead. Agreed. Xianglai acquiesced. A month was ample time to manage the remaining 3 tasks. With the little one moved to the tribe, he felt more at ease. He could also select the exotic beast meat that the little female favored most. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Having learned about Xianglai from Xianbai, he had expected a refusal, yet Xianglai readily agreed. Xianglai gazed at Luo Bai's calm expression, recalling the previously fainted little female. Igniting flames of anger within him, coldly, he stated, "I have one condition. Keep your distance from the little one. Do not approach her." Luo Bai's brows knitted together. He misinterpreted Xianglai's hostility as fear of him pursuing Wuyue. He earnestly declared, "Rest assured, I'll sever the beast bond. I will have no further relations with her." "Humph, just as well you understand." Xianglai turned and left. Hearing this, Luo Bai felt a pang of discomfort. His once friend now treated him so poorly for the sake of a female. His disdain for females only deepened, a coldness gleaming in his eyes. They were indeed a selfish breed, now compounded by deceit. Clearly, he was the one who had been drugged and had his bond forcibly severed. Yet Xianglai stood in opposition to him for a female who took advantage of him. If that female hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were to die. With a grim expression, he ambled slowly back to the tribe. Xianglai returned to the cave. "Little one, how about we go to the stream to grill some fish?" Yinwu eagerly nodded. Yes. Eating in the heat of summer made one sweat profusely. Dining in a cool place was a dream come true for her appetite. Xianglai took a large leaf to cover the fish. As noon approached, the sun blazed mercilessly overhead. Once outside, the little female's face would surely turn crimson. Was lifted into the air. She leaned in and placed a swift kiss upon his lips before hastily retreating. Under the increasingly perilous gaze of the bear, she covered her mouth and murmured, "We cannot kiss again. That was merely a reward for you." Before Xianglai could feel the pangs of disappointment, he was met with delightful news. In his other hand, he carried fish, meat, and sweet potatoes, striding briskly towards the stream. Observing the bundles of goods, Wuyue pondered the possibility of weaving with bamboo. Big Bear, are there any hollow trees nearby the tribe? Yes, little one. What color do you prefer? They can even choose colors. The closest ones to us are green and yellow, while the purple hollow trees are located in the hunting area. Wuye's interest was piqued. She was curious to see what purple bamboo looked like, yet the hunting area sounded undeniably perilous. What about the green and yellow ones? The fruit forest in front of the tribe requires further exploration. Then please bring a few back next time. I would like to weave bamboo baskets. In her past life, her grandfather was a carpenter who would weave bamboo products during his leisure time, and she had observed him for years. Though she had never crafted one herself, she had long since mastered the other steps. It's similar to weaving with vines? Somewhat, but more sturdy. All right, just teach me. As they spoke, the two arrived at the stream. Yet Xianglai's pace did not falter as he scanned the trees on either side. What are you searching for? Leaves that mask the scent, as I have heard from the tribe's beastmen. Upon hearing this, Yinwu began to search as well, but she could not find anything resembling the scallions and ginger from her previous life. She languidly rested her head on Xianglai's shoulder. Found it, Xianglai declared, setting Yinwu upon a rock. Little one, sit here while I gather some leaves. He placed their belongings on the ground and strode towards the opposite bank. Yinwu gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Did they have leaves that masked the scent? Would there be other spices as well? Soon, Xianglai returned, and her questions were answered. Unfortunately, the beastmen were quite protective of their food, concealing the spices. Otherwise, she would have had the chance to sample them and discern her preferences. Yinwu nodded, a sigh escaping her lips. It seemed that apart from the lack of advanced technology, the beast world lacked nothing else. Her discovery of sweet potatoes and prickly fruits was purely due to the advantages brought by customs. Otherwise, such good fortune would not have befallen her. With 3 tasks remaining, she had to hurry to till the soil. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she felt on the verge of slipping into slumber. "Little one," Xiong exclaimed. Startled, tossing the fish he held into the fire and swiftly pulling the small female, who nearly tumbled into the flames, into his embrace, that he first checked her forehead with the back of his hand, relieved to find it at a normal temperature before exhaling a sigh of relief. However, the anxiety in his heart remained. Yinwe murmured, awakening from her stupor, though her body felt utterly weak as she recalled fragments of the recent event. The near fall into the fire, sending a chill down her spine. At this moment, she felt devoid of strength, her lips, once tinted with color, now pale. After a brief pause, as she regained some strength, she noticed Xiong Lai's worried expression and playfully poked him, smiling. "Do not fret, I may just be a bit sleep-deprived, that I shall fetch the shaman." Beastmen or females who were expelled from the tribe also received a decree of expulsion, and unless they accomplished 6 tasks as instructed by the priest, they could not re-enter the tribe. Hence, the only option was to summon the shaman. However, the required compensation was considerable, having previously absorbed all his spiritual crystals without a favored female. His strength had indeed increased, yet he had no reserves. Yunwue observed the fleeting flicker of distress across Xiong Lai's face, then wrapped her arms around his sturdy neck and leaned in for a kiss. "It's all right, just take a moment to recover. Look, don't you feel much better now?" She nuzzled against his neck, playfully adding, "I'm craving fish. I'm so hungry." Xiong Lai suppressed his thoughts, his large hand resting on her slender waist. "Indeed, you appear rather diminished." First, he needed to address the little female's hunger. Yunwue ignored the wandering hand, her nostrils flaring. "I smell something burnt." Her misty eyes scanned the area, realizing the previously roasted fish had been consumed by the flames, producing a charred aroma. Xiong Lai remembered and hastily retrieved the remnants, tossing them to the opposite bank. Concerned they might fall back in the fire, he tightened his embrace around Yunwue with his left arm while his right hand picked up another clean fish. The fish meat was pristine white, though a bit of green juice lingered on its surface. Adjusting her sitting position, Yunwue leaned against his chest, comfortably watching his adept movements. Before long, the aroma of fish sprinkled with bitter crystals wafted into the air, mingling with the rich scent of fish and oil. Yunwue swallowed hard as the roasted fish appeared before her, accompanied by a cheerful male voice overhead. "Eat up. The bones have been thoroughly removed." Xiong Lai proudly proclaimed, his chest puffing with pride, as he had dissected 5 or 6 fish to ascertain the position of the bones, ensuring that not a single bone remained. Yunwue pounced on the fish like a famished tiger. Taking a hearty bite, Xiong Lai chuckled at the small indentation she made, having anticipated she would take a larger portion. "You should try some too. Your skills are improving." Yunwue turned to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I'm not hungry," she replied after finishing the fish, then rummaged through the fire for sweet potatoes. She broke off half and offered it to Xiong Lai, watching him consume it before she began to nibble on the other half. Xiong Lai swallowed his food while roasting fish, observing the little female as she savored her meal in delicate bites, as well-behaved. After consuming 4 fish, Yunwue politely declined further. "I'm full." Xiong Lai patted her slightly protruding belly and refrained from offering more. Quickly finishing the roasted fish himself, Yunwue leaned to the right, taking a skewer of meat to place over the fire. This meat had also been marinated with leaves to mask the scent, and it soon released a fragrant aroma as the fat began to sizzle. Contrasting the bloody taste she had experienced before, she marveled at the magic of the leaves or the quality of the meat. "Xiong Lai, what is the outside world like?" Xiong Lai pondered carefully. "It is vast and far more brutal. Beyond the tribe, there are ordinary wild beasts, and further into the forest, fierce exotic beasts roam, intertwined with the fallen black beasts. The outside world is perilous, especially the black beasts. During the rainy season, they prowl near the tribe, seizing food at every opportunity." He paused. "They also capture females to propagate." Yunwue's heart trembled at his words. "Then, what about the back mountain?" Xiong Lai gently patted her head in reassurance. "Previously, we always entered through the main gate. The back mountain has steep cliffs, making it difficult for them to enter." Yunwue sighed in relief. "And the exotic beasts?" "Exotic beasts possess spiritual crystals within their bodies, which can enhance the training speed of male beastmen's abilities and accelerate their healing. They're also the most sought-after items for exchange. Is there a market? Suddenly, Wuyue recalled something. Are there other tribes outside? Xiongli responded to each query. Our tribe is relatively remote, hidden within the mountains, rich in resources, and does not require visits to the market. The paths have faded from memory, but they likely lead south as for other tribes. The nearest one is still very far away. It would take about 10 nights to reach so far. Xiongli assumed Wuyue desired to venture out, quickly assuring her, "Little one, once I reach the 7th rank, I will have sufficient strength to take you to play in other tribes." Wuyue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly while shaking her head. Since there was an abundance of food here, why venture outside? She cherished tranquility and had no desire to traverse the entirety of the beast world. A place requiring Xiongli to be at the 7th tier before venturing out would surely not be peaceful. It was better to cling to her little life. However, she remained curious. Had any beastmen or females ventured out before? Xiongli regained his composure and replied affirmatively. The tribe had previously sent out a few 7th-tier individuals, but they were accompanied by females and several 6th-tier beastmen. Wuyue nodded, her confusion dissipating significantly. After all, in a tribe of over 500 beastmen and 56 females, it was implausible that only Luo Bai was a 7th tier. They had gone out to play, but had they never returned? Xiongli shook his head. Although the tribe lacked for food and drink, it was a mixed tribe, and exceptional beastmen were scarce, with all 6th-tier members at their peak. The emergence of a 7th tier was indeed a remarkable event, yet outside were beastmen of even higher tiers. Not only were males drawn to strength, but females also favored powerful male beastmen. Speaking of this, a pang of sadness welled up within Xiongli. Despite his considerable strength within the tribe, once outside, as his beast father had said, there were many 8th-tier beastmen in larger tribes at that point. The little female might feel apprehensive for a while. The thought of her being timid due to his lesser strength caused his heart to ache in the afternoon after exploring the back mountain. They had only found one type of plant, similar in taste to taro, but it looked exceedingly unattractive, covered in dense white spots that made her scalp tingle, triggering her fear of clusters. Apart from that, no other food was discovered. Upon returning to the cave, Xionglei's first action was to boil water. Once the water was boiling, he poured it into the bathing tub, adjusting it to a suitable temperature before saying, "You wash first. I will take the water out when I return. I need to take the taro to the shaman for confirmation." As he spoke, he bent down, his gaze fixated on Wuyue, occasionally drifting downward. Wuyue understood all too well. The blush on her cheeks, already ignited by heat, flared up once again. She tiptoed, her hands resting on his warm chest, and planted a heavy kiss on his lips. Unbeknownst to her, a misstep in thought led her to nibble at his lips as she departed. The tingling sensation startled Xiongli, who promptly picked her up, kissing her with increasing fervor, his hands beginning to wander unceremoniously across her fair skin. Wuyue felt her body weaken under his kisses and suddenly remembered she had not bathed, her body slick with sweat. Blushing, she playfully punched Xionglei's chest, though her blood surged, feeling the little female's resistance. Xiongli sighed inwardly and halted his actions. There was no need to rush. Progress was already commendable. Those females who had been captured by the dark beasts and endured abuse had, in their desperation for rescue, taken their own lives within the tribe due to mental strain. His little darling had been so terrified, yet now she could take the initiative to kiss him. She was incredibly brave. Before leaving, he softly reminded her, "After your bath, if you feel tired, take it in do not start a fire. Wait for me to return before cooking in the afternoon." The little female had dozed off 3 times while digging. Xiongli was concerned she might doze off while tending to the fire, which could lead to disaster. Previously, a female had burned her foot, and the scar still bore marks to this day. Yin nodded at this moment. The time was still early, the sun hanging low in the blue sky, and the air remained sweltering. Watching Xionglei's disappearing figure, she approached the bathing tub, removed her beast skirt, yet hesitated to step into the tub directly. Bathing required special items. There was a plant known as the cleansing tree, whose leaves exuded a transparent gel that, when rubbed on the skin, would absorb sweat and other impurities for cleansing. It was Wuyue's first time using it, having just discovered it on the back mountain. She marveled at the wonders of this world, effective and eco-friendly. After cleansing her sweat, she felt as though her pores had opened wide. A delightful sensation. Yet she still preferred the feeling of water cascading over her body, which truly felt like bathing. Her rounded, pink toes gently grazed the water-esque surface, testing the temperature. Initially, it felt a tad hot. But after adjusting, she finally stepped fully into the tub. Her little face flushed from the warm steam, her body slightly tilted, resting her head on the edge of the tub. She intended to rise shortly. Yet her eyes gradually closed, consciousness slipping away as her body softened and slid beneath the water. The sensation of suffocation jolted her awake. Breaking through the water's surface, she began to cough violently. Stumbling out of the tub, her legs weakened, and she plopped onto the ground. Supporting herself with her hands, she gasped, her lips parted wide, drawing in deep breaths. Had she not awakened in time, she might have drowned. After calming her racing heart, she picked up the bee skin to dry herself, slipping into her bee skin skirt as she made her way outside the cave. After immersing in the tub, her hair had also become damp. She lightly dried her hair while turning away from the sun to let it dry. Xiongli walked back to the tribe with taro in hand. A look of melancholy etched on his face. With this addition, there were only 4 types of food. He still needed 2 more to reach 6 to Xiongli. Luo Bai called from a short distance ahead, holding a stick about the thickness of his arm, still caked in dirt. Xiongli frowned. What is it? Luo Bai looked at him and extended the item in his hand. It was edible, ditto, hearing the oddly sarcastic tone. Luo Bai frowned as Xiongli passed him. He slowly spoke. With that one in your hand, she should be just 2 items short. Xiongli paused, his dark eyes heavy with pressure. Noticing his silence, Luo Bai's lips moved slightly. Impatient, Xiongli furrowed his brow and gruffly said, "Speak plainly if you have something to say." Luo Bai pressed his lips together, acknowledging that he had indeed not considered things adequately before. He decided to offer this as compensation for her. After tossing the item over, he added, "Rest assured, I do not favor females and will not compete with you." With that, he strode back toward the tribe. Xiongli caught the item, contemplating Luo Bai's retreating figure. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately accepted it. As he walked, he halted abruptly, surprised to find that one day he could witness Luo Bai admit his fault. How peculiar! Inside the shaman's cave, only the shaman and her beast husband were busy organizing supplies. Qiming took the items from Xiongli, assessing them before confirming that both were fine. "Both are good." Xiongli scratched his head, having forgotten to ask the little female's name. The shaman laughed. I know. You may go about your business." Just as Xiongli turned to leave, she called out, "Oh, and do not keep digging. If the soil loosens too much, the large tree may topple." Xiongli nodded. No wonder there was no one at the cave entrance. Previously, there had been 5 or 6 beastmen, but they probably faced reprimand from the tribe leader. Exiting the shaman's cave, he turned and headed toward his own cave, laying out several beast skins on the ground to begin organizing his supplies. Qinglan, hearing the commotion next door, stepped out. "Shall I?" "Mu," he replied, before burying himself in his tasks again. Qinglan observed the bundles of items and smirked. This big cub seemed to be moving house. "Mu, I'll be leaving now." "Wait," Qinglan snapped back to reality, quickly calling out. "Your beast father just returned with news that next month's hunt for exotic beasts has been moved up to this month. The specific date is unknown, but it will be soon." Xiongli was taken aback. "Why has it been moved up?" "The tribe has discovered quite a few new food sources, and some little females have been urging for exotic beasts. The tribe leader had no choice but to oblige." Qinglan's beast husband was quite capable, and with Xionglei's father, Xiongbai, possessing true 8th-tier strength, a single bear could hunt exotic beasts. "Remember to take care of the little one." Xionglei's grip on the bee skin tightened slightly. "I understand. Thank you, Mu." Qinglan sighed, observing her cub's demeanor. She suddenly felt that she should not have followed her beast husband into fighting and having cubs. "How many are still needed?" Xiongli hesitated. "1 more." Qinglan nodded, waving her hand. "Hurry back. Do not fret too much. I will have your beast father look for it. He is quite knowledgeable." Xiongli nodded slightly, not rushing to the back mountain immediately, but instead running ahead to chop a few bamboo shoots. Upon returning to the back mountain, he noticed that Wuyue's hair had nearly dried. Spotting her graceful silhouette, he quickened his pace, carelessly tossing the bamboo pole he had slung over his shoulder and the items he was carrying onto the ground. With a smile, he lifted her up, exclaiming, "I'm back." Wuyue beamed at him and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, replying, "You've worked hard." Xiongli grinned foolishly, gesturing towards the bamboo pole, "Xiaoguai. I reflected on it, and it seems you were right. There's no weaving tribe that if I succeed, I will bring it back for the shaman to examine." After thoroughly searching the back mountain and finding no food, they would have to seek alternatives. Wuyue's eyes brightened. "Right, taro counts as a new food," Xiongli said joyfully. "Now we just need 2 more. Xiongli cautiously glanced at the smiling face of the small female in his arms, and after a moment's silence, corrected himself, saying, "No, we still need 1 more." Wuyue asked, "What?" "Luo Bai gave me a sense of," he began, but upon seeing the small female's silence, he suddenly panicked. "I considered that he caused you to be driven out of the tribe. So I accepted it. Xiaoguai, let us treat it as his compensation, shall we? If it weren't for his reckless actions in directly tearing the beast pattern, you would have had a chance to remain in the tribe, instead of being forced to the back mountain right away." Wuyue felt a tumult of emotions but understood that Xionglei's actions were for her benefit. She cupped his face in her hands, intending to return the exotic beast they had captured, claiming their reputation in the process. In the reality of the beast world, whether a male beastman was coerced was of little concern to any beastman or female. Females were already scarce, and many beastmen were unable to form pairs. Merely acquiring a female was a cause for secret delight. However, Wuyue, having received 12 years of education, could not overlook the fact that it was the original owner who had fed the green fruit. In essence, Luo Bai was the one who had been coerced. She was cast to the back mountain to fend for herself, and Luo Bai was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. One should not feel guilty about consuming the 7th piece of cake simply because one was full and disregard the previous 6 pieces. According to her original thoughts, it would be even out if she took his beast pattern. Yet, she too would suffer the consequences, being exiled to the back mountain to survive alone. From then on, they would treat each other as strangers. However, to claim that she felt no resentment would be a lie. She was not a saint. Without the tribe supplies, she would not be able to endure for long, if not for Xiongli. Even digging up a sweet potato was laborious, not to mention the black beast Xiongli had previously mentioned. With the arrival of the rainy season, her situation would only become more perilous. Seeing that the small female did not refuse, Xiongli sighed in relief. Acceptance was all he hoped for, as he feared her stubbornness might lead her to reject it. Observing her desire to distance herself from Luo Bai, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. "All right, fine. I'll leave the exotic beast to him." Wuyue nodded, glancing at the sky. There was still some time before darkness would fall. She smiled at Xiongli, suggesting, "Let us start stripping the bamboo fibers." Although bamboo products appeared easy to create, they were exceedingly challenging for novices. Just considering the bamboo fibers involved was enough work for him. One careless move could easily result in cuts or injuries from the bamboo thorns. Xiongli sat upright, his dark eyes filled with curiosity, fully alert and ready for action. Wuyue chuckled, "Fetch the bone knife." As she approached the bamboo pole and noted the even cut, she exclaimed, "How neat." She turned her gaze to Xiongli, praising, "Xiongli, you're amazing." Xiongli was taken aback. Could this truly be worthy of praise? He scratched his head in confusion. Wuyue refocused on the bamboo, selecting one and pointing to a segment, instructing, "Cut here, the edge must be smooth." She then moved to the thinner end, saying, "Cut here," removing both ends. They would retain only the middle portion. After smoothing out the protruding nodes, she gestured, "Now, split it in half." Even with her guidance, Xiongli worked slowly, especially during the later steps of peeling and shredding. The results were either uneven or he applied too much force, stripping off the skin entirely. Wuyue initially worried he might get hurt on the sharp edges, but she soon found herself laughing uncontrollably at his bewildered expression as he clumsily shredded the bamboo skin. Feeling a bit aggrieved, Xiongli whined, "Xiaoguai." Wuyue wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Xiongli brushed off the bamboo shavings and pulled her into his embrace. Noticing her averted gaze, he decisively leaned in for a kiss. Just as she had smiled at him moments before, he caught a glimpse of her pitiful expression, and Wuyue found herself no longer resisting. She did not mind the kiss at all. After indulging in the moment, they realized that a quarter of an hour had passed. Xiongli finally broke the silence, saying leisurely, "It's not that I don't want you to laugh. Too much laughter will upset your stomach." Wuyue shot him a glance, and then returned to her task. By the time dinner was ready, they had only completed a meager number of bamboo pieces. Their efficiency dismally low. Xiongli surveyed the chaotic scene around them and sheepishly remarked, "I understand the process now. Tomorrow will go much smoother. It's normal for novices. You've done quite well." Wuyue reassured him. However, Xiongli could not shake the feeling of inadequacy as he gazed at the smiling face of the small female, feeling a bit guilty under her scrutinizing gaze. He poked at his own abdomen, saying, "I'm hungry." Xiongli promptly set aside other thoughts and began preparing the fire for cooking. Once all the ingredients were ready, he paused Xiaoguai in a few days. "I may need to go hunting." Wuyue was taken aback but nodded in understanding. All she could advise was be careful. Don't get hurt. After a moment, she added, "I will worry." Xiongli grinned. "All right, with one bamboo basket." The two of them had spent 3 days and still produced only a half-finished, unusable product. Time flowed in warmth and laughter, and today marked the day Xiongli would go hunting. He explained all the arrangements thoroughly. And still, he felt uneasy and reiterated, "Xiaoguai, do not touch the bamboo fibers while I'm away. Wait for my return." Wuyue blinked her eyes and earnestly nodded her head. She was incredibly obedient. Xiongli squinted slightly. Feeling that the small female might not be as compliant as she appeared, he decided to keep a watchful eye and, after leaving, lingered for a while before returning. Wuyue was still sitting by the fire, gnawing on meat, and upon seeing Xiongli return, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you back again?" Observing the small female who was adhering to their agreement, Xiongli felt a wave of inexplicable guilt wash over him. Yet he dared not voice it. Fidgeting, he stammered, I forgot something." Wuyue, well aware of the tricks of a teacher after 12 years of schooling, found his guilty expression amusing. However, she decided to play along and asked, "What is it?" Xionglei's eyes lit up as he crouched down and leaned in toward her red lips, smiling this. Wuyue was speechless. Once was enough for this lack of trust. Xiongli dared not attempt it a second time. As he made his way to the gathering place of the tribe, he spotted Luo Bai outside the crowd and hastened over. "Luo Bai, I need to ask you for a favor this time." Luo Bai replied, "That I will be gone for a few days to the hunting grounds, and I'm not comfortable leaving the small female alone in the back mountain. Please keep an eye on her from a distance to ensure her safety." Luo Bai frowned, considering a refusal, but the image of that charming little face resurfaced in his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Xiongli exhaled in relief, as he truly did not know whom else to turn to. Beastmen were categorized into those who formed pairs and those who were single, each one resolutely maintaining their integrity. After filtering through the options, only Luo Bai remained. Being a semi-free beastman, coupled with the previous gesture of offering food as an apology, he figured Luo Bai would be more attentive. "Rest assured, when I return, I will give you 2 spirit crystals along with an exotic beast." For reasons unknown, Luo Bai found himself instinctively responding with a refusal. No need. Xiongli chose not to engage in a dispute with him, and the little female's demeanor clearly established a boundary. Seeking his protection for the little female was already inappropriate. There could be no further entanglements. The tiger beastman from the hunting team, upon spotting him, teased, "Oh, how does the busy beast find time for hunting?" The penchant for gossip is inherent in beastmen, and males are no exception. They surrounded Xiongli, who was already exasperated that Wuyue may be beautiful, but her dullness often invites trouble. "Xiongli, how do you tolerate her? Luo Bai has even discarded his beast markings, yet you still approach her." The disdain in their words made Xiong-Li's brows furrow deeply, to the point where they could pinch a person to death. Go away. Mind your own business. At the sight of the protagonist's dark expression, the surrounding beastmen dispersed with a scoff. The tiger beastman who had first mocked him patted Xiong-Li on the shoulder and leaned closer, asking, What do you think of me?" He had great faith in Xiong Lai's judgment. If he had caught his eye, he must possess other admirable qualities. After all, he had no particular ambitions, so settling for something less was acceptable. "No, you're too weak. You haven't even reached the 6th rank. The future mate of the little female must be stronger than I am." Soon as these words left his mouth, laughter echoed from a distance. The tiger beast man walked away with a twitching smile. Xiong Lai huffed. Lack of discernment. His little Guai deserved far better. He would strive to improve, aiming to break through to the 7th rank after hunting, and then endeavor to achieve the 8th. The hunting party was fully assembled, led by the clan leader. Watching the formidable hunting team depart, Luo by then made his way towards the cave. However, the moment he stepped inside, he hesitated for a moment and silently headed towards the back mountain. He merely wanted to ascertain whether the female was safe. It was essential to be attentive to the requests of others. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace on the back mountain. Yue gazed at the meat Xiong Lai had prepared, feeling somewhat anxious. With the weather so warm, the chill from the water in the wooden bucket would gradually dissipate, and it likely would not stay fresh for long. That if only I had a space ding. A strong desire was detected from the host. Scanning in progress. Scan result. Achievable. Wuyue's eyes lit up. "Xiao Ba, indeed, my esteemed host. Do I now possess a space?" Just a moment. Wuyue's heart raced with excitement. A space? Indeed. Even a supporting character can find their spring. Ding. The space is ready. Dimensions 555M. Entrance. Palm blood mole. Functions. Storage. Stasis. Wuyue calculated. Approximately 125 cubic meters, which was quite ample for her. Humming a tune, she attempted to connect with the space as her eyes landed on the blood mole. A click echoed in her mind. Subsequently, a space appeared before her, just out of reach. After marveling for a moment, she began to place the meat prepared by Xiong Lai into it. Just like the feeding system, she merely had to glance to store the items. While collecting, she inquired Xiao Ba, "If I see a tree, will it be directly stored in the space?" "No, the space can only scan and collect inanimate objects. Living beings cannot enter." Wuyue nodded. It seemed to be a purely storage space. It can also be upgraded. How does one upgrade it? The thought of spirit crystals made Wuyue nearly faint with excitement. After countless thoughts, she finally calmed herself and expressed, "Thank you. Xiao Ba, you're welcome. I've been offline for a few days." Perhaps it was her illusion, but she felt Xiao Ba's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Remembering her earlier request for feeding, she quickly asked, "How about I feed you some grilled fish?" "Thank you, generous host." Xiao Ba still sounded exhausted. Wuyue hastily retrieved the fish that Xiong Lai had prepared, grateful that the campfire was still burning. After feeding the system, a long time passed with no response. Sitting beside the campfire, she rested her elbows on her knees, cradling her face in her hands. Lost in thought, it seemed that after the space appeared, Xiao Ba became weak. Previously, the voice requesting feeding had been youthful yet vibrant. After feeding Xiao Ba, she pulled the wood from the campfire and began weaving a bamboo basket with bamboo strings. Xiong Lai would not return for several days. During this idle time, one's mind tends to wander. Once the base of the bamboo basket was completed, she began to weave back and forth with the bamboo strings. A sharp bamboo string sliced open her index finger, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the basket. Wuyue quickly withdrew her hand. The pain was so intense that it took her breath away. She hurried to the cave entrance, examined the wound closely, and confirmed there were no splinters before tending to it. Using a bamboo spoon, she scooped the water released by Xiong Lai's ability to cleanse the wound, then retrieved the hemostatic powder he had brought from the storage area. She sprinkled it on. Her heart ached with a sharp pang. The pain made her teeth chatter, and she tilted her head to look up at the cave ceiling, tears rolling down uncontrollably from pain. This medicine was excruciating, far worse than salt in a wound. The powder seeped into the wound, causing her body to tremble with pain, but she dared not blow it away. Following Xiong Lai's example, she had to wait a while. After some time, the bleeding completely ceased and the wound no longer oozed blood. Even the white powder mingled with the blood, forming a scab. Once she confirmed that there was no more bleeding, Wuyue returned to the bamboo basket. The pain in her index finger had subsided to a mere throbbing, but was still bearable. The only difference was that her finger was raised. Appearing strange and amusing, she scrutinized her work, ensuring there were no further injuries, yet her weaving speed had significantly slowed. Creak! Wuyue paused, suddenly lifting her head. Her gaze shot towards the cave entrance, pressing her lips together. She slowly set down the bamboo basket and took a few steps outside. After carefully surveying the area, she found nothing amiss. Confusion washed over her. She had distinctly heard the sound of a branch snapping, which was not likely the result of a small animal, but rather the sound of a dry branch being stepped on. She scanned the surroundings once more, but found nothing. Her gaze lingered thoughtfully on a large tree for a moment before returning to her original spot. Unperturbed, she resumed weaving the bamboo basket. Wuyue leaned against a tree trunk, his brow furrowed in deep thought, unable to fathom why he had engaged in the act of peeping at a female, and found himself entranced. Somewhat vexed by his own uncharacteristic behavior, his mind was completely occupied by the serene sight of the female sitting quietly, a thought he could not shake off. He detested females, a group of selfish individuals. With a tense jaw, he turned his head and sprinted towards the direction of the tribe. He could no longer remain here. That female would bewilder his mind. Days swiftly passed, and enduring the urge to return to the back mountain, Wuyue once again found himself standing beneath that tree, concealed behind its trunk as he observed Wuyue's life. Watching the diligent female as she wove with focus, her features soft and devoid of any resentment for being banished to the back mountain. Wuyue's heart swelled with mixed emotions. Despite being forced to the back mountain, she had not succumbed to despair, showing immense tenderness towards Xiongli without a hint of reproach. Even when he acted roughly, she merely shrugged her shoulders in protest. She seemed entirely different from the female who had given him life. Perhaps he had been mistaken. Crouching on the ground, hands clasped around his head, the teachings of his beast father, long forgotten, blurred in his memory, lost completely. Sitting despondently at the base of the tree, he allowed the pain from his abdominal wound to tear at him while he took out a vial. Expressionless as he sprinkled the powder onto his injury, numbly gazing at the lush forest, sensing the strong scent of blood, Wuyue could likely deduce the presence of a beast, choosing to treat him as a stranger. She resolved not to engage any further. With a calm mind, she returned to weaving a bamboo basket, nearing completion. Pressing the handle, she patted the basket with satisfaction and placed it into the storage area. Gurgling sounds echoed rhythmically, and she sighed in resignation. She had been particularly hungry during this time. It hadn't been long since her lunch, yet her stomach was already growling. She could barely hold on for 2 hours. Moreover, she could no longer stomach sweet potatoes. They made her feel ill. She gathered nearby timber, took out a fire starter, and reignited the flame. The cured meat she had stored was now consumed, so she coated it with fragrant leaves before skewering it on a branch and placing it over the fire, turning it while counting the days. There were already 5 marks on the wall, indicating that Xiongli had been gone for 5 days. According to his words, after hunting for a few days, he should return in no more than 4 days. The thought of seeing Xiongli soon bloomed within her, filling her heart with radiant joy, her brow adorned with a sweet smile. Did I miss him? I wonder if he's been injured. Yet, her mood gradually sank again. Shifting the meat to distract herself, she realized she had been here for 14 days, with tomorrow marking the 15th, a half-month's time. Glancing at the meat in her storage, she noted that the fish, initially sufficient for 10 days, had dwindled to merely 5 in the last 5 days, barely enough for a single meal to end the remaining days. If she wished to eat fish, she would have to fish in the stream. Yet, walking barefoot on the mountain path was arduous. Her gaze shifted to the other meats, which were also diminishing at an alarming rate. Sighing once more, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with a clean beast hide and sprinkled a bit of salt on the roasting meat. The meat sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma, its golden, crispy exterior appealing to both sight and taste. Unable to resist, Wuyue swallowed hard, her appetite awakened, and her stomach chimed in agreement. Bending down, she bit into the roasted meat, savoring each mouthful with satisfaction, her eyes squinting in delight. The meat of the beast world was truly delectable. With simple cooking techniques, she experienced an exquisite feast for her taste buds. Unbeknownst to her, she consumed 5 chunks of 1-pound roasted meat along with a 2-pound roasted fish. Patting her still flat abdomen, she marveled, pleased that she hadn't gained weight despite her hearty meal. After yawning, she didn't rush to lie down on the stone bed. Instead, she moved a small wooden stool to the cave entrance. It wasn't healthy for her body to lie down immediately after eating. She had never witnessed the abilities of the beast world as shamans, nor did she know how effective they were. So she chose to take care of her own body. Feeling bored after her meal, she noticed the dwindling food in her storage, which filled her with melancholy. After standing for a while, she finally, after an unknown number of yawns, with tear-filled eyes, leaned against the wall and made her way to the stone bed. Luo Bai's ears perked up. Detecting the steady rhythm of breathing, he stepped out from behind the tree and slowly approached the cave entrance. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression changing as he swiftly retreated. He could not allow this to happen. Once again, he fled. Upon entering the wildland tribe, Luo Bai immediately sensed something amiss. It was too solemn. The tribe, usually relaxed, now had patrolling beastmen. The leading beastman, Feng Lin, approached him. Luo Bai, I was just thinking of finding you. What do you need me for? Luo Bai inquired. Feng Lin did not respond directly, but instead patted Luo Bai's shoulder. You sense the presence of the black beast. Haven to you? Black beast? Feng Lin was taken aback. You didn't know? Look in the direction Luo Bai came from. That's where it ran from. Where's the black beast? Luo Bai, usually composed, raised his voice several octaves, unleashing his 7th-tier pressure instinctively. Feng Lin was momentarily stunned by the intensity of this pressure and quickly pointed towards the back mountain. The last trace was at the back mountain, where you just came from. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai's breathing became labored as he turned and transformed into his beast form, racing towards the back mountain. Hey, Luo Bai transformed into his beast form. The onlooking beastmen murmured, he is so anxious. Could it be that he is hiding some treasure in the back mountain? Several beastmen exchanged glances. Wuyue, Feng Lin quickly declared, you all continue patrolling. I'll go help. Wuyue, his presence had been so minimal lately that everyone seemed to have forgotten about this female. Despite the recent discovery of food, if this trend continued, Wuyue might not return. After all, she was considered a female of the tribe. The more Luo Bai rushed towards the back mountain, the more frantic his heart became. The scent of the black beast was becoming overwhelming. Bursting into the cave, he found that the familiar figure was no longer on the stone bed. Swiftly turning around, he followed the pungent scent of the black beast. He tracked it all the way to the stream, where the scent abruptly ceased. Black claws scratched against the stones by the stream, his azure eyes glimmering with contemplation. The black beast had come from the direction of the tribe. It seemed unlikely it would risk returning to the tribe. However, with its scent completely vanished from the stream, it must have concealed its presence using the water's flow. Raising his paw, he dashed forward. He had promised Xiong Lai to take care of her. He could not go back on his word. The shadows of the trees retreated as his sleek black form sped through the forest. After running for a while, he finally spotted a dark silhouette. His purple eyes glimmered as he scrutinized the scene, yet he did not see the small female alongside the black beast. The small female's scent had still intertwined with that of the black beast at the cave entrance. Being utterly defenseless, she could not escape from the grasp of the 7th-tier black beast. The small female must be in the clutches of this black beast. Thus, it was likely that this black beast possessed a unique ability to conceal its captives. Suppressing his presence, he lightened his steps and followed closely. The black beast did not pause, leading him straight out of the mountains. Luo Bai gritted his teeth and continued to pursue. The wildland tribe was engulfed in chaos. And it wasn't until evening that they received news of the black beast heading to the back mountain. Frowning, Qing Lan questioned, why didn't you all check the back mountain? Her frustration alleviated some of the nausea caused by her pregnancy as she glared at her silent mate, her anger boiling within. That black beast is at 7th tier. They can't handle it. I'm worried. Xiong Bai entered with a light fish soup and spoke, even if it's the female your son has chosen. To us, even the slightest danger to our partner is of utmost importance. Qing Lan regained her composure. Having lived for decades, she understood this principle all too well, yet she still felt a knot of disappointment as she sat on the stone bed. Her usually gentle expression bore an inescapable sorrow. "Don't worry, Luo Bai's gone after them." The anger that had finally subsided surged anew. "Luo Bai, he is injured so severely. Even the shaman can't heal him right away. What can we expect?" Qing Lan, already feeling guilty, was further destabilized by her pregnancy emotions, tears welling in her eyes. Xiong Lai was her firstborn, the embodiment of all her love for her offspring. Xiao Lai had finally found the female he desired. Yet she had promised to care for him and ended up losing her. "Qing Lan, don't cry." Xiong Bai hesitated for a moment, reaching out to wipe her tears away, only for Qing Lan to swat his hand away. "Leave me alone." With a heavy sigh, Xiong Bai firmly held the person in his embrace and explained, "The wound on Luo Bai bears the scent of the black beast, and coupled with his identity as a black tiger, he has the ability to disguise himself as such. While I cannot guarantee a complete rescue of the female Xiao Lai, I can assure her safety without question." Qing Lan pushed him away and lay sideways on the stone bed, declaring, "I am weary." Yun Wuyue awoke, her eyes seeming to be covered by something, allowing only a half-open gaze to meet the enveloping darkness. Shaking her head, she realized she had slept until dawn. As she rubbed her eyes, a foul metallic odor wafted through her nostrils. Her hands groped beneath her, but instead of the soft beast skin she expected, she encountered something cold and slippery. This was not her stone bed. Her heart raced as her surroundings distorted, the bright daylight prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. The encroaching darkness bred fear, particularly as the familiar stench intensified. After a brief pause, she opened her eyes to confront a massive serpent's head. Triangular in shape, with scarlet-slitted pupils fixed intently upon her. The long, forked tongue was tantalizingly close, faced with her most dreaded creature in such a colossal form. Yun Wuyue, suffering from both ophidiophobia and a fear of giants, felt her breath hitch, and in the next instant, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Jiao Bei, the black serpent beast, observed coldly, hearing the sound of her head striking the ground, and scoffed. So frail. No wonder she was abandoned. Luo Bai, watching from a distance, frowned deeply, a pang of concern gripping his heart as he considered his abdominal injury, refraining from approaching. The unique ability of this black serpent beast was spatial manipulation, allowing it to capture living beings without direct confrontation, so it lay low, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, Yin Wuyu oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, her heart gaining unprecedented strength, facing the black serpent. She could now endure for a full minute before succumbing again. Jiao Bei, irritated by the female's fainting spells, finally transformed into human form, his face marked by an enduring scar that cut across it, only intensified the already sinister aura of his countenance, adding an element of terror. Upon awakening, Yun Wuyue beheld this face, her once bright eyes dimming with a newfound pallor, her expression blank and devoid of hope. It was evident she was not destined to be the heroine. Instead, she had encountered a villain. "Eat," he commanded, presenting a palm-sized piece of bloodied flesh, still oozing with blood. The sight grew increasingly repulsive. Ugh! Yin Wuyue doubled over, her stomach roiling violently as she expelled everything she had previously consumed. "Spoiled," Jiao Bei remarked coldly, tossing the bloody meat into his mouth, and before her very eyes, he began to tear into the carcass of slain beast. The scene grotesquely violent and drenched in blood. The overwhelming stench caused her stomach to churn once more. Ugh! After retching until her stomach felt empty, the nausea persisted, her head spinning and her vitality visibly waning. She fainted again, managing to control her fall to the side. Jiao Bei stole a glance, but quickly turned away, reverting to his beast form, swallowing the black beast whole, then encircling Yun Wuyue with his serpentine tail. Drawing her into a dim, damp cave, he casually deposited her on the cool ground, his massive body coiling around her, his triangular head resting upon his coils, gazing toward the cave entrance with blood-red, slitted pupils that seemed to pierce through the shadows. Yun Wuyue awoke from hunger, her stomach growling audibly, spasms of pain rippling through her abdomen. pressing her hands against her belly in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. She struggled to ignore the imposing black serpent encircling her, weakly voicing, "My stomach hurts." Jiao Bei remained unmoved. Wuyue fell silent, the gnawing hunger surging forth like a tempest, her heart twisting in agony. "I truly feel unwell." With the serpent still unresponsive, she took a gamble, biting her lip and striving to overcome her fear that if I die, wouldn't it be in vain for you to capture me? The air was still, and just as despair began to engulf her, the serpent's coils stirred. In the next moment, she found herself in another pitch-black space, where not even a hand could be seen. Gradually, she realized this was the black beast's spatial domain, explaining why she had been transported to such a dark place. The food within her own space remained visible, indicating she could access it. Yet, aware that this was the black beast's territory, she hesitated to retrieve any sustenance. If she were merely an ordinary female, her difficult upkeep, coupled with a pregnancy, would likely lead to her abandonment, granting her a fleeting chance of escape. Even if the path ahead seemed bleak, not falling into the black beast's clutches was a glimmer of hope. Time passed without her awareness until Wuyue was released once more. Upon her emergence, she was confronted by another serpent-esque head, the massive creature gripping a pitch-black beast that emanated dark energy, blood seeping from the puncture wounds. Its two gleaming fangs were stained with crimson. As expected, the sight of her greatest fear caused her to faint yet again. Jiao Bei transformed into human form, discarding the captured black beast beside her, then seated himself nearby to recuperate. Had it been any other female, he would have struck her with his tail long ago. Moments later, Wuyue was jolted awake by an intense hunger. Before her lay a several hundred-pound black beast, fresh, with dark energy, still clinging to its surface. She stared blankly. Just moments prior, that creature had consumed a black beast. The thought that the black beast could assume human form churned her stomach anew. Ugh! She felt as though her stomach might erupt. Having not consumed a single drop of water, her throat felt parched and raw, as if it were grinding against itself. Jiao Bei observed her with a furrowed brow and snapped, "Hurry and eat." The dual pressure of physical and mental strain overwhelmed Wuyue as she instantly broke down. Her body weakened, tears streamed down her face, and she whimpered, "Just kill me." Abducted by the black serpent beast, she could only resign herself to becoming a breeding tool, ultimately facing death, albeit death would be preferable. Amidst her sobs, she began to feel relieved that she had not bonded with Xiong. Yet her heart felt as though it had been brutally torn, leaving her in unbearable anguish. Jiao Bei had expended great effort capturing a female. He would not allow her to be killed. Rising, he approached Wuyue, seizing the black beast, and as he walked, tearing its head off, dragging it toward her. With tear-filled eyes, Wuyue gazed at the gruesome sight, her stomach twisting once more as fear compelled her to shuffle backward. Just as she retreated a short distance, her chin was seized forcefully, the grip nearly dislocating her jaw as she watched the black beast draw nearer, despair flooding her heart. Images of the black beast intertwined with those of a human flashed in her mind. Jiao Bei's lips curled into a sinister smirk, his piercing gaze fixed upon her as he coldly declared, "I am not one of those bloodless males from your tribe. Here, you will eat what I provide." After delivering his menacing warning, he prepared to force the black beast into her mouth. Wuyue's jaw, already in pain from his grip, was forced open, leaving her helplessly watching as the bloody remains of the black beast approached her lips. Her stomach convulsed, and her belly began to cramp painfully. Desperately clutching the beast's skin over her abdomen, her agony intensified. Suddenly, Jiao Bei halted, his gaze shifting behind him. After following for so long, it finally revealed itself. Discarding the black beast and Wuyue as if they were mere refuse, she curled her body, clutching her stomach, gasping for breath. Jiao Bei paid her no mind, reverting to his beast form and advancing toward the suddenly appearing black tiger. Drawn by its scent, "You carry my offspring," he thought. Yet alas, another pitiful beast man betrayed. Bloodshot eyes met as Luo Bai spoke in a hushed tone. "Shall we share with this broken body of yours?" Jiao Bei's contempt was palpable. "Fear not, for my ability to care for females surpasses yours," Luo Bai retorted fearlessly. And no wonder, even at the 7th tier, you remain without offspring. Jiao Bei's blood-red eyes glimmered with a chilling light, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, a sinister smile crept across her face. Once that little one in her womb is born, you must stay behind to care for it. Luo Bai hesitated for a moment before articulating his condition. While I am tending to her, you must not interfere with her sustenance. Agreed. With the terms settled, Luo Bai swiftly approached Yun Wuyue, who was curled up on the ground, clutching her abdomen, her eyes filled with panic. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and squeezed the fruits she had gathered into juice, feeding it to her. However, the juice dribbled from the corners of Yun Wuyue's mouth. She had not swallowed a single drop. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Luo Bai recalled an incident from years past. His beast father, who had stubbornly refused to consume the last piece of meat, saving it for him, fearing he might starve. That creature had ultimately perished without eating or drinking. Luo Bai's hands trembled as he held Yun Wuyue, softly calling her name. Wuyue, Wuyue. Jiao Bei scoffed. She has already marred your beast mark, and yet you still harbor feelings for her. In a place unseen by Luo Bai, her vertical pupils glimmered with murderous intent. It was as if the moment Luo Bai uttered the word care, he would be met with instant death. What do you know? Luo Bai shouted, then came back to himself, realizing he had misspoken. He hastily added, the child she carries is the only normal offspring I can leave behind in this life. His gaze fixed intently on Jiao Bei as he questioned, if you had the chance, would you relinquish it? The murderous glint in Jiao Bei's eyes dimmed slightly as she smirked, raising an eyebrow. I was born a black beast. I never had the opportunity to acquire a normal offspring. Luo Bai chose not to respond. Instead, drinking the fruit juice and feeding it to Yun Wuyue, he continued this gentle nourishment until she began to relax, at which point he paused. Cradling her in his arms, he turned to Jiao Bei and asked, how long until we can leave this place? One day. With a nonchalant demeanor, Jiao Bei, who had taken on the role of a caretaker, squinted lazily at a severely injured black beast. Even one of the 7th tier would not dare to act recklessly under his watch. Transforming completely into beast form, he settled comfortably into a heap. Receiving this information, Luo Bai fell silent, his gaze fixed on the small female's abdomen. Unable to betray a hint of pity, he was gravely injured and could only muster a fraction of his usual strength. The consequences of their discovery would be too dire to contemplate. He resolved that if he were to die, it must be with purpose. At the very least, he needed to ensure the small female's safety before his end. His large hand gently brushed against her pregnant belly, where his offspring resided. Humph! Luo Bai snapped back to reality, pursing his lips as he glanced at the snake-like black beast that's just a single cub. Why the fuss? You wouldn't understand. Jiao Bei sneered, indeed not grasping the sentiments of the beastmen. Having become a black beast, why would I care for beastman offspring? If I were you, I would simply eliminate anyone who dared to bully me. Luo Bai retorted lightly, but you seem injured, don't you? Jiao Bei paused, shaking his snake-like head. Your 7th tier lightning abilities have been reduced to this state. It seems that tribe possesses an 8th tier. His tone, though framed as a question, was laced with certainty and even a touch of relief. Had it not been for the tribe's stringent defenses, he would have never considered the possibility of injury and would not have abandoned the pursuit of the female, opting instead to venture into the back mountains. And oh wonder your aura is so heavy with blood. It appears you feasted on quite a number of beastmen. Luo Bai remained silent, quietly stroking Yun Wuyue's still flat stomach. A mix of joy and relief coursed through him. Thankfully, this child had proven resilient, managing to survive. Otherwise, that black snake beast would likely have forced the small female to give birth at the first opportunity. After watching over Yun Wuyue for a while, he noticed her brows had relaxed somewhat. He gathered a bundle of grass and laid her upon it, then picked up the headless black beast. Asking casually, do you have fire? Jiao Bei observed Luo Bai, now assuming a caretaker role, and with a smirk, tossed 2 flint stones his way. He watched with interest as Luo Bai busied himself until he witnessed him consume half of the black beast. Chuckling, what is your name? Wiping the grease from his lips, Luo Bai replied, unhurriedly, Luo Bai, and you, Jiao Bei. Luo Bai acknowledged with a nod and resumed his position beside Yun Wuyue, his gaze steadfastly fixed on her abdomen. Jiao Bei's vigilance waned somewhat, and he did not place Wuyue into his spatial realm, allowing her to rest her head once more on his body as she drifted back to sleep. The following day, Wuyue stared vacantly at the azure sky, lacking even the strength to move. Wuyue, a cold yet familiar voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to turn her gaze toward him. A black tiger came into view, its lines fluid and exuding a palpable sense of power, yet the dark aura emanating from it made her instinctively shrink back. Luo Bai, a black beast. If black is a color of skin, then what of the foul-smelling dark energy? Looking down at her belly, did this mean she was carrying a black beast as well? The flicker of hope within her shattered, and a deeper despair engulfed her entirely. Xiong. The turmoil within her stirred her bodily pain. Ugh! Tears streamed down her face, as if her heart were bleeding, rapidly draining her life force. Jiao Bei had been watching intently, and upon witnessing this scene, he swam over, patting Luo Bai's shoulder. Luo Bai, it seems your former female was quite fond of you. Huh. Luo Bai shrugged off the comment, not shaking off his hand, and replied indifferently, you needn't say such things. I only wish to protect my offspring. Jiao Bei then took Wuyue into a spatial realm and departed to hunt. After the two had feasted heartily, Luo Bai began foraging for edible fruits. These can be stored in your space. Jiao Bei replied, you certainly know how to make use of things. Despite the words, he did not refuse, placing the items into his space. What kind of fruit is this? Sour fruit. Intrigued, Jiao Bei snatched one from Luo Bai's hand, bringing it to his mouth. The moment he bit through the skin, his face contorted in distaste, and his snake tail flailed wildly on the ground. Luo Bai remained speechless for a moment before extending his hand. Hand the female over. I'll feed her some food. With a flick of his wrist, Jiao Bei complied. Luo Bai caught her steadily. Wuyue's condition remained unchanged from when she had entered. Luo Bai's eyes flickered as he brought the sour fruit to her lips, but when he saw she did not react, he coldly threatened, little female, you best cooperate. Do not think of starving yourself to lose the child. Wuyue kept her eyes closed, continuing her refusal to acknowledge the external changes. Rather than bear the torment of birthing a calamity only to suffer further, she preferred this fate. Jiao Bei, finding amusement in her indifference, transformed into beast form, bringing his large snake head dangerously close to Wuyue's face, his tongue flicking out to touch her. When she remained unresponsive, he shifted back to a human form, lifting her eyelid and abruptly opening his gaping maw wide, revealing glistening fangs, the stench of blood enveloping her. Luo Bai sensed the rigidity of her body and, after a moment, waved his hand, your breath is overwhelming. Jiao Bei smirked, retracting his head and resuming his beast form, gliding to the left. Keep up. Luo Bai patted Wuyue's trembling body, embracing her tighter. After a day of travel, they finally emerged from the forest teeming with black beasts as dusk approached. Ahead lay the territory of smaller, exotic beasts. Luo Bai gently caressed the small female's belly, noting the cub's lack of activity. Frowning, he spoke to Jiao Bei. The cub needs energy. I shall go hunt, though his abdomen was injured. He believed he could avoid the clutches of clustered exotic beasts and hunt down solitary or independent ones. Just stay here. Don't die. Jiao Bei, stretching his limbs, placed Wuyue into his space, transformed into his original form, and swiftly disappeared into the forest. Luo Bai's eyes glimmered as he remained still, collecting dry twigs and easily combustible grasses. Jiao Bei returned swiftly, and the first thing he did was toss Wuyue back to Luo Bai. Sprawling lazily on a large rock, the exotic beasts he had caught were carelessly strewn before Luo Bai. Having hunted 15 or 16 varieties, there was ample food for her to sustain herself through childbirth. Choose what you like. Luo Bai glanced over and selected the one with the most tender meat, continuing, even after giving birth, she must eat. Otherwise, it could be akin to a miscarriage, complicating future pregnancies. Moreover, she will need time to recover. Females are delicate. Your roughness could prove fatal. Jiao Bei was taken aback by the unexpected situation. Reflecting on the 3 female snakes he had captured, he realized that all of them had perished after giving birth to their first brood. He was eager for them to bear a second litter of snake offspring. With a dismissive snap of his jaws, he had no intention of acknowledging his past mistakes. He would capture more later. As there was a larger gathering of exotic beasts nearby, Luo skillfully prepared the exotic beast, tossing the spiritual crystal he retrieved towards Jiao Bei. Jiao Bei flicked his tail and caught it deftly, playing with it as it spun atop his head. Squinting at Luo, he declared, "This is a reward for you." Luo did not accept it, allowing the crystal to fall to the ground. Thinking, "What use is this to me? Normal tribes would never exchange with us unless it was through forceful means." "Huh. What about you, brat? Do you plan to stay here? My snake offspring want to be merciful." He said this with a sense of pride, convinced that his snake progeny would surpass the tiger cubs of the black tiger beast. Luo lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment, and seemed to agree with Jiao Bei's reasoning. He bent down to retrieve the spiritual crystal, saying, "Thank you. I will take good care of your litter before departing." This promise was precisely what Jiao Bei desired. There was a significant difference between nurturing and neglecting the care of offspring. As a black beast, he could only ascertain whether they were his progeny, but he had no awareness of more specific conditions. It was said that this was a punishment imposed by the beast god to suppress the population of black beasts. The 3 females he had previously seized had laid eggs, yet none had hatched. If he had a female beast that understood how to care for young, he would undoubtedly have his own snake offspring. The rhythm of his tail striking the ground expressed his delight. Luo, meanwhile, busied himself with the roasted meat, cautioning, "In the future, do not feed black beasts to females. They have weak constitutions and are prone to illness. The young cannot withstand the corruption of black beasts and may easily become stillborn." Jiao Bei nonchalantly swayed his snake head. After a while, he leaned in, saying, "Oh dear, I almost caused your offspring's demise." With a hearty laugh, he coiled back onto a large stone. Luo ignored the occasionally erratic black snake beast, cradling Wuyue, tearing the roasted meat into strips to feed her. "Eat a little. Your offspring will be born in just over 2 months." Luo dared not say more, fearful of revealing his thoughts and alerting the black snake beast. Wuyue's once stoic expression brightened slightly. Yet she still did not open her mouth. After several attempts to coax her, Luo resorted to feeding her some fruit juice. Jiao Bei, unable to contain himself, directly shoved food into her mouth, exclaiming that it was fortunate to have any exotic beast to eat. Luo sensed the trembling of the small female in his arms and remarked, "Fear can harm the young." His words silenced Jiao Bei, who hissed, "Damn it." He swam over, transforming back into a snake head, threateningly stating, "If you don't eat, I'll take you first. She has young. Your presence is overwhelming for her." Jiao Bei cast a glance. Preferring not to witness the scene, he felt a twinge of regret for having seized the females in the first place. Yet, it was a pity to abandon them, while consuming them was tasteless. In his agitation, he grasped his own hair and banged his head against the rocky wall, resulting in a violent and gruesome scene. Luo sidestepped to shield himself from the splattering blood. "Just eat the meat," he urged. Wuyue, witnessing this extreme display, finally snapped out of her stupor, tears streaming down her face as she mechanically chewed the roasted meat, turning away from Jiao Bei. Luo's eyes reflected his sorrow unreservedly. Seizing the moment, he kissed the corner of the small female's lips, a wave of melancholy rising within him. There would be no opportunity for such intimacy in the future. Would there? Ugh! The piece of roasted meat she had just swallowed was expelled moments later. Luo furrowed his brow, questioning her distaste. Wuyue remained unresponsive, like a marionette without strings, not expecting any reaction. Luo turned to the now normal Jiao Bei, requesting, "Give me a different exotic beast." Jiao Bei, with a bloodied visage, remained unmoved, responding petulantly, "If you want to eat, then eat. If you don't, starve until you realize you need to find food." With that, he picked up the half-raw meat Luo had placed on the fire and began to eat. After finishing, he smacked his lips, disdainfully stating, "This is terrible. No wonder she abandoned you." Luo thought to himself, "Just give her another exotic beast. This is normal morning sickness, a phase most pregnant females endure." With some coaxing, he managed to procure another exotic beast. Ignoring the thudding sounds from behind, Luo focused solely on the small female in his arms. Having consumed the previous exotic beast, Jiao Bei was soon finished, and Luo quickly extracted the tenderest meat from the new beast, He applied juice from the herb they had previously gathered to marinate the meat before placing it over the fire to roast. Simultaneously, he took out cooled water and began to feed it to Wuyue, instructing, "Rinse your mouth." That in the tribe he had once belonged to, females would rinse their mouths after bouts of nausea to alleviate discomfort. Wuyue, half closing her eyes, leaned against Luo Bai's transformed human form, weakly sipping the water. Luo Bai adjusted her position to facilitate the expulsion of the mouthwash, ensuring cleanliness to the utmost degree. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai's gaze fell upon a large tree not far away. He estimated that he could fashion a small bathing tub for the little female. Hearing the sound of the female in his arms, Luo Bai quickly refocused and fed her several fruits. Observing that she hadn't expelled them, he sighed in relief. He flipped the roasted meat, the fat sizzling in the flames, releasing a tempting aroma. Jiao Bei approached, extending his forked tongue, declaring, "I take back what I said. Your roasted meat is quite good." Just as he reached for it, Luo Bai blocked him. The enormous snake head appeared suddenly, its crimson eyes radiating menace. Luo Bai covered Wuyue's eyes with one hand, calmly stating, "You wish to fight a weakened female over roasted meat?" Jiao Bei soon grasped the implications, growling, "I've retracted my previous statement. Don TB ungrateful. Hand it over." Luo Bai was taken aback that the snake would forsake its pride for a morsel. Noting Jiao Bei's relentless determination, he decided not to engage in further disputes. Prioritizing the feeding of the small female, he tore off half of the roasted meat and tossed the other half to the black snake beast. Satisfied, Jiao Bei slithered away with the meat. At last, Luo Bai released his grip from covering Wuyue's eyes and carefully tore a strip from the roasted meat. "Try this." Throughout the day, Wuyue had sensed Luo Bai's seemingly indifferent tone, which belied his considerate actions regarding her welfare. She opened her eyes, quietly gazing into his, seeking a glimmer of hope. Under the scrutiny of her eyes, which were a blend of hope and despair, Luo Bai felt as if his heart was being painfully twisted. "How does it taste?" he asked, turning his head to ascertain the position of the black beast snake. "Ordinary," she replied. Luo Bai turned back, his long black hair cascading down to frame his face, silently parting his lips. Wuyue stared intently, trying to decipher his lips, momentarily lost in thought before returning to normalcy. Luo Bai was not a black beast. He had come to rescue her. "Eat a little," he urged again, his tone still cool, yet it reignited Wuyue's hope for survival. She yearned to live and meet Xiong again, to relish the life they had once enjoyed together, to bear him several offspring, and to carve out a true home for themselves in this strange land. Tears surged from her eyes, a mixture of joy and sorrow overwhelming her. After being taken by the black snake beast from the back mountain, she had ceased to fantasize about escaping alone. How could a powerless female contend with a seventh-tier black beast? Even if by sheer fortune the black snake beast were gravely injured by a powerful exotic beast, the chances of her escaping its grasp were slim. Yet, the world of beasts is vastly different from modernity. Outside the tribe, nowhere was truly safe. It was akin to a modern university student lost in a tropical rainforest without a phone. With no means of rescue and devoid of any wilderness survival experience, she could only scurry about in a state of confusion, relying on luck to find an escape route, all the while remaining vigilant against the lurking beasts. Moreover, she faced a plight even more harrowing than that. Reality was far from fiction. The dire situation in which she found herself was enough to breed despair. However, with the presence of Luo Bai, her circumstances had improved somewhat. As long as she diligently protected the young one within her, the black serpent would pose no threat. In fact, it would exhibit greater tolerance towards her due to Luo Bai's presence. She needed to nurture her body and actively cooperate with Luo Bai's subsequent plans. Yet she also had to refrain from appearing overly eager. After devising a strategy, she remained weakly nestled in Luo Bai's embrace, only opening her mouth to swallow after he had fed her 3 times, his patience wearing thin. Such was her disdain for life. Observing her, Luo Bai felt a smile tug at his lips. She was as clever and astute as he had anticipated. Habitually, his hand rested upon her pregnant belly. Sensing a fleeting stiffness in her feminine form, his eyes dimming with solitude, yet his grip did not loosen. In a soft voice, He remarked, "You seem quite lively. It appears you have taken a liking to this strange beast." Just then, Jiao Bei thrust his serpentine head forward, gruffly asking, "Are you full yet?" Luo Bai swiftly pushed the serpent's head away. After all, she had only just managed to eat the meat, and it wouldn't do to have her vomit from the stench. Jiao Bei retorted, "Hurry up and roast it. Otherwise, tomorrow you can hunt for yourself. These beasts are social creatures. If you fail to catch any, you can expect your tiger cub to starve," after delivering his threats. He coiled his serpentine body beside them, transforming his upper body into that of a human. It was not fear of Luo Bai's wrath that kept him in check, but rather concern that Luo Bai's presence might frighten the female and prevent him from receiving roasted meat. Luo Bai squeezed the fishy leaves in his hand, applying the juice to a piece of meat he had cut. "And here's mine. Do it yourself," Luo Bai replied with evident disdain, eyeing the meat Jiao Bei had clawed at. It was revoltingly filthy. Jiao Bei was unfazed. He had never tasted anything so delectable before, feeling as though all he had consumed previously had been refused. Currently, he skewered one piece after another as for the meat that Luo Bai had scorned. He swallowed it whole, fearing it might detract from the deliciousness of the roasted fare. Luo Bai placed the meat on the fire to roast. Once it was cooked, he casually sprinkled a bit of salt and handed it over. "Is this it?" Jiao Bei inquired, eyeing another piece still cooking over the flames with skepticism. Having discerned his character, Luo Bai responded with feigned seriousness. "The female's body is delicate. It is best for her to consume thoroughly cooked food. The beasts are robust, and the strange creatures can eat raw meat. Hence they prefer their roast to be slightly undercooked." Jiao Bei, who had never lived in a tribe, was easily persuaded, chewing on the roasted meat. Nodding occasionally in agreement. "You're right. It tastes better than if it were completely cooked." Luo Bai cast his gaze downward, fixated on the aroma wafting from the roasted meat, evenly sprinkling salt over it. Once it had cooled, he fed it to Wuyue in his arms. If the energy absorption of the cub within her was insufficient, it would siphon off her nutrients, causing her to gradually lose flesh until she was left with nothing but skin. "That looks quite unappealing," Wuyue murmured, pursing her lips. When Luo Bai offered her more, she opened her mouth to swallow the roasted meat, ultimately consuming 3 pounds of it. Luo Bai gently stroked her pregnant belly. Feeling the lively energy within, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, Jiao Bei scoffed disdainfully. "How pretentious!" Luo Bai frowned, advising him to speak less, for it was easy to provoke the female. Their anger could lead to physical weakness. Jiao Bei, having finished the roasted meat, was in high spirits, wagging his tail as he made his way to the nearby rock pile to rest. Luo Bai, glancing at the sky, placed Wuyue a little farther away and began to carve out a cave. The sound of his claws scraping against the rock produced an ear-piercing hum. Wuyue bent over, her stomach churning once more. Jiao Bei, noticing this, muttered a harsh pretentious and turned away to continue his slumber, his tail tip blocking his ears. How annoying, this stinky female, so pretentious, insisting on living in a cave. He flicked his tail towards Luo Bai, barking, "Hurry up!" Luo Bai barely dodged, observing the wall now marked with a dent from the tail swipe, and continued digging with his claws. After clearing the inside of the cave of dust and tying up the weeds, he finally carried Wuyue inside. Jiao Bei followed suit, surveying the clean cave with its stone bed. Promptly claiming a space on the opposite side, he grumbled incessantly, "You really are a troublesome one. Even as a black beast, you still cling to your beastman ways. How utterly disgraceful for a black beast." Luo Bai had grown accustomed to Jiao Bei's sporadic outbursts, settling Wuyue onto the stone bed. "Bring me a few strange beasts. I need to tan their hides." Jiao Bei tossed 5 beasts outside, declaring, "I want that white one up before stepping out of the cave." Luo Bai halted, turning to Jiao Bei, who was gleefully inspecting the cave, and cautioned, "Don't reveal your beast form. The female has just felt her cub's movement, and I do not wish to return to find my young one gone." Jiao Bei, caught in the act, shot him a fierce glare and snapped, "Hurry up with your own business." Luo Bai turned and ventured outside, dragging the 5 beasts to a nearby water source to begin skinning and tanning their hides. The spirit crystals were haphazardly discarded to the side. upon hearing a rustling sound behind him. Luobai's gaze lowered, dark hues swirling within, and he paused momentarily before resuming his work on the hides. As for the meat from the strange beasts, he swallowed the one that had made Wuyue nauseous. While the other four were skinned to obtain the tenderest and fattest portions, he tossed those in the direction he had come from, commanding, "Put away! Cut!" Luobai observed the collected beasts and continued processing the hides. As dusk settled, the world was bathed in the light of 3 full moons, and he retrieved the freshly treated hides from the water. Setting them aside, he transformed into his human form and leaped into the water. Under the luminous moonlight, large and small prickly beasts were periodically tossed onto the grass until they formed a small hill. Only once this task was complete did Luobai emerge from the water, his skin glistening more brightly in the moonlight. Approaching the pile of prickly beasts, Luobai made his way toward the towering giant tree above. With a swipe of his tiger claw, the massive tree fell, and he extracted the thickest trunk, hollowing it out before selecting a slightly smaller section to replicate the process. He filled the smaller wooden barrel with the hides and prickly beasts, balancing the 2 barrels together and carrying them with one hand as he headed back to the cave. With utmost care, he set the items down, his exceptional night vision allowing him to see clearly within the cave. Noticing the familiar figure on the stone bed had vanished, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Where is the little female?" Jiao Bei flicked his snake tail, responding with a question of his own. "What do you need all these prickly beasts for? To roast?" Luobai replied succinctly, adding, "Let the little female out." Reason: small meals throughout the day. Without hesitation, Jiao Bei released her, grumbling, "This former female of yours is certainly unclean. You better teach her some cleanliness." With that, he darted towards the river, exclaiming, "I want 5. Hearing Jiao Bei's disdainful remarks, Wuyue, who had initially appeared pale, now bore a hint of color due to embarrassment, making her look healthier. One hand pressed against her aching pregnant belly while the other covered her mouth. Did she not realize who had caused her uncleanliness? Her own space had become unbearably foul, the stench rivaling that of rotten, decaying fish. Having lingered too long, even after adapting to the smell, the scent had permeated her being, leaving an indelible impact. Pregnant as she was, she found it unbearable to endure any foul odors, leading to bouts of retching. The combination of the vomit-s odor and the original stench caused her to faint twice in quick succession. Luobai, maintaining a calm demeanor, cradled Wuyue in his arms. Leaping down from the cave and settling her beside the campfire, he handed her a cup of water, saying, "Rinse your mouth." Without hesitation, she accepted it, using it to wash away the taste lingering in her mouth. Moments later, overwhelmed by the odor clinging to her, she weakly voiced, "I want to take a bath." "Wait a moment," Luobai replied, seeing the beast nod. Wuyue fell silent, slowing her breathing as she frowned, the stench fogging her mind. Luobai retrieved the previously prepared wooden barrel, heading to the river to fill it with water before bringing it back to the cave. "Wash. Give me the beast skin skirt." As she extended her hand to feel the chilly water, Wuyue did not indulge in any pretentiousness. After all, the current circumstances were rather rudimentary. Without hesitation, she untied her leather skirt and tossed it at the cave entrance, retaining only her intimate garments. Stealthily, she glanced towards the mouth of the cave, discovering that her leather skirt had already been picked up. After ensuring that no beasts were spying on her from behind, she swiftly removed the remaining garment beneath her. From her spatial storage, she retrieved a small piece of leather, dampening it with water. Fortunately, even during the night of the warm season, temperatures hovered around 30 degrees, making the water bearable enough to prevent her from shivering. After hastily wiping herself clean, she donned a fresh set of intimate clothing. In her spatial storage, she fortuitously had a complete change of leather skirt and undergarments, intended for her bathing day. Over the past few days, her memory had been rather poor, leading her to forget the leather skirt each time she took a bath, even though she was aware that beasts would not come to the back mountain. The cave, lacking a door, made her hesitant to walk boldly and naked to the other side. Cautiously, she approached the cave entrance and peered towards Luobai's direction, where her leather skirt was currently drying over the fire. After observing, she stealthily returned to the water bucket. Since her skirt was nearly dry, she decided against retrieving a new leather skirt from her spatial storage, as she had no idea how to explain the oddity of possessing such a space. Having crossed over into a female's body was already a rare and special occurrence. Recalling what Xiong had said, females possessed no special abilities. Therefore, her spatial storage must remain undisclosed. Seizing the opportunity while the black snake beast was out, she needed to hastily prepare the bathing scene, as for the noise potentially reaching Luo Bai. It could serve as a test. She drenched the ground and walls with water, thoroughly soaking everything to prevent any irregularities that might raise the snake beast's suspicions. The vigilance of this black snake beast was exceedingly rare. She had already witnessed Bai's probing actions twice. Once was when he consumed black beast meat, and the other was when he took the exotic beast outside to deal with. The moment Luo Bai stepped out, the snake beast immediately confined her within her spatial storage. What else could it be but stalking? From then on, she had to be even more cautious when Luo Bai entered. He beheld a delicately shaped silhouette, slender and graceful, with a pair of long, fair legs that were soft to the touch, memories of which he had held tightly before, still vivid in his mind. Unconsciously, his throat tightened, and before Wuyue could react, he tossed her the leather skirt, commanding, "Put it on." Wuyue turned her head to see Luo Bai behind her, a flush of embarrassment crossing her face. Tigers are creatures capable of night vision. The tiger beastmen in the beast world would likely be similar. The fabric draped over her barely concealed her modesty. Being of a thin material, she caught the leather skirt and hurriedly dressed. Just as the voice of Jiao Bei resonated from outside. "Such elegance," he remarked, as if you were the one holding her while asleep. "Cut it out." The footsteps outside abruptly grew louder, drawing nearer with an urgent annoyance. Luo Bai's steps were steady and cautious, evidently not his own. Realizing the implications, Wuyue silently cursed her misfortune and quickly slid down to the ground, one hand clutching her abdomen while the other pressed against her lips, suppressing a weak yet restrained urge to vomit. Indeed, the footsteps outside retreated, much to her relief. She did not wish to be embraced by a black snake while asleep. The thought of that image was enough to send her into eternal slumber. "Are you still feeling unwell?" A voice emerged from the shadows. Wuyue turned to look, but the darkness obscured the figure entirely, making her wary of any reaction. She feared a sudden attack, believing the little female to genuinely feel unwell. Luo Bai approached with a roasted spiked beast, gently patting her back. "Get away." A wave of pungent odor assaulted her senses, turning her feigned nausea into reality. She quickly covered her mouth and dashed towards the moonlit cave entrance. Ugh! Luo Bai found himself momentarily at a loss, hastening to follow her. Halfway there, realization dawned as he glanced down at the fragrant roasted fish in his hand, recalling that it resembled Xiong Lai's preparation perfectly. In the next moment, he hurled it towards the horizon. After wiping his hands clean, he hurried towards the little female, calling Wuyue. Wuyue had no energy to engage, as this bout of nausea was far more intense than before. Jiao Bei, already vexed by the discarded, delectable roasted fish, was further irritated by Luo Bai's pitiful tone. Barking, "That spiked beast scent is overwhelming her. Stay away from her." Wuyue had never been so pleased by the words of the black snake before. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai stepped forward, observing the increasingly distressed little female, then retreated. Turning towards the bonfire, he picked up the prepared spiked beast and made his way to the riverbank. Jiao Bei, noticing the tiger's actions, paused in shock for a moment, then swiftly struck him aside with his tail, seizing the food with his claws, devouring it in just a few bites, grumbling, "You gluttonous beast! How could you waste something already prepared?" Luo Bai paid him no mind. Whether discarded or consumed by the black snake beast, it was essentially the same, as long as it didn't end up in the little female's stomach. It was all a loss. He turned and sprinted towards the river, having just handled the spiked beast, and the lingering odor clung to him. The cool night breeze gradually dissipated the stench. Wuyue, having finished vomiting, appeared pale and utterly weak, propping herself against a spot upwind. Her hand rested on her abdomen. She had never realized how torturous pregnancy could be. Once her favorite foods now seemed utterly repulsive. Was this the reason they so readily abandoned her, leaving her cornered by debtors in her home, too frightened to sleep at night? fearing a group of burly men would break through the door. Why? Why could she find no peace wherever she was? Her eyes gradually moistened, and her throat felt tight with emotion as she bit down hard on her lip, desperately trying to hold back her tears. But the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and ultimately, she could no longer contain her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Jiao Bei grimaced, having just witnessed her crying and vomiting. Not long after, Luo Bai returned, the foul odor completely washed away, his body now enveloped in a faint scent of mint. First, he rinsed off the dirt with water he had fetched, and after cleaning up, he took a bath and returned with fresh, crystal-clear spring water, cradling the little female who had cried herself to sleep from exhaustion. Under the moonlight, he noticed her reddened eyes, a pang of sorrow filling his heart as he carried her back towards the cave. We haven't even roasted the meat yet. Tomorrow. With a soft thud, Luo Bai gently rested Wuyue's head against his chest, using one hand to firmly cover her other ear. Only when the black snake beast outside tired of its raucous behavior did he finally place her on the stone bed. He pressed his hand against her abdomen a few times, leaned closer, and softly warned, "Be good." Transforming into his beast form, he nestled against the little female, bringing her closer to his belly. The stone bed lacked any cushioning. And while it didn't bother him, the delicate little female would undoubtedly be uncomfortable come morning. With his violet tiger eyes wide open, he gazed at the little female in his arms. His thoughts drifting far away, he had absorbed 2 spirit crystals, and his abdominal injury had healed somewhat, no longer threatening to open with every movement. The lightning element was the most effective against the black beasts. With a few more encounters, he would gain the confidence to confront the black snake beast head-on. Gently, the great tiger nuzzled against the little female's cheek. "I will take you to a safe place. Do not be afraid." The following day, Jiao Bei sat by the bonfire, watching as a beast and a female emerged, looking well-rested and in good spirits, which ignited his irritation. His crimson eyes burned like flames. "Get over here and roast the meat, or I cannot guarantee what I might do to your offspring." Luo Bai furrowed his brow but ultimately relented, placing Wuyue on his right side. He then took several better cuts of meat from the disfigured exotic beast on his left, applying a mixture of pungent leaf juice before placing it over the fire to roast. After quickly roasting several skewers, he tossed them to Jiao Bei. From the side, he retrieved the leaves he had collected the previous night. These leaves primarily served a cleansing purpose in his original tribe. Females would chew on them in the morning to maintain a fresh mouth throughout the day, even after consuming particularly strong-flavored foods. No lingering odors remained. After chewing a couple of pieces, Wuyue felt a refreshing sensation surge through her, akin to chewing on a dozen mint candies. The invigorating tang shot straight to her temples. The body trembled involuntarily for a moment, and the next second, a gentle hand pinched the chin. As Luo Bai's voice resonated, "Spit it out." Wuyue struggled against the hand, turning her head to expel the bitter leaves that had transformed in her mouth. She extended her tongue in discomfort. Luo Bai observed the almost contorted expression on her delicate face, which was the most vivid display of emotion he had seen in the past 2 days, accompanied by a hint of amusement on his handsome visage. However, he quickly composed himself. "Don't move." One large hand restrained her flailing hands, while the other lifted a cup of water from his side and brought it to Wuyue's lips, urging her to drink and wash away the bitterness. Glancing at the water drawn from the large barrel, it was evident it had been retrieved from the river. Furrowing his brow, she took a sip but then turned her head away, refusing to drink further. Luo Bai recalled the small pot perched by the fire on the back mountain, filled with water that the little female had drunk from. His gaze lowered slightly, suppressing the realization. He extended the cup once more, encouraging her to drink a bit more. As the bitter taste of the cool leaves lingered unpleasantly, he added, "This water is from the clear spring." Wuyue looked down at the water before her. Indeed, it was crystal clear, unlike some other waters that bore floating microorganisms. The bitterness had brewed in her mouth for far too long, intensifying its assault. She lowered her head slightly and took a few sips. Gurgle, Luo Bai felt as if he were facing an adversary, while Wuyue seemed indifferent, having already shed her shyness. Suddenly, Luo Bai swiftly lifted her and returned her to the warmth of the campfire. He carefully selected the tenderest portion from the newly acquired beast, meticulously preparing and roasting it. Gurgle. Wuyue rubbed her stomach, feeling the emptiness within gnawing at her. Just a little longer, that will set off shortly. The two voices echoed simultaneously. Luo turned to see Jiao Bei, his gaze ablaze with intensity, fixated on the meat in Luo Bai's hands to prevent the fellow from making an impulsive departure. Luo Bai placed the skewered meat Jiao Bei had prepared over the flames, ensuring a more meticulous approach this time. Wuyue observed with a calm demeanor, and for some inexplicable reason, a smile threatened to surface. Jiao Bei's antics resembled that of a child vying for adult attention, occasionally bouncing in front of them to assert his presence. Now that he had garnered attention and a toy, he seemed lost in his own world. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suppressed it. Childish indeed. She ought to be more concerned about herself. As the roasted meat drew near, Wuyue felt her empty stomach churn once more. And avoiding the meat, she bent over to gag. Luo Bai was bewildered. Hadn't the beast meat been palatable just yesterday? Jiao Bei, witnessing the scene, his blood-red eyes gleaming, snatched the roasted meat from Luo Bai's hands with a flick of his tail. Sated, he smugly declared, "In my experience, the tastes of pregnant females are quite fickle." Luo Bai muttered, "Changing every day." Jiao Bei nodded, expounding that what may have been disliked yesterday could be favored today, and vice versa. "How pretentious," he added as a final remark. Luo Bai paid no heed to Jiao Bei's last words. There was no need for his service, so why should he comment? If Luo Bai weren't injured, he would have surely given Jiao Bei a good clawing. As he gently stroked Wuyue's back, he began to ponder. The gagging was relentless, yielding nothing, leaving her unable to calm down. Tears streamed down her face. Luo Bai felt a pang of heartache, utterly at a loss for what to do. Back in the tribe, there were shamans, and he could consult other females who had borne young. But in this wilderness, there was no one. Jiao Bei tossed a few sour fruits over. "Try these sour fruits." Luo Bai was surprised to see Jiao Bei had managed to procure sour fruits, hastily catching them and bringing them to Wuyue's lips. She quickly grasped them and took a bite. The tart flavor finally quelled the tumult in her stomach. Seeing the effect, Luo Bai's hand gently caressed Wuyue's belly, seemingly reassured that the young one within was all right. And he exhaled in relief that he then accepted several different pieces of beast meat Jiao Bei offered. Wuyue sampled each, and without exception, they were all rejected. When it came to the last piece, Jiao Bei eagerly eyed the final morsel of roasted meat. What had once been appealing now appeared utterly repulsive to Wuyue. With the closing of her eyes, she fainted. Luo Bai tossed the meat to Jiao Bei, pausing momentarily before placing his hand on her belly to check on the young one before wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Observing her feeble, pallid state, he felt a deep ache in his heart. Jiao Bei, having gorged himself, pranced back to the cave, the prior notion of setting off now rendered impossible. Wuyue had been retching for several days, expelling everything she encountered. During these days, Jiao Bei had grumbled while hunting various beasts nearby. Returning with one after another in just a few days, they had tried most of the available beast meat, yet Wuyue survived solely on sour fruits, visibly losing weight. Luo Bai was growing increasingly anxious. Shedding fur daily, they had found no edible roasted meat, and the number of sour fruits dwindled to but a few. Before they could finish the remaining ones, they had to reach the next growth area for sour fruits. The place they had previously passed had already been stripped of them, that if they continued without consuming meat or replenishing nutrition, not only would the survival of the young one be in jeopardy, but the pregnant female herself might not endure. It was a self-inflicted predicament. Had he not abandoned her, the beast patterns would have provided energy for both the female and the young one. Jiao Bei once again rolled up the abandoned roasted meat, oblivious to the fleeting pallor on Luo Bai's face. Smacking his lips, he pointed at the discarded beast, continuing, "This is the Huang Miao beast, the fiercest and most united among that forest of beasts, and it's the last one." Luo Bai sighed, swiftly retrieving the meat and placing it over the flames to roast. Wuyue's lips were pale, her gaze fixated on the campfire. This state of merely watching, yet being unable to eat, was torturous for her. It was not only the discomfort from prolonged hunger, but also the toll on her spirit. During the more violent bouts of retching, her head spun, and everything before her became a blur, leaving her in a daze and utterly unwell. When Jiao Bei mentioned this was the last beast, her heart raced with urgency. The roasted meat drew nearer. The familiar aroma wafted towards her, yet it felt different. Even at a certain distance, it still smelled enticing. Her dimmed eyes sparkled at this moment, fixated on the roasted meat without blinking. Seeing this, Luo Bai quickly tore off a small piece, cautious not to take too large a portion. After consuming a strip, there was no adverse reaction. With a piece down, the female exhibited no signs of discomfort. It was confirmed she could eat. Luo Bai finally relaxed, his hand instinctively brushing over her still flat belly. His spirits lifted as he turned the roasted meat in his hands, silently listing the Huang Miao beast among those he could hunt, even considering it his primary target. For these past few days, the little female had either been retching or on the verge of retching, making it a rare sight to see her eyeing a piece of roasted meat with desire. His gaze shifted to a certain snake, glistening with grease, as all his energy had been devoted to the female, leaving no time for the spirit crystal to absorb any energy. The upcoming hunts would still rely on this black snake beast. With these thoughts, he handed over a piece of meat that had been roasted to a satisfactory degree. Jiao Bei, seeing there was more, eagerly snatched it and gulped it down whole, mumbling, "This beast is indeed better than yesterday's." Luo Bai nodded in agreement. It was certainly much improved, the cutting process smoother than before. Jiao Bei's blood-red eyes glanced at Wuyue, remarking, "You, female, look quite pale. If you stay here any longer, your young one may be in peril. The peculiar white moo beast is unique to this area. It must first indulge before returning." Luo Bai nodded in agreement. Finally encountering meat that could be consumed, Wuyue sighed in relief. Lying on the stone bed, arms wrapped around herself, she pondered over Xiong. In the Wild's tribe, Xiong carried a moderately sized strange beast on one shoulder, while tossing spirit crystals in the other hand, his face betraying an undeniable joy, though this beast was not particularly large. Its taste was exquisite, making it one of the most favored among females. This very beast was gifted to Amu by the beast father many years ago. Hunting the crimson blood beast was a testament to male prowess. This was also the reason why their hunting party returned to the tribe a few days later than expected. Unexpectedly, several crimson blood beasts had suddenly appeared to their left, upholding the principle that not striking was akin to being a foolish beast. They engaged, not anticipating that it would take them 4 days to catch just one each. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, they extracted the beast from the spatial beastman's domain to showcase their capability. Once inside the tribe, the beastmen carrying the crimson blood beast approached their chosen females. Xiong, undeterred, strode toward the back mountain, his face alight with smiles. It had been 10 days since he last saw Xiaoguai. He wondered if she had cried. He sought out Amu for a visit, knowing Amu to be exceedingly kind. Surely, the little female would not reject him. Observing his actions, the tribe's beastmen fell silent in unison. Xiongbai called out to halt him. Xiong scratched his head. "Beast father, what brings you here?" Xiongbai paused for a few seconds, suppressing the urge to chastise this foolish cub. "Follow me. No. I want to see the little female." His tone was laced with urgency. Had he possessed wings, he would have taken flight immediately. Xiongbai seized him by the scruff of his neck and led him out of the tribe. "Beast father, let me go. I need to find Xiaoguai." Xiong voice echoed from outside, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the tribe's beastmen. Xiongbai brought him to the back mountain and stated, "A 7th-tier black snake beast appeared outside the tribe a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Xiong sensed something amiss and abandoned the crimson blood beast to dash toward the cave. Xiaoguai. However, there was no response. The interior remained unchanged. The alluring aura that had captivated him vanished. "Beast father, why didn't you send a beastman to check on her?" Xiongbai slapped him down to the ground. Dazed from the impact, Xiong gradually regained his senses. A beastman. Nothing was more important than his female, Amu's mate. Aside from beast father, was a 6th-tier beast. Regardless of whether they ventured forth, no beastman could protect his little female from a 7th-tier black snake beast. How terrified she must be. He struck his own face in frustration. It was his fault for going hunting, After delivering a few heavy blows to himself, his arm was seized. Xiong lay crouched on the ground, clutching his head and weeping. You're too loud. Stop crying. Show some beastly demeanor. Xiong Lai was entirely engulfed in guilt, while Xiong Bai pulled him up, roughly wiping his tears with a piece of beast skin. If you keep crying, that little female will be in even greater danger. Regaining his composure, Xiong Lai hoarsely inquired, which direction did the black beast go? Xiong Bai did not respond, merely stating, haven't you always wanted to know how I reached the 8th tier? Follow me. Xiong Lai fell silent for a moment before trailing behind. He was determined to find Xiao Guai, even if it meant seeking vengeance. He needed to elevate his strength. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to avenge her, but he might also become a mere offering. As they walked, Xiong Lai recognized their destination, the prickly fruit forest and a nut forest where he had previously brought the little female. Xiong Bai did not halt until they reached the depths where no beast man had ever tread. Pointing to the most lush area, he said, this is it. Go in. Xiong Lai approached, pushing aside the dense undergrowth, revealing a dark cave before him. The reason I never told you before was that you had nothing worth protecting with all your might. Xiong Bai stood behind, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Xiao Lai, your little female is waiting for you. Xiong Lai gazed at the dark cavern, veins bulging on his forehead, his chest heaving with fear. With a roar, he transformed into his beast form and charged into the cave. The black and white figure soon merged with the shadows. Xiong Bai stood silently for a moment before rearranging the underbrush to its original state and turned back toward the tribe. Along the way, he picked up the abandoned crimson blood beast and returned to his cave. Qing Lan, cradling her noticeably swollen pregnant belly, eagerly inquired upon Xiong Bai's return. How did it go? His resolve is strong. The chances of success are high. That's good. Qing Lan sighed in relief, uncertain if the little female could endure. With Luo Bai present, the danger should be manageable, but minor risks remained. Qing Lan sighed again, rubbing her belly in silence. The eagle beastman Taiyu observed the scene, processing the strange beast while teasing Xiong Bai. Xiao Lai's talent surpasses yours. Do you think he will outdo you upon his return? It is only natural for my offspring to surpass me. The white tiger beastman chimed in. You should refrain from being too proud. Once Xiao Lai emerges, you might be the first to receive a beating. Breaking through the ranks means nothing. It doesn't imply that little cub can defeat me, his beast father. Qing Lan, noticing tensions rising, intervened. Let's not fight. Xiao Lai is still just a cub. Meanwhile, Jiao Bei, addicted to hunting the yellow moo beasts, engaged in daily creative hunting, while Luo Bai took on the role of a barbecue assistant. After several consecutive days of consuming grilled meat, Yin Wuyue could no longer tolerate the absence of other foods. She was unable to relieve herself. While on the back mountain, there had been fruits and vegetables, particularly sweet potatoes, and she had never considered whether she could expel waste. But now, she felt miserable and withdrawn. Jiao Bei glanced at the nearby forest, reluctantly stating, Tomorrow, let us venture to my lair. There are green vegetables and fruits there. Yin Yue's eyes lit up at the mention of these two words. She had never appreciated fruits and vegetables as much as she did today. Luo Bai nodded, glancing at the sky. It was still early, and they could hunt a few more yellow moo beasts. Jiao Bei flicked his tail, pulling Yin Wuyue into his space, then waved at Luo Bai. Noticing the tiger beast behind him remained still, he urged, What are you standing there for? Let us go. Giving a foolish expression. You don't really think I'm foolish, do you? Your performance was so clumsy that even a black beast would have noticed. Luo Bai was startled. His internal energy stirred. Quickly, this is all meat prepared for your female. Don't he expect me to do everything? I have no interest in providing for other beast females, unless it's mine. Luo Bai stared at Jiao Bei's departing figure, dazed for a few seconds before transforming back into his beast form and sprinting in his direction. The black snake beast had somehow begun referring to the little female as your female. Now that the little female was in his space, contemplating anything else was pointless. His injuries had healed significantly. If anything were to happen to the black snake beast, he would risk everything to ensure the little female reached the white tiger tribe safely. By the time he caught up, Jiao Bei had already strangled a young yellow moo beast. Yuri quite slow. Luo Bai remained silent, crouched low, preparing to pounce on a nearby yellow moo beast. The two beasts worked in tandem, quickly filling Jiao Bei's space. Let the little female out. She'll feel stifled in your space and may vomit. Jiao Bei glanced at him, pouting. We need to get moving. Wazati had said for tomorrow. I just sensed a familiar aura from a certain location. A hoarse voice interjected. Jiao Bei, it's been years. Uve made some progress. Haven to you? If we knew, she would surely be pleased. Only then did Luo Bai realize that they were surrounded by a dozen black beasts. When did this happen? Luo Bai transformed once more into his beast form, his violet tiger eyes warily fixated on the suddenly materialized leader of the black beasts. Though he was injured, it did not imply that his senses were compromised. The only scenarios that could render him utterly oblivious were either that every black beast present was of a higher rank than he, or that within their ranks was an entity possessing a unique ability, such as invisibility. He leaned his body towards Jiao Bei's direction, yet felt the tremors of the black snake beast by his side. This was troubling. He called out, Jiao Bei. Jiao Bei's teeth ground together, producing a harsh sound. There is one among them with a special ability to conceal their presence, and the most sinister one has yet to reveal itself. Be cautious. In the next moment, he reverted to his beast form. At this, Luo Bai felt a renewed sense of alertness. The fact that this black snake beast referred to another as sinister indicated that it was certainly no ordinary foe, that a frontal assault may be easily countered. But treachery is far more elusive. The leading black wolf beast shifted its head and proclaimed, Surrender the female and all the Huang Mo beasts. Jiao Bei leaned closer to Luo Bai's ear, whispering, How much of your strength have you recovered? 50%, that's sufficient. Luo Bai did not catch his words clearly. Remaining vigilant, he inquired again, What did you say? Jiao Bei snorted lightly. It's nothing, I can handle them all by myself. With that, he charged forward. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback by this sudden offensive. The opposing forces had not yet lowered their guard. However, after a brief pause, he too surged into the fray. Together, they might have a chance to break through the encirclement. If he waited until Jiao Bei was seriously injured, he feared he would be incapable of rescuing the female unharmed. Without a thought for revealing his presence, a brilliant violet lightning ability crackled and surged toward the cluster of black beasts nearby. The black wolf beast, engaged with Jiao Bei, let out a derisive laugh. I never imagined you would ever ally with the beastmen. Enough with the chatter, as he lashed out with his tail. He expelled a thick cloud of black mist from his mouth, declaring, I shall see you perish here today. The grass beneath and the surrounding trees were all consumed, melting into a pool of black water. Soon, the dense black smoke enveloped the entire area, obscuring the fierce battle within, which could only be glimpsed through the violet arcs of electricity. The scent of blood grew increasingly potent, and crimson gradually seeped beyond the black mist, staining the soil. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. Bang! A shadowy figure was hurled out, rolling several times before it did not rush back into the mist, but rather clutched a green pendant that had been kicked out alongside it. Desperately fleeing southward, blood streamed from its wounds, creating a trail behind Luo Bai. Soon after, two more black beasts burst forth from a mist, pursuing the direction Luo Bai had fled. Inside the black fog, darkness reigned, yet the spattering of blood increased in volume. Approximately half an hour later, the black mist dissipated, revealing a massive black snake subdued by 5 or 6 black beasts, its vital point pinned beneath a wolf's claw. Scales lay scattered about, and the flesh underneath was torn and bloody, presenting a gruesome sight. Jiao Bei, how is it that you remain as foolish as before, throwing away your life for a female? Hanabi! Jiao Bei spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to speak. Sha Luo, it is you who is more pitiable, for you possess no female to lose. Sha Luo's wolfish face contorted, and the pressure of his claws intensified. Jiao Bei clenched his jaws, refusing to utter a sound. That a smaller black snake beast spoke up. Sha Luo, spare him. Let us see the fate of that little female. Such tender flesh must surely be more delectable than Wuyue. Upon hearing this, Sha Luo laughed heartily and released Jiao Bei, though he had no intention of letting him off easily. After retracting his claws, he stomped down brutally on the spot just beneath Jiao Bei's vital point. The crisp sound of cracking echoed. Jiao Bei writhed in agony, his serpentine body contorting, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seeing that his anticipated effect had not been achieved, Sha Luo's expression twisted with rage, his chest heaving with dissatisfaction as he lifted his foot to strike again, only to be halted by an outstretched arm. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sha Luo quickly stepped aside, casting one last contemptuous glance at Jiao Bei. Do you think she can escape? She will meet the same fate as your Wuyue. What a pity you were so cowardly before. Jiao Bei chose to close his eyes, refusing to engage further. Yet, with his eyes shut, long-buried memories resurfaced, vivid images of the female who had smiled so gently at him, tearing at his heart with unbearable pain. If only he had been braver, like Luo Bai. Infiltrating the ranks of the Black Beasts, perhaps his Wuyue would still be alive. Alas, having spent too long with that insufferable brat, he had grown Na'vi. Even if given another chance, they would not spare Wuyue. He would still lose her to— Sha Luo. This little brat is actually crying. The surrounding Black Beasts abandoned their meals and approached Jiao Bei, mocking him. Truly a weakling, abandoning a female to flee. Just a moment ago. I thought you had some backbone. But look at you, sneaking off to weep? Are you searching for your mother? Wanted her soothe you? Jiao Bei lacked the strength to even cover his ears. The loss of blood, rendering his consciousness increasingly faint. Luo Bai, you must save your female. Wuyue, I am sorry. Xiao Bei spoke out of turn. In the end, only the awareness of time passing remained. The scorching sun baked the earth, and on the charred ground, the massive serpent's body swelled rapidly. Before the encroaching black beast could react, with a resounding boom, it exploded. The terrifying energy unleashed a whirlwind of dust. Nearby black beasts were swept away by the force of the self-detonation, leaving not a trace behind. This moment, Luo Bai had already fled a considerable distance, yet he could still hear the thunderous roar of the explosion. In the next instant, the green pendant he had been clutching lost some of its luster, and Yin Wuyue along with a group of Huang Mo beasts tumbled out, startled by the sight of the beast corpses that nearly engulfed her. Yin Wuyue exclaimed what happened. With no answer, a tail encircled her beneath the chest, lifting her onto the black tiger's back. Hold on tight, Luo Bai commanded. Instinctively, she grasped the black fur at the nape of its neck, only to feel a warm trickle of blood. Glancing down, she saw her hands stained with red. She intended to shift her grip, but the tiger beast had already surged forward. The instinct for survival compelled her to clutch the tufts of fur even tighter. Accompanied by the howling winds, behind her came the heavy breaths of pursuers. Yin Wuyue dared not look back, terrified of encountering a massive serpent's head, fearing that her moment of weakness would jeopardize Luo Bai. Her heart raced with fear. Uncertain of how much time passed, the wind whipped her face into a daze, its speed slicing like a blade against her skin. Suddenly, the wind seemed to lessen, and the tiger beneath her grew increasingly labored in its breathing. Yin Wuyue cautiously lifted her head from the bloodied fur, her voice hoarse from disuse. She whispered, Luo Bai. At that moment, the tiger stumbled, lurching forward. Instinctively, Yin Wuyue protected her abdomen. Luo Bai reacted swiftly, cushioning her with his body. Though she remained unharmed, the black beasts were still in pursuit, a claw gleaming with a cold light swiped at her, so close that she could see the thick bloodstains. Deep red and brown clots formed at the base. Upon seeing this, Yin Wuyue's breath caught in her throat, frozen in place as danger approached. There was no time. Luo Bai swiftly rolled over, shielding her beneath him. Roar. 5 more claw marks were added to his back. Blood immediately gushing forth, that it dripped onto Yin Wuyue's face. The warmth slowly restoring her voice. Luo Bai. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Luo Bai sheltered her beneath his abdomen, whispering softly, do not fear. However, he was indeed in a state of injury. Grappling with a formidable 7th-tier black beast and a 6th-tier black beast, all while trying to protect the small female beneath him, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. S wounds multiplied, blood dripped endlessly onto Yin Wuyue's face and body, scalding her like molten metal. Witnessing this gruesome scene, an overwhelming terror rendered her voiceless, her heartbeat nearly ceasing, and the tears she had long suppressed surged forth, pouring silently, accompanied by sharp pains in her abdomen. Yet, The blood mole on her palm emitted a red glow, coursing through her meridians to her abdomen, and the original pain vanished in an instant. Roar. What a troublesome foe. The six-tier black beast lunged at Luo Bai from behind, its sharp black claws carving an arc through the air. Breathless, Luo Bai twisted around, his left forepaw fiercely slashing towards the belly of the six-tier black beast. Slash, puff, in slaying the six-tier black beast. Luo Bai sustained a deep gash on the center of his tiger face. He retracted his claws and unleashed a long-anticipated lightning orb towards the seventh-tier black beast, although it succeeded in repelling the creature. The damage inflicted was minimal. Nevertheless, it afforded him a moment to catch his breath as he swiftly leaped between Wuyue and the seventh-tier black beast. Wuyue, retreat. Do not be afraid. I am here. Wuyue yearned to rise, but an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped her, rendering her as immobile as if under the effects of a paralysis powder. Internally, she screamed for escape, yet her weak legs offered no support. Desperately, she pounded her legs, sobbing, "You must go. Hurry, you will die. Do not fear." Luo Bai flicked his tail and gently patted her arm to offer comfort. Gradually, he advanced towards the remaining seventh-tier black beast, attempting to widen the gap between them. Observing this, the seventh-tier black beast did not rush in, instead following Luo Bai's lead and slowly retreating. With the leader dead, only the tiger beast man, barely clinging to life, remained to protect the delicate female. If he could eliminate the tiger beast man, this fragile little female would be his to enjoy entirely. It would be far more pleasurable to have her intact. With a lecherous gaze, he scanned Wuyue, ultimately landing a mocking look on Luo Bai, questioning whether he could truly protect her in his weakened state. Luo Bai gasped for breath, every muscle taut. He was the first to initiate the attack. His energy and abilities were waning. Prolonging the battle would only escalate the danger. Swallowing all the spirit crystals in one go, the surge of vitality caused his wounds to reopen, but a swift resolution was necessary. His fierce claws pierced through his fur, embedding deeply into his flesh, producing a sickening sound as blood sprayed forth. Yet Luo Bai seemed to forget the pain entirely, recklessly launching his assault. Lightning and black mist intertwined. Blood splattered across the entire battlefield. Wuyue stared in a daze, her tear-filled eyes reflecting the thick crimson fog, while the sunset appeared to lose its color at that moment. Time slipped away, the fiery crimson sinking into the horizon, the remnants of the sun's warmth consumed by the encroaching dusk. The two massive black beasts, relying solely on brute force, began to gnaw at one another. With a thunderous crash, the black wolf fell. However, the battle-scarred black tiger, despite its victory, collapsed heavily onto the ground. Little one. The black tiger slowly crawled towards the stunned female, its front paws injured in battle, propelling its body with its hind legs that a trail of blood trailed behind it. Yet its eyes remained resolute as it advanced, in what felt like a mere jump's distance. It drained the last remnants of its life force to cover the short span. Upon reaching the small female, gazing at her vacant, lifeless expression, it laboriously raised its tiger head and gently licked her hand, tender and lingering. "Do not be afraid." The warmth of its touch brought Wuyue back to her senses, her trembling hand yearning to caress the black tiger. Yet the multitude of wounds left her hand suspended in midair, unable to act. She murmured, Luo Bai responded softly, "Do not fear." His calm voice shattered Wuyue, causing her to weep uncontrollably. Desperately embracing the massive tiger head, she felt warmth pooling in her palms, tears cascading down like a broken dam. "Luo Bai, please don't die." Each tear fell upon him, striking his heart, and Luo Bai, summoning his remaining strength, attempted to wipe her tears away, but gradually halted. The little female preferred cleanliness while he was drenched in blood. Shifting his body, he began to slump to the side. "Luo Bai," Wuyue exclaimed in alarm. The tiger's mouth opened, as if trying to speak. Wuyue pressed her ear closer, suppressing her sobs to listen. "Rest." The faint whisper, carried away by the wind, felt ephemeral and elusive. Tears welled anew in her eyes, her face contorting in distress as her voice trembled. "All right. Then rest for a while, Luo Bai. I'm scared alone." Seeing the little female's uncontrollable tears ignited a piercing pain in Luo Bai's heart. He struggled to open his tiger eyes, wishing to provide her with a sense of safety. Yin Wuye's cries clouded her mind. The emotional turmoil caused her abdomen to twist with pain, prompting her to furrow her brow in an effort to steady her breathing. The blood mole in her palm emitted a faint red glow. Yin Wuyue touched her abdomen, surprised to find the pain easing. Glancing down, she thought the little one was safe after all. She sighed in relief. This could not continue. She must take action. Even though beastmen possessed formidable recovery abilities, Luo Bai's severe injuries would surely lead to his demise. Without the protection of a male, she would face certain death in this wilderness teeming with feral beasts. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the pile of beast carcasses nearby that a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. How could there be more? Her attention was then caught by a green pendant on the ground. Its luster entirely faded, resembling a once-cherished treasure now covered in dust. However, she could not afford to ponder this anomaly. Her focus shifted back to the beast corpses. She recalled what Xiong Lai had once said. The spirit crystals within beasts could elevate male beastmen. While their meat was beneficial for females, if the meat possessed energy that was advantageous for the males, it surely held benefits for females as well. With this thought, she wiped her tears away and stumbled towards the pile of beasts. Barefoot, she navigated the ground littered with dry branches and stones, circling the heap. She remembered there being a bone knife and flint in the space she had. Yet despite her thorough search, she found nothing. Her feet had already begun to bleed. Turning to glance at Luo Bai, who had unknowingly closed his eyes, a sense of urgency gripped her. She directly reached out, attempting to forcefully tear apart the pile of beasts. Forgetting entirely her own lack of strength. "Dear host, you can use the space to transport." The long-absent Xiao Ba jolted Yin Wuyue back to reality. Reminding her of her spatial abilities, she quickly began to transfer the beast carcasses into her space. Discarding those that could not fit further away. Beneath the pile, she indeed discovered a bone knife and 2 pieces of flint. Unfortunately, any items like stone pots had been crushed beyond use, grasping the half-meter-long 5-kilogram bone knife, both sides sharpened. Yin Wuyue carefully positioned the knife against the abdomen of a yellow-striped beast. She then hurriedly walked aside, discarding the beast and collecting 5 or 6 stones that she could carry. She began striking the stones against the blade of the bone knife. Ugh! The tiger's mouth was rendered numb from the shock, and its sharp edges left deep cuts in her palm. After taking a moment to recover, she resumed striking the bone knife with a stone. After expending most of her strength, she managed to carve out a piece of meat, brushing back her drenched hair with the back of her hand. She stowed away the mangled remains of the exotic beast and the small chunk of meat into her spatial pouch. Returning to the side of Luo Bai, she gazed at the motionless tiger body. Her heart racing with panic as she extended her hand beneath the tiger's nose. Feeling the faint breath, she sighed in relief, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. There was still life, still life. Sniffling, she took a deep breath, propping the bone knife upright with a few stones, leaving only a small opening. She retrieved the large piece of meat from her spatial pouch and forcefully tossed it onto the knife's edge, rubbing it to slice through. Exhausted, her small face glistened with sweat until she reduced the meat to a size no larger than her palm, wiping the dirty areas with the back of her hand. She turned towards the tiger's head, gently nudging Luo Bai with her hands, whispering, Luo Bai, Luo Bai." Not sensing a response, her heart began to race, her voice inadvertently rising, "Do not be afraid." Upon hearing the voice, Yin Wuyue's tears spilled over once again. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "How are you? I've cut some exotic beast meat." She waved the meat in front of the tiger's eyes. "Can you chew this much?" However, Luo Bai's gaze was fixated on her palm, which should have been carefully tended to, now marred with bloodstains. Yin Wuyue leaned against the tiger's head, staring into its eyes, which were the size of her fist, clear yet imbued with solitude. Her lips quivered as she quickly averted her gaze, sliding the meat towards the knife's edge. With a choked voice, she remarked, "If you can't chew it, I'll cut it smaller." Once prepared, she lifted the tiger's head, placing a stone beneath it before stuffing the meat inside. Xiong Lai had mentioned that the meat of exotic beasts was quite nourishing. Luo Bai struggled to swallow the meat, emitting low growls of pain. As Yin Wuyue fed him, she observed Luo Bai's abnormal forelegs. She lacked experience in first aid, and all she could see around her was the wilderness. Xiaoba was merely a recognition system. Luo Bai painstakingly finished the piece of meat she had fed him, the energy from the exotic beast meat restoring some of his strength. Exotic beast. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuyue's red eyes sparkled with hope. Can you still eat? Luo Bai let out a low growl. She understood immediately and swiftly stowed away the stones and bone knife, retrieving another piece of meat from the exotic beast she had butchered. The hide of this yellow moo beast was particularly thick, with a notch that would aid Luo Bai in conserving energy. After several adjustments, she positioned the wound as close as possible to Luo Bai's mouth. The sight of the meat being torn apart was gruesome, causing Yin Wuyue to avert her gaze in discomfort. Yet, she dared not move away, sliding down to sit on the ground beside the exotic beast. As her tension eased, pain surged through her body. Particularly, the wound on her palm throbbed painfully. She retrieved a small piece of beast hide from her spatial pouch, diligently wiping the blood from her palm. The numerous lacerations varied in depth, but thankfully, no foreign debris was lodged within the wounds to in this desolate wilderness. Finding hemostatic herbs was impossible, leaving her to endure the bleeding. Her feet were also a bloody mess. Gritting her teeth, she first wiped the area with the beast hide before beginning to extract the small foreign objects embedded within. Delving into the flesh to remove foreign matter caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead as her entire body trembled. Luo Bai hastened his eating. Crack! The sound of biting into something hard was unsettling. Luo Bai rejoiced as his teeth shattered the spirit crystal, channeling the energy within into his injured forepaws. Hearing the commotion, Yin Wuyue feared something had gone awry and cautiously peered around. Luo Bai. I'm fine, Luo Bai replied, rising to his feet. Before Yin Wuyue could retract her gaze, she was startled by the sudden sight of him. You need to lie down and rest. Healing from serious injuries takes time. Even a beast man with exceptional recovery abilities couldn't possibly be healed in an instant, could they? However, in the next moment, the familiar tail entwined around her chest, lifting her off the ground as he leaped into the air, her view suddenly soaring. Yin Wuyue gasped, "Do not be afraid." Luo Bai's voice was hoarse, warning her of the dangers posed by the exotic beasts lurking in the night. I will take you directly to the White Tiger tribe. It is safe there. Before she could respond, the black tiger beneath her began to move. Fortunately, it was the warm season. Otherwise, the fierce winds would have surely made her ill by the next day. She fully lay atop the tiger's back, struggling to speak. Luo Bai, your injuries are still not healed, that we should rest in the original cave for a night before searching for the tribe. Luo Bai heard her, but did not slow his pace. Time was of the essence. Before he collapsed, he needed to ensure the little female was in a safe place. With all his strength, his seventh-tier prowess was unrestrained, forcing a group of exotic beasts and black beasts that sought to charge forward to retreat. The most challenging adversaries were those on the brink of death, particularly the dying beastmen who would drag others down with them in their last moments. Along the path Luo Bai raced. Countless pairs of green eyes observed intently. Yin Wuyue felt the hairs on her body stand on end beneath their gaze, causing a chill to run down her spine. Uneasy, she pressed herself closer against the tiger's back. Thankfully, no green eyes approached. Their swift journey finally halted at the break of dawn. Luo Bai panted heavily, collapsing onto the ground. Yin Wuyue dared not move hastily, her hands awkwardly resting on her chest. Trembling as she asked, Luo Bai, are you all right? Luo Bai roared towards the forest, and after a moment, a responding roar echoed back. Using his tail, he gently lowered the little female. It's all right now. You're safe. Yin Wuyue's legs gave way, and she knelt down, having maintained one position throughout the night, her legs now numb and slowly recovering, causing her to grimace in discomfort. Fortunately, the skin on the inner thigh remained unbroken. It was indeed a peculiar constitution. Luo Bai, feeling ashamed, nudged Yin Wuyue's cheek with his head. I'm sorry. Yin Wuyue turned her head to meet his gaze, locking eyes with a pair of extraordinarily beautiful purple ones. Seemingly filled with starlight, for a moment she was entranced, snapping back to reality as she coughed lightly. Returning to the original topic, you need not apologize. I have yet to thank you for saving me." With sincerity, she added, "Thank you, Luo Bai." Immediately, she noticed the once bright purple eyes dimming slightly. Wuyue understood the implication but could not respond, awkwardly averting her gaze. She had already resolved to establish a family with Xianglai, and the prospect of becoming a mother was unexpected. Luo Bai observed, feeling a mix of relief and melancholy. He was relieved that the little female harbored no feelings for him. When he perished, she would not grieve. A startled exclamation drew his attention. "Luo Bai, let me see your forelegs." Wuyue realized she needed to examine Luo Bai's forelegs, only to find them pinned beneath him. She scolded, "You're already injured. Don't press down on them." Luo Bai tilted his head slightly. "It's fine. Lying like this is more comfortable." Wuyue looked on suspiciously, noting how his forepaws were tucked beneath his belly. And combined with the slight tilt of his head, the intimidation usually conveyed by his pure black fur was somewhat diminished, making him appear exceedingly docile. He bore little resemblance to a formidable seventh-tier beastman, instead resembling an adorable little kitten. Were all animals like this when resting? The question lingered in her mind. Despite having had a phone since she was 12, she had always focused on her studies, aiming for a good university to escape her home. Thus, her phone was primarily used for research and learning. She had never visited a zoo and had never seen a tiger in repose. Yet, she refused to give up, her mind straining to recall the resting postures of wild animals. Yes, they were all creatures of nature. Their habits should be somewhat similar, right? Thus, perhaps this is how tigers rest. Luo Bai watched as her skepticism transformed into tentative belief and finally to understanding, feeling torn between laughter and tears. However, upon noticing that the little female had shifted her focus away from his forelimbs, he secretly sighed in relief. Whether she could be easily deceived was a matter for a future beast husband to worry about. Was the spirit crystal truly that potent? Upon hearing the little female's murmured words, still laden with confusion, Luo Bai's eyes sparkled with amusement as he raised his head proudly, gazing at the little female's vivacious and delicate face. Now feeling secure, Wuyue's taut nerves relaxed, and her voice, sweet and soft, accompanied by the gentle curve of her bright eyes, spoke, "By the way, you've been running all night. I've captured quite a few exotic beasts. I have already showcased them from her space in front of Luo Bai, who risked his life to rescue her. Moreover, she is now carrying his offspring, so there is no way this secret could possibly leak out. Whether I demonstrate it once or twice in front of him is inconsequential." Luo Bai shook his head, saying, "I am not hungry." He leaned in closer and whispered, "Do not speak of secrets. Only the shaman of the great tribe possesses such powers." Although he was puzzled as to why the little female had a space, he did not delve deeper into the matter. The orc's keen sense of smell would detect the blood of exotic beasts, akin to that of a dog. Wuyue frowned, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. "Then let us switch to something else." After scanning her surroundings to ensure there was no sign of danger, she produced the beast meat that Xianglai had processed. "You can eat this for now. And once we reach the tribe, I will discreetly provide you with exotic beast meat to consume and absorb the spirit crystal for healing." Within her space, there were still 5 or 6 yellow mook beasts left, and a single crystal core could restore Luo Bai to this state. Those 5 or 6 cores could surely recover at least half of his strength. Seeing that the tiger had yet to eat, her hand holding the meat began to tremble, urging him, "Luo Bai, please eat quickly. My hand is getting sore." Reluctantly, Luo Bai bit down and swallowed the morsel whole. Wuyue continued to feed him several more pieces, while her own stomach began to rumble. Scanning her surroundings once more, she realized there were no suitable dry branches to gather. Rubbing her belly, she glanced at the raw meat in her space and ultimately abandoned the idea of eating. "Never mind, I shall wait until we reach the tribe." Yawning again, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and she quickly blinked them away, stifling her fatigue. Luo Bai chuckled, "Why not take a nap on me? They won't be out for a while." Having spent the night in fear and unable to sleep, Wuyue was suddenly overcome by drowsiness, disregarding everything else as she laid down on the grass and fell asleep. Only when the sound of her steady breathing reached him did Luo Bai flick his tail and gently shift the little female onto his belly to rest. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, she did not stir at all. Luo Bai gazed tenderly at her, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated pain. 3 miles north of the White Tiger tribe, 5 tiger orcs who were preparing to go hunting suddenly heard a roar from the direction of the forest. A signal for assembly. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously transformed into their beast forms, changed direction, and hastened away. Among them, 2 yellow and black-striped tigers sped forward a few paces to run alongside the leading white tiger. Ming Ming, that sound seems familiar, don't you think? Came the reply, as Ming Ming quickened his pace. What did that mean? The yellow tiger orc also accelerated to keep up. Hey, Ming Ming, just say it outright. The other 4 tiger orcs shook their heads, increasing their speed. Ming Ming raced ahead, his mind drifting back to the silhouette of his brother when he had left, the brother he admired most, who had been forced to abandon the tribe by that worthless scum. Although he did not understand why, after several years his brother had returned, he deemed it a good thing that he was willing to come back. Unconsciously, he overlooked the logical inconsistencies in his thoughts, eagerly heading toward the source of the roar. However, even with their haste, the 5 tigers took considerable time to navigate through the forest's dense traps before finally arriving at their destination. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, Ming Ming involuntarily took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Luo Bai's current state was unmistakable to him as an orc. The excessive use of his powers had caused his energy source to collapse. Not to mention the multitude of injuries covering his body. The front claws, hidden beneath his frame, were in an unexplainable position. What kind of tiger orc lays in such a contorted manner? Luo Bai looked at him with calm eyes and softly called out, Ming Ming. Ming Ming snapped back to reality, his voice trembling as he asked, Brother, who hurt you? Yin Wuyue, startled awake by his sharp tone, trembled and instinctively recoiled, meeting the fierce gaze of the large tiger head, causing her to jump back in fright. Luo Bai noticed her reaction and gently nudged her with his head, softly reassuring her, Do not be afraid. They're all orcs from the White Tiger tribe. Ming Ming pursed his lips, transforming into his human form, his emotions gradually returning to their usual calm, yet the anger in his eyes intensified. Is this your female? He pointed at Yun Wuyue, scrutinizing her to discern what made her so special that his brother would abandon the dignity he once held dear to bring her back. Observing her timid demeanor, he let out a derisive snort. Cowardly and ugly. After a couple of glances, he shifted his gaze away. The 4 orcs behind him, upon realizing she was a female, rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. Noticing that the little female was frightened by Ming Ming's beast form, they all promptly transformed back into their human forms. Little female, I am Tyler, and once the hot season passes, I will be a 7th tier. And me. Another tall tiger orc squeezed through, I am Roby, and I am already a 7th tier. Upon finishing, he puffed out his chest proudly in the very next moment, Yin Wuyue's head, which had lifted in response, drooped down in embarrassment, her gaze shifting away. This group of orcs was indeed more flamboyant than the last. Turning to escape, she found herself staring into a pair of captivating purple eyes, filled entirely with her image. Instinctively, she called out, Luo Bai. When he did not respond, she reached out her right hand and discreetly poked the black tiger's belly, her expression one of innocent pleading, thinking her attempts were well-concealed, obedient. But Luo Bai is truly not suitable for taking care of the little female. Look at all the wounds on his hands and feet. Why make her suffer so much before bringing her back? Luo Bai ignored the other orcs, nudging the slightly anxious little female with his head, that he spoke softly. You should go in with them. I will wait here for an orc. Yin Wuyue instinctively shook her head and yawned. Then I will wait with you. Listen, you've been tense these past few days, and didn't you say your stomach hurt earlier? Go to the tribe and let the shaman take a look. Yin Wuyue continued to shake her head, her watery eyes stubbornly fixed on him. Then you come in with me. You are also injured. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, You're not too weak to stand, are you? Luo Bai remained silent. Yin Wuyue breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to glance at the approaching tiger orcs, whispering into Luo Bai's ear, They look quite strong. They should be able to carry you inside. The 4 tiger orcs simultaneously displayed expressions of disdain. Ming Ming, eager to help, looked at his brother with a hint of resistance in his eyes, his gaze shifting to Yin Wuyue with anticipation. No one understood better than him how much his brother detested the White Tiger tribe, even though there had never been a precedent for someone with a collapsed energy source being rescued. What if the shaman Taya was the most powerful shaman in the history of the White Tiger tribe? What if he had a solution? Luo chuckled softly, saying nothing, his gaze filled with affection as he looked into the little female's eyes. Wuyue remained frozen, her smile fading as tears streamed down her face, unable to voice her sorrow. I'm sorry. If it weren't to protect her, Luo would still be within the tribe, living well. Ming, witnessing this, took a few steps back in disappointment. He had understood his brother's stubbornness for years. Any attempts at persuasion were in vain. Tyler and the other tiger orcs exchanged glances and tacitly retreated into the forest. Luo reassured her, do not be sad. I am happy to protect you, even if our time together is so brief. Wuyue sobbed. Didn't Tu say the shaman has powers? Shall we go see him together? What about the cub? I cannot teach him. Regret flickered in Luo's eyes for a fleeting moment before he concealed it, gently nuzzling her belly. Thank you for being willing to keep him. Cough. He coughed up blood, which contained noticeable clots. Wuyue was at a loss as to where to place her hands. Luo, don't look so ghastly. You mustn't speak. Go to the tribe and let the shaman take a look. Please don't die, okay? Luo, I'm so scared alone. Watching the collapsing young female, Luo felt his heart shatter, yet he lacked even the strength to raise a hand to wipe away her tears. Do not weep, he managed to say. Kuming is my biological brother. He will look after you. Wu. Wuyue's final consciousness lingered on Luo's words amid the cacophony of calls. In the shaman's cave, Taya, how is she? The cub is slightly malnourished, and the mother is experiencing excessive emotional fluctuations. If this continues, it could pose a danger. Taya, you must ensure the safety of the cub within her. This is not a significant issue. The most effective remedy is for you to hunt a few exotic beasts and transfer the energy from the spirit crystals into her body using beast runes. After a prolonged silence, Shaman Taya, having received no response from Kuming, turned to see the bewildered Hu and felt her anger surge. Luo had dispelled the beast runes himself in this past month. The male cub had not exhibited any paternal aura, and with all the turmoil during the pregnancy, the fact that the fetus had not been lost was nothing short of a blessing from the beast god. With a glance at the still motionless tiger beast man, Taya sighed. Never mind. Just pay more attention in the future. If anything arises, bring her over. She waved her hand. You may take her back now. Dake, Yiming pursed his lips and slowly approached the stone bed. Faced with the petite female, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. Shaman Taya, exasperated, watched the beast man remain frozen in place. Just don't press on her belly to no, wait. Wuyue opened her eyes, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Just moments ago, her consciousness had been hazy, yet the external sounds had reached her mind with clarity. However, when she attempted to rise, her eyelids felt leaden. Once fully awake, the tension in her nerves finally eased. Yes, she braced herself against the stone bed. The sharp pain in her abdomen caused her to cry out, and her body slumped back down. Her weak hand rested on her belly as she sought to curl up and alleviate the pain. But any movement in her abdomen sent fresh waves of discomfort coursing through her. Taya, caught off guard by the suddenness of her movements, quickly retrieved a jar from the wall. She extracted a brown pill and placed it in Wuyue's mouth. This is a medicine to protect the cub. It will help alleviate your condition, but you will feel weak afterward. Remember to feed her plenty of exotic beast meat. The latter part was directed at Kuming. Noticing Wuyue's unease and discomfort, Shaman Taya smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, you are carrying the cub of a beast man from the White Tiger tribe. The tribe will not abandon you. And besides, there is Kuming. As she spoke, she patted the small female's hand gently. Settle in here. While we may not have many 8th-tier beast men, there are still a few. Once the pregnancy stabilizes, the tribe will host a bonfire feast in your honor. Wuyue was overwhelmed by a barrage of information. Before she could fully process it, her body was suddenly lifted into the air, and instinctively she tensed up, trying to mitigate the oncoming pain. Yet, when sunlight broke upon her face, the pain in her abdomen had subsided, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She finally had a moment to gather her thoughts and assess her situation. The individual who had just spoken must be the shaman. According to her words, she was no longer in immediate danger and need not concern herself with basic survival matters. Perhaps it was for the best. She had no desire to make further plans in the near future. The experiences of the past half-month had drained her both physically and mentally, leaving her in a state of profound lethargy. As though her spirit had been entirely sapped, leaving only her body to move numbly. As they approached the cave, Kaming spoke up unexpectedly. Do not worry. I promised Luo that I would take good care of you. Throughout the journey, he had observed Yin Wuyue's expression, which was as stoic as a statue, devoid of the joys or sorrows typical of a female. He wondered if her demeanor stemmed from a sense of hopelessness about the future, prompting him to offer clumsy words of comfort. After all, the cub within her could very well be the only offspring of his brother, and he felt an obligation to ensure her well-being. Yin Wuyue bit her lip. I apologize for the trouble I will cause you for a while. It may be necessary to wait until the cub is born. Yiming silently placed the small female carefully onto the stone bed. Furrowing his brow as he stated, I will fulfill my promise. Before striding out of the cave, the entrance, he took a few deep breaths and squinted at the familiar figures not far away. To his astonishment, they were all carrying fresh meat, and judging by the quality, it appeared to be the most tender cuts from the Huang Mao exotic beasts. Calling back into the cave, he announced, I'm going hunting. You can continue to rest. The tribe is very safe. The cave he had excavated was not deep, and by the sound of his voice, it was evident that the female within could hear him. With that thought, he frowned again. Previously, he had lived alone as a beast. Had it not been for the chieftain's demands, he could have lived even more simply. But now, with the small female, certain standards had to be met. At the very least, the cave needed to be spacious enough. Lost in thought, he soon encountered a few grinning beastmen. Yiming, I heard her brother brought back a delicate little female. You know I have a fondness for that sort. Before he could finish, the beastman suddenly soared into the sky. The remaining beasts turned to look in the direction of the vanishing warrior. The moment the beastman had mentioned Kuming's brother, they had discreetly distanced themselves from him. She has fallen asleep. All festivities will have to wait. With that, they transformed into their beast forms and dashed out of the tribe. Taro nudged the burly tiger beastman beside him. He's gone. That little female has caught his eye. Huh. The beastman scratched his head, recalling the situation with confusion. But she doesn't seem like it. Taro shook his head, tossing the meat into the wooden tub at the cave's entrance before making his way back. He had seen clearly. Kaming's ears were flushed. Never before had he witnessed that young man display such shyness in front of a female. Typically, he would either ignore them or show impatience. This bashfulness was a first, quite a rarity. The other tiger beastmen took note of this and, not lingering further, placed their exotic beast meat into the wooden tub at the cave's entrance before turning to leave. Kuming had always been a solitary figure, with only Taro and his brother considered friends. Taro remarked, That's a near certainty. They lacked the standing and strength of the Taro brothers, so it was best to refrain from any gestures of kindness that would lead to disappointment. In a few days, the grand festival would commence, and they were eager to compete for the position of the mate of the sacred female. A bruised and battered face would not do. It was indeed strange, considering Luo Bai's nature. How could he have developed feelings for a female, especially to the point of suffering such a fate for her? Perhaps after wandering outside for so long, he had come to appreciate the advantages of having a female by his side. What remarkable fortune! Why was it that such celestial luck never graced him? Not only had he secured the position of the primary mate to the little female, but he also had a cub of his own. He had lost everything. What did it matter if he had a female and a cub? He was still a pitiful beast, much like his father. Indeed, it would be better if he were devoid of such luck. He would be content with just having a cub. Upon hearing this last thought, Yin Wuyue tightened her grip against the cave wall, gently caressing her belly as she slowly made her way back to the stone bed. The light in her eyes dimmed inch by inch. Luo Bai was dead, the last flicker of hope within her extinguished. Her breath hitched, and a wave of pain surged through her heart, so intense that tears fell unbidden, while her throat felt unbearably tight. She choked back sobs, unable to even release a cry. Returning to the stone bed, she curled up, her shoulders trembling. Yiming cleaned the blood off himself and, upon reaching the entrance, heard the faint whimpers from within. He paused, frozen for several seconds, then pressed his lips together and entered nonchalantly. Gradually, his footsteps grew heavier, and soon the sounds of distress from the bed became apparent. Ming sat beside the long-neglected bonfire, striking flint to ignite the flames, while waiting for the fire to catch. He slathered spices onto the meat. Crack, sizzle. The crackling of firewood intermingled with the sizzling sound of meat being grilled, the aroma wafting through the air. Ming pressed his thin lips into a straight line, beads of sweat trickling down his smooth face, his eyes fixed intently on the skewered meat hanging from the branches, fearing it might char at any moment. It was unclear what spices he had employed, but under the flame's fervor, the scent grew increasingly pungent. Achoo! Unable to contain herself any longer, Wuyue sneezed, the first followed by a second, resoundingly loud. With mucus clogging her nasal passages, she felt quite uncomfortable. Eventually, unable to bear it, she covered her nose and dashed towards the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Ming released his grasp on his nose, tossed aside the meat he was holding, and hurried after her, stepping out of the cave. He glanced left and spotted the small female crouched several meters from the entrance, still sneezing. Her petite figure appeared exceedingly frail and delicate. Striding over, he inquired, "Are you all right? Do you wish to see the shaman?" Upon hearing his approaching voice, Wuyue quickly waved her right hand, signaling that she was fine. Only after the pungency subsided did she feign retrieving a small piece of beast hide from her bosom, though it was actually drawn from her spatial storage to wipe her nose. Once assured that she wouldn't sneeze again, she turned to Ming and asked, "What did you put in the meat?" Her eyes were rimmed red, the tip of her nose tinged with pink, and as her misty gaze met his, it seemed to harbor a spring-like tenderness, alluring yet unknowingly so. After a moment of distraction, Ming finally returned to reality, his ears tinged with warmth, and in his typically cool voice, a hint of nervousness crept. It's just the spices favored by the tribe as females. If you don't like it, I want to use it next time. Wuyue hadn't anticipated such a formal response from the orc, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she quietly replied, "No, it's just too strong. The space is small, and the scent hasn't dissipated." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. It was already commendable that this orc was willing to shelter her and provide her with food. Just as she was pondering how to smooth things over, she felt herself being lifted off the ground, a voice above her saying, "All right." Looking up in surprise, she saw the smooth jawline and striking features that bore resemblance to Luo Bai, yet with an aura distinctly different, one imbued with a coldness not typical of youth. Back in the cave, Ming placed several spices before Wuyue. "Choose whichever you like, and I shall add them." Wuyue took them and brought them to her nose, her eyes widening in astonishment. These were nothing less than the 5-spice powder, cumin, chili powder, and pepper she had known in her past life. She hadn't expected the White Tiger tribe to possess such a variety of spices. "This is for marinating before grilling," Ming explained. Wuyue examined the substances, unable to discern their original purpose, and their shapes were unlike any plants she had encountered previously. Noticing the small female merely observing without speaking, and her expression revealing no insights, Ming lowered his gaze and asked, "Are these edible?" "I can eat anything," she replied. Ming found himself at a loss. Once Wuyue uttered those words, she realized the inconsistency. She had just fled from the overpowering scent, yet now claimed to be unfazed. Feeling awkward, she added, "Just a bit of bitter crystal would suffice. Salt?" Wuyue blinked in surprise, then nodded. The tribes were quite distant from one another, making differences in terminology quite natural, but thankfully, there were no significant language barriers. "Do you require any of those pastes?" Ming queried, gesturing towards a pile of blue, green, and red leaves nearby. Wuyue rummaged through and selected a few leaves from the fishy tree. "This will do." Ming nodded, his expression focused as he began grilling the meat. Wuyue's gaze fell upon the discarded grilled meat, adorned with vibrant hues of blue, green, and red, a veritable feast for the eyes. The large swath of blue did little to whet her appetite. She pondered how the orcs had discovered this blue paste. Yet her curiosity was piqued. Such an appetite-suppressing hue must possess unique qualities. Taking advantage of the moment when he was flipping the meat, Ming Ming noticed the unmasked curiosity on the small female's face. The oddity he had felt previously diminished considerably. It was rare for a female to weep for the males who protected them. Such a display was indeed uncommon. He had expected her to differ from the other females, but her straightforward curiosity rivaled that of the tribe's females. Go ahead and eat, he offered, handing over the grilled meat. Wuyue accepted it, saying, "Thank you." Surprised to receive gratitude from a female for a piece of meat, Ming Ming paused. After a few moments, he nonchalantly picked up another piece of meat, though his motions were a tad stiff. His fingers sifted through the paste leaves, ultimately selecting the blue one, noticing the orc's unusual behavior beside her. Wuyue dismissed it, her interest further piqued by the blue grilled meat. The blue color, under the flames, showed no signs of fading, clinging more tightly than a tattoo. "Just wait a moment," came Ming Ming's cool voice, startling Wuyue as she realized she had been staring at the blue meat for too long. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head and continued gnawing on her sizable piece of grilled meat. Observing the soft female nearly burying her face in the meat, Ming Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. His eyes betraying his amusement, changed the subject. He asked, "In a few days, there'll be a grand festival. Would you like to attend?" Wuyue looked up from her meat, asking, "Grand festival?" Ming Ming's expression was one of surprise. The small female was unaware of the grand festival. He patiently explained, "The grand festival is a bonfire celebration held on the central island, somewhat akin to the bonfire feast of the tribe, but with an additional element." Wuyue blinked, slowly chewing her meat, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. For reasons unknown to him, Ming Ming felt his ears flush. He had received more fervent glances from other females in the tribe, yet none compared to the small female's inquisitive gaze. Under such scrutiny, a surge of heat rushed through him, and he averted his gaze, hastily altering his posture, flipping the meat more rapidly. The priest presiding over the grand festival would select 9 of the most fertile females from among those who had never participated before, elevating them as holy females. Is there a difference between holy females and regular females? Wuyue inquired. Yes, holy females garner more attention from males, ensuring greater safety. Wuyue's interest waned at once. After a few bites of meat, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Do holy females possess abilities like males? Can they fight the beasts? Ming Ming's expression shifted from dazed to puzzled, his handsome features contorting for a brief moment. His mind raced with a singular thought. How on earth did Luo raise his females? Fighting beasts? Would she want to overpower the orc males next? Observing Ming Ming's reaction, Wuyue concluded that holy females likely lacked such abilities. It seemed her spatial secret must remain hidden. Blinking innocently, her face revealing confusion, she softly asked, "I'm sorry, did I ask too many questions?" "No," Ming Ming quickly refuted, his heart racing at her pitiful tone. Though his expression turned serious, "These are common facts. Didn't Luo teach you?" "I don't know," Yinwu murmured, her eyelashes fluttering as she lightly bit her lower lip. "Since I awoke, I've lost many memories. I can only recall things when I touch them." As she spoke, her thoughts drifted to the back mountain, feeling a pang of sorrow at the thought of never seeing Xiongli again. Her chest tightening, her eyes felt warm. Luo was gone, and she could no longer find her way back. She didn't even know the name of the tribe. Ming Ming opened his mouth, fearing he had inadvertently upset the small female, his body leaning in slightly as he frowned, awkwardly attempting to comfort her. "It's okay if you don't remember. It's not a big deal. If you have questions, just ask me directly." Wuyue sniffled, wiping her tears, managing to detach her thoughts from her sadness. Her large, misty eyes met Ming Ming's, and she sincerely expressed, "Thank you." Once he had calmed the small female, Ming Ming sighed in relief and began to recount the details of the grand festival. The grand festival would take place on the night of the overlapping double moons, the most grandiose celebration in the beast realm. Not only would females attend, but also over 90% of single 8th-tier beastmen from across the continent would gather. By the way, the central island only opens on the night of the overlapping moons. At other times, it remains closed. The continent is divided into 3 large regions, in one central island area. Ming Ming spoke whatever came to his mind. The White Tiger tribe is situated at the southern end of the southeast continent, a tribe that ranks among the formidable ones in that region. Wuyue paused her gnawing on the meat, lost in thought. Hadn't there been orcs at the entrance mentioning the grand festival? Yet, with the tribe positioned at the southern extremity of the southeast continent, the central island must lie at the heart of it all. With only a few days remaining, would they be able to arrive in time? She pondered this and voiced her inquiry. Ming Ming's eyes reflected a hint of tenderness as he explained, the White Tiger tribe has several orcs with teleportation abilities. Each can transport a short distance, and they would reach there in a day. However, those wishing to sightsee can certainly go ahead. Wuyue realized suddenly that the abilities did not necessarily have to be elemental like wind or fire. The great black serpent possessed spatial powers too. "Oh, you wish to go?" she asked. Wuyue shook her head. "I will not go." What purpose would her attendance serve? While the gathering might be lively, it would also be rife with unwelcome attention that it would be wiser to remain within the tribe until she gave birth to the little one growing within her. The grand festival would feature many 8th-tier orcs. If he was disinterested in her, perhaps he should seek a partner there. Cough, cough. Wuyue was suddenly choked by her words, the spicy seasoning on the grilled meat catching in her throat. Her cheeks flushed crimson, tears streaming down her face. The spice was unbearable. Ming Ming quickly moved closer, gently patting her back until she regained her composure. Then continued, the grand festival is a venue for selecting holy females, and each tribe will dispatch 8th-tier orcs to escort their females there. There will be a great variety for you to choose from. Observing the tiger orc who persistently urged her to select a mate, Wuyue furrowed her brows, realizing she had overlooked an important matter. In this beastly world, where males outnumbered females, it was imperative that she find a new partner. The tribe would continue to press her on this matter. Although the White Tiger tribe had 8th-tier orcs, they were no match for her. Since he seemed uninterested, her only option was to seek someone at the grand festival. Ming Ming's tone grew increasingly sour, for he was also an 8th-tier orc, yet he found himself dismissed by this little female. Wuyue took a few moments to decipher the meaning behind his words and clarified. I do not mean to imply that I look down upon you. Rather, I am simply not prepared to develop feelings for another orc. Ming Ming was taken aback, his mind echoing the sentiment of not being ready to love someone anew. His once proud posture visibly slumped, and he hung his head in disappointment, staring at the meat cooking over the fire. Wuyue's gaze softened as she regarded the orc who had clearly misinterpreted her intentions. She spoke again, "Do not overthink it. I harbor no dissatisfaction towards you, that it's just that I am not in a position to embrace another orc at this moment. It would be the same for anyone." With that, she fixed her unwavering gaze upon the tiger orc, her eyes inadvertently drifting to his slowly reddening earlobes. She felt a sense of relief. After all, he was the male she would be spending considerable time with, and it would be unwise to let their relationship become too strained in this beastly realm. While females often seemed like mere vessels for reproduction, there were advantages. At least, the likelihood of encountering a scoundrel among the males was exceedingly low. It all came down to compatibility, that if she had to choose a partner in the future, Ming Ming was strong, handsome, and had a connection with Luo Bai. He would undoubtedly care for her offspring. There was truly little room for selection. However, emotions and rationality diverged. She could not simply abandon Xiong and accept another orc, let alone engage in intimacy. She required time. Ming Ming's heart soared, his handsome face lighting up with a smile as he looked at Wuyue. Speaking earnestly, it is entirely normal for you to still hold on to Luo Bai. As long as there is a place for me in your heart, that is sufficient. I will regard your child as my own and care for them. Wuyue was taken aback by his words. To treat another's child as his own. With a male orcs truly so generous? In a typical family, this would indeed be the case. However, her own experience was far from typical. She had only encountered a pack of ungrateful wolves. The beast father had been the first mate of that female, dutifully toiling in the home, only to suffer grievous injuries while rescuing another mate during a hunt. Those treacherous wolves, fearing that the beast father would burden them, had cast him and a newborn brother out into the wilderness. The mere thought of this made Ming Ming's breath hitch momentarily. That was during the coldest season, a time when all life withered, and even the most fearsome creatures sought refuge in their caves. The severely injured beast father had been left in the snow with his newborn brother, devoid of any hunting capabilities. Even in the warm season, hearing Aunt Bailon recount such tales filled him with a chill reminiscent of winter. Resentment surged within him, sharp as a blade, and in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against those wolves. Just then, a gentle voice pierced his thoughts. "What's wrong?" The soft voice echoed in his ears, akin to a brilliant ray of sunshine breaking through the torment of his past that had plagued him for over 2 decades. The wound felt reopened, yet curiously, it did not hurt at all. They would ultimately discover their own happiness. "Everything is fine. You can just call me Ming Ming," he replied, a smile blooming on his face. "I still do not know your name. I am called Wuyue. Ming Ming was taken aback, mumbling to himself. Every night since that day, there had been 2 large, round moons in the sky. Was the little female not favored either? Yin Wuyue blinked, noticing the tiger orc's evident confusion. The original name did indeed differ from hers, but it was merely a variation in characters. The pronunciation remained the same. It was not the right time to explain this. Her delicate lips curled into a slight smile as she asked, "Is your name composed of 2 identical characters?" Ming Ming. The soft, sweet tone made Ming Ming's cheeks flush once more, and he cleared his throat, bowing his head to hastily etch his name into the ground with his fingernail. "This." Yin Wuyue glanced over, her dark eyes widening in astonishment. "This is simplified Chinese characters." Ming Ming. The 2 characters rolled around her mouth for a moment before she looked up and chuckled lightly. "Your name is just as complex as mine." As she spoke, she plucked a half-burnt stick from the fire and began to draw in the dirt. A large, crooked Wuyue soon appeared beside the characters Ming Ming. Perfectly matched. For some inexplicable reason, that word surfaced in Ming Ming's mind. The soft voice lingered in his ears. "My name is this Wu. And you is this you." That he swallowed hard, murmuring, "Very, very beautiful." Yin Wuyue smiled, remaining silent. Her name was derived from her birth during the night when, on a sweltering summer evening, neither the moon nor the stars were visible. The original meaning of her name, Wuyue, stemmed from this, but to mask the casualness of their naming, it had been changed to Wuyue when registered. She chuckled inwardly. Indifference was indifference, after all. Who truly cared about the origin of name? Whether simple or complex, with a gentle exhale, she resumed eating the grilled meat. All pain and resentment would eventually fade. She had even been granted a new life in a different world, where the possibility of encountering the past again was non-existent. She must strive to live well. Though she did not understand why she had been given a second chance at life, it did not hinder her resolve to cherish herself. "This meat is ready. You should eat too," Yin Wuyue said, shaking the remaining half of the grilled meat in her hand. "I still have some to eat." Seeing this, Ming Ming made no further objections, opening his mouth wide, ready to swallow it whole, only to notice the little female savoring her food delicately, prompting him to adopt a more refined demeanor. At least, she did not intend to finish it in just a few bites. However, once Wuyue had consumed about 2/3 of her portion, she turned away and swallowed the remaining meat in one bite, picking up another piece to grill, with both of them drawing closer intentionally. The atmosphere became more harmonious, alleviating the earlier awkward silence. Noticing when Wuyue had had her fill, Ming Ming produced 4 bright red fruits from his side, round and cheerful in appearance. "Have some fruit. It's good for your health." Wuyue smiled. Her fingers brushed against the red fruit, and in the next instant, the system's voice rang out. "Red sour fruit, non-toxic, edible." Hearing the familiar voice, Wuyue picked up a fruit and took a gentle bite. The sweet and sour flavor was refreshing, instantly dispelling the greasy taste of the roasted meat lingering in her mouth. Observing this, Ming Ming's interest was piqued. The red sour fruit had been recommended to him by Aunt Bailon. His gaze fell upon the small female, who was cradling the fruit with both hands, her little face entirely buried in it. The fruit's flesh, pale with a hint of pink, bore tiny bite marks resembling a slide. And the adorable sight of her gnawing like a rabbit brought a subtle smile to his lips. It seemed wise to gather more while the red sour fruit was in its peak season. The fruit's availability was fleeting, lasting only a few days. Within this brief period, the cave needed to be excavated further, and a storage cellar had to be dug out as well. given the dust from digging. It was prudent to place the small female in a safe spot. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled Aunt Bailan's words and turned to the fruit-devouring Wuyue, raising a hand to conceal the smile at the corner of his mouth. This afternoon, those females will gather at the center. Do you wish to join them? It was an open area designated solely for females, with males tasked with guarding the perimeter, ensuring safety, before Wuyue could respond. The tiger beast continued with a clatter. If any conflict arises, you, being pregnant, should directly seek the shaman or chief for major issues. For minor grievances, just swallow your pride for now, and I shall take care of their males later. After finishing, Ming Ming felt a sense of discomfort. How could his female be expected to bear grievances silently? He added, Aunt Bailan will also be present. I will bring her some firefox pelts. You needn't worry about troubling her. I shall compensate later. With a sigh, he wished to alleviate Aunt Bailan's burden regarding the small female. Since then, after my mother left the tribe, Aunt Bailan took me in. She is a kind elder who watched me grow. Wuyue chuckled lightly, allowing him to finish his lengthy discourse, feeling a warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since someone had spoken to her like this. I know, she said, her brow warm as she looked at Ming Ming. You needn't fret. Good. Did she not want to finish the red sour fruit? Wuyue glanced at the remaining third of the fruit. Feeling a twinge of regret, it was rather delicious. Ming Ming naturally took it, swallowing it in a few bites, then turned toward the water bucket at the entrance. Only then did he notice the meat inside. Frowning slightly, before pulling out another bucket filled with water, he heated it to room temperature using his fire abilities and placed it before the dazed Wuyue, the juice from the red sour fruit leaving a sticky residue on her hands. He then hurried toward the pile of beast skins, tearing off a small piece of fur that had been washed and dried recently. He dipped it in water and gently wiped her mouth. Wuyue abandoned her attempts to break free and sat on the wooden stump, allowing him to attend to her. Ming Ming felt a surge of joy, becoming even more tender in his movements. Once he completed everything, he lifted the somewhat drowsy small female and placed her on the stone bed. You rest first. I will step out for a moment and return shortly. Wuyue mumbled a response. All right. Ming Ming extinguished the fire and rummaged through the nearby space for a moment, pulling out 2 or 3 vibrant red pelts from the bottom. Just before stepping out, he glanced back at the small female with concern. Locking eyes with her misty, tender gaze, he felt a sudden rush of warmth. Swallowing hard, he found himself blushing, stumbling over his words as he muttered, I'll be going now. Before hastily fleeing, he left Wuyue, who had just yawned and was still processing everything, in a state of bewilderment. Unable to comprehend the moment, she decided not to dwell on it. Rising to stretch, she realized that merely sleeping after a meal was not ideal for her digestion. The poor medical conditions in the beast world meant that any ailments within her body were unlikely to be cured. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her, and upon inspection, she was taken aback. The entire sole of her foot was green. Unbeknownst to her, the original blisters had vanished, and the cut had scabbed over. Yet due to her sudden movement, it had reopened. Blood flowing freely. Wuyue felt a tingling sensation in her scalp as she quickly sat back on the bed, retracting her foot and dangling it beside the stone bed, abandoning any thoughts of walking, while she sat there yawning and peering at the state of her foot. Eventually, when she could no longer endure, she lay down on the stone bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Ming Ming had placed something within the cave, as the oppressive heat of the season was absent, replaced only by a refreshing coolness. Perfect conditions for sleep. Since Wuyue fell into a deep slumber, Ming Ming had swiftly made his way to the inner circle of the tribe. Aunt Bailan, having just finished her meal, was laughing and chatting with her companions when she heard the sounds of her partners tidying up outside. Ming Ming, what brings you here today? Ming Ming's voice soon followed. I came to ask Aunt Bai for a favor. Bailan stood up and walked toward the cave entrance. Her curiosity piqued. This boy had never been a source of worry for her since childhood, aside from the time he reached the 8th tier in training. What is it? Ming Ming handed over the firefox pelts, requesting Aunt Bai to look after Wuyue during the gathering. Wuyue, Bailan repeated, a look of confusion crossing her face. It was not the same 2 characters, merely homophonic. After Ming Ming explained, he even took charcoal and wrote it on the ground. Tai Wu shook his head. Puzzled by the name given to the small female, it was rather intimidating for a beast. Balan nodded in agreement, pushing the firefox pelts back into Ming Ming's hands. Finding a small female you wish to bond with is not easy. I have no shortage of firefox pelts, and your uncle will assist me in the hunt. Ming Ming's words were cut off once more as Balan shot him a glare. Insisting he keep the pelts, you must take care of Wuyue, as she is currently pregnant with Luo Bai's cubs. Currently, among the tribe, aside from you, the other 3 8th-tier males either have targets or are out of touch. You surely find the other 7th-tier males unworthy. The responsibility for her care lies entirely on your shoulders. Keep those for yourself. It's just looking after a small female. How could I not manage that? Upon hearing this, Ming Ming was reminded of his childhood. Abandoned for awakening a conflicting ability, he had been merely 2 months old at the time, with no hunting skills, and the cold season had not yet passed. It was Aunt Bailon who took him back to the cave and cared for him tenderly, while Uncle Tai Wu patiently taught him to hunt. Consider this your filial duty this year. As Wuyue is with child, I will surely trouble you with many matters later, he smiled, adding, I've already taken up much of your time. If Uncle and the others go hunting for firefoxes, I certainly cannot compete with them. Just as he finished speaking, a playful thump landed on his head. You little rascal, are you mocking me? Of course, Aunt Bai will hunt. I certainly won't let you outshine me. After a brief exchange of jests, Ming Ming took his leave. As he reached the cave entrance, Bailon suddenly asked, How is Wuyue's pregnancy? Is she experiencing any discomfort or bleeding? The matter concerning Wuyue made Ming Ming stop in his tracks. After contemplating for a moment, he shook his head. No, he gestured to indicate the approximate size, having just consumed 3 pieces of meat and 2/3 of the red sour fruit. It seemed that the cubs inside her were doing quite well. Bailon let out a sigh of relief and added, If her pregnancy is stable, take her to the grand gathering. I have mentioned it before. She shows little interest. Bailon frowned, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing more, waving her hand dismissively. You take your things back. I will speak with her later. Once you return, do not mention this. I will handle it. Ming Ming understood Bailan's good intentions. Smiling brightly, Thank you, Aunt. Be overly polite, and you might not be allowed in next time. Please don't be upset. I'll be leaving now. Go on. Wuyue slept deeply, only waking as the sun dipped below the horizon. Turning her head, she noticed Ming Ming sitting on a wooden stump, a pile of bee skins on his lap, deftly stitching with a slender needle. The cool aura around him was replaced with warmth, making the humble cave feel significantly cozier. Hearing movement, Ming Ming looked over, his handsome face softening further. You're awake. Are you hungry? Not particularly. Wuyue responded softly, gazing at the sky at the cave's mouth, recalling the gathering Ming Ming had mentioned earlier. She lightly thumped her head, exclaiming, Why didn't you call me? Ming Ming paused his action of scraping his scalp with a needle, realizing her concern and explaining, The females from the Snow Owl tribe have arrived, and the gathering has been moved to the evening, where a bonfire party is planned. He gathered the silver-white bee-skin skirt in his hands, shaking it lightly. Your bee-skin skirt is a bit thick. Why not change into this one? Wuyue looked at the skirt before her, which featured a defined waist and reached just above her knees, designed as a strapless piece. The material was unknown but appeared thin and exceptionally cool. Her eyes brightened. How beautiful. What is it made from? As long as you like it. It is made from the skin of a... Ming Ming replied casually, though he omitted the fact that these were quite ferocious, rivaling even 7th-tier beastmen in combat. Fortunately, he was at the 8th tier and possessed ice abilities. This rare bee skin was something he had not prepared for, as he had never encountered a female he desired. However, Aunt Bailing had urged him to prepare a few outfits for unforeseen circumstances. After all, with his ice abilities, acquiring more was a trivial matter. He never expected to use it so soon, feeling a flutter of joy in his heart for having heeded Aunt Bailing's advice. Wuyue nodded, placing the bee-skin skirt on the stone bed. Noticing her lack of intention to change, Ming Ming spoke up, Please change into it. We are about to start. Are we eating first? Wuyue inquired, touching her belly. Feeling a bit hungry, based on her experience, she knew the calls for food would soon begin. Bonfire feasts usually involved everyone bringing their meat to share. Observing the little female's gesture, he added, The bonfire has already been set up. Let me go roast some meat. Oh, all right. as she picked up the bee-skin skirt and was about to untie the one she was wearing. She suddenly recalled something and turned to look at Mingming, who was still staring at her, unblinking. Her face flushed. "Wuyue, don't look." Mingming was taken aback, quickly realizing the situation and turning away. Without the visual distraction, his ears, tinged with pink, twitched as he listened to the rustling sounds behind him, his throat unconsciously swallowing as thoughts swirled in his mind. As time passed, Wuyue finally spoke. "I'm done." Her body twisted involuntarily, the silver-white bee-skin skirt failing to conceal her fair, radiant skin, with her dark hair and pale complexion. Her delicate features bore a natural hint of a smile. Even the ill-fitting bee-skin skirt accentuated her perfect curves, her figure alluringly pronounced, complemented by her long, straight, white legs. She appeared so stunning that she seemed to glow. Mingming was momentarily entranced. Wuyue's eyelashes fluttered as she stepped closer, waving her hand in front of him. "What do you think? Is it not pretty?" This was, of course, a deliberate question. She was somewhat aware of her own beauty. However, the silence that enveloped them became somewhat awkward. Mingming snapped back to reality. Clearing his throat, "You look lovely in it." "Thank you. Your craftsmanship is quite impressive," Wuyue replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she tilted her head slightly, softly asking, "Shall we go?" "Ah, yes." His gaze had not strayed from the little female for long, but as he carried her out the door, a pang of regret suddenly washed over him. Yet, that feeling dissipated quickly. The little female clearly adored the outfit, that if she liked it, she should wear it. After all, what was his would remain his, and those who could rival him had already formed pairs. Even if the little female took a liking to someone else, it would not affect his standing within the family. After mentally reassuring himself, he resumed his cold demeanor. Wuyue initially intended to walk on her own, but upon stepping outside, she discovered her feet still ached, albeit considerably less than before. She was unsure what had been applied to alleviate the pain. It was quite remarkable, considering she had not been in this tribe for even a day. After Mingming coldly warded off a few male beastmen attempting to engage with them, they walked for a while before catching sight of a flickering light. Although they had yet to reach the bonfire, the warmth of the flames was unmistakable from a distance. The orange glow illuminated the faces of various handsome men and beautiful women, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Under the firelight, beauty seemed to enhance, becoming ever more enchanting. The same was true at the bonfire. The dancing flames cast a warm glow on their faces, making the scene utterly delightful. It was not limited to males alone. Females, too, exuded charm. Aloof beauties, sweet and adorable maidens, graceful ladies, and gentle beauties. It was overwhelming for Wuyue to take it all in. Mingming noticed the little female's reaction and, upon realizing she was admiring the females, found himself momentarily frozen. "Mingming, over here!" Bailing had arrived early, taking charge of the bonfire's setup following Mingming's earlier comments. She had even reserved a prime spot for him, ensuring an excellent view and increasing the likelihood of being noticed. Mingming, carrying a little female, made her somewhat uneasy, especially with the arrival of the Snow Owl tribe's beastmen and females. It was said that many unattached 8th-tier beastmen were present, providing an opportunity for early selection that if one caught her eye, splendid. If not, there would be chances at the grand gathering. With a variety of options available, there was no fear of finding a suitable match. Mingming strode over, setting Wu gently onto a soft grass mat. "Aunt Bailing, Uncle Tai Wu, Uncle Guang Bai, this is Wu." Bailing's eyes widened in astonishment as she approached, utterly captivated by Wuyue's beauty. "Goodness, I have never seen a little female more stunning than the one Mingming has chosen." Tai Wu and Guang Bai exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation at their female's unchanging penchant for beauty. Mingming continued, "This is Aunt Bailing, Uncle Tai Wu, and Uncle Guang Bai." Wuyue greeted them cheerfully. "Aunt Bailing, Uncle Tai Wu, Uncle Guang Bai." Her voice was melodious, sweet, and soft. Casting a glance at Mingming's striking features, Bailing nodded approvingly, finding them quite complimentary. Suppressing the sparkle in her eyes, she rubbed her fingers together, concerned that her enthusiasm might startle the little female, simply remarking, "Oh my, you truly are remarkable, and is also very beautiful." Unlike the vibrant beauty of youth, Bailing exuded a gentle, wise charm that had been refined by time. Being in her company felt comfortable and warm. Her sincere praise made Bailing smile even wider. "The meat is ready." Upon hearing this, Bailing gestured Wuyue over. "Enough of this. You must be hungry, but let's eat some meat." As the aroma of roasted meat wafted closer, Wuyue's appetite was instantly ignited. Bailing, noticing Wuyue's eager expression, grinned. "Go on, eat. When I was pregnant, this was my favorite flavor, and of course, she still enjoyed it now." Mingming took the hefty portion. Assessing Wuyue's strength, tearing off a small piece to offer to her, Wuyue expressed her gratitude to Bailing and the uncles. "Thank you, aunt and uncles." Eat up, Bailing urged, taking a bite. The rich flavors burst forth. The crispy exterior yielding to tender meat within, accompanied by delightful spiciness. Her appetite expanded. "You should eat too," Wuyue said, covering her mouth as she spoke, her words somewhat muffled. Mingming remained still. "Aren't you hungry?" "You should eat as well." He had eaten even less than her, and surely he was feeling hungry now. "Finish this first." "Yes." She gazed at the still substantial mound of roasted meat. Wuyue chewed thoughtfully while fixating her unwavering gaze on Mingming, determined not to relent until he consumed a bite. Mingming, feeling the weight of her stare, helplessly took 3 or 4 bites before casting his eyes down towards Wuyue. The flickering firelight danced in his bright eyes, revealing an unmistakable tenderness. Wuyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she instinctively averted her gaze. Thankfully, the darkness of the evening provided a convenient cover for the warmth that enveloped her face. Bailon observed the scene with a heart full of joy. There was nothing more gratifying than seeing the cub he had raised find its long-sought home. If there were anything better, it would be that the new home was rushing towards him. It was fortunate that Luobai had managed to erase the beast markings while still leaving behind a female cub. Hardly a misfortune. This cub, Mingming, was certainly luckier than his beast father. Guangbai set aside his tasks, gently wiping away the tears of his mate with a piece of animal hide. But he murmured, "Mingming is quite happy now. We should share in his joy." Bailon shot him an incredulous look. "I am simply overwhelmed with happiness." All right, he acquiesced, content to observe the harmonious interaction between Mingming and Wuyue without further interference. As Wuyue continued to eat, fatigue gradually seeped into her limbs. Leaning against Mingming's cool embrace, she nibbled while rubbing her cheeks, her mouth beginning to ache from the endless roasted meat. Yet her stomach resembled an insatiable black hole, swallowing everything without a hint of fullness. In modern times, she would undoubtedly be crowned a competitive eater. This soft, vulnerable appearance did not escape the notice of a pair of eyes nearby. "What are you so engrossed in?" Fengxian lowered his head to inspect the roasted meat in his hand. Yet his mind wandered to the image of the petite female gnawing on the meat. Her soft cheeks were propped up by large chunks of meat, round and adorable, akin to a cub. She became weary before she had even consumed much. How delicate. "Wait, Fengxian, are you smiling?" This remark instantly drew the attention of the nearby snow owl beastmen, who were all too familiar with Fengxian's disdainful demeanor. When had this formidable figure ever smiled? A chorus of astonished gazes turned towards him. Upon noticing the barely perceptible curve of his lips, they collectively looked up at the sky, searching for signs of rain. How could this notorious figure be smiling? Upon further inspection, however, he still bore that familiar scowled, it must have been an illusion. They resumed their meals in silence. Fengxian remained unfazed. Yusin, sitting nearby, was resolutely convinced he had not misinterpreted the situation. Pressing for details, "What are you smiling about?" "Do tell." Fengxian's mouth curled into a teasing smile as he casually replied, "What is it that you wish to know?" Seeing Fengxian's playful expression, Yusin instinctively recoiled, retreating to his seat. This fellow surely had no good intentions. The surrounding beastmen, initially eager for gossip, quickly settled down, wary of incurring Fengxian's notorious wrath. As for the gossip itself, it could be unearthed in time. Given enough longevity, Fengxian continued to roast the meat in his hands, his thoughts occasionally drifting towards the petite female. After burning the third piece to a crisp, he cast aside a charred lump and transformed into his beast form. As he soared into the air, his massive wings beat against the air, creating a brisk wind that extinguished the surrounding campfires. His snow-white exterior became the most striking sight of the night, with a fluid, graceful form that exuded undeniable strength. Wow, what a majestic beast form. Which beast man from the Snow Owl tribe is this? I have never seen him before, those heterochromatic eyes. It must be Fengxian. As this realization spread, the murmurs of astonishment ceased, and the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. As the raucous excitement began to swell, Wuyue widened her eyes, scanning the area for the source of the commotion. This bonfire feast, aside from occasionally witnessing Mingming chase away seventh-tier males, lacked any real entertainment. Even gossip had proven elusive, as the campfires were too far apart to hear anything. Now, with the emergence of a spectacle that drew collective attention, Wuyue's drowsiness was instantly dispelled. She marveled at the beautiful, soaring white bird above, her heart swelling with admiration. "Oh, you like it?" Mingming asked, tearing off a piece of meat and offering it to Wuyue. His eyes, filled with contemplation, glanced at her. Wuyue chewed the roasted meat, her gaze shifting from the circling white bird to him, tilting her head slightly. "Like what?" Mingming raised his chin, gesturing towards the grand bird in the sky. Wuyue followed his gaze, momentarily dazed before realizing, "Are you referring to him?" Mingming nodded, his expression earnest as he replied, "He is courting you, cough." "Cough, cough." Wuyue was instantly choked. Her small face turned a vibrant shade of crimson, her tearful eyes adding an air of vulnerability. Fengxian, disregarding the nuances of courtship, landed beside Wuyue and transformed back into human form, squatting down. Yet, upon seeing her blushing face, he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Mingming, standing nearby, remarked softly, "You frightened her." Fengxian looked bewildered. He was merely attempting to court her. Why was she coughing in fright? A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be his eyes that scared her? The realization brought a twinge of sadness to his heterochromatic gaze. Mingming, however, would never divulge the truth to him. Fengxian's melancholy lasted but a moment. He was determined to win over the petite female he had set his sights on. She would not escape him. Perhaps he should take a gentler approach. If she ran, he would simply follow. Oblivious to the fact that Wuyue had unwittingly become his target, she covered her throat, taking a moment to regain her comfort. "Little female, I have taken a liking to you. Would you consider becoming my mate?" His handsome face loomed closer, magnified and flawless. Wuyue was momentarily stunned, and she instinctively buried her face in Mingming's chest. Though her knowledge was limited, she understood that becoming mates implied certain intimate matters. For someone who had lived 18 years in the modern world, this felt akin to a public declaration of affection. All the surrounding females turned their eyes towards her, and upon hearing Fengxian's words, a chorus of gasps erupted. The leader of the Snow Owl tribe couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. This great demon, Fengxian, had truly come into his own, seeking a mate for himself. At last, the chief's task could be fulfilled. Yet, as they watched, a sense of urgency began to creep in. Fengxian observed the quivering female and gently touched her delicate arm, urging her not to remain silent. "Give me a response. Do you accept or do you not? What difference did it make?" After a moment of contemplation, Wuyue turned her head and shot a glare at the shameless bird. "I do not." However, her glistening eyes and slightly flushed cheeks only served to enhance her allure. Not only Fengxian, but also the nearby single male beastmen felt their hearts stir. Yet the males below 8th tier quickly abandoned their pursuits upon seeing Mingming and Fengxian beside Wuyue. The 8th tier and above Snow Owl beastmen, however, took their time to ponder, with several eventually taking flight. Wuyue, witnessing this unfolding situation, was suddenly filled with trepidation. She poked Mingming's arm and whispered, "Can we go back?" At that moment, she wished she could dig a hole and bury Fengxian, the instigator of her woes. How shameless could this beast be? Before Mingming could respond, Fengxian interjected. No, Wuyue turned to see him smiling, his heterochromatic eyes glimmering in the firelight. How intriguing. Those two colors truly made for a unique gaze. In that fleeting moment of being scrutinized, Fengxian instinctively averted his gaze, but the thought of their future bond compelled him to endure her stare. Wuyue remained oblivious, while those around her, aware of Fengxian's past, felt a wave of concern for her. Born with heterochromia, Feng Xian had faced relentless gossip within the Snow Owl tribe since childhood, which gradually molded his irritable temperament. It wasn't until he reached the 8th tier and dominated the tribe that he tempered his demeanor somewhat. Yet he remained unpredictable, particularly regarding his unique eyes. Anyone daring to hold his gaze for longer than a second would be summarily dismissed. Regardless of gender, a result. Even those females who had once admired Feng Shuan's strength now felt trepidation. After all, who would willingly endure being tossed around by their own beast husband? They were not foolish. In this world, it was not difficult to find a proud yet gentle male who would not mistreat them. The leader of the Snow Owl tribe, witnessing this turn of events, shed tears of disappointment. While the nearby females shot him disapproving glances, urging him not to embarrass himself further, the leader swiftly wiped away his tears, and his previously forlorn expression transformed into a beaming smile as he cheerfully remarked, "Isn't it delightful that the young lad can finally get married?" The female, Feng Xian, who was finally able to marry off, gazed intently at Wuyue, his thin lips curving into a normal arc. His tone laced with temptation. "What do you think? Should I consider bringing her back? Bring her back to see every day?" Puffed, puffed, sizzle. The cacophony of sounds jolted Wuyue back to reality, and she blinked dazedly a few times. Turning, she dove into Ming Ming's embrace and murmured, "Let's go back. I'm feeling a bit sleepy." Ming Ming patted her head, yet his gaze remained fixed on Feng Xian. "Wait a moment." Swish, swish. Soon, in the center, the originally open space expanded again as the surrounding bonfires were moved further away. Wuyue sat beside Bailan, her face a picture of confusion. Bailan, noticing her bewilderment, joyfully clasped her small hand and said, "You don't fancy Feng Xian, though Ming Ming has not bonded with you. He is the male you recognize, and he has the right to drive away males you dislike." Wuyue's face was filled with worry as she nervously looked toward the open ground. A majestic white tiger strode into the center, while above, a massive snowy owl circled, observing closely with wings fully spread, measuring 6 or 7 meters across. "Oh, Ming Ming, Ming Ming, Feng Xian, Feng Xian, defeat him." The battle erupted amidst the clamor, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wuyue felt the air beside her radiate heat. Clenching her fists, she focused intently on the white tiger battling the snowy owl. "Don't worry. That lad Feng Xian 1T let go easily. You 1T go too hard on Ming Ming. Wuyue." "Huh." The mysterious smile on Bailan's face vanished upon seeing Wuyue's puzzled expression. "Oh, a little female devoid of common sense." Slowly, she explained, "Generally, males who are interested in a female will not truly harm her companion." Wuyue nodded in understanding, but the worry in her brow had yet to dissipate. "If they don't fight with all their might, will they get injured? You mustn't let Ming Ming see that expression of yours. They're all quite proud. Just stay back and be at ease during the fight." With Bailan's guidance, Wuyue instantly grasped the situation. She could only set aside her worries. Otherwise, it would imply a lack of faith in her partner. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After silently repeating this a few times, she lifted her head, and the concern on her face had significantly lessened. Bailan offered her a red sour fruit, saying, "Eat this. They still have a while before finishing." The more she spent time with Wuyue, the more she grew fond of this little female. Kind-hearted and astute, she understood with just a bit of guidance. As the fruit was unceremoniously placed in her hand, Wuyue accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie." Bowing her head, she began to munch on the red sour fruit, occasionally glancing at the ongoing battle. The two beasts were evenly matched, and tufts of white fur occasionally fluttered down from the sky. Both creatures exhibited remarkable coordination, refraining from utilizing their special abilities, their movements sharp and decisive, and the exchange of blows. Their injuries increased with every passing moment. Wuyue's heart sank again. This didn't seem like a result of holding back. Both the white tiger and the snowy owl were covered in blood, with patches of fur missing in several places, especially on the tiger's face, which was severely marred. It was a near miss for being disfigured. Roar, provoked to the brink, Ming Ming had no intention of dragging it out any longer. Seizing the opportunity, he froze the snowy owl mid-flight and delivered a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the sky like a shooting star. The snowy owl's leader shot up, indignantly declaring, "Unfair play." Ming Ming paid no heed to such remarks, transforming into his human form, draped in a pelt of black and white, his bloodstains evident, with several areas even torn. Wuyue's lips curled slightly, praising impressive. Ming Ming smiled and lifted her up, stating, "Auntie, I'm taking Wuyue back to sleep now." Bailon, observing the somewhat listless little female, nodded with a smile. Pregnant females tend to be drowsy. "You should return to rest." Once they had walked far enough away, Bailon smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to mention the grand gathering. Tai Wu approached. "Should we go find her?" "No, I still need to host the bonfire gathering. When it's over, remember to remind me." "Okay." On the other side, Ming Ming assumed Wuyue was genuinely tired and quickened his pace toward the cave. Wuyue touched his face, saying, "Don't fight for me next time." Before disappointment could settle in, another wave of passionate emotions surged, causing her heart to flutter. "I said all right if you don't fight." The clash between the two fierce beasts was too terrifying. Their roars echoed like thunder, sending shivers down her spine. She didn't possess a penchant for witnessing such ferocity. The words she wished to utter caught in her throat, and Ming Ming pressed his lips together before finally saying, You invoke a strong sense of protectiveness in us. There will be no shortage of males wishing to be your partner. The frequency of fights would not diminish either." Wuyue paused, then heard him continue, "You seem quite fragile. All the females here rejoice at their males' victories, yet you do not. There is worry, even fear in your eyes. You are afraid," Ming Ming said, placing his left hand on the little female's slightly pale face. "But I do not understand you. What is it that you fear? I will protect you, even if it costs me my life. Stop talking." Wuyue's voice suddenly rose, her lips parting as she gasped for breath. The memories of being firmly sheltered beneath the black tiger flooded her consciousness again. The recollection of witnessing his body marred with numerous wounds, deep enough to expose bone, blood, and flesh mingling with fur, while she remained powerless, caused her breath to quicken, as if she were suffocating. This helplessness made tears cascade down her cheeks. Ming Ming felt a pang of alarm. "You? No. Why save her? She isn't worth it." Ming Ming swiftly scooped up the fainted little female and dashed toward the shaman's cave. His hands trembled. "Taya shaman. Taya shaman." The Taya shaman paused her extinguishing efforts and hurriedly responded from the cave entrance. "Yes, I'm here." Upon entering, she focused her gaze, recognizing the little female who had just departed that morning. Poor thing, she was back again. Ming Ming was so flustered that his hair felt like it was freezing, and he urgently shouted, "Taya shaman, please check on her." The Taya shaman promptly approached to examine her, her expression turning grave. "What have you done to stimulate her?" "Stimulate?" Ming Ming pondered seriously, but could not pinpoint what had triggered the little female's distress. He recounted the events of bringing the little female back to his cave at lightning speed. Upon hearing his account, the Taya shaman sighed. Understanding flickered in her eyes as she replied, "Do you remember how Luo Bai appeared when he returned her? Think back to his severed limb, his body marred, and his energy collapsed. How could Ming Ming forget that?" His lips pressed tightly together as he articulated each word carefully. "I naturally remember. The little female's temperament is much softer than that of the tribe's females. Having endured such tumultuous times, she must be harboring deep-seated shadows. Your battle with Feng Xian today, with her witnessing your injuries. It is only natural for her to be frightened." Ming Ming clenched his fists, realizing that it was when he mentioned death that the little female had erupted. In the future, avoid fighting in her presence, and never expose her to bloody scenes. The Taya shaman shook her head with a sigh. The White Tiger tribe had once sheltered females captured by dark beasts, yet all, without exception, had suffered extreme trauma, ultimately perishing from their own anguish. The little female was pregnant and had Luo by guarding her, suffering no harm. Yet her heart was too tender. The thought of a beast dying to save her would inflict greater pain than her own torment. Previously, upon observing this little female's lack of pronounced emotions, he had assumed her to be cold-blooded, but alas, how mistaken he was. "All right, she will stay with me for now. Let us monitor the situation." The healer, began to examine the other injuries on Wuyue's body. "You should return first. Previously, you managed well enough with just a solitary beast. Merely feeding one mouth was sufficient. However, with the addition of a female, it is no longer adequate. The cave must be expanded somewhat. He gestured towards his own cave, indicating it should be of considerable size, or alternatively, you may visit Bailan's cave and model yours after hers. In any case, it must certainly be spacious. Ming Ming nodded, casting a glance at Wuyue, who, despite being asleep, wore a furrowed brow. Ultimately, it was Taiya's impatience that prompted him to hasten Ming Ming away, exclaiming, "Quickly depart. What might happen here? I trust you to look after her." Ming Ming returned to his cave, swiftly gathered 10 spirit crystals and 4 red sour fruits, and hurried back to the healer's cave. Taiya accepted them without hesitation, saying, "Wait a moment." He handed over a sprig of herbal medicine, instructing, "Treat your wounds with this." "Thank you, healer," Ming Ming replied. Once back in his cave, he retrieved a wooden bowl, squeezed the herbal mixture to extract its juice, and diligently applied it to each wound. Without waiting for the bleeding to cease, he immediately began to excavate the cave, contemplating a layout that included 3 rooms, a hall, and a cellar. After the bonfire gathering concluded, Bailan hastily led her companions to Ming Ming's cave, only to hear sounds from a distance. Iron Wu, familiar with the noise, murmured, "Digging a cave at this hour?" "This rascal," Bailan remarked, patting Iron Wu's shoulder. "Let us hurry over." "Ming Ming, did you hear? Pause your digging." It was only after Bailan called out thrice that Ming Ming ceased his excavation and stepped outside, surprised to see Bailan and the others. "Aunt, uncle, what brings you here?" Bailan did not respond immediately. Instead, she covered her nose and surveyed the dusty cave, fixing her gaze on Ming Ming, whose appearance was quite disheveled. With a hint of disdain, she inquired, "Where is Xiaoyu?" Ming Ming's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "She is with Taiya." "What?" Bailan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wasn't she quite healthy before, when we left?" Her cheeks were rosy. "How could she have ended up with Taiya in such a short span? It's all my fault." Ming Ming's lips pressed together, and his head drooped in despair. Had he simply acquiesced to the young female, she would not have been reminded of past grievances. Bailan frowned. She was acutely aware of the child's upbringing, understanding her character well. Yet the specific circumstances remained unclear, making it difficult to voice her thoughts. Observing Ming Ming's self-reproachful demeanor, she felt a surge of frustration. "Your sorrow is of no use before me. Instead of wallowing in regret, you should reflect on this incident, learn a lesson, and consider how to properly care for Xiaoyu moving forward." After admonishing him, she sighed, waving her hand dismissively. "Forget it. Discussing this with you leads nowhere. I shall go find Taiya. You continue your excavation, and remember to clean up afterwards. Excess dust is not good for the female." Before she could stand for long, she hurriedly made her way toward the healer's cave. "Taiya, Taiya." Her voice preceded her entrance. Taiya quickly approached the cave entrance, urging in a hushed tone, "Keep it down. She is sleeping." Bailan, urging Iron Wu along, could barely contain her eagerness as they reached the cave entrance, peering inside. "She is fine. Have a seat," Taiya said, gesturing for Bailan to sit. "This young female is remarkably resilient. Her offspring is equally tenacious." Bailan shifted her gaze from Wuyue's somewhat pale lips, absorbing Taiya's words and letting out a sigh of relief. At least she had survived. That was a testament to her strength. Taiya raised an eyebrow and smiled. "A female who can retain her offspring under the burden of torn beast mark without the blessing of the beast god possesses a higher value of fertility than you did in your time." Bailan's lips twitched. She had thought that decades past would have dulled the pain, yet she found it hard to let go. Rubbing her abdomen, she offered a bittersweet smile. "Indeed, it is quite a significant difference." Iron Wu embraced her tenderly, providing solace. "We are already content that you survived. Do not dwell on it." Taiya shook her head, remarking, "You too ought to refrain from flaunting your affection before me. Spare a thought for this lonely soul." She had not brought up the matter to cause Bailan distress. Guangbai looked up, his gaze intense. Spending more time with her might yield unexpected joys. Taiya left the thought hanging. Bailan, Iron Wu, and Guangbai's eyes instinctively fell upon the reclining Wuyue. The cave housed only them. Aside from the resting female, the others were familiar faces. And no miracles had been witnessed. Would spending more time with Xiaoyu truly be beneficial? A contemplative expression crossed her face. She wished to inquire further, but noted Taiya was preoccupied, stirring the fire with a stick, clearly unwilling to elaborate. thus abandoning her pursuit of answers. Instead, she asked, Taya, can you discern whether Xiaoyu carries a male or female offspring? Typically, male tiger cubs gestated for about 3 months, while females took 5. Given Wuyue's voracious appetite for beast meat, she seemed likely to be carrying a male. Yet if that were the case, there should be some noticeable growth by now that Wuyue's abdomen remained disappointingly flat. Alas, her offspring had barely resided within her for less than half a month before perishing. Otherwise, she might have gained some first-hand experience that it is a male cub, Taya revealed, concern etched on her face. She appears somewhat malnourished. I neglected to mention this earlier. We must ensure Ming Ming pairs with her soon to provide her with the energy from spirit crystals. Balan gasped, realizing Xiaoyu's condition was so precarious. Under normal circumstances, nurturing offspring did not require spirit crystal energy, as it would only accelerate their development. However, no place was as safe and reliable as the mother's body. Offspring stimulated by spirit crystal energy would, in terms of both talent and physique, be significantly weaker than those nurtured naturally, Taya nodded, acknowledging that the cub had not received proper nourishment in its first month within the womb. A critical period that required utmost attention. Without a solid foundation, the chances of giving birth to either a disabled or stillborn cub were high. Neither outcome would be bearable for the young cub's mother. Bailan's expression hardened, committing the matter to memory that I will speak to Ming Ming about this upon my return. She glanced at Iron Wu and Guang Bai, instructing, you both take note as well. Lest I forget, Guang Bai nodded with a smile. However, it was not long before Bailan could no longer remain seated. She stood up resolutely. I am going to find Ming Ming right now. To prepare early and strive to bond by tomorrow, Taya watched her impetuous friend depart, shaking her head in bemusement, then rose to tug at the rope at the edge of the stone bed. Soon, a young female emerged from the adjacent cave, yawning. Taya, healer. Yes, tonight you will have to work a little harder, Taya instructed, pointing to Wuyue that if she begins to run a fever, be sure to wake me. The young female ceased her yawning, her drowsy eyes suddenly bright and earnest. Of course, Taya, healer. With the task entrusted to Qingmu, Taya fell at ease. She rubbed her weary back and lay down on the stone bed to sleep. After observing for half the night, Qingmu began to feel drowsy. She stood up, first checking the young female's forehead for fever. Satisfied that there was none, she splashed cold water on her face to rouse herself. Returning with water, she soon felt the heat radiating from beneath her skin. Exhaling, she felt both relieved and anxious. She has developed a fever. Taking a towel, she dampened it, wrung it out, and placed it on the young female's forehead before rousing Taya. Taya, healer, she called. Taya opened her eyes and asked, is there a fever? Qingmu nodded. Yes, the temperature is still quite high. Cradling the little one, many medications became off-limits. Taya's hand rested lightly on the slender wrist of the young female. A faint green glow emanating from her bony fingertips, flowing into Wuyue's body. Meanwhile, Qingmu occasionally changed the animal skins nearby. The following day, as dawn broke, Ming Ming paced anxiously in front of the shaman's cave. His hands clasped together in nervousness. Frustrated, Taya lightly struck the stone bed. But ultimately, she rose, quickly washing up with the water prepared by Qingmu. She called out to the outside, come in, observing the noticeably aged shaman. Ming Ming hesitantly called out, Taya, shaman. Indeed, enough with the shouting. My head is already spinning. Ming Ming, feeling awkward, handed over the spiritual crystal in his possession, then approached the stone bed where Wuyue lay sleeping, gently caressing her rosy little face with the palm of his hand. His touch tender beyond measure. After absorbing 1 spiritual crystal and placing the remaining 4 into her storage wooden box, Shaman Taya declared, you may take her back now. Ming Ming cautiously lifted the young female. Cradling her horizontally, the cave had been excavated overnight. In the deeper recesses, a stone bed for Wuyue was lined with a layer of comfortable animal skins, treated in advance with ice abilities, ensuring a suitable temperature. Ming Ming draped another piece of animal skin over her slender waist, then moved a wooden stump to sit beside her, but after a moment's thought, he stepped outside again. When Wuyue awakened once more, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling above, she momentarily found herself at a loss. Apart from her muddled thoughts, her body felt exceedingly comfortable. More than just a little. It was immensely, extraordinarily comfortable, as if she had consumed some celestial elixir. "How strange," she murmured, rolling over towards the door, her gaze sweeping ahead, only to become increasingly bewildered. Her attention was captured by a recessed area accommodating 3 to 5 individuals, where a figure clad in white with black patterns on animal skin squatted, its sturdy arms waving about. As she stepped forward, she noticed Mingming's ears perk up, and he turned to look at her. Wuyue distinctly observed the transformation of his handsome face from initial indifference to surprise, and finally to alarm. "Don't move." Wuyue was momentarily stunned by his outburst, her entire being frozen in place, her lips parting without uttering a word for quite some time. Mingming rushed over, enveloping her in his embrace. Repeatedly apologizing, "I'm sorry, I startled you." Surrounded by his masculine aura, with his warm breath fanning her neck, Wuyue's mind snapped back to clarity. Sensing the tremors coursing through his tall frame, she gently patted his back and softly reassured him. "I'm fine. I just woke up and am a bit disoriented." Her eyes darted around the cave. Then she poked his back playfully, reverting to the most fundamental topic. "Did you take someone else's cave?" It was Mingming's turn to be baffled. Releasing Wuyue, he gazed in her blue eyes, disbelief etched in every word as he asked, "What did you just say?" Wuyue tilted her head slightly and reiterated, "The cave, did you take it from someone else, from another beast?" Previously, it had been a single room with a kitchen facing the stone bed. Now, from her view, there were a total of 4 distinct spaces, one for storage, filled with animal skins, wooden buckets, and neatly arranged small items, which would have made even a neat freak sigh in relief. There were 2 sleeping areas. The one where she had just rested was notably larger and lined with considerably softer animal skins. The other was the kitchen area by the entrance, stocked with pots and pans, everything one could need. Every visible corner was spotless, and some areas even adorned with fresh flowers for decoration. Mingming sighed. "I dug this last night." Wuyue blinked, her gaze shifting to his face, her expression devoid of jest. Hesitantly, she voiced, "Did I sleep for that long?" Noticing the young female as thoughts drifting elsewhere, Mingming turned her face back to him and firmly stated, "It was a whole night of digging, but Tai Wu and Uncle Guangbai came to help." Wuyue nodded. "Should we invite them for a meal? It's only right to treat those who helped." Mingming's face displayed clear confusion, wondering how that was related to dining. Wuyue's eyes sparkled as she smiled gently. "Aunt Bailon raised you. Now you belong to me, so we can all gather for a meal together." Mingming was momentarily overwhelmed with unexpressible excitement, his mind blank as he felt his body enveloped in warmth, not scorching but rather a comforting heat that ignited a fervor within his heart. He yearned to run laps at the training ground to quell his exhilaration. "All right, I will hunt some exotic beasts today and invite Aunt and Uncle over tonight." Wuyue smiled and nodded, wrapping her arms around Mingming's sturdy waist, pressing her cheek against his heart, feeling its rhythmic thumping like a drumbeat resonating deep within her. The intensity of her love illuminated her flaws and insecurities. Tears welled in her eyes, the guilt shining through the glistening moisture. "I'm sorry," Mingming, pressing her cheek against the fluffy animal skin. She used it to wipe away the tears threatening to spill over, taking a moment to suppress the lump in her throat. She whispered, "I'm going to make you work hard today." Mingming, not made of stone, rested his chin gently atop her head, his blue eyes swirling with a mix of joy and sorrow. He leaned down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. "Let us eat the roasted meat first. You looked so peaceful in your slumber that I didn't want to wake you." Wuyue smiled softly. "All right." Mingming could hardly bear to let her move away. He crouched slightly and lifted her, carrying her to the polished wooden stump. Gently setting her down, he opened a covered wooden bucket nearby. It was only then that Wu realized Mingming had been preparing meat. He had learned this from Aunt Bailon, pre-treating the meat to enhance its flavor. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't moved. To be cherished like this by someone, no, by a beast, was a profound honor. Even the smallest preference was treated with utmost seriousness. And no wonder people often said they wished to traverse to the beast realm. Mingming was truly wonderful. Mingming's handsome face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat anxious. Having yet to taste it himself, uncertain of its flavor, it's all right. It looks well marinated. The meat sizzled and crackled as it cooked, and Wuyue stood by, eagerly swallowing her saliva. After witnessing her lick her lips for what felt like the umpteenth time, confusion flickered in Mingming's eyes. "Are you hungry? Can you eat now?" Her bright eyes had become misty, captivatingly adorable, but Mingming's hands trembled slightly with urgency, his heart racing instinctively. However, roasting meat required patience. His gaze settled on another basket. Lifting the lid and, with one hand, transferring it to the side of the nearly tearful young female. Yet, Wuyue's eyes remained fixated on the roasted meat. Mingming, feeling helpless, directly presented her with a tart red fruit. "The meat will take a little longer. Eat this first." Wuyue glanced at it, then turned her head away. "No, I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat," she whimpered, her tone tinged with a hint of tears. Looking utterly pitiful, Mingming panicked. All right, it'll be ready soon." Glancing at the meat still cooking, he focused on the side that had begun to brown, waiting for that familiar color to appear before swiftly removing it. Tearing off the fully cooked outer layer, dipping it in crushed chili, and offering it to Wuyue's lips. Wuyue sniffled, swallowing the roasted meat through her tears, between sobs and bites. Her little eyes remained fixated on the meat. Mingming felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In that moment, he couldn't find a way to comfort her, so he simply continued to feed her patiently. The cave entrance, a voice called out. Mingming, Aunt Bailon had been standing at the door for a while, momentarily speechless as she observed the scene within. Mingming turned at the sound, meeting the disapproving gazes of 3 individuals. He had been so focused on feeding the young female that he hadn't noticed the trio at the entrance. "Aunt, Uncle, what brings you here?" Aunt Bailon ignored Mingming, quickly striding over to him, pushing him aside to embrace Wuyue tenderly, gently patting her back while wiping away her tears. "Don't cry. I'll have Taiwu give him a good thrashing." At this moment, Wuyu's stomach was comfortably filled to about 70%. Suddenly distracted, she snapped back to reality, only to feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the memory of her earlier crying fit. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, she murmured, "I'm fine. Mingming, I truly hadn't perceived any flaws in you before. It seems I have misjudged." Bailan's eyes glinted with dissatisfaction, her words sharp and unyielding. Tai Wu and Guang Bai chimed in from the side. Mingming remained silent, the tiger sitting in its den, while the pot fell from the sky. All he did was roast some meat for you. With that thought, his gaze followed his musings to the small female nestled behind Aunt Bailon. Her tender lips blushed a vivid red under the warmth, the small bite marks on her lower lip distinctly visible. Her fair face was flushed, and her eyes, glistening with a pool of autumnal water, held a shy gaze. When their eyes met for just a fleeting second, she hastily averted her gaze. The twitch of his lips revealed that he understood perfectly well. Expressionless, he accepted this blame. Rising, he strode over to Wuyu's right side. The moment he sat down, Wuyue poked his arm, her beautiful, watery eyes filled with apology. However, the embarrassment of having cried out of gluttony was mortifying. Mingming came to his senses, offering her a gentle smile, utterly enchanted by her charmingly bashful demeanor. The tiger and the female exchanged glances filled with unspoken feelings, prompting Bailon and Tai Wu to share a knowing smile. Subtly encouraging this blossoming affection, Bailon lightly scolded a few more times before steering the conversation towards the grand ceremony. "Little you haven't attended a grand ceremony before. You simply must go to the one in 3 days." After swallowing the last bite of roasted meat, Wuyue looked up, her face a portrait of confusion. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bailon reached out to pinch the soft, delicate flesh of her face. "Last night, the Taya shaman mentioned that the cub in your belly isn't doing too well. That I had initially thought you would bond with Mingming, allowing him to mark you with his beast pattern and channel some spiritual energy to the cub through it." Bailon paused for a moment, then continued, "But after pondering it all night, I truly believe attending the grand ceremony is the better option." Upon hearing that the little one in her womb was in poor condition, Wuyu's mind went blank, feeling a mix of resignation and confusion. The arrival of this child had been so sudden, yet it had undeniably provided her with a sense of security over the past half-month. Every child should be awaited with love, yet she found herself under the protection of the very life she carried. She felt helpless, her pregnancy having caused disturbances multiple times, remembering the tender yet resolute tone of the black tiger. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Would the grand ceremony offer any solutions? The desire to give birth stemmed not only from Luo Bai's plea, but also from the determination to see the cub thrive. Once devoid of hope, she had always feared that they would leave her unexpectedly one day, leaving her unprepared. Years of familial indifference had taught her that withholding emotions could soften the pain of loss. Yet now, hope flickered anew. Bailan, witnessing her pleading gaze, was momentarily reminded of her younger self, embracing Wuyue with tenderness as tears spilled from her own eyes. After calming her emotions, she introduced, "Every female chosen to become a sacred female is bestowed with the blessing of the life mother tree. Its light will gather within you, protecting your cub until it safely arrives in this world. Can I also receive this blessing?" Bailan nodded in response to Wuyue's hopeful eyes. "Your situation is unique. Although Luo Bai bonded with you, he subsequently severed that bond. You currently have no partner, which meets the basic criteria." Wuyue's hand instinctively touched her belly, her heart swelling with unexpressed excitement. Nodding vigorously, she declared, "Then I will go." Though uncertain of her chances, she knew it was better to try than to regret not having attempted. Bailan wiped her tears, her warmth returning, though her gaze towards Wuyue carried a newfound tenderness, distinct from her previous demeanor, which had stemmed solely from Wuyue being Ming Ming's chosen mate. There was a difference between loving the house and loving its inhabitants. "Shall we go play in the tribe after finishing the roast?" Bailan proposed that Wuyue, glancing down at her belly, declined. "Not really." Bailan clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I forget to mention, Taya has bestowed upon you healing abilities. Before the grand ceremony, neither you nor the cub should face any issues." "Shall we go?" Wuyue blinked in surprise, her mind still reeling from the barrage of information, nodding dazedly. Bailan beamed brightly, while Tai Wu and Guang Bai finished their meat, handing a skewer to Ming Ming before focusing on feeding Bailan. Ming Ming was unpretentious, as it was his own meat. He had no habit of wasting half-finished products, swallowing it whole. After tearing off a piece to cool down, he fed it to the eagerly waiting little female. If it weren't for the cooling abilities, this little glutton would have devoured it whole, the hot grease surely enough to make her cry. Little glutton, Wuyue squinted her eyes, savoring the roasted meat with delight, showing no signs of weariness from chewing. After their meal, Bailan and Wuyue stood on the polished ground, digesting their food, while Tai Wu and Guang Bai cleaned up the leftovers, and the male host of the cave was sent to attend to the two females. Ming Ming had been quite mischievous as a child, yet irresistibly adorable. With a tiger's head and a robust physique, he bounded about, his chubby form jiggling, and his calls were sweet and endearing. When he called out to you, one would almost wish to ruffle his fur. Wuyue's mouth parted slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, anticipation, and longing. "What else?" "There's more. Let me think." That Wuyue waited eagerly, while Ming Ming's ears turned crimson as he caught Bailan's gaze. Hastily blurting out, "Aunt." After a moment's pause, he finally asked, "Where shall we go next?" Bailan stifled a laugh, her gaze shifting back to the still eager little female. "Let's go fruit picking. The green and purple vine fruits in the area protected by the tribe are ripe." Wuyue's eyes widened. "Green vine fruits? Purple vine fruits? Are they like green and purple grapes? I'll know when I see them. They're particularly sweet, though some are sour. Finding a sour one is a rare treat." Wuyue had initially assumed that the main labor force for the harvest would consist of males. After all, from what she had observed, the beasts here wouldn't allow females to walk even a few steps, let alone assign the harvesting task to them. Yet, as they approached, the sounds of laughter and cheerful banter from the orchard filled the air, a lively competition in fruit picking. Upon closer inspection, she saw slender and voluptuous females being effortlessly lifted by males, armed with small knives, swiftly slicing off bunches of fruit and placing them into the baskets held by the males beneath them. Lowering her gaze to the faces of the males, they appeared unfazed, breathing steadily, even exchanging jokes while assisting the females. Their strength was indeed impressive. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside." Before Wuyue could fully process it, she was being pulled along by Bailan. "While picking fruits, you can eat as much as you like." Wuyue looked at the baskets overflowing with green vine fruits and asked, "Is it possible to eat them all at once? We can store them in the space." Wuyue suddenly understood. While this place seemed primitive, the presence of abilities meant one could not measure its development with conventional thinking. Biting her lip, she reminded herself not to define this world through modern standards. Seizing the opportunity while the two conversed, Ming Ming also grabbed a large basket in hand. Just as Wuyue was about to step into the orchard, a cool male voice echoed in her ears, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. Be careful. The branches are thick and could hurt your feet. That Wuyue rubbed her ears and looked down into a pair of blue eyes, smiling faintly. Be cautious with the knife. He released his thumb from the knife pressed against the basket. Once Wuyue had a firm grip. Okay, Wuyue replied softly, her gaze wandering over the fruits. From a distance, she noticed the green vine fruits appeared larger than expected, but upon closer inspection, each fruit was as big as a sugar orange. The grapes were astonishingly long, measuring nearly 80 centimeters. Quite absurd. Luckily, the basket had ample space. She could reach inside up to her waist and slice through the 2-centimeter thick fruit stems with her knife. So heavy. Ming Ming had been keeping a watchful eye on Wuyue and, upon seeing this, promptly dropped the small basket to the ground. As the conversation came to a close, a free hand grasped the verdant cluster of fruits. Wuyue shyly pressed her lips together in a smile. Ming Ming crouched down to steady the basket, placing the green fruit within, unperturbed by the ones that had fallen to the ground. It would be a pity if they were damaged. The large, round grapes exuded an aroma that promised delightful flavor. With a hint of resignation, Ming Ming declared, "Nothing is more important than you." Ice energy began to coalesce at his feet, lifting the bamboo basket high above. Wuyue gasped in astonishment. "You are so clever. It's much cooler over there." Indeed, let us go. Before long, a throng of males and females had gathered around Wuyue and Ming Ming. Isn't that Ming Ming? What a surprise! A prolonged tone filled with significance made Who feel an urge to retaliate. And this must be the new female. How adorable! She truly captures my sister's heart. Come here, try this particularly sweet bunch I set aside for you. As Wuyue momentarily lost her train of thought, a space beside the ice pillar had already been cleared. The withered branches and leaves had been tidily removed. Puffed, 3 large hides were spread upon the ground. And soon an array of fruits was displayed. Wuyue felt a tug on her hand and heard a bright voice. "Come down." She turned to see a round-faced female, her eyebrows dancing with mirth, her sweet appearance contrasting with her voice. Another female sitting beside Wuyue chimed in. Isn't Tao's voice and face quite peculiar. Wuyue glanced over and nodded. The surrounding males had retreated from the area. Taoan leaned closer to Wuyue, her breath fluttering. "You smell delightful. I adore it." Wuyue nearly succumbed to the impulse to raise her hand and take a whiff herself. My name is Taoan. I have heard of you for some time, yet I refrained from interrupting when you were carried out of the Taya shaman's cave in a faint. I later saw you with Ming Ming and didn't wish to disturb your budding relationship. I never expected to meet you today. I am Ming. Another female introduced herself. Surrounded by a group of socially anxious females, Wuyue found herself caught in a whirlwind of conversation, unable to find a moment to speak. Merely maintaining a gracious smile, Taoan grasped Wuyue's hand, glancing around. In 2 days we shall set off? You seem to be in good spirits now. I suppose we can host a bonfire welcome party tomorrow night. Wuyue smiled. I feel much better, thanks to the Taya shaman. Ming sighed. The Taya shaman is the most formidable healer among our tribe, and even in nearby major tribes. However, she is quite elderly and seldom takes matters into her own hands. We usually rely on the young shaman Qingmu for our ailments. Tao and gazed at Wuyue with envy, recalling her own feverish state, where she had no such fortune and had to endure the particularly bitter concoction brewed by Qingmu until she formally inherited the role of shaman. Qingmu would not gain her powers. Wuyue was taken aback. This was news to her, as Ming Ming had never mentioned it, indicating that significant sacrifices must have been made. That a warm sensation swelled within her heart. Open your mouth and give this a try. Taoan peeled a purple fruit and offered it to Wuyue. Instinctively, Wuyue wished to decline, but the fruit had already brushed against her lips. After chewing and swallowing, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Taoan playfully pinched Wuyue's soft cheek, cheerfully saying, "No need for formality. Don't be so reserved. Ultimately, everything from this orchard will end up in our bellies, so it makes no difference whether we eat now or later." Indeed, once they returned from the grand gathering, there would be more fruits to enjoy, although the quality of those blue fruits remained uncertain. After a while, having familiarized themselves with each other's personalities, they began to disperse. The area was quickly tidied up, were it not for the pristine ground. We might have doubted the recent events had transpired. Ming Ming approached, continuing to place the baskets as before, though now he had several more. You gathered more baskets? Won't they be insufficient? Ming Ming shook his head. The sun has risen higher, and with the heat, several females have returned, leaving room for me to bring more. Wuyue smiled, continuing to snip the fruit stems. Though this time she spared herself the effort of holding the green cluster. Speaking of which, they had mentioned a bonfire welcome party for the following evening. Ming Ming replied affirmatively while effortlessly lifting a basket brimming with green fruits to one side. Explaining, every female joining the White Tiger tribe is honored with a dedicated bonfire party. It serves as an introduction to the males and females of the tribe. Wuyue leaned in, contemplating the various ear types she had observed. But I noticed not all their partners are White Tiger Beast men. Ming Ming clarified, as long as they are bonded with a White Tiger Beast man, they are considered females of the White Tiger tribe. Yet they may also hold identities from other tribes. Wuyue nodded, understanding that a cub's lineage dictated its tribal affiliation. This arrangement was not a restriction, but rather a consideration for the young ones. Wuyue acknowledged this. She comprehended the implications that in the beast world, where males outnumber females, it often resulted in a singular female having multiple mates, typically over 10, even if some face challenges in conception, taking several years to bear a child. Each birth yielded at least 3, with some even more. Raising them all would indeed be quite a task. But will your mother still seek you out? Ming Ming was momentarily taken aback, suppressing the surge of resentment within him. The words that danced on his tongue ultimately coalesced into a simple, no, she has gone to a far-off tribe. Wuyue, being naturally perceptive, sensed his fleeting sadness, halting her fruit picking to gently pinch his earlobe. She was so heartless. We need not bother with her any longer. From now on, let us treat Aunt Bailan as our mother. Upon hearing this, Ming Ming felt the icy walls around his heart begin to thaw. In truth, Aunt Bailan had Iron Wu and the others. Males, once capable of independent hunting, would eventually sever ties with their original families, even amidst strong bloodlines. Yet, if a female could love whom she wished, he mused that he was indeed luckier than his beastly father. All right, Wuyue affectionately patted his head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she casually inquired, why do so many of their ears look different? Ming Ming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pondering the meaning behind her words. After some contemplation, he concluded, their abilities are not as strong as mine. Wuyue, with a glance around, she suggested, let us head that way, sure. Once their baskets were filled, he spoke, let us return. The sun will grow even hotter soon. Wuyue had no objections, but inquired, how much can we take back? 1 basket should suffice. Each basket could hold at least 10 clusters. Wuyue directed Ming Ming to pluck 2 clusters from the tree, 1 green and 1 purple, returning home with a sense of satisfaction. Ming Ming was unsure what delighted the little female, yet he couldn't help but smile at her gentle expression, his lips curving into a grin, oblivious to what amused him. The passing females stifled giggles, while the males wore expressions of sheer terror. Wuyue noticed this, peeled a green fruit, and fed it to him, observing his adorably foolish demeanor that drew glances from others. Especially those teasing eyes. Wuyue leaned closer to his ear and whispered, stop smiling. They are all watching us. Ming Ming's gaze sharpened as he scanned the increasing number of males approaching. Immediately, the intensity of their stares diminished. Wuyue urged, hurry, let us go. Ming Ming chuckled in response, and as his gaze shifted from Wuyue, his expression transformed swiftly, causing a jolt among the females and males who had been stealing glances. A chill ran down their spines as the bonded pair hurried away, while the unpaired hastened their steps as well. Ming Ming then leisurely cradled the little female, stepping into the shadows as they returned to the cave. Tomorrow evening's bonfire welcome party awaited. He planned to hunt a few exotic beasts to bring back. Wuyue nodded. Okay. Concerned about leaving the little female alone in the cave, Ming Ming asked, would you like me to escort you to Aunt Bailan? Wuyue smiled and shook her head. The tribe is very safe. I want to wander off. Ming Ming responded with a sound but remained silent, suddenly feeling a pang of regret that the little female had not captured that white bird. If she had, It would have made his hunting outings more secure. However, since Wuyue had no particular thoughts on the matter, it was best to let it be. In a few days, he would attend the grand gathering and select at least one or two to bring back. After all, a solitary tiger had its limitations. With a heavy heart, he peeled a heap of green and purple fruits before finally venturing out to hunt. After bidding farewell to Ming Ming at the cave entrance, Wuyue returned to the wooden stump and retrieved a jade-green pendant from her space. Discovered beneath the corpse of a strange beast, it bore a striking resemblance to modern jewelry. She had kept it in her space since finding it, yet had never found the time to examine it closely. Her slender fingers gently caressed the largest jade embedded in the pendant, but the myriad of cracks marred its original beauty, rendering it devoid of the warmth it once exuded. It was utterly ruined, yet she felt an inexplicable presence within it, though she was uncertain how to uncover it. Hiss! The pad of her index finger was cut by a protruding edge, but a flash of golden light momentarily blinded her, causing her eyes to instinctively shut. When the brilliance dimmed slightly, she slowly opened her eyes to behold countless fragments materializing before her. Were these spatial shards? As her fingers grazed one, it felt as though a star had fallen. Yet, when it struck the ground, it emitted no sound at all. Her gaze traversed the myriad shards, suddenly captivated by a piece that lay in the center of the golden light, pure white and serene. Reaching out to touch it, a stack of white paper appeared in her hand, and the fragments seemed to fulfill their final task, cascading down like a magnificent meteor shower. The paper unfurled. Elegant English letters danced upon it. This pendant, as she had suspected, was indeed a modern artifact. Its owner was a woman who had just graduated from university, through an act of bravery in saving others. She had been transported to the realm of beasts by her ancestral pendant to ensure her survival. The pendant had consumed its spiritual essence to create a space that could be cultivated and entered. Days blurred into one another, but let us consider this the first day, as it marked her arrival. She had landed directly on a peculiar altar surrounded by beautiful women. At the center stood an elderly woman clad in bizarre attire, a frightful sight that made her believe it was a sacrificial altar. This fairy, in her grace, had leapt down, yearning to report the ordeal that on the second day, she suddenly comprehended the language of beasts. Realizing her foolishness, it was merely the selection of a saintly female. Hilariously, the natives were bewildered by her actions, claiming she had emerged surrounded by golden light, brighter than ever before. Yet, she felt fortunate. The thought of engaging with several robust men was less appealing than death itself. Especially on the first day of longing for a boyfriend, on the fourth evening, she overheard a conversation among several strong men who were vying to bond with her. How difficult, she noted, struggling to recall the right words. This fairy had no interest in such arrangements. She fled under the cover of night, only to encounter a massive, fearsome black snake. Even a fairy fond of snakes could not endure the terror. She was paralyzed with fear. The paper bore only a few words, yet the ink soaked through to the back, while dried tears stained the lower portion. She had cried. Wuyue's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, pulling painfully at her. The years passed unnoticed. I wish to live, she resolved, determined to forge a good relationship with it. Years passed, and thankfully, it could comprehend her speech. Years passed again. Others were quite amiable, though the meals were repulsive, utterly sapping her appetite. She needed to lecture them. Years rolled by, and on the first day of love, they confirmed their relationship, primarily due to his impatience. She found herself almost forgetting him. The well-trained snake was surprisingly obedient. He could win an award for male virtue in modern times on the second day of love. She recounted her modern experiences to him, only for the silly snake to dare laugh at her. I did not speak incorrectly, she retorted, pouting. Tonight, he will sleep outside. Yet, she was caught. It turned out that not all who traverse worlds are protagonists. Wuyue lingered over the final line, then carefully tucked the paper away in her space. The pendant in her hand had become a mere shell, all the jade shattered into fragments, strewn across the ground like the vibrant life it once represented. Pressing her lips together, Wuyue flipped the white paper over and over. The recorded words were simple, yet each letter concealed a depth of anguish. Merely gazing upon them left her breathless. Yet, the pain conveyed by the words was but a fraction of what the pendant's owner had endured. Feng Xian monopolized the cave, lying despondently on a stone bed. Suddenly, a strong gust swept through the entrance. Feng Xian! Feng Xian! Had it been any other day, he would have eagerly hunted beasts, but having been rejected in a public courtship the day before, he felt utterly miserable and replied coldly, "Is someone calling for my soul?" A seventh-tier snow owl beastman approached with a grin, while Ming Ming had headed toward the hunting grounds, leaving only Wuyue, the solitary female. In the cave, it was said that faint weeping could be heard. Upon realizing the little female was crying, Feng Xian leapt from his stone bed, but as he soared towards the entrance, he turned back to grab the innermost basket. The seventh-tier snow owl glanced at the thoroughly ransacked cave, mouth agape, hesitating before swallowing his words and closing his mouth. As the leader, he need not remind Feng Xian. He had already gathered everything. Had he not been silent about the leadership and his own role, Feng Xian's efforts would have left the cave utterly bare, with hands clasped behind his back. A blend of melancholy and contentment graced his face as he watched Feng Xian depart. Indeed, he was genuinely invested. No need for reminders to please the female. Yawning, he swayed back to his own cave. Meanwhile, Feng Xian hastened to the cave of Ming Ming that he had long since inquired about. Upon arrival, he hesitated at the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to crouch at the cave's mouth and peer inside. Wuyue sat on a notably shorter stone bed, her head bowed, expression unreadable, hand resting on her abdomen. As Feng Xian gazed, he found himself captivated. His claws scratched against the cave's skin, dislodging a stone that clattered loudly to the ground. Crack! Who? Wuyue snapped back to reality, raising her head to look outside. Feng Xian, startled, quickly withdrew his head. Yet he was still a moment too late. Wuyue caught a glimpse of a white figure. She stood, took a few steps, then paused. She could not be mistaken. The height of the white shadow was no trivial matter. What if she stepped out and inadvertently caused a ruckus? Yet, the next moment, another thought surfaced. This was a tribe, and there were males nearby that if she shouted loudly, she would surely be heard, which was far safer than cowering within the cave. With her resolve strengthened, she cautiously approached the entrance. Determined to chase away the lurking presence, as she neared the entrance, her breath quickened. Chirp! Wuyue paused, stepping outside the cave, glancing left and right until her eyes fell upon a tiny, snow-white bird, trembling with its feathers, tilting its little head to gaze at her. Its expression seemed to carry a hint of playful innocence. Wuyue was immediately enchanted. Her realization of being a fluff enthusiast became increasingly clear. Little one, did you get lost? She crouched down, tentatively extending her hand. Before she could make contact, she felt a delicate touch at her fingertips. The little creature flapped its wings, eagerly rubbing its head against her fingertip. Covering her mouth with her left hand, Wuyue chuckled softly, charmed by the little one's endearing, unafraid demeanor, her eyes crinkling with delight. She scooped it up in her arms, though I do not know how you got lost. I cannot send you back now, she murmured, carrying it into the cave. Feng Xian, is there such good fortune? He redoubled his efforts to appear adorable, even at the cost of his own image. Wuyue pressed her fingertip against its head, laughter bringing tears to her eyes as she gasped. All right. Let me take a breather. Feng Xian ceased his antics, his golden eyes entirely captivated by her charming figure, nearly revealing his true eye color. Her delicate face was adorned with a smile, the curve of her lips like a bowstring that struck his heart, beautiful beyond compare. Are you hungry? Chirp. Are you hungry? Wuyue repeated with a smile, continuing to murmur to herself. I heard that younglings grow hungry quickly. As the conversation faded, her gaze drifted back and forth across his abdomen. What was the structure of a bird again? From that biology class years ago, 4 months without touching a book had left her entirely blank. Feng Xian thought that Wuyue must have discerned something. After all, he was in disguise, his small eyes evasively darting while his wings awkwardly shielded his eyes. Wuyue assumed this was due to hunger. The little creature was shy and embarrassed, so she stood up and wandered around the cave. There was indeed meat available, but upon glancing at the little one's figure, she decided against it. She retrieved a green from the basket, peeled it, and offered it at his beak. Eat up. She gently stroked his soft feathers, for otherwise he would surely feel discomfort in his belly later. Feng Xian lowered his wings, staring at the emerald fruit beneath him, his golden eyes nearly crossing in concentration. Wuyue raised her hand again. Go on, eat. Feng Xian's skin beneath his feathers flushed a deep red. Fidgeting with anxiety, after consuming one fruit, he stubbornly refused a second, scampering away on his little feet within the cave. Wuyue knelt sideways on the hay, not bothering with the little one's departure, merely glancing up occasionally. Suddenly recalling something, she rose and retrieved a wooden basin from the recessed cupboard, inside of which lay the green and purple meticulously peeled by Ming Ming. Chirp. Do you want to eat? Chirp, chirp. He certainly had no intention of consuming the fruit peeled by that tiger. Wuyue did not press him, leaning on the wooden table and absent-mindedly eating herself. After playing for a while, Feng Xian began to feel somewhat uncomfortable, particularly around his eyes. That it seemed as if his unusual gaze was about to reveal itself. Who had placed that fruit at the entrance? Ming Ming's voice echoed from the cave's mouth. Wuyue turned to look. There stood Ming Ming, holding a basket, the sunlight behind him casting a golden halo. However, paired with his white fur, it somewhat diminished his ethereal aura. Ming Ming's nostrils flared slightly as his sharp gaze swept the cave, finally landing on a little bird attempting to shrink behind Wuyue. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Following Ming Ming's gaze, Wuyue gasped in surprise. The little one also had unusual eyes. She turned and lifted him onto the table, inspecting him from head to toe. Gently patting his head, she laughed. Just yesterday, I saw a large bird with unusual eyes, and today I can see a little one as well. By the way, you bear a slight resemblance. Aside from the size difference, you are truly alike. Feng Xian stiffened, retracting his neck, his round eyes occasionally darting towards Wuyue. Then you must be a snowy owl as well. It will be quite convenient for Ming Ming to escort you back, eliminating the need to inquire family by family. Ming Ming nodded in agreement. I'll take it back first. Good. Upon exiting the cave, Ming Ming and Feng Xian nearly parted ways in the next moment. Ming Ming crossed his arms, casting a slightly mocking look at Feng Xian. What is the matter? Afraid I'll steal your little female. Feng Xian, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, We haven't even formed a pair bond, so no one has the right to mock anyone. Ming Ming scoffed, afraid. Who would fear a male pretending to be a cub? Feng Xian opened his mouth to retort, Well, what can I do? The little female has a fondness for snowy owl cubs. He didn't forget to raise an eyebrow, adding, If the little female likes it, I can take on any form. After some playful banter, feeling quite pleased with himself as he glanced at Ming Ming, he was met with a look that clearly conveyed, You're a fool. Fuming, he exclaimed, What do you mean by that? Ming Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to turn and leave. Though this foolish bird was indeed rather dim, his abilities were not lacking. With some training, he could still be presentable. Calming the urge to strike the creature, he remarked, I don't mind you joining. There's only me for Wuyue, and I'm not entirely at ease. Feng Xian paused, retracting the anger that had been visible on his face. I understand. The grand gathering was not a tribal event. Where there were many beasts, there were often many troubles, especially with those dark beasts, who were most frequently gathered during the grand gathering. That a little female with cubs, if not sufficiently protected by beastmen, would undoubtedly attract the attention of dark beasts, becoming their prime target for plunder. I will assist in resolving matters, but you must also be capable. Ming Ming's gaze darkened. Should the time come when you still look down on you, I hope you obstruct other beasts from pursuing her. Feng Xian frowned. Am I that sort of beast? Ming Ming remained silent, the derision in his eyes speaking volumes. One could only wonder how those several 8th-tier snowy owl beastmen had ended up crashing to the ground. Unable to rise, given the position they fell in, it was likely those beastmen wouldn't be seen before the females for quite some time. However, it was simply a matter of being inferior to me. If I looked down on them, the little female would surely do the same. With a cold snort, Feng Xian transformed into his beast form and soared towards his own cave. Ming Ming's lips twitched, momentarily regretting his decision. Could this foolish creature genuinely care for Wuyue on his own? Upon returning to the cave, he was met with a pair of curious, spirited eyes. The little female inquired, How did it go? I sent him back. Wuyue finally sighed in relief, leaning on the table. Which family was so careless as to let such a tiny cub run around? What if it strayed from the tribe? Ming Ming, listening, softly replied. It one t They would be informed to only play within the tribal boundaries. That Wuyue was taken aback. Will he listen? Could it be that the cubs of the beast world were so easily reasoned with? Ming Ming raised his gaze, observing the obedient ones still present. Wuyue paused, understanding dawning upon her. Those who were disobedient had disappeared, leaving only the compliant ones behind. She placed a hand on her flat abdomen. Still smooth, wondering whether the offspring would be mischievous or gentle. It should be the former. A soft, smiling voice reached her ears, causing Wuyue to freeze momentarily. She realized she had just voiced her earlier thoughts aloud. Ming Ming's gaze shifted to her abdomen, concern etching his features. Tiger cubs tend to be quite rambunctious before they can shift into human form. Wuyue sensed Ming Ming's worry, assuming it was about the challenges of raising her cubs, and quietly replied, I can manage them. That is not what I meant. I worry that I won't be able to handle them alone. Ming Ming reacted swiftly. Tiger cubs typically have 3 to 5 in a litter. If I go hunting, you as a female might find it overwhelming and quite tiring. Wuyue contemplated this, realizing it was indeed a valid point. Being born in beast form, their ability to walk lasted for a shorter time. The thought of having to manage 3 rambunctious cubs made her head ache. Ming Ming opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. It was easy to become exasperated by excessive words. He had already been quite helpful, leaving the rest to that foolish bird. Wuyue experienced a brief headache before her attention swiftly shifted to the basket. Have you found out who placed this here? It's a gift for you. Wuyue nodded again, her gaze landing on a nearby wooden tub filled with cut meat. Another batch of roasted meat. If only there were a pot, they could enjoy stir-fry as well. An idea sparked in her mind, but the next moment, drowsiness washed over her, prompting a yawn as she wiped away the tears pooling in her eyes. After completing the routine, she stared blankly at the bonfire, wondering if she had forgotten something. Observing this contemplative little female, Ming Ming inquired, What are you thinking about? Wuyue rubbed her forehead, her gaze momentarily distant. I can't quite recall. Just a moment ago, she had remembered clearly. Gazing at her adorably perplexed expression, sunlight illuminated her delicate face, the tiny tufts of fluff seeming to glow. Ming Ming felt a stirring within him. Leaning closer, his blue eyes sparkled with fragments of light. In the next moment, as she did not resist, his lips brushed against her cheek. Wuyue pressed her lips together, her eyes flickering slightly. The spot where she had been kissed felt as though it had been individually scorched by the sun, radiating a wave of warmth. Joy flickered in Ming Ming's gaze. He did not take advantage of the moment to press further, but instead returned to his own position in the ensuing silence. As the flames flickered higher, Wuyue's mind suddenly cleared. I remember now. I wanted to ask if there is a stone pot or something similar to, or perhaps stones that could be placed over the fire without cracking. Ming Ming paused his marinating of the meat, thoughtfully considering her request. Nodding in response to her hopeful gaze, he replied, There are some. The shaman Ataya has them, and those stones can be found on the back mountain. I can make one according to your specifications. Wuyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Shall we go find them now? All right. Ming Ming extinguished the rising flames and brushed the dust from his body, transforming directly into his beast form. The journey was somewhat distant. I shall carry you. Suddenly, a magnificent white tiger appeared at the cave entrance, exuding both majesty and beauty. Wuyue was instantly captivated, her heart racing. Ming Ming crouched down, and after a moment, he noticed that the little female had not yet climbed onto his back. Turning his head, he found Wuyue staring blankly at his beast form, her eyes shimmering like stars in a daze. He recalled the little female's previous words, and a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Surely, she could not have misunderstood his intentions. Contemplating this, he decided to take his time. There was no rush to head to the back mountain. He reverted to his human form, leaving his tiger ears perched atop his head. Wuyue was startled, but when her gaze fell upon the fluffy, twitching white tiger ears, all fear dissipated. Her heart and hands began to itch with desire. They appeared so delightful to touch. Ming Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement, finally grasping what his little female adored. His blue eyes glinted with a dangerous allure, a fact Wuyue, entranced by the twitching ears, failed to notice. Just as she hesitated on whether to reach out, The coveted tiger ears were presented before her. What was there to be shy about? Hmm? What was that sound? Lost in the bliss of petting the tiger ears, Wuyue gradually became aware of a peculiar noise, her grip tightening. Whoa. Looking down, she noticed a rosy hue adorning Ming Ming's fair face. His blue eyes hazy, and his soft pink lips glistening. Wuyue's mind exploded like fireworks, her hands unconsciously squeezing a few more times. Yu Ming Ming shook his head, his tousled hair swaying in the air. Revealing a hint of shyness, Wuyue awkwardly withdrew her hand, momentarily unsure where to place it. Oh, you like it? The handsome young man, with a pair of fluffy tiger ears atop his head, gazed at her with an enchanting blue glint, causing her hands to twitch once more. Wuyue's breath quickened. Don't you like it? His tone rose slightly, laced with an almost imperceptible smile. Wuyue instinctively shook her head. Observing the utterly dazed little female, Ming Ming straightened up, gently ruffling her hair before transforming back into a large tiger. He flicked his tail, unsure where to place it, ultimately coiling it around a wooden stump beside him. Wuyue felt the soft, furry tail brush against her arm, snapping her back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. What are you doing? I was wrong. Ming Ming quickly apologized, nuzzling his tiger head against Wuyue's neck. Next time, if Wuyue wishes to pet me, just let me know, all right? Wuyue covered her face with her hands, utterly mortified. She had been the one to pet him. The worst part was that she found that sound delightful. And when she finally withdrew her hand, she had touched him a few extra times. Ming Ming's blue eyes sparkled with laughter as he gazed softly at the little female, who was on the verge of embarrassment. Wisely, he shifted the topic. What size stone pot does you need? Wuyue pondered seriously, placing her hands in front of her to gesture. Approximately a .32 caliber pot. Ming Ming took note diligently. Flicking his tail as he smiled, "Come on up." Wuyue carefully climbed onto the tiger's back, murmuring to herself as she did, fearful that the large tiger might suddenly spring up and toss her off. The height was significantly greater than riding a horse in her past life, and falling would surely hurt. Ming Ming's tiger eyes sparkled with amusement as he spoke softly, his voice gentle. All right, upon hearing this, Wuyue's face flushed once more. When she first learned horseback riding as a child, she had fallen off in her eagerness to fit into a family that had already infiltrated the upper echelons of society. Since then, she had developed the habit of talking to herself whenever she sat on anything. She hadn't felt much about it before, but now, hearing the serious response from the tiger made her conscious of her actions. Her toes began to fidget. Biting her lip, she pretended not to hear, adjusting her posture until she felt steady. Gently, she patted the tiger's fur beneath her, announcing, "All right, I'm settled." As the words escaped her lips, she awkwardly covered her mouth. Wasn't it obvious that he had heard her? Ming Ming stifled a laugh, managing to contain himself. "You can grab the fur. It won't hurt." Wuyue took a deep breath, exclaiming softly, her delicate fingers exploring the contrast of white and black fur. Once she relaxed, she discovered the tiger's fur was remarkably soft and smooth, unable to resist caressing it a few more times. Reluctantly, she restrained her restless hands, gripping a tuft of black fur with one hand and a tuft of white fur with the other. All right. The soft voice pulled Ming Ming back to reality, and he shook his head before striding majestically toward the cave entrance. They exchanged greetings along the way until their faces were alight with smiles upon reaching the back mountain. This rarely trodden area was lush and verdant, with towering trees and wildflowers dotting the greenery, vibrant yet harmonious. It eased the tension on his brow. They were almost there. Suddenly, Wuyue spotted something and tightened her grip on the fur at the back of Ming Ming's neck. "Stop, I want to get down." Ming Ming complied, swiftly severing a tree with a single swipe of his paw. Wuyue widened her eyes. "What are you doing cutting down the tree? Just making it easier for you to dismount. When you came up, you stepped on a wooden stump, and jumping down from such a height might jolt your legs." Upon hearing this, Wuyue paused, reflecting for a moment. Calmly, she stepped onto the freshly cut stump to dismount from the tiger's back. The modern notion of illegal tree cutting was deeply ingrained in her mind. Especially since the tree trunk was nearly a meter thick, it certainly couldn't be a sapling of merely 10 years. Ming Ming transformed back into human form, Observing the little female staring at the stump with a look of regret etched across her face, he assumed she was quite fond of the tree. These trees all look alike. I could find some seeds and have a wood-manipulating beastman help accelerate their growth. In a day or two, they'll look just like the one beneath your feet. Wuyue snapped back to reality, shaking her head and extending her hand to point toward the left. Let us go over there. She had just spotted a plant that resembled ginger. Ming swallowed his initial plan and, cradling the little female, moved toward the left. Wuyue placed her hand on a plant, identifying it as ginger, which had a spicy flavor and a mildly cool nature, effective for dispelling cold, alleviating nausea, warming the lungs to stop coughing, and detoxifying. Recognizing its properties, Wuyue understood this herb had already been discovered. Sure enough, Ming stepped forward and uprooted it. Your eyesight is remarkable. I hadn't even noticed this at all. If you catch a chill or get caught in the rain, I'll make you some tea from this. Wuyue frowned, her mind unable to process this. Is ginger even palatable when boiled in water? Quickly dismissing the bizarre imagery in her mind, she shifted the topic, half seriously and half jokingly. This would be great for stir-frying meat. It looks quite promising. Ming was puzzled but decided to take her word for it. Even if it turned out as poorly prepared as Aunt Bailan's cooking, he would still eat it. Yes, he remained vigilant of their surroundings. He began recalling the praises from Uncle Tai Wu and Uncle Guang by regarding Aunt Bailan's culinary skills. In a short span, Wuyue discovered not only ginger, but also green onions and garlic. All were extraordinarily tall, as if they had been treated with hormones. The green onions, similar in taste and function, nearly reached her chest, with prominent white fibers wrapping around them in an intricate pattern. She wouldn't have recognized them had her fingers not brushed against them. Ming held the ginger, green onions, and garlic in his left hand while cradling the curious Wuyue in his right. After searching for a while, Wuyue eventually withdrew her gaze, satisfied with the ginger, green onions, and garlic they had gathered. She gently tapped Ming's shoulder, speaking softly, "Let us find some stones for carving the pot." All right, the stones for the pot were located by the water's edge. Before Ming even approached, he had already spotted a suitable candidate. The aura of an 8th-tier beastman radiated from him, allowing him to place Wuyue safely by the water and set down the items he was carrying. He swiftly retrieved a stone from the center of the water, approximately the thickness of his palm and in a perfectly oval shape. Ming settled down beneath Wuyue, positioned downstream of the stream and wind, and began carving 2 circles into the icy stone. Is this size adequate? Wuyue rested her elbows on her knees, her eyes sparkling as she nodded with a smile. This size is perfect. Here, one could add a period. Slender, white fingers traced the shape of a handle at one end of the ellipse, allowing it to be lifted effortlessly. All right, Ming retracted his hand, and his fingertip flicked out a long nail. The light filtering through the gaps in the trees illuminated it, casting a chilling gleam that seemed extraordinarily sharp. Wuyue watched, her eyes unblinking. The stone was carved into a rough shape, yet not a speck of dust appeared. Looking back at the nail, her eyes sparkled with awe. Ming, feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, was accompanied by soft gasps of admiration, causing a slight warmth to rise to his earlobes. Luckily, the little female averted her gaze after a moment. Wuyue snapped off the upper part of the ginger stem and tossed it aside, discarding the thin roots from the remaining piece before tossing the entire ginger into the shallow stream. A stone blocked it, preventing even the slightest impact from carrying it away. She washed the scallions and garlic once more. Once everything was complete, Ming's pot was also ready to so quick, she remarked, admiring the smoothness of his craftsmanship. Her starry eyes brimmed with adoration, and Ming cleared his throat, asking, "Shall we head back or take another stroll?" Wuyue glanced at the items nearby and suggested, "Let's return first and see how the dishes cooked in the pot taste." Ming nodded, gazing at the little female whose mood appeared exceptionally buoyant, and he felt a sweetness akin to honey in his heart, eagerly anticipating the dishes she mentioned upon returning to the cave. After heating the stone pot, Wuyue realized she had forgotten the oil. She reached into a nearby bucket and pulled out a piece of pale meat, resembling pork lard. Uncertain, she inquired, "What kind of meat is this?" Ming, flipping the roasted meat in his hands, replied earnestly, "This is the meat of the hum beast." Wu bit her lip in contemplation, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. The hum-hum beast must be a synonym for pig, right? Was there anything amiss with its eyes? After observing the neatly cut meat for a while, Mingming spoke up. Wuyue blinked, her gaze refocusing on the uniformly sized fatty meat, and shook her head. Let us just simmer it. The meat of beasts in this world is inherently different from modern meat, especially that of exotic creatures. It doesn't require marination or seasoning. Simply roasting it over fire suffices to yield a rare delicacy, even in modern times. Surely, it won't be an issue without white vinegar or spirits to eliminate the fishy smell. Silently praying, she placed the evenly cut meat into the water, and once it began to simmer slightly, she retrieved it and set it aside in a wooden basin filled with water. After rinsing off the surface froth, she poured it back into the pot and added water. The advantage of simmering in water is its simplicity and convenience, providing consistent results without requiring high culinary skills. Just avoid burning the bottom, and there's no need to stir. The only downside is the time it consumes, but given the limited conditions, water simmering is the only option. While Mingming flipped the roasted meat, he observed the little female's actions. Though he couldn't comprehend them, he diligently noted them down. Wuyue used a smooth wooden stick to stir a few times. Smiling, it's ready. Mingming handed her a small piece of meat, flat and just the size of her palm, small enough to cook quickly, allowing the little female to eat sooner. Wuyue accepted it, tearing off a piece and offering it to Mingming before beginning to eat herself. Since returning from the shaman, her appetite had notably increased. She hadn't felt it upon waking earlier, but within mere seconds, hunger overwhelmed her, nearly bringing her to tears. Remembering her earlier embarrassment, her face flushed instantly. Is it very hot? Wuyue quickly shook her head. The roasted meat was indeed hot. However, by the time Mingming presented it to her, it had reached a suitable temperature for consumption. He was attentive to every detail of life. His appearance and physique were top-notch, making her feel like a heartbreaker. In her mind lingered the thought of another male's offspring, while she was currently savoring roasted meat provided by a third male. How difficult. There was also an other-eyed snowy owl. The basket from this morning was likely delivered by that snowy owl. Many of the fruits were unfamiliar to her. Why was she so certain? The fruits in Mingming's cave had become increasingly abundant since her arrival, yet the ones in that morning's basket were both fragrant and peculiar. After consuming 4 or 5 skewers, she requested him to give her one more. The pieces of meat were small, and she ate quickly, while Mingming continued to roast more for her, neglecting his own hunger. Mingming smiled as he handed her the smallest piece of meat. Her gaze shifted to the stone pot, which now contained a milky liquid. Wuyue's nostrils flared slightly, but there was no fishy odor. Her eyes sparkled. With her right hand, she stirred the meat in the pot with a wooden stick, ensuring it didn't stick to the bottom. It seemed the stone pot was quite good. No. More accurately, the stone was exceptional. Confirming there were no issues, she felt reassured enough to let the meat render its fat. The meat on hand quickly finished roasting, and she sprinkled seasoning over it, bringing it to Mingming's mouth, saying, "You eat. You hardly had any." "I'm not hungry," he asserted with certainty. The U.S. gaze shifted to his abdomen. Indeed, she had not heard it growl once. If it were her, by noon, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, her stomach would have been grumbling incessantly that a thought crossed her mind. Did you eat raw meat beforehand? Mingming paused for a second before obediently nodding. Is it safe to eat raw meat? Exotic beast meat can be consumed raw, but wild animal meat must be cooked thoroughly. Realizing that the rendered fat had not developed a strong fishy smell, Wuyue nodded in understanding. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. She wished to tell him not to eat it in the future, but he firmly insisted on ensuring she finished her meal before he began. Knowing that her current appetite was vastly different from before, she would need to eat continuously for at least an hour. During that time, if he felt hungry, he would have to endure it. Observing the soft, pale face adorned with conflict, an inexplicable warmth surged within Mingming. Before you arrived, I simply ate directly. The cold season is lengthy. Many males hunt numerous exotic beasts at the onset of winter, leaving them to freeze outside in the snow, eating them directly when desired, freezing the meat outside. Wuyue, who had never ventured beyond the south, had never witnessed such a sight. Rather than worrying about surviving the cold season, she was now more curious about what it would be like to have snow serve as a refrigerator. Born in the south, winter had become increasingly mild, and she had never seen the roads blanketed in snow. Mingming watched the little female lost in thought, captivated by the gentle curve of her smile, a beautiful softness that imprinted a clear and distinct image of his affection in his heart. You, what color of bee skin do you prefer? During the season, exotic beasts are well-fed and their fur is exceptionally soft. I haven't changed my winter bee skin in quite some time. As a male, with fire abilities, he could transform into his beast form and sleep soundly in the cave without fear of freezing. Wuyue came back to her senses and pondered seriously. Any color is fine. I don't have a preference you dress like this in winter. Isn't it cold? Mingming was momentarily taken aback by the question, then smiled. This is the fur of my beast form, though it's less thick. I don't feel cold. Wuyue envied him. It was fortunate to have Mingming's ice abilities inside the cave, but outside, no matter how lightly she dressed, she still felt somewhat warm, especially now that she was pregnant. The heat was unbearable. Thinking of this, she anxiously shifted her arms, feeling sticky all over. How had she managed to go out before, and had felt nothing at all? Was it because she hadn't paid attention? Her thoughts spiraled, leaving her quite bewildered. Mingming tilted his head slightly, puzzled by what the little female was contemplating. His gaze shifted to the stone pot, which had turned slightly yellow without her noticing. The color in the pot has changed. Wuyue snapped back to attention and quickly instructed him to slice the ginger and toss in a few pieces. Grabbing the wooden stick, she stirred again. Gradually, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Mingming couldn't resist moving closer. Wuyue gently said, "It will be ready in a moment. This stir-fried vegetable is quite delicious." Mingming nodded. There are several types of greens outside the tribe. I'll go pick some. No need. Let us wait until evening. Aren't we inviting Aunt Bylon over for dinner tonight? We can use this oil to stir-fry then. Mingming halted his movement to rise. Whatever the little female said was law. Her gaze, bright and piercing, was fixed upon the clear, slightly yellow liquid in the stone pot. Wuyue continued to savor her roasted meat until she reached a point of satiety, at which she paused to retrieve a clean wooden basin. Pouring the prepared beast oil into it, she directed Mingming to place it appropriately against the wall at a lower height. Mingming positioned it within Wuyue's reach. Inquiring, "Is this suitable?" Wuyue nodded in affirmation. She then covered the basin with a lid, recalling that lard should be stored away from light and kept at temperatures below 20 degrees. The beast oil likely required similar treatment. As it was, after all, also animal fat. The cave's temperature was cooler than that outside, so it should pose no significant issue. Although she had rendered a considerable amount of oil, the consumption here was plentiful, and it would likely be used up quickly. With a light clap of her hands, she dismissed the matter from her mind. She popped another red sour fruit into her mouth, leaning back slightly as she caressed her belly, which was protruding from being filled with food, resembling the early signs of pregnancy. Yes, it's swelling. With the meat she had consumed, she would soon be able to venture out to play. Wuyue smiled for a moment, squinting as she yawned, her eyes misting over. When she lowered her gaze to her pregnant belly, the warmth within seemed almost to spill forth. She gently patted her stomach, her lips curving into a soft smile. This child was linked to her bloodline, a connection to this unfamiliar world. She hoped for everything to proceed smoothly. After tidying up the remnants, Mingming turned to see the female's expression slipping back into melancholy, which tugged at his heart. Aunt Bylon had previously mentioned that pregnant females often experienced bouts of sadness, and prolonged despondency could adversely affect both their health and the offspring. Thus, he swiftly gathered her into his arms, carrying her to the innermost part of the cave. "Are you tired? I heard you yawning just now. Would you like to take a nap?" He gently inquired, his gaze softened at the sight before him. She lifted her eyes slightly, her expression one of confusion, as if she had pondered for a long time, before slowly shaking her head. "All right, I will go sweep the floor. Call for me if you need anything." Wuyue sat at the edge of the stone bed, a fruit basin beside her, resting her head against the wall as she quietly observed the handsome beast man who had resumed his tasks. His movements were deft, his earnest demeanor utterly enchanting. Even while attending to mundane chores, the taut muscles of his arms displayed formidable strength. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze fell upon his perfect abdominal muscles. exposed as he bent to pick up debris from the ground. Truly, it was captivating. Embarrassed, she averted her eyes, yet her mind was entirely consumed by the alluring image she had glimpsed. She had seen fully exposed bodies before. Xiong Lai was a prime example, often clad in nothing but a beast hide around his waist. Yet the tantalizing hints of skin before her were even more tantalizing and unforgettable. Her thoughts drifted to the furry tiger ears atop his head. Soft and smooth, begging to be touched. Handsome, 8-pack abs, tiger ears. Each of these could be the stuff of online fantasies. The more she pondered, the more absurd it became. She lightly slapped her cheek, producing a crisp sound. Then moved toward the inner part of the stone bed, where ice blocks lay to cool her flushed face. Her mind was filled with the idle chatter of classmates, their laughter echoing in her ears. Ming Ming occasionally turned his head, observing the little female rolling around on the stone bed, his eyes brimming with immense satisfaction. After finishing the cave's tidying, he straightened up and walked toward the stone bed. His steps measured to avoid startling the dazed young female. Wuyue, I will go outside to gather some greens. Wait. Wuyue, unable to ignore the heat radiating from her cheeks, blinked her eyes and implored. I want to go too. She craved greens and saw it as an opportunity to collect various plants, enriching her knowledge base. Under the gaze of her glistening apricot eyes, Ming Ming found himself unable to resist and readily agreed. Yet moments later, he regretted his decision. Not only was it the hottest part of the day, but the temperatures were also quite high. The little female was delicate. A short outing could leave her sunburned. As he racked his brain for a way to subtly dissuade her from this perilous idea, a sharp cheep echoed from the entrance. To "It" was a clear sound, tinged with a childish lilt. Wuyue and Ming Ming turned simultaneously to see a small snowy owl perched at the cave's entrance, the sunlight elongating its round form. After a brief moment, the little creature seemed to have gathered enough information. Its tiny claws moving with purpose, its unusual eyes solemn. Yet its wobbly gait only accentuated its round and adorable appearance. Ming Ming instantly recognized this silly bird as Feng Xian. Was it here again? Having found the previous outing so beneficial, did this foolish bird not realize that one trick should not be repeated so frequently? He sighed inwardly. The moment Feng Xian appeared in its juvenile form, Wuyue's attention was instantly captured. However, the next instant, the little creature tumbled to the cave floor with a thud. Ming Ming. It was too foolish to bear. Wuyue hurriedly leapt from the bed. Don't move. I'll go pick it up. Just stay here, she instructed. After saying this, Ming Ming approached, looking down at the little bird whose tail bobbed amusingly as it attempted to regain its balance, his lips twitching. In front of the young female, it was inappropriate to simply scoop the bird up and place it before her. He had to endure the impulse, cradling Feng Xian in his palm and presenting it to Wuyue. She lowered her gaze to meet the innocent, naive eyes and couldn't help but gently touch its little head. Why did you come back again? Cheap. Wuyue smiled softly, suddenly looking up at Ming Ming. Do you know what it's saying? I don't know, he replied, dismissing it as mere babble, attempting to play it cool. You play with Feng Xian and I'll go gather some greens. Wuyue pressed her lips together in thought. The little owl continued to chirp, each sound more endearing than the last. Wuyue's heart melted. How could there be such a round and adorable little creature in the world? She promptly forgot her intention to leave. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she spoke softly. Your name is Feng Xian. It's a lovely name. Ming Ming shook his head and turned to exit the cave. With Feng Xian, a level 8 creature, present, he could easily flee in case of an emergency. This was also why he was willing to assist Feng Xian to end the joyful distraction of playing with the little creature. Time flew by. As daylight waned, he would return and escort her back. His gaze, laced with concern, frequently drifted toward the cave entrance. Cheap, so obedient. This little darling was both well-behaved and charming, never crying, its emotions stable. Who could resist such a creature? How enviable. The well-mannered ones were always someone else's offspring. Wuyue fed it another green fruit, and Feng Xian, as plump form, shivered slightly, feeling a chill run down its back. However, after glancing around, it found nothing amiss and resumed pecking at the green fruit before it. I'm back. Ming Ming's voice resonated from the cave entrance, tinged with a bite of irritation. The light within the cave dimmed momentarily. Obscuring his expression, Wuyue stood, cradling Feng Xian, her face clouded with concern. "Why did you return so late?" "Sorry, there were so many to pick, and I wasn't sure what you liked, so I searched a bit longer," he replied, his tone softening. Only then did Wuyue notice that Ming Ming was carrying a basket filled to the brim as much. Ming Ming smiled and affirmed, "Most of it is leafy greens. It's been a while since beastmen came to gather them. They mostly prefer meat, and so do the females. Unless necessary, greens are often overlooked. You can take Feng Xin back. I'll try the greens with the beast oil first. We'll see how it goes when I return." Ming Ming did not wait for Wuyue's response and hurriedly dragged the struggling Feng Xian outside, in a place unseen by Wuyue. He pinched Feng Xian's beak, rendering him utterly silent. As the two figures vanished at the cave's entrance, Wuyue withdrew her thoughts and glanced at the basket on her left, only to discover that the vegetables inside were drenched in water, while the other basket contained greens still speckled with soil. Clearly, the vegetables on the left had been washed. The meticulousness of the task was evident. Most of the work had been accomplished without the need for a single word, a devoted boyfriend. Her heart fluttered slightly under such gentle affection. She retrieved a cabbage-like vegetable, its hue a striking purple, meticulously stripped the outer leaves, and deftly cut it in half with a bone knife before tearing it into suitable sizes by hand. By the time Ming Ming returned, the ingredients for the evening's meal were already prepared. Ming Ming surveyed the neatly arranged wooden basin and sighed inwardly, contemplating how unreliable he must appear, for the little female always insisted on taking on tasks herself. Was it perhaps because the fruits were scarce? Regardless of his musings, the immediacy of the moment took precedence that he knelt before Wuyue, assuring her that he would handle these tasks in the future. His attention was captured by a pair of melancholic blue eyes that held a pure affection, causing Wuyue to pause, her lips pressed together in contemplation. She felt a twinge of boredom. Her preference for solitude made the absence of books and entertainment in this place acutely felt. Unlike the modern world, having previously worried about survival, she now found herself lost in idle thoughts, the stability of her life allowing her mind to wander. "Apologies," Ming Ming said, his eyes filled with regret, as he had not considered this aspect at all. Realizing that the little female favored his beast form, he transformed into a large tiger, crouching beside Wuyue, his massive head nudging her gently. "Careful not to exert too much pressure. Shall I take you to pick some greens next time?" Wuyue nodded emphatically, her gaze softening as it was filled with warmth. She affectionately rubbed the tigeress head, a smile brightening her face. "Your fur is so well kept." Ming Ming suppressed the surge of emotions within him and replied in a hushed tone, "The higher the rank, the better it becomes," after indulging in a few more caresses. Wuyue reluctantly withdrew her hand. Meeting his inquisitive blue eyes, she smiled. "It's getting late. I'll stir-fry some greens to tea. Our wide-eye tea would be awkward if we waited for Uncle and Aunt to arrive." Only to find the dish unpalatable. In an instant, Ming Ming transformed back into his human form, a touch of warmth softening his previously stoic expression, a hint of charm gracing his brow. He placed a wooden bucket beside Wuyue, filled it with ice, and then sat by the fire, tending to it while saying, "Then, Wuyue, you direct, and I will do the cooking." "All right." With everything in place, Wuyue scooped a spoonful of exotic beast oil, its creamy, smooth texture, and added it to the already scorching stone pot. As the oil heated, she guided Ming Ming to pour the chopped greens directly into the pot. "Stir it, and we'll add a pinch of salt later." Under the rudimentary conditions, only a sprinkle of salt was added. Nothing more. Wuyue picked up a piece of the cooked vegetable stem with her chopsticks, biting into it and savoring the refreshing sweetness that burst forth. The taste of greens grown in the countryside was vastly different from those raised in greenhouses. This flavor marked the first time she had tasted something so familiar since leaving her rural home 6 or 7 years ago. She then picked up another pair of chopsticks and offered a piece to Ming Ming's lips. "You should try it too." Ming Ming gently accepted it, and soon his eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in praise. "It's delicious. It was far better than eating it raw. Aren't you supposed to grill it?" Wuyue inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Ming Ming hesitated. "Grill it?" Upon hearing this, Wuyue instantly understood. Chuckling softly as she rose to rummage through the basket until she found some small greens, skewering them onto a twig and placing them directly over the fire. Ming Ming skillfully took over. Wuyue relinquished her hold, her gaze shifting to the seasonings. No wonder, at the bonfire party hosted by the Snow Owl tribe, there had only been meat and no greens. They apparently did not grill vegetables at all. Tentatively, she brushed some exotic beast oil onto one of the greens, discovering it enhanced the aroma. "Let me give it a try," Ming Ming suggested first. While all the ingredients were non-toxic, he still preferred to sample it himself first. Wuyue, fully aware of his concerns, shot him an amused glare, thinking, "If it's poisonous, would you die before me?" Ming Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, opening his mouth but unable to respond. Observing the irate little female, a pair of tiger ears suddenly sprouted atop his head, his body tilting slightly, as if he wished to press his ears into Wuyue's hands. With her cheeks puffed up, Wuyue's hands instinctively ruffled his fur in a mild display of frustration as she stated sternly, "You cannot think like this again. If something happens to you, I will be worried. Do you hear me?" Upon hearing this, Ming Ming felt his face flush as he earnestly explained, "I am at rank 8. Even if I consume something toxic, I can expel the poison. You, as a female, have no resistance whatsoever. If you were to ingest something harmful, it could easily make you ill. Does rank 8 have such capabilities?" Wuyue's eyes widened slightly. "What about rank 7? Ming Ming's tiger ears drooped, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Yet he could not articulate it clearly at the moment, simply stating, "Unlike the previous 7 ranks, rank 8 is an entirely new level of power. Each rank 8 beastman is endowed with a unique ability, allowing them to discern whether food is poisonous or not. It is said to be to better care for the females, preventing them from perishing due to toxic substances." Wuyue nodded, regarding the latter part of his statement as mere hearsay. If the aim was to enhance the well-being of females, it would be far better to grant them the ability to discern toxins themselves. After all, others' reassurances might not always be effective. Understanding the potential harm of certain foods would naturally deter reckless behavior. Her gaze returned to the grilled greens, and recalling the abilities of rank 8 beastmen, uncertainty crept in. All the ingredients were confirmed to be safe, so surely there wouldn't be any issues. Even if certain foods clashed, she had never seen any problems arising from combining vegetable oil and greens. Ming Ming chuckled softly as he tasted the seasoned greens. Chewing a few times before swallowing, Wuyue watched him intently, her bright eyes seemingly capable of speech. "Is it poisonous?" Ming Ming shook his head. "It's delicious." The flavor was unlike anything he had experienced before. He felt he had squandered the opportunity to enjoy greens raw. Wuyue sighed in relief. "Your ability is quite remarkable. Praise such a simple skill was unexpected. Had it been an ordinary male beastman, Ming Ming would have certainly mocked him. But being complimented by this little female, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for him, filled his heart with pride. What if 2 types of food are safe separately but toxic when combined? Ming Ming was momentarily taken aback, his handsome face twisting in confusion. Shouldn't it be possible to detect that? Seeing the handsome man flounder, Wuyue covered her mouth, laughing softly. "It's all right. Let us try the other greens." With the topic swiftly changing, Ming Ming tugged at the loose strands of hair by his ears, letting out a sigh of relief. The little female's thoughts were truly more tumultuous than a winding mountain road. If he continued down this path, he would have no answers left to give. Among the washed greens, there were very few small stalks. Ming Ming emptied the basket on his right, and upon seeing the small greens at the bottom, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. These small ones were the first greens he had come across. He had thought it wasteful to discard them, and had brought them back with the intention of consuming them himself. Should the little female not fancy them? To his surprise, it turned out that she preferred the smaller varieties. Wuyue arranged the selected greens neatly in the wooden basin. Meanwhile, Ming Ming returned with 2 buckets of water. Since caring for the little female, the amount of water they used had grown proportionate to the cave's size. After thoroughly cleaning the greens, they sampled each type before ultimately choosing 4. 1 was to be stir-fried with exotic beast oil, 2 would be grilled, and the last one would be wrapped around meat. What about the exotic beast meat? Ming Ming opened 2 wooden buckets, revealing them filled with marinated meat chunks. Wuyue's tone was laced with astonishment. "When did you marinate this? Hadn't they all been busy trying to grill the greens together? I took the opportunity to marinate it while we were preparing. Ming Ming explained, in a moment of silence. Wuyue found herself at a loss for words to describe this quietly formidable elder tiger. Gazing upon his unassuming yet handsome face, she felt a stirring within her heart, and, in an impulsive act, planted a gentle kiss upon his lips, murmuring, "You've worked hard." Ming Ming's body stiffened, as if his soul had briefly separated from his corporeal form. Is it not permissible to kiss? The soft voice, tinged with disappointment, echoed in his ear, prompting him to suppress the tremors coursing through his body and immediately shake his head. No, it was merely unexpected. Wuyue tilted her head, observing the elder tiger's face, now flushed with embarrassment, and a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Yet, had he not kissed her before? Ming Ming's cheeks burned with an intensity that made him feel feverish all over. He stammered, his voice trembling with urgency, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, an expression of pitiful longing. Wuyue chuckled softly, teasing him. "There's no need to rush." Ming Ming's ears drooped, and his tail hung low, his entire demeanor radiating a sense of grievance. Wuyue once again caressed his ears, leaning down to plant another kiss near his lips. As anticipated, she heard his breath quicken, her gaze fixating on his fair complexion, which seemed to redden even further. Resting her left elbow on her knee, she cupped her chin in her palm. "You mustn't bully me like this." He appeared utterly wretched, bubbles of grievance surfacing all around him. Wuyue's eyes sparkled with mischief as she countered. "How have I bullied you?" His ears drooped like those of a forsaken puppy, and she reminded him that they had yet to bond as mates. Her heart softened at the sight. He yearned for a definitive answer, and she readily provided it. Once the grand gathering concluded, they would bond as mates. And no sooner had the words left her lips than a crisp, invigorating aura enveloped them, and a warm sensation spread across his neck. Wuyue lowered her gaze, encircling his sturdy waist with her arms, nuzzling her head against him. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Why are you crying?" "I am merely overwhelmed with joy." His embrace tightened around her. In a low, husky voice murmured, "Please don't reject me." "How could I? You are officially marked by me." Wuyue sighed, affectionately rubbing his ears, and, as she did, she suddenly realized they still felt cool to the touch after all this time. "Is your beast form also cool to the touch?" Ming Ming, accustomed to the little female's whimsical thinking, took a moment to compose himself before replying that Wuyue can choose any temperature she desires, even during the cold season. "It remains warm." Each word was more tempting than the last. Wuyue admitted she was indeed enticed, a large, plush creature that could adjust to the perfect temperature at any moment. Surely, cuddling up to sleep would be incredibly comforting. But at that moment, a more pressing matter came to mind. She gently nudged him. "It's getting late. Please invite aunts and uncles over, or they'll miss their meal." Ming Ming felt reluctant. He had finally seized the chance to hold the sweet little female close, only to have to let go so soon. "Shall we invite them next time? We have more than enough vegetables this time." If Aunt sees this, she might turn green with envy. It was not until Wuyue leaned in to whisper, "You can hold me while we sleep," that he finally relented. Meanwhile, in the nearby cave, Tewu and Guangbai had yet to start their preparations. Upon hearing Ming Ming's invitation, they readily agreed. Bailan, upon hearing the reason for the invitation, quickly changed into a new fur skirt. Her little one was about to embark on a new journey, and she wished to send them off properly, bringing along everything necessary. "Aunt Bailan, you needn't bring these. They are not for you." Bailan shot him a glare. "These are gifts for little you." Taya had encouraged her to spend more time with little you, believing it would lead to her desires being fulfilled. Yet, her desire remained unfulfilled. She had not given birth to a cub. Initially surprised, upon returning home after gathering the green, she pondered deeply about how something could arise from nothing. The life force bestowed upon her, when she became the holy female, chose to save her back then. Yet after losing the cub, conceiving had become a distant dream that if such fertility were to be transferred from little you to her, she would rather not engage at all. This meal would serve as a farewell. She trusted her offspring. Even if she were to depart, Tewu and Guangbai would not abandon Ming Ming and little you, ensuring them a dignified farewell. Wiping away her tears, she joyfully followed Ming Ming into the cave. She took a seat on the other side. Tiawu and Guangbai had no questions and settled down beside her. Wuyue blinked her eyes, glancing at Mingming, but upon meeting his joyful gaze, she fell silent. Perhaps she would inquire later. Aunt Bailan, what vegetables do you prefer? Upon seeing a basket filled with green vegetables, Bailan felt an immediate discomfort as she sat down. She despised those green things, finding them bitter even as the aroma of meat struggled to overshadow them. Yet, sometimes she had no choice but to eat. If her face could convey color, it would undoubtedly be a true shade of vegetable green. Tiawu and Guangbai exchanged knowing smiles. They were well aware of how much their partner loathed green vegetables. In the past, they had to coax her just to eat a few bites. Now, given Wuyue's invitation, she had to eat at least a few pieces. Ignoring the pleading glances from her partner, she resigned herself. Just 4 pieces, no 3. 2 pieces, I'll eat 2 before I ask for rescue. Bailan's teeth ground together in frustration as she pinched their legs. However, before long, her own hand began to ache. She shot them a dark look, turning her head away in disdain. Wuyue noticed the lack of response and connected it to Mingming's earlier comment about the absence of beastmen harvesting vegetables. She realized that Aunt Bailan was not fond of them either. Mingming, having gone through the process before, skillfully scooped a spoonful of exotic beast oil into the stone pot, adding salt and stirring. It's done. The exotic beast oil was richer and more fragrant than lard. Even Bailan, who typically disliked vegetables, could not suppress her saliva. Ultimately, she could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Little you, what is that white one?" "It's oil made from the meat of an exotic beast. You can use it for cooking." Tiawu seized the opportunity, quickly picking up a piece, blowing on it, and offering it to his partner. Bailan took a bite, the hot vegetables still steaming. Yet, she appeared oblivious, nodding as she chewed. After swallowing, her eyes sparkled. "I've never tasted such delicious vegetables before." Tiawu and Guangbai exchanged astonished glances. "As long as Aunt likes it. That's what matters." The pot brimmed with vegetables that turned Bailan's face a shade of green, yet the final product amounted to only a shallow bowl. Tiawu leaned closer to Mingming and asked, "Do you know how to prepare that white ingredient?" Mingming nodded. Once Tiawu had finished his query, he moved back. This ingredient had not appeared in the tribe for years. It was undoubtedly something that Little You had created. To make their partner enjoy vegetables, he would need to bring some items to trade later. Wuyue observed the little dispute between the two beasts with a smile. "This exotic beast oil is quite easy to prepare, though it does take some time. Aunt can take some home for now, and next time we can have you over to watch the process. Like a tea present." There was no time to teach them, and she had to quickly dig another fire pit in the cave, which was somewhat impractical. Bailan nodded, not intending to take advantage, and replied with a smile, "We'll prepare some furs and exotic beasts next time and return to learn from you." Mingming demonstrated the process of roasting vegetables again, and Tiawu and Guangbai watched as their partner devoured them with relish, silently taking notes. Wuyue then picked up a leafy vegetable similar in texture to lettuce and wrapped a small piece of sizzling, oil-dripping roasted meat inside. "Aunt, give us a try." Bailan hesitated, but, recalling that the previous 2 methods had been delightful, she cautiously accepted it. Taking a small bite, she wore a stoic expression as she swallowed. Wuyue laughed. "You need to eat heartily. The flavor lies within the roasted meat." Resolute, Bailan shoved the entire thing into her mouth. The anticipated bitterness was absent. Instead, she encountered the crisp sweetness of the vegetable, followed by the rich aroma of the roasted meat and the spiciness of the seasoning. "This is amazing. Little you, what kind of vegetable is this? I feel like I've never eaten anything like it." Wuyue effortlessly lifted a wooden basin with both hands, its interior brimming with fresh greens, glistening with droplets of water that clung to the surface, vibrant and enticing. Mingming discarded the roasted meat in his hand and quickly supported the basin from below, presenting it to Tiawu. Pointing to one of the largest leafy greens, he remarked, "This is the very vegetable that wrapped around the meat earlier." Bailan leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "I think I've seen this before." Guangbai chuckled. "You used to quite like it." Bailan turned and nudged Tiawu, saying, "I still want to eat some." "Very well," Wuyue mused as she savored the roasted meat while also indulging in the greens. Reflecting on how, after nurturing Mingming for over a decade, they still shared such affection, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Mingming, who was preparing the meat for her, had a small green bundle appeared before her, accompanied by a cool voice asking, "Do you like this?" She snapped back to attention, observing the small mass, entirely unable to discern its contents, yet she took a bite. Nodding approvingly as she chewed, she smiled at Mingming. "It's delicious." The outcome of such indulgence was inevitably feeling overstuffed. Bailon leaned against Tiawu, cradling her belly with her head bowed, and upon comparing it with Wuyue's pregnant form, burst into laughter. "You're almost at the same stage." Wuyue glanced down, and upon comparison, joined in the laughter, gently caressing her abdomen, the promise of a child alongside the delightful greens wrapped in meat. After a moment of mirth, Bailon said, "If you have any objections regarding the bonfire festival tomorrow night, you should discuss it with the chieftain, priest, and shaman first, to see if it can be cancelled." Wuyue was taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding. The esteemed position of females in their society meant that the bonfire festival was inherently designed to welcome them into the tribe. Thus the proceedings must not be displeasing to them. "That I understand. Thank you. And no need for formalities. We shall take our leave," Bailon replied, glancing at the now tidy area before playfully patting Tiawu, signaling it was time to depart. Wuyue stood up, supporting her belly. After bidding farewell, she noticed the exotic oil they had left behind, still untouched. Mingming stacked the baskets together, lifted the basin from the ground, and covered it with other items, showcasing his good memory regarding Uncle Guangbai and aunt's affairs. Wuyue comprehended the implication. This was a deliberate choice not to take it that a generous amount of exotic oil had been consumed during the meal. "By the way, when are we going to the grand festival?" "The day after tomorrow," Wuyue inquired. "Will Aunt be attending as well?" After tidying up, Mingming filled a bucket with water, set it over the fire to boil, and finally settled beside Wuyue. His handsome face was cast in shadows by the flickering orange flames. Wuyue's expression grew serious as she listened intently to his next words. Aunt had always been the most cherished female of the Fox tribe, revered as the holy female in the previous election. However, on her return from the grand festival, she was attacked by a dark beast. Though she was rescued, her child was lost, and her ability to bear children was taken from her. Wuyue's heart sank, as if a heavy stone lodged within, making her breath feel burdened. Such a gentle elder had once endured profound suffering. Chosen as a holy female, one of the 9 most sought after in a century. Yet after losing her child, she also lost her capacity for motherhood. It was no wonder she only had 2 male beastmen by her side. Mingming, with a soft smile, recounted, "I, along with the other 3, were raised by her. We are all her children." "Indeed," Wuyue sighed, realizing that Aunt Bailon would likely not attend. "Tomorrow afternoon, let us bring some meat to her cave. We should resolve this matter early." Mingming's smile widened. There's no reason to decline. He rested his head on Wuyue's shoulder, watching the flickering firelight, feeling his own inner glimmer intensify. The cool sensation against him was comforting, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. "We need to bathe before sleeping," Wuyue said, shaking her head to dispel the lethargy, seeking to shift the topic. "What are the usual proceedings for a bonfire festival?" This question left Mingming momentarily speechless. His brows knitted in thought. He had either escaped the past festivals or slept soundly in the cave, and thus he was not well versed in the specifics. After a brief hesitation, he suggested, "Perhaps we should ask Aunt Bailon tomorrow. She usually hosts the festival and knows the details better." Wuyue nodded with a knowing smile, choosing not to challenge his feigned ignorance, playfully poking his arm. "May I lean on you? I've eaten too much." Mingming glanced at the bucket. Noticing the water had yet to boil, he transformed back into his beast form, exposing his fluffy belly. The soft, inviting surface seemed to beckon her. Wuyue's eyes twinkled as she leaned slightly, reaching out to stroke those fluffy large ears. The cool texture was soothing, never warming up, a sensation more refreshing than enjoying a breeze from an air conditioner on a sweltering summer day. The white tiger obediently nudged closer, his hind paws alert, ensuring that the small female resting against him wouldn't slip off. Roar! The tiger's irritation flared, prompting Wuyue to retract her hand, her innocent demeanor clashing with the panting beast. Mingming's blue eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and affection as he took a moment to steady his breath. In a slightly hoarse voice, he asked, "Is the water nearly ready?" Should we cleanse your mouth first? Wuyue nodded, sitting up straight as she watched Mingming rise, shifting back into human form to retrieve a box from the wall. What color would you like? The contents of the box were about the size of soybeans. A vibrant array of colors, blue, purple, red, pink, each releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance reminiscent of the taste lingering in her mouth from earlier. In no wonder she hadn't detected any unpleasant odor. Wuyue selected a pale blue bean. Delicately sniffing I bore a scent akin to jasmine. Should I spit this out? Mingming shook his head. Just swallow it. Spitting it out will reduce its effectiveness. Wuyue cautiously placed the blue bean in her mouth. Its sweet and tangy flavor was appetizing, leaving her craving more. You can have a maximum of 2 a day. I've already given you one this morning. Mingming, observing Wuyue's eager expression, swiftly tucked the box away, placing on the highest shelf of the wall, far beyond Wuyue's reach, even if she stood on a wooden stool. Wuyue looked on in disbelief. This delicacy, if overindulged, would chill her stomach and cause her to regurgitate. With a playful huff, she remarked, "You don't trust me." Mingming remained silent, opting instead to revert to his tiger form, resting his head gently on Wuyue's lap. His blue eyes sparkled with tenderness, devoid of the ferocity expected of the king of the forest. How could one resist a gift so willingly offered? Pouting, she began to ruffle his forehead playfully, transforming the royal emblem upon it into a mere grid. The sight was utterly comical. Laughter bubbled within her, causing her to clutch her belly, nearly toppling over with glee. Be careful. There's still our little one. Mingming was oblivious to the source of her amusement, yet upon witnessing her wobbling, he found it impossible to support her with just one paw. With a resigned sigh, he shifted back into human form, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. The absence of what had sparked her laughter caused Wuyue's smile to gradually fade. Pouting, she poked his forehead. "Why did you change back?" Mingming sighed, just as the water reached a boil. "The water is ready. We will wash up first, and then I will transform back to show you." Cradling the bucket in one hand and holding Wuyue in the other, he strode towards the cave entrance. Why now? The sky outside had turned completely dark. "Where are we going? It's already night." Tio bathed. There's a hole dug nearby, though. The pitch-black cave, fueled by her vivid imagination, morphed into something eerie and foreboding. Especially with the unfamiliar layout, Wuyue instinctively clung tightly to Mingming's neck. "Don't worry. There's nothing to fear," Mingming reassured her, setting the bucket down with his left hand while his free hand soothingly patted her back. Before the fire was ignited, comforting words continuously flowed from his lips, providing ample reassurance to Wuyue. Once the flames flickered to life, light burst forth, illuminating the entire cave, allowing Wuyue to cautiously peek around her surroundings. At that moment, they found themselves positioned at the entrance of the cave. The fire crackled robustly, while the ground to the left dipped, creating a sizable hollow area beneath the wall on the outer side of the cave. Adorned with a row of small holes, the space on the right was less expansive, containing merely a dirt mound suitable for sitting. Mingming brought in water, along with a half-filled bucket of cool water. He poured half of the boiling water into the larger bucket, ceasing the addition once the temperature became suitable. Earlier that morning, he had been unable to locate the nourishing fruit for the bath, so it seemed they would have to wait until their return from the Grand Assembly to prepare it. Wuyue glanced at the visibly frustrated tiger, playfully poking his arm and saying, "It's all right, a wash under the rain will suffice. I just feel sorry for you." He, accustomed to his beastly ways, had come unprepared, lacking even a bathing bucket. "It's a bit itchy," Wuyue remarked, nudging the increasingly clingy tiger, her fingers scratching at her neck, mildly irritated by his slightly coarse fur. "I'm starting my bath now. You go outside and keep an eye on the door, but no peeking, or I will feel shy." "Okay, wait." Mingming poked his head inside. "What is it? Where are my clothes? What shall I wear?" Mingming withdrew his head but soon returned, raising a thin piece of animal skin in his hand. "I'm working on it. It will be ready shortly." Wuyue sighed, placing her hand on her forehead in contemplation before approaching him and whispering, "How much longer?" Hearing her voice, Mingming suddenly turned around, his head drooping. "I'm sorry. I didn't consider this well." He always began to think only when events unfolded, just like now, remembering to boil water for the little female, but forgetting about the animal skin skirt. Wuyue tiptoed and planted a kiss on his cheek, softly saying, "You needn't feel guilty or apologize for this. I'm already doing quite well, and I am very content." "Not enough," Ming Ming replied, his tone muffled. Before Wuyue could offer comfort, he adjusted himself. You go ahead and wash. I just need a little more time, that I will definitely have everything ready before you finished." Wuyue gazed into his eyes, which had regained clarity, and exhaled in relief, finally glancing at the animal skin in his hands. After waiting a moment longer, she said, "I would like 2 thicker pieces of animal skin, one for drying my body and another to drape over my shoulders, along with something for washing my hair. The animal skin may not absorb water, but it could help brush off some droplets." The skin draped over her shoulders was to prevent water from dripping onto the skirt. Ming Ming paused for a moment, then swiftly made his way deeper into the cave, soon returning with 2 pieces of animal skin. "You wish to wash your hair?" Wuyue nodded. Ming Ming held up a brown, round item. He hesitated, reluctant to hand it over. "This is for washing hair. Just dampen it in your palm and rub it vigorously. Oh, you need my assistance." Wuyue shook her head, grasping the hair-washing item, only to find it surprisingly immovable. It required some force. Noticing Wuyue's thoughtful expression and her eyes drifting towards the water bucket, Ming Ming added, "Even when wet, it requires strength." Wuyue looked up at him, her bright, sparkling eyes unwavering. Ming Ming's expression softened. "How about I help you wash it tomorrow?" Wuyue, unable to wash her hair by herself, acquiesced. However, she felt uncomfortable if she didn't wash that night, even now. She sensed her scalp beginning to itch. "Then I shall wash my hair first. You help me loosen it." Faced with no option to delay, Ming Ming reluctantly said, "The shaman Taya advised against washing hair late at night, as it may induce headaches. As long as you dry it promptly and avoid sleeping with it wet, you should be fine." Wuyue tugged at him, heading towards the water bucket, her scalp distressed. "If I don't wash my hair tonight, I won't be able to sleep." I was unaware before, but now I must wash." Ming Ming sighed internally, but seeing the little female's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to loosen the cleansing fruit. After completing everything, he retreated outside the cave, neatly securing the last opening of the animal skin skirt and checking for any residual needle fragments before neatly folding it and placing it on a nearby shelf. He stepped outside, water cascading down from above, soaking his white locks. I could see that moment. Icy droplets began to fall from his hair. "This won't do. It will freeze the little female." Ming Ming repeatedly attempted to warm himself outside, while Wuyue assumed he was bathing. Occasionally, she nodded in satisfaction, appreciating her clean-loving tiger. She could tolerate many flaws, but an aversion to cleanliness was one she could not abide. Emerging feeling refreshed, she was greeted by a figure emanating chill. "You?" Ming Ming exhaled a puff of white mist, grinning foolishly. Wuyue, feeling the cold, quickly wrapped her arms around herself and hastened back into the cave. Ming Ming. Before long, he was draped in a heavy animal skin. Wuyue leaned against the wall to catch her breath, panting heavily. "How did you get so cold?" Ming Ming touched his body, realizing he had overdone it. The fire energy surged, dissipating the chill. "It's nothing. I just overused my powers." He carried Wuyue back into the cave, his fingers weaving through her soft, damp hair. All done. Suddenly, Wuyue jolted awake, her light slumber vanishing. She reached behind her, feeling something cold. "I used my powers to help dry your hair," Ming Ming stated simply, devoid of any emotion. Yet Wuyue found it increasingly strange. Touching her hair, she noted that it was no longer dripping wet. Aside from being slightly chilly, it presented no other issues. Could powers be utilized in such a manner? The coolness of his fingers reminded her of the tiger's earlier peculiarity. So, this tiger was using himself as a test subject? It was clearly a question, yet deep down, she already held the answer. This silly tiger was so naive. The refreshing sensation was rare in summer, and Wuyue unknowingly drifted into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, the cave was illuminated by the morning light. Gulp. Her mouth felt fine, but her heart ached with hunger, yearning for food. Gripping the wall, she stumbled towards the food storage area. Seizing a fruit, she began to devour it ravenously. Her face contorted as she munched with gusto. 3 fruits, each as large as a Cape mango, were quickly consumed, calming the turmoil in her chest and filling her body with newfound energy. Chirp. Wuyue turned stiffly, only to find a plump, snow-white little creature standing at the doorway. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if her earlier actions had been witnessed. But quickly reconsidering, she thought it unlikely, as this little creature had only just begun to vocalize, and it was known to chirp upon seeing her. Having reassured herself, she set aside her earlier thoughts and knelt down, tenderly regarding the little creature. "Have you eaten yet?" The little creature's fascination waned, and it waddled eagerly towards her. Chirp. Its loud call confirmed it was indeed a young one, brimming with energy. The innocent sound was incredibly soothing, and Wuyue smiled as she placed the little creature onto the table, worrying that she might accidentally step on it. It was then that she noticed the fire still burning, with a stone pot resting atop it, covered by something that Wuyue approached, lifting the lid to reveal an abundance of roasted meat and vegetables. Still emitting a gentle warmth, a smile crept onto her lips as she gazed at the food, inadvertently recalling Ming Ming. Upon waking, she found no trace of him and wondered where he had gone. Chirp! Feng Xian's call interrupted Wuyue's thoughts. "What is it?" She focused her gaze and noticed a light blue bean on the table, her smile slowly fading. She ate fruit without brushing her teeth. Feng Xian tilted his little head, slowly shifting his body away. The little female was quite fond of him, yet her smile faded. It was certainly not because of him. It must have been her distaste for the little blue bean. She quietly edged away, step by step. Splash. Wuyue came to her senses, looking at the little plump chirp that had fallen to the ground with a complex expression. Slowly realizing the situation, she hurriedly picked him up and brought him closer to the fire. Gently patting his little head to comfort him, yes, she did. She picked up a blue bean to eat. The refreshing aroma enveloped her senses. While eating, she pondered how peculiar this beastly world was. So convenient in terms of hygiene, each possessing its own regional characteristics. She picked up chopsticks and began to leisurely eat the vegetables from the pot, her gaze occasionally drifting to the little plump chirp, who still had his head buried in his chest. Rising, she retrieved a small basin from the wall cabinet, just the right height for the little creature to reach in and eat. She used another pair of chopsticks to place some food inside. Chirp! How utterly embarrassing! Wuyue stifled a laugh, surprised by the little fellow's thin skin. It made sense, given that he was at the age to feel shame. Stroking his little head, she managed to say, "Next time you want to come down, just call out." Feng Xian buried his head even lower, feeling a wave of embarrassment. This identity was unbearable. He felt he could no longer face the little female. Wuyue sighed and brought him to the basin. "Come, take a whiff. Isn't it fragrant? Ming Ming cooks delicious food. Would you like to try some?" Feng Xian suddenly looked up. Chirp! This was clearly his creation. He had put in considerable effort and had spent a long time learning this morning. His credit had been snatched away. Wuyue, misunderstanding, thought he was captivated by the aroma, smiling as she pushed the basin closer. "Can you eat on your own?" Feng Xian, disheartened, began to eat. He noticed the little female holding her stomach. He decided to eat a bit first to avoid having her focus on him while neglecting her own meal. Seeing him obediently pecking at the food in the basin, Wuyue's eyes curved into crescents as she finally began to eat from the pot. With so much food in the pot, it felt strange to eat from such a large vessel. Using a bowl seemed more appropriate. Yes, she lifted another piece of meat. Something white caught her eye. Blinking, she set the meat aside and picked up a piece to examine. Wasn't this rice? Touching it with her other hand, she noted 100-grain fruit, edible, non-toxic. She scooped up a large piece and took a bite. Feng Xian raised his head from the basin, grease still lingering at the corners of his mouth. But the moment he looked up, his heart skipped a beat. The little female's cheeks were puffed, her jade-like face illuminated by her crescent-shaped eyes. The light seemed particularly fond of her, surrounding her as if she were glowing. She was so enchanting that he wished to protect her for a lifetime. Chirp! The tender sound brought him back to reality. He felt a twinge of regret. If only he and T turned into a little chick. They could have cuddled closely. Hearing the call, Wuyue lowered her head to see the basin empty. Her expression softened further. "Good boy. You finished it all." Being praised by his beloved little female made Feng Xian's small eyes blush with shyness. His little claws twisted together, stepping on each other, and his tiny wings drooped in front of his chest. This behavior, while awkward in a little chick, was utterly adorable. Wuyue chuckled softly. She scooped him into her lap, closing her eyes and gently nuzzling his beak with her nose. D. Oh, you want to eat a bit more? Chirp, chirp out at that moment. Feng Xian's head felt dizzy, and the spot where his beak was touched seemed to ignite. Were it not for his body being supported, he would likely have spun around and fallen to the ground. Wuyue leaned in, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. The little chick was truly amusing. She wondered what her own chick would be like. Would it be just as cute? Ayu. Ming Ming walked in from outside, spotting the silly bird perched on the little female's lap, his expression momentarily darkening. However, when Wuyue looked over, he quickly masked his emotions. A female Wuyue want her partners to be at odds. Approaching, he set down the bucket in his hand and heard a soft voice. Where have you been? Tai Luo mentioned he saw the 100-grain fruit and wanted to pick it together. When he saw you sleeping soundly, he didn't wake you. Wuyue nodded, and during her moment of distraction, Feng Xian was lifted away by a large hand. Just as Ming Ming was about to place him on a wooden stump, she quickly exclaimed, "Don't put him too high," as soon as the words left her mouth. She met Ming Ming's curious gaze and smiled. Just let him on the ground. The little fellow needs to stretch. Ming Ming had no reason to refuse, bending down to place Feng Xian on the ground, though curiosity lingered in his eyes. Observing the little plump chirp walking awkwardly, he suddenly had an epiphany and felt speechless. Indeed, what a silly bird. He wondered how he would break through to the 8th tier. Chirp! Ming Ming felt a sudden force on his thigh, followed by a scolding voice. Feng Xian, you can't peck people indiscriminately. Feng Xian folded his wings against his chest, apologizing to Ming Ming. He promised not to peck again. Reluctantly, he glanced at the increasingly stern little female, quickly rushing to Wuyue's feet, nuzzling her ankle with his head, as if to say, "I'm sorry. Don't be angry." Wuyue looked down, stroking his head and inadvertently blocking his view. Her thoughts wandered back to that home. Clearly, she was the victim of scalding water, yet pairs of accusatory gazes felt like daggers, piercing her heart again and again, as if she were made of wood, able to be harmed at will. You're the older sister. Why can't you allow the younger sister some leeway? She's only 8. You're 15. That's the age for marriage in ancient times. Can't you be a bit more understanding? Your father and I are already exhausted at a few words of advice, and you feel wronged. It's evident that not having you nearby has made you unrefined, so petty, bringing back all sorts of bad habits. I could see it would have been better to leave you in the countryside, yet you insisted on coming back. Ayu. Ming Ming crouched down, cupping the little female's face with concern in his brow. Wuyue came back to her senses and gently shook her head. It's all in the past. One learns from their mistakes. As long as I love myself more, I want to fall into that situation again. She spoke to shift the topic. Where did you find this 100-grain fruit? Noting that the little female was unwilling to discuss it, Ming Ming had to swallow his worries. Feng Xian brought it this morning. It's only found in the tribes south of the Snow Owl tribe. Generally, we soak it in water and cook it. Older weaned younglings can eat it. Do you like it? Is it for the young? Wuyue's face flushed with embarrassment as she silently picked up a piece of roasted meat to eat. Ming Ming noticed her reaction and chuckled softly. The 100-grain fruit, when cooked, has a sweet aroma. Some females enjoy it. Wuyue nodded, her eyes sparkling. Is it hard to prepare, having grown accustomed to 3 meals a day with staple foods? Suddenly eating roasted meat every day was quite an adjustment. Were it not for her pregnancy and the intense hunger she felt, Ming Ming reflected, he rarely paid attention to what younglings ate. But seeing the little female's expectant expression, he said, I'll hunt more exotic beasts this afternoon and trade for some more with the Snow Owl tribe. After the grand feast, I'll take you to pick some. He hadn't forgotten the delight in her eyes when he had mentioned taking her out. If there was something she fancied at the grand feast, she could return to the tribe on her own. Chirp, chirp, Feng Xian, feeling completely ignored as the genuine Snow Owl beastman, squawked in discontent. This tiger was clearly envious of his bond with the little female. The 100-grain fruit was something he had brought. Why go through so much trouble to trade when he could just ask him directly? So foolish. Yet he cast him a disdainful glance. Ming Ming glanced over, shifting his gaze to the stone pot and noticing the barely touched food. Why are you eating so little? Wuyue felt a bit embarrassed and replied softly, I haven't been awake long. Ming Ming added, I met the shaman in the morning. She said the little one's condition is improving. and it's normal for them to be more lethargic. Continuing the battle with food, a morsel of meat, a spoonful of rice, and a bite of vegetables. After consuming a potful, I am nearly sated. What time is it now? Still early, with a while to go until the next meal. This afternoon, after visiting Aunt Bailan, I may need to make a trip to the patriarch's place as well. Wuyue leaned on the table, suggesting we should go after lunch. All right, chirp chirp. Feng Xian hopped atop the table, though Wuyue ruffled his head, asking, "Whose little cub are you? You've been here several times, yet I've never seen your beast father." Feng Xian stiffened, almost bristling. Ming Ming placed the recently cleaned stone pot on the shelf, a smile dancing in his eyes as he perked up his ears, eager to hear how Feng Xian would handle this predicament. Chirp chirp. Feng Xian blinked his innocent little eyes, nuzzling Wuyue's palm, attempting to charm his way out of trouble. Ming Ming let out a soft scoff. What a pathetic sight. Ming Ming, have you ever seen his beast mother? Or his beast father? Ming Ming turned, decisively shaking his head. When I woke up early this morning, he was already standing outside the cave, with a basket beside him, just like before. It was filled with 100 fruit. Upon hearing this, Wuyue instinctively glanced toward the basket in the corner, which was overflowing with dark brown orbs. It was indeed that. Opening it revealed white granules inside. What a world of diverse species. Fortunately, she possessed a collection system. Reflecting on this, she realized she hadn't fed the little monarch in quite some time. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she decided to feed one of each fruit the next time she indulged. The 100 fruit was simply too large, comparable to her own head, making the absence of even one quite conspicuous. Perceiving Wuyue's thoughts about feeding, the little monarch fell silent, ultimately deciding to remain mute. One piece would suffice, yet collecting a complete fruit was ideal, yielding the highest rewards and points. Best not to mention it. Surely, the beautiful and generous host would eventually feed him an entire 100 fruit. Small fists clenched. Chirp chirp. Wuyue felt a weight in her palm. Unbeknownst to her, a dark brown fruit had appeared in her hand. The little cub before her tilted his head, pecking at the fruit's shell with his beak, producing a thud, thud, thud sound. All right. Let me just take a look. Wuyue quickly raised the 100 fruit high, stopping Feng Xian from pecking any further. She then placed the 100 fruit behind her. Feng Xian tilted his head. What was so interesting about that dark orb? Watching the little cub preparing to peck at the 100 fruit once more, Wuyue furrowed her brow, wondering if he was hungry. Ming Ming replied, "No, he's just bored." Wuyue asked, "What do little cubs usually enjoy playing with?" "He can entertain himself. There's no need to fuss over him." Hadn't any other little cubs from the Snow Owl tribe accompanied him? Ming Ming stole a glance at the oblivious little female, internally sighing. "You don't know." Under the gaze of the little female, he slowly uttered 2 words. None did Wuyue watched the chubby little chirp chasing after the 100 fruit, lamenting that he wasn't familiar with the other females in the tribe. Otherwise, he could have taken Feng Xian to play with the little tiger. Contemplating this, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she poked Ming Ming beside her, asking, "When will the little tiger transform into human form?" According to records, the shortest was a year, while the longest could take 10 years. That was quite a range. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian's little eyes widened in astonishment. Was that really so long? The longest among the Snow Owl tribe took 15 years, and those who transformed between 10 and 15 years accounted for over 30% of the tribe's beastmen. From which powerful tribe did this little female hail? To think she considered 10 years to be long. Ming Ming, however, was unfazed and explained matter-of-factly that isn't considered long. Due to innate abilities, some beastmen from certain tribes cannot transform until they are 30, and they're subsequently expelled from the tribe. Expelled outright? Wasn't that rather cruel? She had witnessed the conflicts among the black beasts. A beastman with poor abilities, once cast out, was essentially unable to transform meant a lack of talent, and remaining in the tribe would only result in a waste of resources. Ming Ming patiently elaborated. Small tribes lack the capacity to withstand risks like larger ones. During the cold season, they are unable to protect even half of their cubs. So, how could they afford to sustain a fully grown beastman with a large appetite? The food saved could easily nurture several cubs. Every leader would tally such accounts. After hearing this, Wuyue felt a sense of unease wash over her as she instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. Her eyes clouded with anxiety. Ming Ming's large hand covered hers, gently reassuring her, the little one will be fine. His talent isn't lacking, and neither will the cub's talent be poor. Besides, the white tiger tribe is not small. But the shaman said the cub's development is concerning. Ming Ming cradled Wuyue's face, earnestly stating, even if you haven't been chosen as the holy female, I can control the energy of the spirit crystal that flows into you, extending the time the cub remains in your womb as much as possible. Don't worry, all right? He would feel distressed. Feng Xian flapped his wings nearby, emitting chirp 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 sounds in an attempt to draw Wuyue's attention. Seeing it was ineffective, he struggled internally, soon displaying a countenance of despair. Splash! Ming Ming sighed inwardly but still picked up the seemingly distressed Feng Xian. Wuyue snapped back to reality, gently stroking the little chirp's feathers, murmuring, "It doesn't hurt, does it? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Chirp, he seemed to respond to the comforting words, his emotions finding an outlet. Even without any pain, his little eyes were filled with grievance. Ming Ming watched, his lips twitching in disbelief. This foolish bird. Falling from a tree wouldn't kill him. Yet now he was sulking after a fall from a height barely reaching his waist. However, noticing the little female's attention shift away from the cub, he refrained from exposing the truth. Wuyue consoled the pitiful little chirp in her arms. Ignoring the heated gaze, Feng Xian nestled tightly against the little female, thinking how wonderful she was. Chirp. Wuyue mistakenly believed he was in pain again. Cradling his little wing and gently blowing on it, there, it doesn't hurt anymore. When it came to cubs, especially adorable and obedient ones, her tone softened immensely, and her words took on a childlike quality. If Feng Xian were not preoccupied with his injury, he might have rolled around in Wuyue's embrace by now. Yet he wasn't in much better shape. His beak continuously rubbed against Wuyue's palm, desperately seeking affection. Ming Ming gritted his teeth, a light bulb going off in his mind. Didn't you mention wanting to find some vegetables last time? Wuyue and Feng Xian both looked up, only to hear him continue, I just remembered a place rarely visited by beastmen. If you're free today, would you like to take a look? Wuyue felt her interest piqued. It was a perfect opportunity to feed some items to the little monarch. But as she lowered her head, she noticed the cub gazing up at her. He'll be fine. If you're worried, I can take him to Shaman Taya. Ming Ming added. Feng Xian felt as if his teeth might shatter. This wretched tiger actually wanted to drive him away from the little female. Wuyue reconsidered. This could indeed be a good plan. Rubbing the bird's head, she said to Ming Ming, then let's send him. Falling from such a height, adults might be fine, but the little cub appeared so small, almost as if he hadn't fully developed. To be safe, it was best to have a shaman take a look. He had already fallen from the table twice. Although he seemed fine now, what if there were issues later? The worry in her eyes was sincere, and Feng Xian stood frozen in place. His previous resentment had completely vanished. He had thought the little female merely found his differently colored eyes intriguing, which was why she had kept him around. But now, it seemed it was not quite so simple. Could the word heartache also apply to him? Seizing the moment while the daft bird was still processing, Ming Ming hurriedly made his way to Shaman Taya's cave. Upon seeing Feng Xian, Taya's eyes seemed to flicker with something strange for a brief instant. However, as soon as she recognized those mismatched eyes, her body noticeably stiffened. However, she quickly regained her composure, returning to her previous indifference. After listening to Wuyue's account, she casually yet attentively examined the situation, concluding that all was well and that a bit of care would suffice. Both the girl and the bird sighed in relief. Feng Xian cast a curious glance at the Taya shaman, surprised that the shaman had not revealed his secret. Wuyue expressed her gratitude towards the Taya shaman, thanking him profusely. The shaman waved his frail hand, indicating that such expressions were unnecessary. I had yet to thank you for saving me and my cub. Oh, indeed, it was you. The Taya shaman seemed to finally register, donning a smile. Let me see how you and your cub are faring. Lie down on the stone bed. Wuyue obediently complied, her gaze soon drawn to a green light. It was her first time witnessing a female wielding her powers in such an immediate manner. How marvelous! However, after waiting for a while and noticing the Taya shaman still showing no reaction, her heart sank. Could there be an issue with her cub? No. Remain calm. The Taya shaman withdrew his hand, his previously peculiar expression morphing into one of delight. The little ones possess a strong will to survive. Most of my healing energy has been absorbed, with nearly 90% consumed by the cub within you. Wuyue was taken aback by this revelation, her hand trembling as she touched her abdomen, where she still felt nothing. The words about the cub's strong survival instinct echoed in her mind, observing the dazed expression of the young female. The Taya shaman understood it was not the right time to speak further and turned to glance at Mingming, who stood nearby, his handsome face etched with concern, his full attention seemingly glued to the young female. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and approached Mingming, lightly patting him on the shoulder while nodding towards Wuyue. "Hurry and comfort her. Standing there and worry won't help at all. The young female is currently overwhelmed with emotions. This is the perfect moment for you to assert your presence. That foolish tiger." If Fengxian from the Snow Owl tribe were seized the opportunity and claimed the position of the young female's first partner, Bailon would surely be furious. Mingming snapped back to reality, a goofy smile spreading across his face as he moved closer to Wuyue. He draped his large hand over her shoulder, gently patting her as a gesture of comfort. Wuyue buried her face in Mingming's abdomen, her lips curving into a relieved smile. The tender harmony between the tiger and the shaman did not go unnoticed by Fengxian, who clearly remembered Mingming's previous mocking gaze. Was he not also taking advantage of a young female's sorrow to insert himself? With a light huff, he averted his gaze, the Taya shaman, having no desire to linger in the cave and witness such romantic antics, grasped Fengxian's wing and led him outside. Once outside the cave, Fengxian struggled momentarily before being set down, voicing his displeasure. "What are you doing? Why bring me out with you? If it weren't inappropriate to transform into a full-grown beast man right now, I'd have kicked you away." However, upon exiting the cave, he found himself reluctant to return immediately. The Taya shaman pondered his reputation, swallowing hard before finally asking, "Do you believe it is beneficial to portray yourself as a cub in front of the young female?" Fengxian fell silent, pondering the question before eventually responding, "What do you suggest I do instead? There is no specific method, but you can no longer act like a cub. You should be aware of the young female's character by now. Do you think she would accept you after discovering you deceived her?" Fengxian's silence lingered longer. "If you desire more than just a little, you must learn to be honest. It's easy for you to say." Fengxian muttered under his breath, a flicker of determination igniting in his small eyes as he gradually shifted into the form of a full-grown beast man under the Taya shaman's gaze. Satisfied, the shaman departed. In the tribe, every 8th-tier beastman had someone to protect. Mingming was formidable, yet he would inevitably venture out to hunt. In such times, Wuyue would have to rely on other beastmen, and her 7th-tier strength offered little security. She sensed a need to arrange for an 8th-tier guardian to be by Wuyue's side, a premonition she had always trusted. Fengxian from the Snow Owl tribe was just the right fit. Despite his unique eyes, Wuyue's concern for the small snow owl suggested she was not one to be overly concerned with such differences. With this thought, the Taya shaman's steps lightened considerably. Should this come to fruition, it would not be deemed a mere entanglement. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Wuyue snapped back to reality, hastily extricating herself from Mingming's embrace, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, unsure where to direct her gaze. Mingming stifled a chuckle and shifted the topic. "Shall we go gather some vegetables?" "Sure." Wuyue nodded enthusiastically, eager to leave the place behind. In the next moment, Mingming lifted her from the stone bed with one hand, striding towards the exit as they approached the mouth of the cave. They encountered a familiar beastman, the very one who had previously sought her favor. Wuyue gradually leaned her head against Mingming's, her long hair concealing her face. Mingming discreetly cast a glance, quickening his pace to leave. Fengxian, ignored and treated as air, pouted behind them, lengthening his strides to follow at a comfortable distance to Taya shaman. "We are departing." Mingming called out to another cave and then explained to Wuyue, "That cave is where the Taya shaman resides." While we were just in the cave for sick beast females, Wuyue's footsteps briefly faltered, but it wasn't until they had left the cave a considerable distance that she finally exhaled in relief. Mingming, attentive to the ground beneath them, noticed her soft sigh and couldn't suppress a smile. He had never encountered such a bashful young female. Merely holding her had embarrassed her so, and he could only imagine how she would react with a few more embraces. Since they were gathering vegetables, they naturally needed a basket. They took a long detour back to the cave to fetch one before setting off towards the vegetable patch. As they walked, Wuyue gradually became aware of her surroundings, noting the various caves, some tranquil, others filled with peculiar sounds. This time, there were few beastmen and females on the path, all surrounded by 2 or 3 male beastmen. One beastman cradled a female. Another held a banana leaf over her head, while yet another carried items, a mix of meat and the occasional handful of vegetables. Wuyue did not encounter any of the females she had met previously. Yet, even among those unfamiliar faces, every female who passed her wore a genuine smile, as if they were old acquaintances, momentarily at a loss. Wuyue stumbled past several females. A gentle pinch on her cheek startled her, accompanied by a sultry voice whispering, "So adorable, let us play tonight." The melodic tone sent shivers down Wuyue's spine, her ears flushing a deep crimson as she instinctively raised a hand to touch her face, recalling the previous gentle pinch. Such a lovely voice. Just as she was processing this, another female approached, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and a smile broke across Wuyue's face in return. Upon reaching a dense thicket, Wuyue finally let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, puffing out her cheeks as she rubbed her stiffened face, softly asking, "Are the vegetables tended to by specific beastmen, like the green?" As for that, Mingming paused to gather his thoughts. The seeds were brought back by beastmen from their outings and scattered in a particular area. Over time, various vegetables have flourished there. That area large? Wuyue inquired, remembering they had carried back 2 baskets yesterday. Not particularly large. There isn't much demand for vegetables among the beastmen and females. Even when cubs misbehave, their fathers punish them by making them eat vegetables. Wuyue's eyes widened in disbelief. That must be quite detestable. Upon arriving at the location, Wuyue discovered that Mingming's not particularly large was merely his perspective. The vast expanse was dotted with clusters of vegetables, all towering high, with even the smallest reaching Mingming's calves. Scanning the area, she realized that her envisioned small vegetable seedlings were nearly non-existent, and she could only search for vegetable hearts. Looking down at the sea of green that obscured the earth beneath, she felt a tug at her toes. "What's the matter?" Mingming noticed something amiss with her, and the action of placing her down momentarily halted. Wuyue shook her head, gazing at the dense vegetable patch, swallowing hard. Earlier, when she was in the countryside, she had been frightened by a swarm of small snakes. Those slender, spicy strips, densely packed, lay hidden amid the overgrown weeds that reached roughly to her knees. Having always harbored a fear of such hairless creatures, she had brandished a sickle to clear the grass, only to catch a glimpse of a writhing mass of tiny spicy strips out of the corner of her eye, which sent her soul fleeing in terror. Mingming awaited a response, but at that moment, a force pressed down on his shoulder, accompanied by a soft, sweet voice. "Could there be snakes here? Snakes?" Mingming's eyes brimmed with confusion as he glanced down at the vegetable patch. Instinctively, he lifted the small female higher. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, there have been instances of beastmen being bitten by snakes." Wuyue curled her feet up higher. Hesitantly, she suggested, "Perhaps we should just return." After all, when had feeding the little one ever been an issue? Other places boasted even denser vegetables. "How about I carry you, and you can choose what you like? I shall go pick it for you." Wuyue surveyed the vegetable patch, pondering the hassle of having to squat down to pick, and shook her head in refusal. Just as Mingming was about to depart, a deep voice resonated from behind. "I'll carry the small female. You go pick the tiger beast man," and a human turned to look. Wuyue was taken aback. How could this snow owl beast man be here? Had he followed them, or was he here for the same purpose? "Do you want to?" She turned her head to meet Mingming's questioning gaze. Recalling previous events, she shook her head in refusal. "That I won't delay you. We intend to head back." Fengshuan's handsome face visibly wilted. "Mingming, why did you bring a female here?" Another male beastman approached, his face adorned with a sincere, simple smile, but upon seeing the female perched on Mingming's arm, astonishment flickered across his features. "I can't believe it. A female has come to this place. How rare!" He resolved to tell Yuan about this when he returned. Yuan would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, she wouldn't even glance at the vegetables, let alone eat them, insisting on picking a bit of each variety to coax down. Mingming observed the tiger beast man, whose smile had not faded, and spoke with evident pride. Who wants to select some vegetables? The beastman's expression remained unchanged. Only a cryptic smile graced his lips. Forget it. I shan't converse with a young pup like you. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. With that, he turned and walked toward another section of the vegetable patch. There were already beasts over there, and the vegetable patch was vast. It would all taste equally unpalatable. Wuyue felt somewhat confused. Why had he said she wouldn't understand? Mingming, having been single for over 20 years, was hardly in a position to know. Perhaps he simply could not argue with her. Wuyue nodded earnestly. Accustomed to the banter from the corner, Fengshuan's lips twitched slightly. One was audacious in speech, while the other was gullible enough to believe it. Stupid brat. Thankfully my skin is thick. Wuyue turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting the beastman who had just departed, now grasping a long strip of black and white patterned fabric. Her limbs felt numb. Let us go back. We are returning. Mingming turned to retrace their steps, squeezing her small hand and whispering in her ear, he is a snow owl. He possesses a natural deterrent against snakes that I can trade some spirit crystals to have him clear this vegetable patch. What do you think? Wuyue's eyes sparkled, and the awkwardness in her gaze towards Fengxian diminished. A beastman capable of driving away snakes was truly a treasure. Fengxian, not far from Wuyue, naturally overheard Mingming's conversation. Stupid tiger, he's treating me like some tool, he muttered, grumbling. However, upon catching sight of the small female's admiring gaze, his irritation faded, replaced by a smile as he straightened up, anxious not to be underestimated. No need for spirit crystals. With a sudden flourish, he grew larger and began to circle low over the vegetable patch. Amidst his hoarse cries, Wuyue seemed to hear the faint sound of scurrying. Fearful to look, yet compelled to confirm whether the snakes had truly been driven away, she covered her face with her hands, leaving a small gap through which her eyes darted. Mingming observed the small female, both timid and playful, and his expression softened, brimming with affection. After a lengthy pause without citing anything, she lowered one hand from her face and poked Mingming, asking, "Did you see anything?" before he could respond. A roar erupted from the other beastman. "I'm talking about that big bird." Hey, it's you. Don't let that thing come my way. There are too many." Wuyue glanced down to make eye contact with Mingming and whispered, "Is this all right? That bird won't get hurt, will it? It's fine. That tiger possesses power that can't reach Fengxian." The thought of a great tiger roaring below while its opponent soared just out of reach made Wuyue chuckle softly. Mingming looked at her with tenderness, wrapping an arm around her to prevent her from falling. After Wuyue finished laughing, she glanced nervously at the tiger beastman, who was still cursing and dealing with the snakes. "Why Fengxian?" Mingming paused, realizing he had inadvertently uttered the foolish bird's name. Before he could figure out how to cover it up, he heard Wuyue's panicked voice. "I knew I forgot something, but we left little Feijio behind." With each word she uttered, Mingming's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Wuyue nodded. "Fengxian, the one you mentioned earlier," as she spoke. Realization dawned upon her, and she pursed her lips tightly, her eyes fixed intently on the great tiger. Mingming's heart sank as he understood. Fengxian had indeed deceived the small female. Yet, even as he thought this, his unease did not fade, and no amount of justification could mask the fact that he had concealed the truth from her. He had not been faithful to Wuyue. However, he could not bear to see the disappointment in her eyes. Lifting the small female slightly, he revealed his large, swaying tiger ears, allowing his fluffy tail to brush against her hand. Wuyue, initially waiting for an apology from the great tiger, found herself bewildered by the unfolding situation. Yet, as she beheld the tiger revealing his ears and tail, she suppressed her affection, resolutely averting her gaze with a tense expression. "I'm sorry. I should not have hidden this from you." After a long silence, she offered no reply, causing his ears to droop, though they perked up again quickly. It was only right that he had erred. If the small female chose not to forgive him, it would be just. Having come to terms with this, his ears stood tall once more, and even the soft tail wrapped around Wuyue's wrist began to nuzzle against her. A faint blush graced his otherwise stoic visage, still unaccustomed to displaying affection in public. After a few moments of silence, he spoke in a hushed tone. "Would you like to touch them? They're quite soft." In an instant, Wuyue's face flushed bright red to this tiger. The youthful, cool voice trembled slightly, sending her heart racing. Fearing he might utter something even more audacious, she quickly covered his lips with her small hand. Her face aflame. "Please, don't say anything more." Nervously glancing around, she saw that the two males nearby were too engrossed in their quarrel to pay them any mind, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She turned her head away, attempting to avoid looking at the cool, tiger-eared man blushing as he gazed at her, her heart racing uncontrollably, beyond her control. Seeing the small female's shyness, all of Mingming's earlier embarrassment and awkwardness evaporated. In a low, husky voice, he asked, "Does Aeun not like it?" Wuyue covered her face, stammering, "Why you shouldn't he talk?" Her mind was flooded with memories of her high school deskmate, the tiger-eared boy, kneeling on the ground with a whip in his mouth. His alluring eyes full of mischief and his body marked with traces of intimacy. Ah, no, I almost forgot. Gazing at the small female, whose wrist was growing warmer, Mingming quickly retracted his tiger ears and tail. His voice returning to its usual clarity, devoid of charm. "If Aeun does not like it, I shall refrain from showing it next time." "Why not?" Before she could finish her sentence, the realization of what she had just let slip caused Wuyue to immediately close her mouth. Burying her entire head into Mingming's neck, her arms wrapping around his shoulders. Despite Mingming's gentle coaxing, she remained silent. With a mix of helplessness and joy, Mingming patted her back, feeling elated deep within. Clearly, the little female was quite fond of his appearance, as they had yet to become mates. He feared that one day she might not want him anymore. He resolved to avoid such breaches of conduct in the future. Hearing the muffled sounds of her distress, Mingming's eyes brimmed with affection, her warm breaths against his neck reminiscent of the sun's gentle warmth in the cold season, filling his heart with a delightful swell. In this tender moment shared between a tiger and a human, they remained oblivious to the imposing figure of the large bird standing not far from them. Fengxian was seething with fury, feeling as though his lungs might burst. After all his efforts, this wretched tiger was flirting with the little female. He was on the brink of madness, with a flap of his wings to the left and another to the right. He was overwhelmed with a desire to retaliate, his thoughts consumed with thoughts of vengeance. But as he turned, he caught sight of the mocking grin on the face of the tiger beast man who had previously exchanged barbs with him. His fists clenched and relaxed in a cycle of frustration. "I'm defeated under my claws." Just as he was about to charge forward for a friendly spar, he heard a soft voice, and his simmering anger was instantly extinguished. "Are you ready?" Fengxian turned away, his gaze fixed solely on Wuyue, oblivious to Mingming. Her cheeks still flushed, her eyes sparkled like tranquil waters, captivatingly beautiful. Wuyue glanced at the still Fengxian before turning to Mingming. "It's all right. He has already dealt with the snakes here. We can go pick some vegetables." She cast another look at Fengxian and nodded. Lost in her thoughts, she mused, "Forget the spirit crystal. Perhaps I can offer a basket of vegetables as a token of gratitude." Mingming crouched down, uprooting several tall vegetables and tossing them aside, revealing the rich black soil beneath. Wuyue was startled. No wonder the vegetables here thrived so well. Tentatively, she stepped onto the ground, feeling the slightly damp texture resonate through her mind, soft and yielding, prompting her to take a few steps forward. Once Wuyue was steady on her feet, Mingming stood up and naturally took her small hand, leading her towards the vegetable patch. Fengxian snapped back to reality from his astonishment, only to find the pair had vanished, now engaged in the vegetable field. "Ah, wretched tiger," he fumed, marching over, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the little female. Suddenly, he turned, clutching a small vegetable in his palm, his cute face alight with joy as the wind tousled her hair, weaving it in a tender embrace. How beautiful! Yet there was one flaw. The one beside her was not him, and all his frustration morphed into pangs of bitterness. The little female did not like him. Realizing this, he squatted down in dismay, tugging at a vegetable while casting glances at the joyfully laughing little female. Before he knew it, his surroundings were littered with vegetable scraps, and upon witnessing the beaming countenance of that foolish tiger, the bubbles of sorrow within him reached their peak. "Woo, I am a male with no one wanting me." Poof! Hearing this sound, Fengxian belatedly realized he had just voiced his innermost thoughts. His foolishness had been laid bare. He stiffly lifted his head, only to be met with the very face he had been longing for. Little, Little female. His heart raced with anxiety, his speech stumbling over itself. His palms were damp, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, unsure where to direct it. After all, he had spent several days in the little female's cave and had come to understand his feelings for her. Oh no, she must think I don't like vegetables. Ming Ming's mouth twitched. Could this silly bird have been pretending to be a little glutton for too long, failing to realize it? Feng Xian, thank you for helping us with the snakes. This is your reward, he said, handing a bundle of small vegetable seedlings to him. Feng Xian instinctively accepted them. Once we had finished, Ming Ming eagerly scooped her up and walked away, leaving Feng Xian alone in the vegetable patch. Before long, a group of snow owl beastmen landed behind him. The tallest among them chuckled. Feng Xian, it's been ages since we hunted together. The yellow-boned beasts have been particularly plump lately. Would you care to join? Hey, Feng Xian, you're still holding vegetables? They exclaimed. Oh my, Feng Xian is digging up vegetables. In no time, word spread throughout the White Tiger tribe about Feng Xian's vegetable foraging antics, escalating into a frenzy. The leader of the Snow Owl tribe was beside himself with worry, feathers dropping from his body as his female kicked him before he could leave. With nowhere to go, the leader scratched his increasingly sparse head and made his way to Feng Xian's cave. Meanwhile, Wuyue and Ming Ming had just arrived at their dwelling, spotting numerous females rushing out, each riding on a large tiger, their faces alight with curiosity and gossip. Hey, little female Wuyue, one exclaimed, signaling her male to halt, stopping right beside Wuyue. Tao, Anne's eyes widened in delight. Yes, it's me. I can't believe you still remember me. I'm so happy. Wuyue was infected by her joy and smiled back. As more and more groups passed by, she curiously asked, why is everyone rushing outside? Tao, Anne's eyes sparkled as she countered, I saw you just came from the vegetable patch, right? Wuyue, unsure of her meaning, nodded. Tao seized her arm. I heard from the Snow Owl tribe's males that Feng Xian has lost his mind and is currently eating dirt. I thought it would be amusing to go take a look. Feng Xian has lost his mind? Eating dirt? Wuyue looked up at the equally bewildered Ming Ming before turning her gaze back to the gossiping Tao, and I recall Feng Xian's first courting target was you. Surely you didn't reject him again? Tao asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, devoid of any mockery. Wuyue chuckled softly and shook her head. He wasn't rejected. Why would he eat dirt? Tao, perplexed, playfully pinched Wuyue's cheek. Little female Wuyue, I'm off to see the commotion. I'll tell you all about it tonight. With that, she patted her white tiger beast man and vanished into the distance. Wuyue nudged Ming Ming. Do you think Feng Xian would really eat dirt? Ming Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I've never seen that. Eat dirt? Who would eat dirt when there were so many vegetables? Wuyue clapped her hands in frustration. Beastmen don't eat vegetables. Feng Xian surely doesn't either. I've prepared the seedlings as a token of gratitude. She hung her head in disappointment, realizing it was somewhat wasteful. Ming Ming's words were met with a soft glare. Though it lacked any real menace, I must have given the wrong gift, though I wasn't mistaken in my reasoning. Those seedlings had indeed been hard to come by. He thought about sending some meat later. After all, he had no need for spirit crystals, with Ming Ming already resolved to become her mate. Wuyue felt no need to be overly polite. Ming Ming's heart brimmed with joy, and he naturally considered this, smiling in response, while inwardly contemplating the evening's bonfire gathering. The little female's feelings towards Feng Xian were becoming increasingly evident. Any further matchmaking would be inappropriate. Truly useless. Achoo. Feng Xian leaned back, rubbing his nose. Finally releasing the sneeze that had been building, he carefully cradled the vegetables in his arms as if they were treasures. The leader of the Snow Owl tribe stood at the entrance, observing this scene, filled with deep confusion. Was he really that foolish? Had he truly been rejected and was now treating vegetables as his prized possessions? The leader was left in disarray as he turned stiffly and walked back to his own cave. Feng Xian's thoughts were entirely consumed by the little vegetables, not a fragment shared with the leader. He meticulously arranged them on a shelf, then sat at the entrance, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. His eyes darted uncertainly. The little female had called his name, that he had been exposed. He had been exposed. Panic set in as he jumped up and down, scratching his ears and tearing at his hair. The leader, uncertain but glancing back, became pale and staggered away. Oh no. Not only had Feng Xian gone silly, but he had also lost his mind. With tearful eyes, she returned to seek solace from the female. Upon her arrival at the cave, Wuyu's stomach began to rumble. Ming Ming hastily prepared a roasted meal while simultaneously stir-frying vegetables in a pot with beast oil. After consuming a few pieces, her hunger abated, yet it did not signify complete satisfaction. By the end of the meal, Wuyue chewed the roasted meat with a contorted expression, beginning to long for fish, which she could swallow whole, without the need to chew. Since becoming pregnant, her appetite had increased daily, now matching a third of Ming Ming's. Observing the weary little female, Ming Ming gently offered her a piece of roasted meat wrapped in vegetables. His face etched with concern. When the cubs arrive, he would surely spank them. Wuyue waved her small hand, swallowed the meat in her mouth, and smiled at him, having previously claimed to be obedient. "It's fine, as long as I can eat," she reassured him. "This isn't a sustainable way to eat. Perhaps we should divide it into several portions next time, shall we?" Wuyue's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it was not mealtime, and she could eat whenever she desired. "Yes, yes," she eagerly nodded. "Let us divide it into more portions. My mouth is sore from chewing." Ming Ming popped the vegetable-wrapped meat into his mouth, then gently began to knead her abdomen in the way she had shown him. Wuyue leaned her head against him, the cool touch providing immense comfort, akin to embracing a perpetually cozy pillow on a scorching summer day, offering a refreshing breeze that alleviated the sweltering heat. After finishing the meal, Wuyue refrained from overeating this time and strolled back and forth within the cave. She settled onto the stone bed, watching Ming Ming busy himself with preparations. She wished to assist, but he insisted she rest. Without the need to earn money, hunt, or tend to household chores, she felt that if this continued, she might become quite lazy. As Wuyue's spirit waned and her thoughts wandered, Ming Ming had already packed all the necessary items. Everything was arranged just as before, except for a slight reduction in the meat and vegetables. "Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. In the past, the little female would only stop eating once fully satisfied, often experiencing discomfort afterward. This time, however, she had deliberately ignored that sensation, uncertain of her condition. Wuyue smiled and gently touched his brow, assuring him, "I'm fine. We can eat in smaller portions from now on." Ming Ming crouched down, his large hand resting lightly on her abdomen, suddenly looking up with sparkling blue eyes filled with joy. Wuyue's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What's wrong? Is it larger?" Wuyue glanced down at her abdomen, noticing no difference from before, and truthfully shook her head. "I can't tell." Ming Ming, attentive to every detail concerning the little female, pointed out the oddity. "Previously you ate so much that it caused your belly to swell to this extent, yet just now, you barely ate." Under both circumstances, if her abdomen was similarly protruded, it could only mean that the cub was growing inside her. Wuyue realized this, her brows softening as she gently caressed her belly, grateful for the growth. Imagining a chubby little tiger waddling towards her in the future, her lips couldn't help but curve upwards. She would ensure it was well fed. "All right, I will bring back more exotic beasts." The two shared a light-hearted moment when Wuyue glanced toward the sun outside and declared, "Let us go find Ant Bailon." With Ming Ming, the moving block of ice, stepping outside was quite bearable. There were matters to inquire about in the afternoon. They should head there early to settle things. Ming Ming nodded, rising to strap the prepared items to his back, while holding a large leaf he had picked earlier in one hand and cradling Wuyue in the other. The sun, now past noon, cast a vertical shadow beneath their feet, and the leaf was ample enough to shade both of them. Wuyue adjusted the leaf, ensuring that the exposed half of the large tiger was also covered, though this made it difficult for Ming Ming's arm to rest against her for support. "Is this tiring?" "Not at all. I could carry 10 more." Wuyue replied with a gentle smile, resting one hand on Ming Ming's shoulder while the other played with the large leaf above her head. The leaf resembled a banana leaf, seamlessly whole, unlike a banana that could be torn apart piece by piece. Noticing the little female's enthusiasm, Ming Ming chuckled. "There's a legend about this leaf." "What legend?" "It is said that this leaf was crafted by the beast god as a protective umbrella for his partner, impervious to rain, unyielding to wind, and unaffected by lightning." Wuyue curiously poked at it. "Can it really withstand everything?" "Indeed it can." "How can you be so sure?" Ming Ming chuckled lightly, his eyes warm, explaining that the leaf couldn't be plucked casually. Only a beast standing beneath it, blessed by love, could pray for its removal. Wuyue blushed at this subtle confession and poked at the increasingly eloquent little tiger beneath her. Ming Ming flicked his tail, gently wrapping it around her small hand. Don TB mischievous, pull it back. All right, I'll show it to you tonight. Wuyue playfully glared at him, but upon seeing him obediently retract his tail, her focus returned to the leaf. Since male beastmen could only form one bond, didn't that mean they could only have one leaf throughout their lifetime? Yes. Wuyue quickly withdrew her hand from the leaf, realizing the potential loss if it were damaged. It's fine. Even if you poke a hole in it, it will heal. Huh. Wuyue was left bewildered. That IT can be damaged. What does that mean? The female could poke holes, but not others. However, if something was damaged, wasn't it just ruined? How could it possibly be restored? The logic of a broken mirror being hard to mend was painfully clear. If you return it to where it grows, it will regenerate. And each time it heals, it will bear the patterns the female loves most. The voice that spoke was not Ming Ming's. Wuyue turned to see Aunt Bailan had appeared beside them unbeknownst to her. After exchanging greetings, her gaze was immediately drawn to the large leaf atop Bailan's head, which bore exquisite little flowers resembling those of shamrock, round and plump in shape, with a striking yellow, white, and orange coloration. It was quite beautiful. The simple combination exuded a refreshing charm. Observing Wuyue's captivated expression, Ming Ming sighed softly within. This leaf, adorned with imprinted patterns, was not something just any female could possess. It required the life energy bestowed by the mother tree, and ample spirit crystals to support it. Years ago, Uncle Tai Wu had expended considerable effort to procure this leaf. While he had no issue hunting spirit crystals in any quantity, the identity of a holy female was not easily attained. Only a holy female could possess such patterns. Holy female. Wuyue understood now, realizing why the leaves she saw earlier that morning lacked any adornments. Ming Ming spoke up. Aunt, have you eaten yet? Yes, I have. I was just about to find you when I unexpectedly ran into you. Where are you headed? Wuyue and Ming Ming exchanged glances and replied with smiles. We were just planning to visit you. What a coincidence. Come, let us go to my cave. Bailan clapped her hands. Uncle Tai Wu hunted 2 yellow-boned exotic beasts today and intends to exchange one for your exotic beast oil recipe. Wuyue glanced down at Ming Ming, that he didn't directly elaborate, but merely said, Then we are in for a treat. Yellow-boned exotic beasts have exceptional flavor, but are incredibly fast and difficult to catch. Only the snow owl beastmen can return empty-handed. Exceptional flavor? Wuyue felt her appetite stir. The meat here was truly delectable. If even Ming Ming, who was not picky about food, deemed it exceptional, it must be extraordinarily delicious. Bailan laughed. I remember the last time I had it was several years ago. Uncle Tai Wu was quite lucky this time to encounter 2 lazy ones, during Ming Ming's 7th tier. He and the other beastmen of the tribe had attempted to catch yellow-boned exotic beasts, but had never succeeded. The alertness and speed of a yellow-boned exotic beast were no joke. They exchanged attacking power for speed, and even young cubs could take them down 1 dash on dash 1. It was only due to Uncle S' strength that the other beastmen would have long been out of sight. Amid their casual conversation, they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Bailan's cave. Wuyue's nostrils flared. Judging solely by the aroma, it was already enticing. Bailan noticed Wuyue's expression and chuckled. It's not even ready. Why, it smells this good even before it's finished. How much better will it be once it's done? Once the fragrance dissipated, it was as if the essence vanished entirely. Wuyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Bailan beckoned her to sit beside the fire, saying, Ming Ming, please prepare some ice. The heat is becoming unbearable. It was only when Ming Ming moved that Wuyue remembered the purpose of her visit. Aunt, we must prepare for the grand gathering tomorrow. Who knows when we will next find a time? We brought some meat to teach you how to render exotic beast oil. This way, you can enjoy it sooner. You child, why are you so earnest? Bailan chided with a warm smile, her heart brimming with affection. Wuyue smiled softly, her lips pressed together, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Aunt, you are not a stranger. Bailan was the first exceptionally gentle woman she encountered since her arrival. Upon hearing this, Bailan's resolve solidified. She could not harm such a sincere young female. nor could she gamble on the slightest possibility. Next time someone wishes to barter, we must ensure they offer compensation first. As she spoke, she glanced outside the cave and added in a hushed tone, though our tribe is generally peaceful, there are always a few with questionable character. I'll point them out to you tonight. You won't recognize their names. Wuyue nodded earnestly. All right, thank you. And no need for such formality. The alluring aroma within the cave grew increasingly subdued until only the scent of burning would linger. Is the fragrance truly fading so completely? Bailon nodded, handing Wuyue a tender piece of meat she had sliced from the iron beast. Give it a taste. Thank you. And Wuyue accepted it and took a small bite. The flavor enveloped her palate, transcending the mere description of deliciousness. After pondering for a long while, she found no fitting words to express it. Never mind, let's eat. Meanwhile, in an effort to save time, Ming consumed a few bites of the yellow-boned beast before retrieving the prepared meat. As there were 2 fire pits in Bailan's cave, perfectly suited for teaching how to render exotic beast oil. Within the inner fire pit, only Bailan and Wuyue remained seated side by side. Come, eat more. After finishing her initial piece, Wuyue waved her hand to decline the meat Bailan offered, saying, I can't eat anymore. I had quite a bit on the way here, seeing that she was genuinely full. Bailan did not insist. After all, there was still a large beast sufficient for a meal. Relieved by her effective refusal, Wuyue observed Bailan devouring her food with remarkable speed. Aunt Bailan is truly gentle. After being watched for an extended moment, Bailan set down the half-eaten meat and smiled shyly. The optimal taste of the yellow-boned beast is fleeting. Once it passes, it is no different from any common exotic beast. Wuyue shook her head. Once Bailan paused her meal, Wuyue inquired, Aunt, I would like to ask about the process for tonight's bonfire welcome party. Bailan's gaze flicked towards Ming. Wuyue interjected, he doesn't know either. Bailan soon realized this and sighed in resignation. Then let me explain from the beginning. Wuyue sat up straighter, eager to listen. Bailan's gentle eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth as she continued. This gathering is held to welcome those who will bond with the White Tiger Tribe's beastmen. You're aware of this, correct? Wuyue nodded earnestly. After the tribe leader says a few words, Ming will distribute the meat he hunted today to everyone, showcasing the prowess of your chosen beast husband. Wuyue nodded again. Subsequently, any male beastman interested in you will challenge Ming. Should they defeat him, they will have the opportunity to serve you at dinner. Wuyue blinked. Can I refuse? Bailan playfully tapped her forehead. Of course, you may decline anyone you do not fancy. However, I must speak candidly. You should choose another 8th-tier beastman. Wuyue fell silent. Bailan sighed. I cannot fathom your feelings, but dear Wuyue, the grand gathering is not as peaceful as it seems. A profound sorrow flickered across her face as she continued to urge Wuyue, with the potential to bear offspring while having the beast patterns removed by Luo Bai. Your breeding value is quite high, and the likelihood of being chosen as a sacred female is at least 90%. However, in the competition for male selection, you possess a critical disadvantage compared to other sacred females. Wuyue bit her lower lip. If you become pregnant, other beasts may misconstrue the situation, believing you heartlessly abandoned your beast husband for the position of sacred female. Most 8th-tier beasts will overlook you, but the black beast will not care about such things. Thus, your predicament will be far more challenging than mine was back in the day. And Feng Xian, being a snow owl beastman, possesses natural swiftness, further enhanced by his awakened wind abilities. His speed is unmatched by any beast, and he can protect you well. Only when you are safe can Ming focus on dealing with those black beasts. Wuyue nodded. I understand. Bailan smiled with relief. Had she heeded some advice in her youth, she might have spared herself a lifetime of regret. Life must be preserved to engage in matters of love. Regarding the gathering, the primary focus is to introduce you to other females. Do not feel shy. I will be there with you. Thank you, Aunt. As the exotic beast oil was finally ready, the sun began to set. On the way back, Wuyue's previously forced cheerfulness crumbled. It's nothing, just feeling overwhelmed. Living is hard. It feels unsafe to step outside. Ming overheard Bailan's comforting words to Wuyue and reassured her, don't worry. After the grand gathering, we will have Feng Xian carry us to the seaside. It is beautiful there, and once you see it, all your troubles will fade away. Really? Wuyue asked with curiosity. Having grown up inland, she had never seen the ocean in reality. only knowledge came from books, which could scarcely capture the romance of the sea. Then it's settled. We will go see the ocean after we return. Seeing Wuyue's spirits lift, Ming Ming's face softened with warmth. But will Feng Xian be willing to carry you? Ming Ming looked up to meet a pair of smiling eyes. As long as you asks, he will definitely oblige. Wuyue pouted slightly. I thought you would suggest a fight instead. But Wuyue does not like that. Wuyue was taken aback, her heart fluttering as if steeped in honey. This great tiger truly held her words close to his heart. As long as it is not too bloody, I can accept it. Fighting is inevitable. She cannot alter the world's rules, so she must adapt within her own limits. But I do not wish for you to be unhappy. What about the gathering? It's all right. I have already resolved it. His overly calm tone piqued Wuyue's curiosity. How did you resolve it? You'll find out tonight. Wuyue turned her head away, bemused by this great tiger's penchant for mystery. As they approached the cave entrance, she suddenly recalled something. Should we go find Feng Xian? Ming Ming queried. What for? Tonight. I was a bit too definitive in my refusal earlier. What if he doesn't come? He is not so fragile. If he truly does not come, then so be it. There are other snow owl beastmen. We are not lacking him. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, lurking nearby and eavesdropping with his abilities, thought to himself. Hearing the little female say she would accept me brought a fleeting joy. Only to be crushed by that old tiger. That rascal. The little female is much better. Tonight, I must shine. Now is not the time to approach. I should return and gather some supplies from Lao Luo to care for my feathers. Wuyue observed the great tiger, who had not entered the cave for quite some time, and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Ming Ming regained his focus, smiled, and shifted the topic. How do you wish to prepare the yellow-boned beast? The little female had many ideas when it came to food. In the future, with Feng Xian around, there would be no shortage of yellow-boned beasts. Let us roast it directly. I want to eat. Wuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Were it not for her stomach being utterly full, she could have devoured several pounds more. All right. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun began to set, casting an orange-yellow disk along the horizon. Radiating warmth and witnessing the day's final clamor, Wuyue stood outside the cave, listening to the continuous roars echoing from within, easily imagining the current revelry. Let us join them. Ming Ming tea this moment. He has shouldered a basket, abundantly filled with delectable items intended for tonight's soir. Eat out this time. He did not bring the large leaves, as the sun is obscured by the mountains, rendering the path devoid of light. The venue for the bonfire welcome party remains the same as before. Ming Ming gently places Wuyue beside Bai Lan, stating that he must check on the other side and will return to accompany her shortly. Wuyue, feeling a tad shy under the many gazes directed her way, nods slightly. A smile graces Ming Ming's cool visage as his slender fingers tenderly squeeze the back of Wuyue's hand. Soon we shall meet, Bai Lan remarks cheerfully. Ming Ming appears unfazed, while Wuyue's cheeks blush lightly, her already delicate features imbued with a touch of bashfulness, making her stand out among the vibrant roses, in a manner that is not at all jarring, but rather harmonious. After Ming Ming departs, Taoan immediately requests her partner to carry her over. Little Wuyue, she exclaims, playfully pinching Wuyue's cheek. Her exquisite doll-like face brimming with joy, her round eyes squinting in delight, exuding the mischief of a cat that has successfully pilfered a treat. Taoan, it is indeed my dear sister. Tita also approaches, followed by their mutual friends. Little Wuyue has such a delicate disposition. Please watch your words. Wuyue feels a peculiar sensation, as if the eyes of the surrounding females shimmer with excitement upon hearing this. Tao and Tita exchange knowing glances and stifle their laughter. A cute little female like Wuyue is a rare find. In fact, they have never encountered one before, observing the teasing of Wuyue until her cheeks turn crimson. Tita intervenes to shield her from the enthusiastic advances of the dozen or so females. Taoan, you are being rather unfair. I haven't even had a chance to speak with the little darling. Taoan raises her chin slightly, suggesting they discuss it later. Come now, it's fine. After all, at the grand gathering, I will have more time with the little cutie. Taoan's eyes narrow mischievously. Tita notices a conspicuous blush on Wuyue's cheek and sympathetically advises. Next time, if they're too rough, just push them away. You need not worry about any repercussions. Their skin is quite resilient. Wuyue, taken aback by the comment, touches her own cheek and replies, "It doesn't hurt. Yet it is undeniably red. Should I consult the healer? Taya?" Wuyue shakes her head, assuring them that it merely appears red, and there is no cause for concern. As she speaks, she twists her wrist slightly. Tita, momentarily forgetting her reaction upon witnessing Wuyue's gesture, quickly grabs her hand to examine it. A vivid red mark on her snow-white skin is shocking. Tita is filled with concern. Wuyue's eyelashes flutter as she gazes at the woman holding her arm with a worried expression, and her eyes suddenly feel a bit misty. She blinks rapidly to suppress the moisture. "Really, I am fine. My skin has always been like this. It cannot be said that it has always been this way." This condition pertains to her previous life, where her skin was quite delicate and would redden with the slightest pressure. However, she is no longer in that body at all well, since the matter of transmigration has already occurred. It seems she can accept even the most fantastical of circumstances. Before Tita can voice another thought, a childish voice breaks through. Wuyue peers around in search of the source of the sound. The voice is undeniably juvenile, likely belonging to a little cub. Perhaps it is due to her current condition, but she finds herself particularly fond of little ones at this moment. "What brings you here? Where's your beast father?" Tao kneels to the side, cradling two fluffy cubs with white fur and black stripes, their round heads and pudgy bodies eagerly burrowing into her embrace. Wuyue watches in delight. Completely enamored. "How adorable!" Tao continues her lecture. "You didn't sneak out with your beast father, did you?" The little voices lower in pitch, their round heads buried deep, hiding their faces while their tails sway in the breeze. The fur above them fluttering. Wuyue thinks, "How I long to pet the little cubs. They're simply too adorable." Tao, and showing no mercy, admonishes, "If you run off again, the dark beasts outside will surely catch you. Dark beasts, mind you, that will gobble you up." Seeing the two little cubs acknowledge their misdeed, Tao finally retracts her intimidating words. Wuyue, momentarily stunned, wonders if this is truly how one warns little cubs against wandering off. Gazing at the two nestled in Tao's embrace, her heart stirs with longing. Tita notices this and smiles at Tao, and little Wuyue seems quite taken. "What are you eyeing?" Tao inquires. "What else could it be?" Tita's gaze drifts to the cubs in Tao's arms. Tao's attention shifts back to Wuyue's face, and indeed, her desire to touch is unmistakably clear. Smiling broadly, she gently pats the back of the little cubs. The cubs simultaneously lift their heads to look at their mother. "Well, now that you've agreed," Tao swiftly grasps one cub by the scruff of its neck, intending to place it into Wuyue's arms, but upon remembering her pregnancy, she instead sets it on her lap. Despite their small size, the lively cubs possess considerable strength when they choose to play. For safety's sake, it might be best to leave them aside. Wuyue glances up at Tao, then down at the two adorable cubs, their round blue eyes wide open, gazing at her without blinking. Their innocent, pure eyes resemble mirrors reflecting untainted clarity. One little cub seems to have had enough of merely watching and finally approaches Wuyue, its tiny nose gently sniffing, showing no signs of shyness. As it clings to Wuyue's bee-skin skirt, its short hind legs straining to climb up. However, the bee skin is too slippery, and the little cub, lacking exposed claws, struggles to gain a hold. After a few moments of effort, it plops down, rounder than before, gazing up with blue eyes while softly whining. "Tao, your two cubs are behaving unusually today. I bring them treats every day, yet they have never been this affectionate." Tita remarks, a hint of jealousy evident. Having been in a partnership for 5 or 6 years without having cubs, she has always adored the 3 cubs at Tao's home, feeling a pang of longing when a day passes without seeing them. Yet they only grant her the privilege of a pat during feeding time. Watching the two struggling to climb, yet resorting to playful whining, she feels a mix of emotions. These little cubs are truly something. Neither Tita nor Tao can fathom the sudden change in behavior. Even Tao is surprised that the 3 little cubs are not just indifferent towards Tita. Even her other beast mates rarely show such warmth. Today is indeed peculiar. However, the cubs possess excellent taste, instantly taking a liking to the little female, Wuyue. Cub 2 and Cub 3, You can't climb because Aunt Wuyue is pregnant. Ow. Their pitiful tone combined with their extremely aggrieved expressions awakens Wuyue's maternal instincts. Yet mindful of the cub within her, she merely extends her hand to stroke their heads. They are indeed as round as they appear, solid and delightful. Ow. Their increasingly sweet cries evoke a hint of jealousy in Taoan. The cub's mothered, oh, those cheeky little cubs. Observing the two cubs' mother displaying such envy, Tita bursts into laughter. Finding balance within her heart, Taoan casts her a sidelong glance. Tita stifles her laughter, realizing she cannot afford to amuse herself too much. After all, it could jeopardize her future chances of feeding the cubs. Taoan gently pats each cub on the head. Little troublemakers, by the way, little Wuyue, I haven't asked you yet. Wuyue lift her gaze. Shifting her focus from the cubs back to Tao, and what is it? I want to probe how your Ming Ming intends to deal with those males who show interest in you tonight. She raises her brows playfully, causing her delicate doll-like face to gain an endearing clumsiness. Wuyue smiles lightly. He hasn't mentioned anything. Tita interjects. Did you not inquire further? If he doesn't, say, what more is there to ask? Taoan gives Wuyue a knowing look, her gaze lingering on her abdomen with a slightly mischievous expression. Your belly ice and large at all. It can easily be concealed. Conceal what? Wuyue found herself utterly bewildered. The surrounding females, driven by a sense of curiosity, had not a single pure-hearted individual amongst them, engaging in frivolous chatter. Observing Wuyue's dazed expression, they were taken aback. Oh, shy. You must be joking, Taoyan exclaimed, playfully tapping her forehead. You still have to attend the grand gathering. Forget it for now. I'll fill you in when you return and teach you a few tricks. Her laughter was laden with meaning. Taoyan, with that expression in your voice. I can hardly contain myself. Ha ha. The other females erupted into laughter. Wuyue, confused, struggled to comprehend, feeling that the conversation was anything but normal. However, joining in their laughter seemed rather foolish, considering she was the focal point of attention. To avoid making a fool of herself later, she decided to remain quiet and gently tend to the little ones. Where are the little ones? She looked up, realizing that the tiny creatures had vanished. Glancing back at Taoyan, who appeared unfazed, she suddenly felt compelled to inquire about their whereabouts. After all, if they had wandered off, she would need to send someone to search for them. It would be all right if they had not encountered any danger. But if they had, she wouldn't know how to atone for it. Just as she was about to speak, Tita interjected, given your condition, it won't be long before yours arrives as well. Right? Her tone carried a hint of envy. She and her partner had tried for years without success. Wuyue was momentarily taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement. In a little over a month, perhaps 2, it's confirmed to be a male cub, likely around 3 months of gestation. How enviable. I only hope to give birth to one this year, regardless of whose it is, as long as there is one. Tita replied wistfully. Wuyue, unsure how to comfort her, could only reply awkwardly. It will happen. Just be patient. I hope so, Tita said, though she had grown less anxious than 2 years prior. Surrounded by females who had gone years without conceiving, she still felt a pang of envy whenever she saw another female with a child. Yet vocalizing it somehow eased the burden of sorrow. Wuyue's gaze shifted to Taoyan. Taoyan's smile faltered, and she suddenly called out sharply, second and third cubs. Wuyue followed her gaze to see the errant second and third cubs returning, one in front of the other. The second cub at that moment was clutching a long, slender black object in its mouth. With keen eyes fixed on Wuyue, it quickened its pace upon noticing her gaze. Just as Wuyue realized it was a snake, the second cub was already before her. Wuyue gasped, feeling a rush of adrenaline and instinctively recoiling towards Tita. Tita, startled by the sight of the black snake, sprang into action, swiftly grasping the snake by its midsection and, with a decisive snap, silenced its writhing completely. Taoyan, observing Wuyue's reaction, glared at the second cub, fury boiling within her. Come here. The second cub, aware of its wrongdoing, hung its head low, its tail dragging listlessly on the ground. Didn't I tell you not to catch strange things? Woo! The second cub whimpered as Taoyan scolded it, delivering several swift smacks. This time, she could not afford to be lenient. Bringing back the most venomous snake was unacceptable. The thought of what could have happened if one of the cubs had been bitten sent a chill through her heart. Leaving her hands trembling, a group of females, witnessing Taoyuan's reprimand, hastily intervened, urging, "Taoyuan, the second cub understands its mistake. Please, don't hit it anymore." Second cub, "Do you agree?" Yet the normally compliant second cub remained silent. Wuyue had regained her composure. Holding Tita's wrist and meeting her concerned gaze with a reassuring shake of her head, "I'm fine," just startled. Shifting her focus back to Taoyuan, she observed her visibly pale complexion. With a determined expression, she circled around and sat beside her. "Taoyuan." Upon hearing her name, Taoyuan halted her mechanical reprimanding, her eyes filled with regret. "I apologize. It's my failure to teach this cub properly." "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just caught off guard," Wuyue replied, reiterating her earlier words to Tita. She added, "I'm afraid of snakes." Taoyuan furrowed her brow slightly and handed over the second cub to Wuyue, her tone harsh as she said, "Do what you must. Let it learn its lesson." Wuyue, momentarily stunned, cradled the second cub, its round little head meeting her gaze. Her fingers brushed against its tiny back, feeling its breath rise and fall as she tenderly stroked it. "Woo." Taoyuan sighed. "He often brings back things to the den, usually stones or grasses, but this time it nearly made my heart leap out of my chest. That black snake is the most venomous. If bitten, I wouldn't know what to do." Wuyue shuddered at the realization, remaining silent for a few moments before replying, "It indeed needs to learn a lesson. How dare it bring back such a dangerous creature? Next time, it could be disastrous." She passed the second cub back in Taoyuan's embrace. The third cub huddled by Tita's feet, its eyes darting nervously. Tita, unrelenting, promptly handed it over to Taoyuan. "Taoyuan, don't just focus on disciplining the second cub. The third one needs attention too." The third cub flailed its short legs in the air, but was swiftly placed in Taoyuan's arms. Instantly, the second cub was set down, filling the space with the third cub's wails, its cries echoing through the gathering. The other females were well accustomed to the scene. No male had escaped a beating in their youth. They continued discussing the tribe's gossip, the second cub's whimpers, and the third cub's howls forming a backdrop of amusement, accentuating their feigned victimhood. Wuyue observed for a while, noticing that Taoyuan was being measured in her reprimands, which eased her worries while also inducing a chuckle, leading her to join the gossiping circle. It was genuine gossip, recalling which cub had been scolded and how many times, even maintaining a ranking. Thanks to the incident with the black snake, the second and third cubs had successfully made their way into the top 10. There were also other matters to discuss, such as the unseemly behavior of certain females, which this group eagerly pointed out to Taoyuan. Wuyue cast a glance, discerning a semblance of truth in their claims, especially the way certain eyes glinted with cunning, casting furtive glances that stirred an instinctive discomfort within her. Anyone would feel uneasy under the gaze of someone calculating, especially when directed at oneself. Quickly, Wuyue averted her eyes, dismissing the thoughts. She was not overly concerned about those particular females, as she had allies to accompany her outside. Before long, the sky darkened almost instantaneously, the bonfire crackling to life, illuminating the night sky. The fiery glow cast a warm hue upon the eager faces gathered around, and the atmosphere grew lively. Wuyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her that moment. She found herself cradled in Mingming's arms, encircled by the bonfire, all eyes fixed upon her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Even though the gazes were friendly, they left her feeling flustered and disoriented, silently praying for this moment to pass swiftly. Sensing the unusual weight on his shoulder, Mingming glanced up to find her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyelashes fluttering shyly. A gentle smile spread across his face, and an unprecedented tranquility washed over his heart, as if all dust had settled into a serene conclusion. "It will be over soon," he murmured softly. Wuyue bit her lip and nodded in response. The chief continued speaking, while Taoyuan and Tita leaned in closer, their gazes fixed on the blushing Wuyue in the center. Little Wuyue's face is as red as a ripe fruit. If she finds more partners in the future, she might die of embarrassment, Tita teased. Taoyuan chuckled. "You'll get used to it with time. You mentioning it reminds me. You two blushed back in the day. Don't bring that up." Finally, amidst Wuyue's fervent prayers, the chief concluded his speech, only for the shaman to step forward and go her astonishment. The shaman's bony fingers pointed at her arm, where the beast mark of Luobai had completely faded to gray, signifying an end to their bond. The moment the white light touched her, a searing pain shot through her, wrenching her heart and causing her breath to hitch painfully. Ugh! As Wuyue pressed her hand against her chest. Attempting to quell the spreading pain, her lips turned a pallid hue. Ming Ming, beside her, was anxious, yet his body felt as though it were frozen in place, leaving him only able to move his eyes. Observing Wuyue's contorted face in agony, Fengxian could no longer contain himself. He was about to rise and fly over to check on her when it felt as if a mountain were weighing down on his legs, rendering him incapable of taking flight. Upon looking down, he saw the team leader firmly gripping his ankle. "Let go," he demanded. It was clear that the white tiger priest intended to completely eradicate the small female's beast markings. Fengxian was taken aback. Completely eradicate? Yes. Fengxian settled down, no longer moving, returning to his seat, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wuyue. The team leader also resumed his position, his eyes fixed on the scene at the center of the campfire, suddenly exclaiming, "I never expected to witness this today." Witness what? The White Tiger tribe was rumored to have been the mounts tamed by the beast god from the black beasts. However, they later developed a disdain for the color black, believing that as the mounts of the beast god, they should embody the purest white, thus giving rise to the White Tiger. Why did the beast god choose to tame them from the black beasts? Don't digress, the team leader said impatiently, casting a glance at him. Once Fengxian fell silent, he continued, explaining that their abandonment of their true nature had angered the beast god, leading to their banishment to the beast realm, becoming beastmen. Yet this had always been a legend, something I had regarded as a mere joke until today. Observing the beast markings, it seemed they were established by the beast god to forge a connection between the female and male. To defy the beast god's intent, it appeared that the White Tiger tribe indeed had some connection with the beast god. Fengxian watched as the gray tiger head on the small female's arm slowly dissolved, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This truly meant there would be no more ties. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this. What nonsense! Always rambling about the divine. Luoyu chuckled, playfully holding the hand of the female who had struck him, a smirk on his face. "Calm down, Lan Lan. Don't be angry. I meant to say that Luobai might still be alive." After all that, he is still alive. The news of Luobai had long circulated in this region. The gossip-rich Snow Owl tribe certainly could not have missed it. Luoyu continued, "Do you really think that the White Tiger tribe, known for their protectiveness, would go to such lengths to remove the beast markings from that small female? Keep in mind, the holy female hasn't even been chosen yet, even if she could conceive after having her markings torn. With her high fertility, who can guarantee she will truly be selected as the holy female? Without some hidden circumstances, how could the priest undertake such a loss-making endeavor?" Lan Sang countered, "That may not be the case. Ming Ming is the fastest beastman to advance to the 8th tier in the White Tiger tribe. It's entirely possible that he would go to such lengths to ensure his partner is chosen as the holy female." With such reasoning from his partner, Luoyu could only nod in agreement, acknowledging Lamlin's cleverness in making such a connection. Fengxian averted his gaze with disdain, but Kudenti helped glancing sideways, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Well done. Learn from this." Meanwhile, after the initial pain subsided, Wuyue felt a strange numbness, as if her sensations had been redirected. If she were to lift her head now, she would see the priest's face, clearly still bearing traces of astonishment and disbelief. "All right, may everything proceed smoothly." The priest's pallid visage conveyed a sense of ethereality as he spoke, and before Wuyue could inquire further, he was aided away by a beast man at his side. "All right, the bonfire festival has commenced. Enjoy yourselves." With that, the chieftain departed alongside the priest. The night was ablaze with the vibrant glow of the bonfire, bustling with activity, yet Wuyue felt somewhat distracted. Ming Ming sat beside her, offering a piece of roasted meat. "Have a bite." "Yes, do eat something. You hardly touched your food earlier," Fengxian chimed in, having approached without her noticing. Wuyue forced a smile, attempting to convey cheerfulness, but it came off more like a grimace. Ming Ming pulled her closer, resting his chin atop her head, silently offering comfort. Her brother was gravely injured while trying to save her. With not a single part of him unscathed, the energy within him had also collapsed. And no matter how adept the shaman was, how could they remedy the depletion of energy? The damaged beast markings created a chasm between them. Even if they were to have offspring, it could not mend that rift. Their encounter had not been idyllic. The journey was fraught with challenges, and how could the conclusion possibly be perfect? Feng Xian opened his mouth, wishing to offer words of solace, but the words faltered in his throat. After Ming Ming recounted the events, he pieced together the situation. Yet, those were merely Luo's speculations. What if the outcome mirrored that of Andy, leaving the small female even more sorrowful? You, my brother once spoke of the route to the wilderness tribe. Once the grand festival concludes, shall we go and fetch Xiong Lai? Wuyue lifted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did Luo Bai consider this too? Subsequently, a wave of deep sorrow washed over her. To you, we all wish for your happiness. Let us forget the unpleasantness, shall we? Wuyue's lips moved slightly, taking a long moment before she finally replied, all right. Yet, deep within her heart, there remained a wound that could not be touched. As the bonfire welcoming party gradually dispersed after everyone had their fill, Wuyue, Ming Ming, and Feng Xian departed midway. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Wuyue dozed off halfway through her meal. Ming Ming carefully placed her on the stone bed, adjusting the temperature to a comfortable level. After ensuring everything was in order, he stepped outside, patting Feng Xian's shoulder, signaling him to follow. Feng Xian cast one last reluctant glance at Wuyue before exiting with Ming Ming. What is the matter? He asked impatiently, still wishing to gaze upon the small female. Ming Ming noted his lack of a loud outburst with satisfaction, appreciating his sense of propriety. You are new here and unfamiliar with caring for the small female. There are some matters I must explain in advance. Feng Xian suppressed his earlier impatience, adopting a serious demeanor to go on. Tonight, you will sleep with you. Feng Xian raised an eyebrow, aware that some beastmen could be possessive, and those who joined later often found themselves without contact with the females for days. Accepting such an arrangement for Ming Ming was only natural. All right, you didn't eat much tonight. She will surely wake up famished tomorrow. I plan to rise early to prepare meals. And afterward, you must remember to learn. I will certainly learn better than you. Feng Xian retorted, his tone teasing, upon hearing this challenge. Ming Ming displayed no hint of discontent. Rather, he smiled and gently patted Feng Xian's shoulder, forming a dream-on gesture with his lips before elegantly returning to the cave, leaving Feng Xian seething in silence. The following day, Wuyue awoke from the stone bed, her head spinning from hunger, and as she attempted to rise, her hand brushed against something unbearably warm. Fixing her gaze, she was met with the sight of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles and a beautiful villine leading upward. Her eyes traveled further, landing on the pink cherries adorning the peaks. So alluring that you're awake. A sultry voice chimed above her. Wuyue startled and looked up to meet a pair of smoldering eyes, brimming with affection, as if attempting to drown her in their depths. Gulp. Before she could muster any shy reaction, the emptiness in her stomach overwhelmed her. I'm hungry, she murmured, the hunger gnawing at her insides, rendering her mind hazy. In an instant, Feng Xian leaped off the bed and scooped her up, hastening towards the fire pit. Ming Ming had already prepared the meal, the temperature just right. He first popped a blue bean into Wuyue's mouth before setting the food on the table. Wuyue, feeling irritable, chewed the blue bean before swallowing it down, swiftly grasping the bowl to devour her meal. Those who have never experienced such extreme hunger would never comprehend her desperation to consume the food as if pouring it directly into her stomach. After hastily wolfing down a few bites, she finally slowed her pace, as her stomach now had something to cushion it. Eating too quickly became laborious. Ming Ming occasionally added vegetables to Wuyue's bowl, which he was finally managing to empty. Meanwhile, Feng Xian leaned on the table, his gaze entirely focused on Wuyue. How adorable! From now on, he would be the small, adorable one's protector. He felt elated being watched while eating by 2 strikingly handsome men. Yet even the most delicious food felt slightly stuck in his throat. Wuyue swallowed her mouthful of meat and inquired, Have you eaten? Before Ming Ming could respond, Feng Xian excitedly interrupted, Yes, The little female we all feasted upon is truly delightful. Ming Ming. Wuyue nodded, momentarily falling into silence. After a long pause, she finally mustered a question. Wasn't it said that we are to depart for the grand gathering today? When shall we set off? Ming Ming cast a sidelong glance at Feng Xian, a mocking smile playing on his lips. When their eyes met, he returned to his usual gentleness, softly replying, "The arrangements are yet to be finalized. But 3 orc companions with teleportation abilities will embark before noon." Wuyue nodded, glancing outside at the shadows cast by the trees. It was nearly mid-morning. She truly could sleep soundly, having gone to bed before 9 the previous night and waking around 8 or 9 the next morning. Time was passing swiftly, and she hastily filled her stomach. "I am full now." Ming Ming nodded and lifted Wuyue onto the stone bed, while he began to gather his belongings. Feng Xian accompanied Wuyue, meticulously observing his actions. The little female now had only the 2 of them as companions. Should one venture out to hunt, the other must diligently care for her to you. The grand gathering typically spans 3 days. The first day is the sacred femininity ceremony. The second is the partner selection, and the third is the beast god branding. What is the beast god branding? Wuyue inquired, puzzled. The first 2 were comprehensible, but the last, involving the beast god, left her hesitant to speculate. The beast god branding is a rite invoked by the priests of the grand gathering to summon the power of the beast god, marking the bond between the female and male who become partners, thereby strengthening their connection and enabling the transfer of harm. Transfer of harm? Wuyue echoed, intrigued. The pain you endure can be shifted to the male, but you may only choose one, who simultaneously represents your first beast husband. Wuyue nodded. Is it only the sacred femininity? Feng Xian, who had been unable to interject until now, eagerly seized the opportunity to speak. Exactly. The little female is quite clever. Ming Ming shot him a glance and continued. The sacred femininity signifies a high capacity for nurturing. Yet each instance of nurturing inflicts damage upon the female's body. To prevent the burdens of childbirth from overwhelming the sacred femininity, the beast god branding was established. Can childbirth be replaced as well? Ming Ming. Yes, even fatal injuries can be substituted. Wuyue's heart skipped a beat. All of them? Indeed. Wuyue frowned. This is too. Little female, if you're chosen as the sacred femininity, just select me. My wood and wind abilities grant me healing powers that are among the best in the entire Snow Owl tribe. Ming Ming gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger before Wuyue. After all, matters ought to follow a sequence, and such shamelessness was unwarranted. Your healing ability greater than mine. Wuyue sighed internally. There were still 2 more to consider. A sudden realization struck her. Why had she become so accustomed to this? She raised her hand to touch her abdomen, that a shadow of melancholy crossed her gaze, as if her modern sensibilities were waning. After a moment of tension between the tiger and the bird, they noticed Wuyue's downcast expression and promptly fell silent. The grand gathering lasts only 3 days, but will be open for half a month. The scenery there is splendid. Would you not consider staying a while longer? Wuyue shook her head, glancing at the 2 beasts, softly murmuring, "I wish to find Xiongli." She was uncertain whether he would still harbor feelings for her. "All right," Ming Ming said. "I will prepare our supplies for the next few days. Would you like to bathe? According to our usual schedule, we shouldn't arrive until evening, and after a century of not opening. I fear we may lack time for personal care." Wuyue nodded. While the water was heating, she rose and strolled slowly within the cave to aid digestion. Once everything was ready, and they headed to the meeting place. It was already teeming with females and males. Her surprise. Town was also present. Wuyue was taken aback. From the previous day's conversation, it seemed Tao and intended to abstain from attending. "I have never been to the grand gathering. How could I possibly miss it?" Not only that, but many females in the tribe who had been paired for over 5 years were also present. What about the 2nd and 3rd cubs? Their beast father is watching over them. After all, it's only a round trip of 4 to 5 days. It won't take too long. Wuyue nodded, shifting her gaze to the 3 orcs on the platform. Tita smiled and explained, "They're the ones who will teleport us to the grand gathering." What does teleportation feel like? Tita pondered for a moment. It feels quite unremarkable, just like regular walking. Wuyue nodded once more. After waiting a while, the chieftain emerged, announcing, "Now that everyone is here, you may set off." Wuyue fixed her gaze on the 3 orcs with teleportation abilities. In the blink of an eye, they had shifted to another location. Before she could utter a word, her body felt weightless. Looking down, she realized they were atop the treetops. How could the branches possibly support their collective weight? A surge of alarm coursed through her, and she instinctively clutched Ming Ming's shoulder tightly. A fleeting glance downward revealed they were at least 5 or 6 stories above the ground. Do not be afraid. 2 familiar voices echoed in her ears. Ming Ming and Feng Xian. That a pair of snowy white wings appeared behind Feng Xian, swiftly lifting Wuyue from Ming Ming's embrace. Still in a daze, Wuyue felt a large hand pressing down on the back of her head, her face resting against something warm as the crisp scent enveloped her senses. Even without seeing the surrounding scene, she felt a profound sense of comfort. We will descend shortly. Though the flight was brief, her legs felt weak upon solid ground. Fortunately, Feng Xian cradled her. Otherwise, she would have knelt down in embarrassment. What an embarrassing sight that would have been. A group of males emerged, grumbling. Naturally, the snow owl orcs were the exception, each carrying their respective females. That Wuyue looked around, but after the entire contingent had passed, she still did not see Ming Ming. The males and females who had exited before were busy tidying up their pelts and removing debris. Feng Xian, do you think something happened to Ming Ming inside? Not at all. Not if anything were to occur in this small forest. He might as well not return. Simple as that. However, noticing the worry etched on Wuyue's face, Feng Xian was at a loss for words. Feeling a mixture of joy and jealousy, he was delighted that Wuyue cared for a male, yet jealous of Ming Ming. With these conflicting emotions, he spoke reassuringly. Ming Ming is at level 8. There are no formidable beasts in this small forest, and as for wild animals, Ming Ming could handle them with one hand. Though he disapproved of Ming Ming, he never doubted his strength. Then why hasn't he come out yet? Feng Xian remained silent for a moment. Perhaps he had found something good. Taoan had finished cleaning herself and gestured for a partner to approach Wuyue. Wuyue snapped back to attention. Taoan said, "We need to rest here for a while. The distance is considerable, and each teleportation requires them to expend all their energy. They must recover before the next teleportation." Wuyue nodded, exchanged pleasantries, and continued to gaze in the direction of the forest. Sensing her unease, Taoan paused her movements to leave, glancing around and noticing Ming Ming's absence. Connecting the dots with the direction Wuyue was gazing, she suddenly understood. I could see that moment. Her partner whispered something in her ear. With envy in her eyes, Taoan smiled at Wuyue, saying, "Do not worry. This is a good thing." Wuyue looked at her in confusion. Taoan mouthed a word, but Wuyue could only make out the character for fruit. So Ming Ming must have spotted a fruit. Before Wuyue could ponder further, a sound of dry branches snapping echoed from the forest, and a tall figure emerged. Ming Ming. Ming Ming observed the joy on the little female's face, a smile creeping upon his lips, yet he did not rush to approach. Instead, he remained where he was, tending to the dry branches and fruit clinging to him. Wuyue patted Feng Xian's shoulder. "Let us go and lend a hand." Feng Xian was reluctant, but under the little female's gaze, he smiled and headed over. It seemed that the time spent embracing the little female would soon be cut short. Once Ming Ming had cleared himself of the debris, he did not immediately take Wuyue into his arms. Instead, he produced 3 brown spherical fruits, resembling passion fruits in both shape and size. "What is this?" A radiant expression graced Ming Ming's face, for this was a remarkable item that could enhance the physical prowess of females. A rarity indeed. The moment Feng Xian laid eyes upon the fruit, his gaze sparkled with delight as he lowered his voice. "Not only is it rare, but this fruit thrives in exceedingly harsh environments, making it elusive. Even 8th-tier beastmen find it challenging to locate. However, it grows alongside the golden leaves that can augment the innate talents of the young." "Ming Ming, have you harvested it?" Ming Ming nodded and leisurely produced 3 resplendent golden oval leaves. Wuyue instinctively squinted, for the leaves gleamed brighter than gold. That moment, Ming Ming had already split open one fruit, revealing its unexpectedly golden flesh. Unlike the metallic sheen of the leaves, this appeared quite palatable. Wuyue took the piece of fruit he offered, and it melted in her mouth, the flavor barely registering before it descended into her stomach. A warm sensation enveloped her lower abdomen, but under the sweltering heat of the day, her body temperature rose, and soon beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Ming Ming continued to feed her, while Feng Xian used a small piece of beast hide to dab at her perspiration. After finishing the entire fruit, her body felt akin to having soaked in a hot spring during winter, then indulging in a sauna. Every pore clamored for comfort. Hot. Ming Ming conjured a small block of ice, careful not to lower the temperature too swiftly. However, Feng Xian's body heat was not as cool as Ming Ming's. Watching the fragrant and soft figure in his arms drift away, Feng Xian felt a pang of jealousy, wishing he could kick the sun away. Feeling the coolness, Wuyue contentedly squinted her eyes, lazily yawning. Ming Ming, aware of the effects of the fruit, adjusted his hold on Wuyue to ensure her greater comfort. Gather, gather! After circling twice, they finally arrived at an island lush with greenery. Ming Ming placed Wuyue in Feng Xian's embrace and whispered in his ear, "You is afraid of snakes. Fly a bit higher. And I will clear the cave." Understood. The tiger and bird swiftly reached their designated cave, where a dense thicket of weeds concealed the entrance. Feng Xian held Wuyue aloft in midair, his hands carrying 2 baskets. He was not idle, using wind blades to swiftly cut through the grass. In no time, the area before the cave was cleared. He then controlled the wind to cast the cut grass aside, while his wood ability severed the remaining roots, leaving only the withered remains. The wind blades turned to soil, and shortly after, the roots were unearthed, swept away by the wind into the recently formed pile of vegetation. The yellowed earth was instantly pristine. Ming Ming acted quickly, igniting a fire within the cave. Ice and fire are natural adversaries. Yet with each advancement, their potency grows. Feng Xian retreated a dozen meters, manipulating the wind to carry away the ashes produced by the fierce flames. Having set out early, the sky was still bright. Ming Ming spoke, "Once the temperature inside drops, I will hunt for some food." Feng Xian shook his head. "You hold the little female, I will go hunt." Ming Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that Feng Xian would refuse at such a moment. Feng Xian pouted, "If it weren't for your ice ability, I wouldn't let you hold the little female." Ming Ming smiled gently. Not wishing to provoke Feng Xian further, he had fire abilities in winter. After all, head east. There's a white-backed beast whose meat is tender. Feng Xian nodded, transforming into his beast form and swiftly darting eastward. Ming Ming found a spot to sit, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Wuyue, her cheeks rosy, her delicate lips slightly parted as she breathed. She seemed more tranquil in her sleep than when awake, yet lost some of her vibrancy. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly met her half-open misty eyes. Wuyue, looking up at the azure sky, momentarily bewildered, asked, "Where are we?" "We have arrived at the central island," he replied. She raised a hand to rub her eyes, taking a moment to adjust, then stepped on the ground to survey her surroundings. All around her were towering weeds, obscuring any other sights. "Where do the other females reside?" "All around us." Ming Ming stood beside her, gesturing to the area surrounding the cave. "This is where all the females reside." "Ming Ming, is that the beast?" Wuyue exclaimed, spotting a flock of snow-white birds soaring toward her. In an instant, she found it difficult to distinguish which one was Feng Xian. As each snowy owl clutched a similar beast in its talons, Wuyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. She seemed unable to differentiate her chosen mate's beast form. Noticing her glance toward Ming Ming, he inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing." Ming Ming observed the guilty expression on the little female's face but chose not to press further, smiling as he shifted the topic. "Feng Xian has caught the white-backed beast. Uncle Tai Wu says it tastes delightful, and Aunt Bailon misses it dearly." Wuyue's curiosity piqued. "Is this beast only found here?" Ming Ming nodded. "The central island is isolated from the outside world. Without the capture efforts of beastmen, the variety and number of beasts here are considerable. After a century of seclusion, who conducts the sacred female ceremonies? The priests of the great tribe take turns. Last time it was our tribe's priest. This time, it is the sea tribe's priest." "The sea tribe?" Wuyue's eyes brightened. "This is an island. Isn't the edge similar to the ocean you mentioned earlier?" Ming Ming shook his head. "The edge of the central island is a dull gray. It merely lies in the center without any boundaries. Hence the designation." Wuyue nodded in disappointment, having hoped to see the sea here. A gentle force pressed down on her head as Feng Xian's soothing voice reached her ears. "We will soon reach the seaside. However, you must acclimate to high-speed flight, Some females feel dizzy or nauseous when soaring high. Wuyue nodded again. Isn't that just motion sickness? I don't get nauseous. Meanwhile, Fengxian had descended closer to the ground, casually discarding the beast he had captured, which landed with a dull thud that Wuyue's attention was drawn to the creature. Now appearing larger from a distance, she approached, raising her head to measure it. Wow, this is taller than the yellow moo beast I have seen. It stands at least 1.5 times my height. Mingming's focus remained on Wuyue, watching her adorable curiosity, unable to suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? You don't even respond when I ask you something, Fengxian complained, unaware when he had positioned himself atop the beast. Gazing down at Mingming with an air of arrogance, Mingming responded with a question of his own. What question are you referring to? I asked where this beast is good to eat. Fengxian rolled his eyes, leaping down to Wuyue's side. You didn't specify, so I couldn't choose freely. I was worried about missing out on the tastiest parts. Little female, this tiger doesn't take you seriously at all. Such a serious question, and he isn't paying attention that Wuyue couldn't help but laugh at the childish banter, casting a sidelong glance at Mingming. She saw him maintaining a calm demeanor, glancing at Fengxian, who was still trying to sneakily apply drops, a look of mocking amusement evident in his gaze. Unbeknownst to Fengxian, who failed to notice the exchange, Mingming decided not to engage further with the foolish bird. He turned to Wuyue, gently saying, "Play with Fengxian here. I will deal with the beast." The Wuyue obediently nodded. Once the imposing tiger left, she turned to Fengxian, who occasionally brushed his fingers through her hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can we fly around in the sky?" Fengxian eagerly nodded. How could I refuse such a request? In an instant, he transformed into his beast form, and a female sitting on a male's beast form was a recognized gesture of acceptance. He had to make a good impression. The magnificent snow owl, towering over her, crouched down, its height nearly double that of Wuyue. Fengxian spread his left wing, lowering it to the ground, and excitedly said, "Little female, step onto my wing, and I will slowly raise it." Wuyue gazed at the enormous wings, the pristine white color contrasting with the mud on her feet, feeling reluctant to step on them. Noticing her hesitation, Fengxian assumed she was afraid and called out to Mingming, "Mingming, come over and lift the little female up. I will take her for a joyride." Yet the pride in his tone was a secret known only to him. Mingming paused in his task of dragging the white-backed beast, setting it down before rushing back. As Wuyue was lifted, she curiously asked, "Fengxian, won't it hurt when I step on you?" Though his wings were thick, they still seemed thin and fragile compared to his massive form. Fengxian? It is difficult to comprehend. Suppressing the confusion in he earnestly replied, "No, I feel nothing," with Mingming's assistance. Wuyue settled onto the broad back of the bird, gazing down at the height above the ground, and suddenly felt a twinge of trepidation. Flying in an airplane was one thing, but riding a bird was an entirely different experience. The open-air situation truly serves as an excellent measure of whether one has a fear of heights. Mingming noticed the small hand trembling in his palm and comforted her. "Do not worry. When we take off, Fengxian will use his wind powers to protect you. You won't fall." His blue eyes radiated a gentle strength. Wuyue absorbed his words, her heart calming, yet her body remained hesitant. She took several deep breaths to steady her emotions, nudged him gently, and said softly, "You go ahead with your tasks. Fengxian and I will take a little joyride." Though apprehensive, the thought of feeling the wind while perched upon the bird's back was a novel experience. Fear mingled with curiosity. Mingming shook his head helplessly, repeatedly reminding Fengxian to exercise restraint. Only after hearing Fengxian's earnest reassurances did he finally relent. It was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, Fengxian's reputation as a bird had never been particularly favorable. Unchosen by Wuyue, he flew as he pleased. Yet, Wuyue was timid, and should she be frightened, he would certainly take it out on the bird. Watching the white figure soar away steadily, he resumed his tasks with the white-backed. Soaring through the skies was an exhilarating experience. Wuyue grasped a thick feather, pondering whether Fengxian's strength might cause it to be pulled out. As she spoke, her grip tightened. Fengxian flew steadily, feeling a gentle tug on his back, and was somewhat conflicted. Did this little female desire his feathers? In the next moment, Wuyue beheld the feather that refused to budge, now quietly resting between her fingers. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She, little female. Fengxian waited for a response, but, upon turning his head, found her staring blankly at the feather that had fallen. A surge of pride filled his heart. Look, how much this little female adores his feathers. Her fondness for them signifies her fondness for him. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the mutual affection. In the very next instant, Wuyue tossed the feather aside and began to investigate the place from which it had fallen. She found no trace of it, and, after rubbing the spot where the feather had been, she let out a sigh of relief upon discovering no trace of crimson spreading forth. Once again, she pinched the feather between her fingers. Was this a case of? How could it be that when she exerted strength, it wouldn't come loose, but as soon as she decided to let go, it fell, silently reclaiming her space? She obliterated any evidence. Nothing could be more thorough than erasing it from existence. After circling the skies several times, with Fengxian's explanations, Wuyue had a basic understanding of the central island's layout. At its heart lay a vast circular clearing, pure, white, and gleaming, resembling exquisite jade. This was the site where the holy female ceremony would take place. Once the holy female was chosen, the outer ring of the platform would rise, casting the shadow of the mother tree of life, heralding the beginning of blessings. Wuyue questioned how 9 holy females would be selected. Fengxian quickly responded, explaining that they would be chosen in batches. With 10 females standing upon the central platform, those who emanated golden light would signify being favored by the mother tree of life and could remain, while those without the golden glow would have to step down. What if the number of females with golden light exceeded 9? In that case, they would be ranked based on the intensity of their golden light, selecting the top 9. Wuyue furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, Fengxian, do you know the criteria for judging the golden light? Fengxian replied, I do not know. The selection of the holy females is beyond our control as beastmen. Hearing this, Wuyue felt a wave of confusion. Why then had Aunt Bailon spoken so assuredly about fertility values? It was illogical for there to be conflicting accounts. Before she could ponder further, she heard a voice tinged with regret. Little female, we must ascend. All right? Upon returning to the ground, Mingming had already prepared a meal, even including stir-fried vegetables. Wuyue was pleasantly surprised. You even brought vegetables? She had initially thought she would be eating meat for months on end. A surge of gratitude and sweetness filled her heart, knowing the beast man cared for her. Mingming gently lifted her from Fengxian's back, saying softly, I brought quite a bit. It will last for 3 days. Wonderful. She leaned down to plant a kiss at the corner of his lips, a hearty peck that made Fengxian feel envious. Mingming's gaze darkened slightly, but before he could make his next move, Wuyue said sweetly, I'm hungry, he sighed, resigned to carry the oblivious little female to the campfire, his eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions, concealed yet rife with danger. The faint smile danced on his lips as he slowly fed Wuyue. She pouted slightly, expressing, I want to eat by myself. Be good. It's hot out. If you don't eat it while it's warm, it'll be uncomfortable for you. Wuyue watched the serious expression on the great tigeress face. Noting how different he appeared from before the grand gathering, and an unsettling premonition began to stir within her. Why have you stopped eating? His voice, gentle yet laced with an enticing undertone, lingered in her ear, stirring her senses. Wuyue rubbed her tingling ears, opened her mouth wide, and ate the food he offered. In the grand scheme of things, eating was paramount. Should any changes arise, she would adapt accordingly as she finished her meal. Wuyue asked, what time do we need to head over tomorrow? After all, this was the primary purpose of their visit. She could not afford to miss it due to oversleeping. However, her gaze unexpectedly met a pair of profoundly meaningful blue eyes. No rush. The ceremony begins in the afternoon. Wuyue was taken aback. So late? Mingming chuckled lightly. Once the holy females are chosen, it will be time for pairing. Wuyue's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. Her ears perked up, eager to catch what the beastmen flanking her had to say, yet feeling bashful about hearing what came next. Mingming did not speak, even interrupting Fengxian mid-sentence, continuing to feed Wuyue with an air of nonchalance. Fengxian pouted, cleaning the ice cubes from his mouth before muttering under his breath, damn old tiger. Just because he was silent now did not mean he would remain so. His gaze was shrouded, filled with suppressed desire, intent on completely consuming the excited little female before him, leaving nothing behind. Wuyue chewed her food, feeling a slight release of tension. Indeed, she had grown too complacent. Her mind had begun to falter. In the wake of prolonged silence, the tension she had been holding began to ease. Her choices had proven satisfactory. At the very least, she would not face another social embarrassment, delightedly savoring the roasted meat. Her eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an air of languor. Mingming's large hand rested on her abdomen, feeling the gentle rise of life within her, prompting him to halt his feeding. Dinner had been his preparation, and the subsequent tasks fell to Fengxian. Would you like to go outside and take a look? He led Wuyue in leisurely circles across the clearing. Wuyue placed her hands on her abdomen and curiously asked, "What is there to see at night?" The central white circle emits a glow at night. That Wuyue's curiosity was piqued, and she nodded eagerly. "Let us go, but we'll wait for Fengxian to join us." "All right." While waiting, Wuyue could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What emits the light? Can we bring it back? We might even make a lantern. Neither males nor females have ever unearthed it." "Unearthed?" Wuyue's face scrunched up in disbelief. "It can't be that white substance, can it?" Mingming chuckled and nodded. "Are there no substitutes that emit light from other places? In the north, there is a type of night-blooming flower that glows. But it's toxic and will cause any male or female who inhales it to perish in their sleep." Wuyue shuddered, completely abandoning her desire for a lamp. The night-blooming flower was poisonous. And since Mingming had stated that no beastmen could pry loose the white jade of the ceremonial square, she certainly did not believe she could do so. It was either a case of transmigration or playing the protagonist. "Fengxian, hurry and tidy up. Don't dawdle. We're waiting for you to join us at the white jade disc." Fengxian rolled his eyes at Mingming, grumbling that he was still a novice and that there was nothing wrong with taking his time. Wuyue, she poked the great tigeress shoulder, signaling him to be quiet, then turned to Fengxian, "Be careful. There's no rush. We're not in a hurry. Don't worry. It will be quick." Fengxian, invigorated as if he had received a surge of adrenaline, effortlessly divided his wind abilities into 4 distinct segments and began to efficiently organize their belongings. Wuyue felt a gentle squeeze on her fingers, the pressure just right, and she immediately understood. One head to soothe, and another to attend to. She turned and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. Her small hand poked at his face as she murmured softly, "It's exhausting to work so hard. I don't want you to suffer too much, especially for my sake." Meanwhile, Fengxian straightened up, exhaling heavily. "Who?" He draped the animal hide he had used to dry his hands over a withered branch, fully revitalized, and with a buoyant step, he headed in Wuyue's direction. "Little female, I shall carry you." Mingming remained silent, waiting for Fengxian to transform into his beast form, at which point he scooped up Wuyue and seated her comfortably. "Get down, you shameless one." Wuyue chuckled awkwardly, realizing that the situation she had previously mentioned was now laid bare before her. Without even glancing at Mingming, she reached out and patted Fengxian's back, united in indignation. "This is too much. How can others ride on Fengxian's striking beast form? You've lost this time. Next time you must ride back." Initially, Fengxian basked in the delight of having the little female on his side. Yet, as he listened further, he began to feel that something was amiss. "I will protect you. Let us depart quickly, lest we lose our place." Reluctantly, Fengxian took off, carrying Wuyue on his back as he begrudgingly soared toward their destination. Wuyue sighed in relief, casting a glance at Mingming. "Next time, you must carry Fengxian." "Not to worry. It suits Fengxian to protect you. My abilities cannot provide you with adequate shielding. But with him, you shall feel much more at ease. All I wish for is your happiness." Upon hearing these words, Wuyue felt a wave of emotion. Although Fengxian had been resistant, it was clear that such behavior among males was frowned upon. While she was certain Mingming harbored some selfish motives, his declaration was sincere. After several encounters with Mingming, Fengxian had grown wiser. "Speak normally. I merely dislike you riding." The last 2 words were delivered with particular emphasis. Mingming remained silent, his eyes downcast, exuding an air of grievance. Observing this, Wuyue felt a surge of compassion, gently patting his head before turning to Fengxian. "Fengxian, Do not say anything. Ming Ming is about to cry. Feng Xian? Ming Ming. Feng Xian burst into raucous laughter, his mirth echoing wildly. Ming Ming wrapped his arms around Wuyue from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, catching a glimpse of her sly smile, which sparked a flicker of helplessness and amusement within him. Yet, deep down, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Soon, amidst Feng Xian's laughter, they arrived at the jade-white disc. How grand! Wuyue leaned forward on the back of the snowy owl, her waist and abdomen encircled by a pair of large hands, straining to peek at the unfolding scene below. As she finally took into view, her eyes widened in astonishment. As night descended, a gentle white glow hovered above the jade disc, with countless tiny flecks swirling in the beams of light, casting a riotous display of colors. It was a mesmerizing spectacle. The vast surface of the jade disc was dotted with numerous small groups, most consisting of a female accompanied by their respective males, engaged in lively conversation, while another group of unbonded females huddled together, surrounded by towering males who formed a protective circle. What a lively scene! Wuyue, nestled in Ming Ming's embrace, felt increasingly immersed in the vibrant atmosphere. Look out! Catch it if it falls! Several items seemed to plummet, and she urged, quick, get on! Don't let them snatch it away. The clamor of the crowd suddenly intensified, a throng of bodies creating a chaotic scene that Wuyue instinctively retreated toward the edge of the round platform, concerned about the possibility of a stampede amidst such a gathering. Yet, being cradled by Ming Ming, she quickly suggested, let us move to the edge. Ming Ming nodded, casting a glance at Feng Xian. Typically at odds with Ming Ming, Feng Xian at that moment offered no resistance, his expression brightening as he declared, you safeguard the little female. I shall seize that golden light. Ming Ming nodded, tightening his hold on Wuyue, his blue eyes scanning the surrounding males with vigilance, determined to protect her from any potential harm as they scrambled for the golden light. What do they want with that golden light? Wuyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. How can one even grab it? The golden light, though colorful, is intangible. How could one possibly seize it? It benefits females' bodies, much like the fruit you consumed before, but it can only be ingested once. Wuyue bit her lips softly, her bright eyes filled with contemplation. As he mentioned the fruit, she realized that after consuming it, aside from an initial warmth in her abdomen, she now felt no reaction at all. Casting her gaze around, she noticed that several males and females were also gravitating toward her, making it clear that this was not the right moment to discuss the fruit. Redirecting her focus to the golden light, she remarked, how fortuitous it is that we arrived just in time for the descent of the golden light. Ming Ming smiled in agreement. Amidst the throng of jumping individuals, Wuyue sought to locate Feng Xian. Looking left and right, she couldn't spot him. Over there by the yellow hide, she exclaimed. With that, Ming Ming hoisted the little female a bit higher. Wuyue's view elevated, and following his, she finally spotted Feng Xian quite clearly that moment. He appeared to have just risen, his left hand clenched into a fist and his right hand gripping a battered beastman, his demeanor exuding an aura of fury. Wuyue frowned. Feng Xian had never been this volatile in her memory. What had transpired? Raising her hands to her mouth in a trumpet shape, she called out. Feng Xian. Instinctively, the enraged Feng Xian turned, catching sight of the little female's smiling face, and his forceful grip only intensified. After releasing the beastman, he strode directly toward Wuyue. The beastmen who had witnessed Feng Xian's fury instinctively parted to create a path, their eyes filled with uncontainable awe as they fell upon Wuyue. How infuriating! The beaten beastman groaned, struggling to rise, blood and clots staining his visage. His gaze toward Feng Xian was laced with venom. Wuyue observed this, and, as Feng Xian approached, she quietly asked, what happened just now? Why did you get into a fight? Feng Xian's previously stormy expression shifted from rage to a fleeting glimpse of sadness and grievance in mere seconds. Why do you care about him? Wuyue's eyes sparkled with helplessness. She couldn't bear to see him upset. She gently reassured him, but you are truly remarkable. Flattered by her praise, Feng Xian momentarily forgot his earlier distress. Taking Wuyue's hand with his left and presenting the golden light in his right hand, as if offering a treasure, he reverently placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Wuyue, taken aback, suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing into her heart, and she quickly withdrew her hand to cover her lips, stifling a moan of pleasure. Ming Ming set Wuyue down and coldly remarked to Feng Xian, "Aren't you going to take you back?" Feng Xian, noticing the little female buried in Ming Ming's embrace, sensed something was amiss and belatedly transformed back into his beast form but on the return journey. Ming Ming remained seated on the owl's back. "What's wrong with the little female?" he inquired, his large hand stroking her flushed cheek, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's nothing. She just needs a night's rest." Feng Xian, taken aback, nearly forgot the golden light had been used on the little female. Why might she still feel unwell? "Shall we take her to see the Qingwu healer? She'll be fine. Just let her rest for the night. Then tonight, I shall care for the little female," he implied, suggesting that he and Wuyue would share a bed. Ming Ming scoffed derisively. "What nonsense! You can't possibly be reluctant to part with a few precious crystals. I want to take the little female to see the healer. Such an occurrence has never happened before. Aunt said she would feel quite comfortable." Ugh! Wuyue could no longer suppress her body's pleasurable sensations, letting out a soft moan. Feng Xian, soaring through the air, nearly plummeted to the ground upon hearing her sultry voice. Silently, he quickened his pace. "Hey, snowy owl ahead, slow down," Ming Ming urged. "Hurry, they're all tier 7. Feng Xian had no intention of slowing down. At that moment, to shake off the beastmen behind them, he unleashed a gust of wind energy to propel himself forward, increasing his speed, after circling the island several times. They finally returned to the cave. Hearing the rustling of the animal hides, Ming Ming frowned and said, "You has fallen asleep. Be quiet." As she spoke, she extracted a cleansing bean from the basket, tasting one herself before gently placing it into Wuyue's mouth. Only after digestion did the flesh-colored lips part from her soft, pink ones, a glistening thread of moisture drawing out a tantalizing ambiguity. Feng Xian spread out the beast's skin, arms crossed over his chest, his left cheek bearing the mark of no, while his right cheek declared full. Yet he secretly approached the little female. His gaze burned intensely upon those pink lips. A twinge of regret in his heart. Last night, sleeping beside the little female for the first time had filled him with such excitement that he had become entranced by her sleeping visage, leaving him utterly unproductive regarding the matters old Luo had taught him. It would have to wait until tomorrow night to bond with the little female. With this thought, his heterochromatic eyes twinkled as he pondered how to position himself as the little female's first beast husband. Deciding to forego any disputes with Ming Ming, and strode directly outside, transforming into a great bird to block the entrance. The following day, Wuyue awoke feeling refreshed and untroubled. "Little female, I have hunted a larger white-backed beast." Wuyue smiled and nodded, inquiring, "Is there a cleansing bean?" Ming Ming, sitting nearby and roasting meat, handed one over. Wuyue placed the cleansing bean in her mouth, savoring it slowly while seated on the wooden stool he offered, asking, "Is the larger one tastier?" At this question from the little female, Feng Shuan's pride immediately deflated that no, it's just harder to catch. Next time, he would ensure to catch the tastiest one for the little female. Wuyue observed the snow owl's expression shift from disappointment to excitement, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. She turned to Ming Ming. Ming Ming handed her a piece of roasted meat, gently saying, "Ignore him. He has his moments of folly. You old tiger, who are you calling foolish?" Ming Ming cast an "what do you think?" glance. Wuyue could distinctly sense Feng Shuan's temper flaring, and fearing an argument might ensue. She quickly softened her tone to redirect the conversation. "Have you eaten?" As expected, Feng Xian's focus instantly shifted to the little female. "I have." The Wuyue's gaze turned toward Ming Ming, whose gentle voice chimed in, "I have." Feng Xian crouched beside Wuyue, his eyes sparkling as he inquired, "Little female, did you feel any difference after using the golden light?" As Wuyue pondered the events of the previous evening, she recalled how the golden light had entered her body, leaving her heart feeling exceptionally comfortable, so much so that she had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. And my heart felt very comfortable, and I wasn't very hungry this morning. Ming Ming picked up the conversation. Wuyue nodded, affirming that she indeed did not feel hungry today. Just days prior, she had awoken each morning ravenous, as though she could devour an entire cow in one bite. It seems the golden light is indeed effective. Feng Xian sighed. lamenting that it could only be used once. Mingming interjected, I recall there is another substance on Beast God Mountain that can strengthen a female's body. Are you referring to that legend? Mingming nodded, explaining that Wuyue had already used two types, leaving only this last one that if it truly possessed the rumored effects, it would be ideal. Wuyue, intrigued, swallowed the vegetable in her mouth and asked, what kind of effect? Mingming fed her another piece of roasted meat, smiling as he elaborated. It is said that females who consume the sacred fruit, sacred light, and divine herb gain a special ability. Wuyue quickly swallowed the meat, exclaiming in astonishment, a superpower? Yes. Fengxian nodded vigorously. Has any female ever obtained it? Mingming shook his head, casting a glance at Fengxian, noting that the Snow Owl tribe was rife with gossip, far more so than the White Tiger tribe. Fengxian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I have not heard of any that I will ask old Luo later. He is the most gossipy in the entire Snow Owl tribe, and is said to have traveled extensively in his youth. Wuyue's lips twitched. Was that truly advisable? You go ahead, just be sure to return soon. Fengxian instinctively nodded, and before he could say anything, Mingming spoke up, we have 3 sacred fruits in total. You can keep one and decide who to give the others to. The one he gave to Fengxian was a decision made after careful consideration. The news of his acquisition of the sacred fruit could not be concealed. Rather than fall into disputes, it was better to resolve it here. Just then, Luo Yu's female, Lan Yang, arrived, showing more concern for Fengxian than his own mother. Even within the tribe, Fengxian would surely care for her. Thank you. Fengxian accepted it, but made it clear that he would not relinquish the position of first beast husband. Mingming merely urged, hurry back. After sending Fengxian off, he continued to attend to Wuyue. How do you plan to discuss the bonding? When it came to the topic of bonding, Wuyue felt particularly awkward, especially regarding this notion of a first partner. The position of first beast husband in their household could dictate many matters, which was of little use to Fengxian, given his boisterous nature. Mingming's tiger ear brushed lightly against Wuyue's cheek before landing a reverent kiss upon her vibrant lips. His brows soft with tenderness. Do not worry about this. I will strive with all my might. The kiss deepened. When released, Wuyue felt her body grow weak, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Upon regaining clarity, she understood the nature of their dispute and could only softly murmur, please don't get hurt. All right. After finishing breakfast, Mingming suggested, shall I accompany you to Taoan? Wuyue hesitated. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? The previous evening, before nightfall, she had heard Fengxuan's high-pitched cries while he flew low. What if they happened to catch Taoan in the midst of something? Mingming ruffled her hair and placed the last sacred fruit in her hand. Wuyue blinked in surprise, glancing at the sacred fruit, then back at Mingming. Are you suggesting I give this to Taoan? Mingming nodded and shook his head, noticing the little female's frown of confusion. What about Aunt Bailon? She was injured before. Perhaps this could help her recover. The thought of the beloved elder being so dearly cared for by the little female warmed Mingming's heart, prompting him to embrace Wuyue tightly. Resting his head on her shoulder in a tender display of affection, he explained with a smile. After Aunt's incident, the clan leader dispatched 8th-tier beastmen far and wide to search, including those from the Snow Owl tribe. But to little avail. Has Aunt ever received the golden light? Mingming nodded, recalling the clan leader's words that Aunt had indeed used it. Wuyue's eyes softened as she gently remarked, once we find Xiong Lai, we should venture to the Beast God Mountain you mentioned and bring something back for Aunt. Mingming said in astonishment. Wuyue raised her head, her bright eyes crescent-shaped in a charming smile. I am fine. If we find it, it would hold greater value for Aunt Bailon.o, and I have something to tell you tonight. It was time to reveal the matter of the space. When the time came, it would be a done deal, and both Mingming and Fengxian would be in the same boat as her. Although she couldn't store enough food for 3 people to last an entire winter, she could keep vegetables and fruits, sparing them the danger of foraging during the cold season. Perhaps we might even find 2 plants, she mused. Mingming remained silent, merely sharing a smile with her, though the turmoil within him left him at a loss. Regardless of the outcome, the first one found would undoubtedly be for Wuyue. The combination of the sacred fruit, sacred light, and divine herb would surely bring her great benefits. He was her beast husband. And everything revolved around her. Female lives were shorter than male ones. and he wished to avoid losing her too soon. ITS settled then. Take me to Talon. If they are busy, we could check out Tita instead. Wuyue added, her voice lowered to a murmur. We should be able to find a place, right? Mingming chuckled softly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her supple lips before lifting her up. Upon reaching the entrance of Talon's cave, they heard no strange noises, allowing Wuyue to breathe a sigh of relief. One of Talon's beast husbands had his back to them at the cave entrance. Upon hearing their approach, he turned with surprise, exclaiming, Mingming, come in, come in. The beast man called into the cave. And in, Mingming's female has come to find you. Upon hearing the commotion, Talon rushed out. Fun, Wuyue responded, feeling somewhat bashful as she was set down at the cave entrance. I've come to bother you again. Talon shot her a playful glare. What do you mean bother? I look forward to your visits every day. The ceremony hasn't even begun. I'm quite bored. With a soft smile, Wuyue replied, I was actually planning to come find you too. Find me. Talon nodded, pausing for a moment in silence before shyly inquiring, may I ask if there are any of those holy fruits remaining? Wuyue nodded, confirming that there was indeed one left. Talon let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I wonder if that remaining fruit could be exchanged for me. Wuyue did not provide a direct answer, merely smiling as she replied, we are currently deliberating whom to give it to. Once the grand gathering concludes, we plan to travel elsewhere, and it would be inconvenient to carry the holy fruit around. Really? Talon exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as she grasped Wuyue's hand. Actually, it's not just for myself that Wuyue instinctively guessed for Tita, perhaps. After all, every time she saw Tao, and Tita was always present. Highlighting their close relationship, Talon nodded, sighing as she continued. Tita and I have been close friends since childhood. She paired up before me, but has yet to have any offspring. Her fondness for children is well known, and it has been a lingering concern for her. The elder Taya, the healer, has previously advised her to relax, but her spirits seem to grow heavier. Just so happens that your partner received 3 holy fruits. I thought if we could exchange one, it might ease her heart a bit. Perhaps with this fruit, she might feel so joyful that a child could come along that Wuyue was astonished upon hearing this. She had initially believed that Tao and desired the fruit for herself, only to realize how mistaken she was. You and Tita share a truly wonderful bond. Talon nodded, her expression tinged with wistfulness. Without Tita, I would have perished from my reckless play during the cold season. How could I enjoy these moments? Instinctively, Wuyue asked, what happened during the cold season? Immediately, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her habit of prying too deeply often surfaced. Lowering her head, she retrieved the holy fruit from her garments and offered it. Since they belonged to the same tribe, there would be no deception in their trade. Her actions were graceful and unreserved. Talon was taken aback, hurriedly cradling it in both hands, fearful of dropping and damaging it. Once she steadied it, she explained, I was foolishly playful during the cold season and wandered to the lake's edge. I stepped into thin air, and Tita caught me, but she fell instead. Despite her robust health, she suffered a severe fever for quite some time and nearly did not survive. Had it been me, I likely would not have lived. The cold season's chill could indeed seep into one's body. The fruit's effect were felt in the lower abdomen. However, these were merely her speculations. She smiled, adding, after consuming the holy fruit, I felt significantly better. It surely has its benefits. With one concern alleviated, Talon appeared much more vivacious. By the way, since the holy fruit is rare, how about we offer 10,000 crystal cores, along with all the prey from this year's cold season? Wuyue glanced at Mingming, uncertain about the matter. Mingming nodded. That works. The primary concern remained the spiritual crystals, with both him and Fengxian hunting during the cold season. They were more than capable. It was common knowledge that spiritual crystals came from exotic beasts, yet not all beasts contained them, as they were their sustenance. If they recklessly slaughtered, it would inevitably lead to a future devoid of prey. Therefore, each hunt's yield was meticulously calibrated to ensure they could consume all. Accumulating 10,000 spiritual crystals would take them at least 5 or 6 years. With this sum, they could fully meet the growth needs of the offspring in a ewe's womb. Allowing her to spend more time with the little female, Talon clapped her hands, declaring, then it's settled. You can rest assured. Once we return to the tribe, I will have a man deliver it. Wuyue smiled, but the holy fruit is now directly in your possession. Isn't it too late to express disbelief? Taoan chuckled, her finger playfully tapping Wuyue's cheek, assuring her that she would not betray her trust. Seeing that the two were getting along well, Ming Ming set down the fruit and took his leave. He did not keep Wuyue waiting long, efficiently finishing his business with Feng Xian. He returned to her side. As they walked, Wuyue found it hard to believe. They were both at level 8. She had expected to wait at least until lunchtime. Curious glances flickered her way. And the next time she glanced over, she inadvertently met Ming Ming's gaze. Curious, are we? He teased. Wuyue pouted. Your timing is just too brief. Ming Ming smiled knowingly. Tonight, you will understand just how short it is. The implication took a moment to sink in, and after 3 seconds, she finally grasped it. Her small fist clenched, and she playfully pounded him a few times. Ming Ming had anticipated this, relaxing his body to absorb the playful blows without causing her small hands any pain. After a few thumps, she released him, sulking. Why are you all so hard? It's all quite similar. Perhaps we could find another location next time. Where? Wuyue asked earnestly, genuinely curious if they truly found a place. She could strike a few times without hurting her hands. Ming Ming's gaze deepened. I'll let you know when we return. What is it that needs to be discussed upon returning? It doesn't sound like anything good. Wuyue shook her head decisively. Then forget it. I don't particularly enjoy hitting you. Ming Ming said nothing further, explaining to her what she had been curious about moments ago. I possess ice and fire abilities and have mastered their fusion. Feng Xian is naturally no match for me. Wuyue replied. Upon returning to the cave, she scanned the surroundings but did not see Feng Xian. Where did he go? Playing outside. Ming Ming replied in a low voice. In their solitude, there was an inexplicable allure to his tone. Wuyue swallowed hard. His voice was truly captivating. How had she never noticed before? Observing the dazed little female, Ming Ming, with a hint of exasperation in his blue eyes, placed her gently on the stone bed and kissed her. Under the gentle onslaught, Wuyue's body became increasingly pliant, her hands weakly searching for something to grasp. Her sultry gasps deepened the intimacy. Humph! A cold snort echoed from outside the cave. Wuyue suddenly snapped back to reality, pushing Ming Ming away with force. Glancing down, she noticed her animal skin skirt was in disarray, revealing evidence of their earlier fervor. Feeling flustered, she curled up within the animal hide, her toes appearing increasingly delicate against the brown fabric, now shyly tucked away. Ming Ming rose, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he gently patted her back. He didn't come in. Not seeing him doesn't mean I didn't here. After a lengthy attempt to soothe her, when Ming Ming tried to turn her over, his hand brushed against a notable bump. His eyes lit up as he murmured, Don't smother it. The baby is growing and could be harmed. Wuyue instinctively arched her back, her left hand reaching down to touch her belly. Still slightly rounded, she exhaled in relief, glad it wasn't squished. Turning to glare fiercely at the source of her distress, her cheeks flushed, her watery gaze shimmering with bashful allure, capturing Ming Ming's attention. Not only did she enchant his eyes, but she also stirred his heart. His throat constricted as he struggled to suppress the rising heat within him. But now was not the time. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Shall we rest for a bit? I'll go prepare dinner. Wuyue shot him a glare, pulling the nearby animal hide over herself and turning her back, her round head radiating indignation. Don't be angry. All right, I'll let you hit me. Not wanting to dwell on it, the memory of his earlier feigned mystery flooded back to her, how he had coaxed her into returning to divulge his secrets. Upon returning, it was nothing but trouble. You scoundrel. I was wrong. Next time, I will surely seek your permission first, all right? The fluffy tiger ears and tail were in full display. Wuyue, overwhelmed with embarrassment, found it unbearable as the instigator continued to dwell on the matter. Pounding his chest, is it so wrong for me to feel shy? You should leave, just leave. Pouting, she appeared utterly aggrieved. Ming Ming was simultaneously amused and exasperated, having never anticipated this would be the cause. Releasing his hand from her waist, he softened his tone. All right, you rest first. I'll step out now. Watching her bury her head under the animal skin, a smile tugged at his lips as he deliberately made his footsteps heavy while leaving. Feng Xian stood at the cave entrance, arms crossed, ready to mock. But upon seeing the gathering energy in Ming Ming's hands, he promptly silenced himself. Muttering a curse under his breath, Ming Ming passed him. He casually remarked, "Keep it down." Feng Xian rolled his eyes, trailing a few steps behind until he was far enough from the cave to mutter, "You did it already, and I can't say anything? If you want you to avoid you these days, feel free to say it." Ming Ming left behind these words and sought refuge beneath a tree, commencing the construction of a place for roasting meat. Yu felt quite embarrassed about the whole affair, and thus vacated some space to allow her to acclimate. Feng Xian found himself perplexed. How had the conversation shifted to the little female's disregard for him? He stepped forward and seated himself upon the exposed roots of the tree opposite Ming Ming. Clarify your words. Speaking halfway may lead to dire consequences. Yu was naturally shy, reluctant to have the intimate matters between partners scrutinized by other beasts. Yet, Ming Ming did not hide the truth. After all, they were all Wuyue's beast husbands, and this matter would inevitably come to light. Why be shy? Ant said some individuals bond directly on the round platform. Feng Xian, feeling increasingly agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. Does that mean I cannot bond tonight? Feng Xian's irritation escalated. You better hurry tonight. The longer the interval, the more opportunities he felt he had. Ming Ming responded with unwavering certainty. No, absolutely not. You wish to exhaust the little female. That is not your concern. Feng Xian rolled his eyes in silence, focusing intently on grilling the meat, determined not to provoke this obstinate tiger. Without Feng Xian's verbal harassment, Ming Ming found solace in the tranquility. The sweltering air had no effect on them, while the dry wood crackled fiercely in the flames. The heat intense, yet it could not alleviate the frustration brewing within Feng Xian. Ming Ming announced, "I shall fetch some leaves. You continue roasting." Understood. Feng Xian accepted the skewered meat handed to him, taking his task of preparing it for the little female quite seriously. Recognizing this admirable quality of his regard for Yu, Ming Ming felt reassured as he departed. Upon his return, Feng Xian already held 3 or 4 skewers of roasted meat. Ming Ming shook off the remaining water from the large leaves he had gathered, placing several pieces of roasted meat and vegetables before dashing towards the cave. Feng Xian immediately rose. "I shall accompany you." Ming Ming, undeterred, continued, "Do you think you can still eat upon seeing you?" Left alone with the fire and the sweltering air, Feng Xian increasingly felt as if he had shot himself in the foot with his own words. Why had he foolishly spoken up? Now, the little female had completely ignored him, that he angrily prodded the fire with a stick. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a delicate voice rang out, "Get out." When he glanced back at the cave, he saw Ming Ming emerging empty-handed, a broad grin breaking across his face, silently mocking this unfortunate tiger who had gained nothing. Ming Ming cast him a casual glance, resuming his roasting of the meat. He mumbled softly, "Serves you right." It dawned on him that it had indeed been the tiger's fault from the outset. Had he not gone to kiss the little female, what harm would there have been in merely returning home and speaking? Thus, all blame fell upon the obstinate tiger, with him bearing a mere fraction of the responsibility. After the incident of Ming Ming's intimacy being interrupted, Wuyue had been too timid to step outside. It was only as the sacred female ceremony approached that she cautiously ventured out. Ming Ming, maintaining a composed demeanor, lifted her up, noting that they still had time to join the front of the queue. Wuyue stole a glance at Feng Xian, walking ahead, and upon seeing no ulterior motives, she finally exhaled in relief. Feng Xian, like a mischievous child, tugged at interesting plants and directly severed them with a gust of wind to present to Wuyue. She received them with a radiant smile, forgetting, all too willingly, the previous unease. The atmosphere around the white jade platform was grave, with every individual present maintaining a solemn silence. Even the usually pampered females stood obediently beside their males, rather than being cradled in their arms. Ming Ming set the little female down and, lowering his gaze, met her bright eyes that clearly questioned the situation. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took her hand. Guiding her to the end of the line, Wuyue refrained from further inquiries, stealing glances around her as more beastmen and females joined her queue in an orderly manner. She mused to herself. Such discipline! Everyone stands so dutifully. After standing for a considerable time, a subtle ache began to throb at her feet, yet she peered through the gaps in the crowd toward the platform, still seeing no sign of movement. In an effort to divert her discomfort, she focused on her breathing, but ultimately, she could endure no longer. She slightly raised one heel, alternating her weight to relieve the strain. Both Ming Ming and Feng Xian noticed her plight but felt powerless to assist. Time dragged on in an agonizing manner. Just as Wuyue was on the brink of despair, an elderly voice resounded. All male beastmen, step back. At some point, a figure cloaked in black robes had appeared at the center of the platform. It was discernible that this person was exceedingly frail, with bony fingers gripping a staff, the skin stretched tight over their bones. It seemed all the priests she had encountered were quite thin. Ming Ming squeezed Wuyue's hand and, alongside Feng Xian, stepped off the white jade platform. With no males remaining on the platform, the first 10 females advanced, encircling the central pedestal in a display of reverence. The priest raised their staff, and as the arcane words fell from their lips, a golden light began to coalesce upon the staff. Outside the white jade, a fervent cheer erupted, swelling in waves. The golden light soon descended upon one of the females, enveloping her in a radiant glow, her cherubic face tinged with pink and her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Crossing her arms over her chest, she knelt in homage to the priest. The priest nodded slightly, gesturing with the staff toward a designated spot. The female bowed once more before rising to follow the priest's indication that Wuyue found herself positioned toward the front, but with 10 females being called at a time. It would take several rounds before it would be her turn. After observing, she noted that apart from the first group, which produced a blessed female, subsequent groups had not yielded any. The odds of being chosen were painfully low. Biting her lip, she felt a surge of anxiety, her palms slick with perspiration. Finally, it was her turn. She pressed her lips together and, alongside the female before her, approached the edge of the platform, coming to a halt. She lifted her gaze to behold a sea of heads, each a different hue. Her heart rose and fell. She could not see the faces of the beastmen, and conversely, they could not discern her expression. This shift in perspective alleviated her tension. She concentrated on the priest's melodic incantation. Yet, the voice grew increasingly hypnotic, and just as she felt herself drifting into a drowsy stupor, a wave of warmth enveloped her body, akin to the gentle sun of winter caressing her skin, soothing and comforting. She lowered her gaze, extending her hand to witness the dazzling golden light enveloping her entire being, a striking blend of brilliance and gentleness. In a daze, she suddenly felt a shadow cast before her. Wuyue blinked, raising her head to see the officiating priest. The priest's skeletal fingers trembled visibly as they pointed toward her brow. Wuyue's instinct was to retreat, yet a wall seemed to rise behind her. An overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over her, leaving her mind blank. Regaining her senses, she heard a reassuring voice whispering in her ear. "Good child." It felt as though something had formed upon her forehead, and in her hazy state, she glimpsed a colossal ancient tree materializing in the air, followed by a meteor hurtling directly toward her. In the next moment, she lost consciousness. The priest carefully supported her, gently laying her upon the platform, their steps light as they returned to their original position, appearing almost buoyant. Casting a glance at the now-still beastmen below, the priest cleared their throat. "The ceremony continues. The little females, please come forth quickly." Nightfall approaches. The previously silent crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers, the solemnity dissipating. Outside the white jade platform, the males and females who could not participate in the sacred female ceremony exchanged excited murmurs. "That golden light nearly blinded me." Not only blinding, the last generation's most powerful sacred female was not even half as radiant as her. Today has truly opened my eyes. Which tribe does this female belong to? Unclear point. One of her chosen partners is a snow owl. The other I didn't catch. An 8th-tier snow owl. She must be quite valued in her tribe. Amidst the astonishment, there were also sighs of disappointment. Now, all eyes would be drawn to her. It remained to be seen whether Luo Lan could bring back an 8th-tier partner. At least she has been chosen by the golden light. Surely, an 8th-tier beastman will select her. The object of gossip among the masses has invariably been Wuyue, and naturally, Ming Ming and Feng Xian. ensnared in the web of intrigue, found themselves besieged by the inquisitive beastmen. The tiger and the bird exchanged a glance, a flicker of helplessness passing between them. They had contemplated the possibility of the young female being chosen, yet they had not anticipated such an overwhelming outcome. It seemed they would be unable to venture anywhere and would have to return to the tribe. Wuyue, unbeknownst to them, had squeezed his way between them and pulled them both away. "Uncle, what's the matter?" The situation deviates from expectations. Over half of the 8th tier has opted for females from other tribes. You must have the young female select a few more 8th tier beastmen, preferably one who possesses teleportation abilities. Feng Xian interjected, "I am swift. The young female can certainly choose from other types." "Fool!" Wuyue playfully flicked his forehead. And under the intensity of his glare, he continued, "Teleportation is not that simple. It can completely obscure escape routes. Can you manage that?" Feng Xian fell silent, clearly unable to keep an eye out for me. "I must take my leave. Make sure to find me later." In a flash, he vanished, leaving Ming Ming and Feng Xian exchanging perplexed glances. "I am Kong Wu, an 8th tier spatial teleportation adept." A gentle voice emerged from beside them, capturing the attention of both the tiger and the bird. The newcomer possessed a countenance akin to polished jade, adorned in a flowing aquamarine hide, exuding a distinctive aura of tranquility, albeit slightly marred by fatigue. Regrettably, he was somewhat slender. The young female preferred a more robust physique, Feng Xian mused. Ming Ming regarded Kong Wu with a contemplative gaze, realizing the fortuitous nature of encountering a male vastly surpassing the criteria. Spatial abilities and teleportation were indeed excellent auxiliary skills. Yet, the drawback lay in the absence of offensive capabilities. During hunts, they would invariably need to leave one behind to protect the young female. If the companion were merely an auxiliary ability user, he felt a twinge of unease. "That I can provide you with location coordinates. In times of peril, anyone holding the teleportation orb can be summoned to my side." Feng Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Now that's promising." In moments of danger, summoning him back directly would alleviate concerns over a single beast ability to safeguard the young female. However, he pondered, "But with your spatial abilities, will your tribe allow you to depart?" Ming Ming was more cautious. The assistance derived from spatial abilities stemmed from the capacity to store food for the tribe. Every beastman with such abilities, even if mated, was required to remain within their original tribe. Mating with such a beastman would only benefit the female in avoiding food shortages during the harsh season. Yet for you, alongside him and Feng Xian, concerns over food during the cold season were entirely mitigated. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat tempted. While meat was secure, vegetables and fruits would be scarce in the latter part of the cold season. Having a spatial adept nearby would indeed be a boon. Kong Wu's lips parted slightly. "I have not revealed myself." Curiosity flickered in Ming Ming's eyes as he pressed further. "Why? My beast father perished due to the tribe's distrust. Accused of secretly providing food to the mate of another beast and subsequently exiled." Ming Ming fell silent. Once certain truths were spoken, subsequent admissions felt less burdensome. Kong Wu continued, "I have only revealed my teleportation abilities." "And the teleportation orb?" Kong Wu bit his lip, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "That was an accidental discovery, derived from my understanding of spatial abilities. But rest assured, my skill is now quite stable." Feng Xian glanced at Ming Ming, then turned to the somewhat inexperienced Kong Wu, swallowing hard. The pain from the ice-fire orb, striking his abdomen earlier, returned sharply. He can't be as twisted as Ming Ming's old tiger. Can he? In contrast to Feng Xian's astonishment, Ming Ming felt satisfied. "Can you remain? The decision rests not with us, but with you." Kong Wu nodded gently. Gaining the young female's mate's approval was already a significant step forward. He stepped behind Ming Ming, his gaze lowered, concealing his delight. He harbored disdain for the tribe, which seemed solely driven by self-interest. Yet to leave the tribe meant he could only mate, and post-mating, one would have to choose between the tribe and the female. Wuyue was the female he had chosen at first glance. He had secretly observed her interactions with her mate for quite some time, noting a camaraderie he had never witnessed before, so effortless and light. He found it utterly enchanting. Wuyue was ensnared in a long, surreal dream, adrift and flowing with the currents. The distant voice, tinged with despair, echoed in and out of focus, evading her attempts to grasp it. Each effort drowned by the crashing waves, her heart felt as if gripped by a powerful hand, aching unbearably. That name was so familiar, so hauntingly close. Having long surpassed the sacred female ceremony, Feng Xian gently wiped the tears spilling from the young female's eyes. Ming Ming, have you thought of anything? She has been crying for quite a while. Ming Ming paced restlessly by the stone bed, his face etched with anxiety. From his position against the wall, Kong Wu softly interjected. I have an idea. And no sooner had he spoken than two piercing gazes were fixed upon him. Speak quickly. We can't dawdle at a time like this, Feng Xian exclaimed, inadvertently biting his tongue and hissing in pain. Kong Wu continued. I heard the young female repeatedly utter a single word. Bear. Perhaps it is a beast she holds dear. As he spoke, he discreetly monitored Ming Ming's expression, relieved to see no signs of displeasure. The more formidable and aggressive a beast-man, the stronger their inherent possessiveness, particularly regarding the position of the primary mate. He feared that voicing this could provoke discontent, which would lead to his expulsion. Feng Xian immediately leaned in to hear the young female's mumbling, and indeed, he discerned a vague utterance of bear. He turned to Ming Ming, nodding in affirmation. Is there any way to awaken her? Kong Wu rubbed the hide. I cannot. I am not a shaman. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the beautiful young female lying there, pale and lifeless, and he silently prayed for her swift awakening. She's waking up? Feng Xian exclaimed, nearly leaping into the air. Young female, you've finally awakened. I was about to be scared to death. He affectionately nudged his head against Wuyue's palm. Yet, Wuyue remained ensnared in her dream, her gaze vacant and unfocused, a haze clouding her vision. Ming Ming sensed something amiss and quickly pushed Feng Xian aside, waving his hand in front of Wuyue's eyes. Slowly, light began to gather in her eyes. And upon meeting Ming Ming's anxious expression, she was momentarily taken aback. What? A single word barely escaped her lips before a tearing sensation gripped her throat. Do not speak. Just wait, Ming Ming instructed, grabbing a cup from the bedside and striding outside. The water within was previously boiled but had cooled. From his observations, he knew that Wuyue preferred her water warmed. Wuyue clenched her mouth shut, but even swallowing felt painful. She raised her hand to lightly press on her throat. Confusion flooding her mind. Why did it feel as though she had been calling out all night? Young female, Feng Xian, seizing the moment while Ming Ming was absent, leaned closer to Wuyue. She turned to meet his pitifully handsome face. And her previously heavy heart felt as if it had been unshackled. Summoning her remaining strength, she weakly squeezed Feng Xian's fingers, her eyes fixated on his face, marveling at his beauty. His eyes were so clear, almost adorably naive. However, when Ming Ming returned, the sight that greeted him was the young female's sparkling eyes, glimmering as if filled with starlight. Unfortunately, not directed at him, he strode over, gently nudging the obstructive Feng Xian aside. I shall feed you some water. Upon hearing it pertained to the young female, Feng Xian forgot his earlier annoyance and swiftly vacated most of the space. Ming Ming placed the wooden cup at the edge of the bed, propping Wuyue against him as she sat up, carefully guiding the cup to her lips. After taking a sip, the dryness in her throat eased considerably, allowing her to speak without straining her voice. What time is it now? Midnight. Feng Xian quickly answered. Wuyue took another sip of water, turning her head away, her gaze drifting to the fire pit as she murmured softly, Have I slept for so long? Ming Ming nodded, diverting the conversation. Are you feeling unwell? Wuyue lowered her gaze to her abdomen, gently touching it. The curve remained unchanged, prompting her to withdraw her hand in satisfaction and give her feet a little kick. I am not unwell, just a bit hungry. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian dashed to the outer room and soon returned, cradling a green leaf. The aroma of roasted meat wafted in the air, rendering Wuyue momentarily oblivious to everything else. It was only halfway through her meal that she suddenly recalled the most pressing matter. What about the sacred female ceremony? No beast had informed her why she had fainted during the selection of the sacred female. Furthermore, did her fainting count for anything? Wuyue had already been chosen and did not have to wait for the final blessing of the mother tree like other females. Upon hearing this, Wuyue abruptly remembered the enormous tree she had vaguely seen before losing consciousness, and she began to describe it. Was it not a towering giant that inspired awe? It was lush and green, as if white jade had been naturally infused with verdancy. Ming Ming nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that matches your impression." So, she had thought she had been struck by a falling star when it was, in fact, the blessing of the mother tree. Wuyue pressed her hand against her cheek, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes as she was taken aback by her own imagination. However, why did she not feel the blessing of the mother tree? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she voiced her question. "That is because the little one in your womb currently requires the nurturing of life energy more than you do," Kong Wu interjected, as he realized that if he remained silent, he would merely become part of the background. His presence was indeed subtle, yet he possessed commendable physical attributes, though the little female seemed entirely oblivious to him. Wuyu's keen sense of sound immediately alerted her, and her eyes brightened. This voice was undeniably gentle and melodious, unlike any she had heard before. Her gaze swiftly darted toward the source of the voice. When she beheld him, all that remained in her mind was a single phrase, "A gentleman as exquisite as jade." Compared to the wildness of the beastmen, this one exuded an ethereal, otherworldly grace, tenderly gazing upon the mortals below the mountain. Yet upon closer inspection, beneath that gentleness lay a profound coldness. Wuyue blinked, quickly shifting her gaze back to Ming Ming. The corners of Ming Ming's mouth slightly curled upwards as he obediently leaned in to listen. His earlobe brushed by a warm breath, tinged with a faint blush. The soft, sweet voice of the little female rang out. "Who is this?" "A shaman." He took a moment to absorb her question before responding. "His name is Kong Wu. He possesses space and teleportation abilities." With no further elaboration, Wuyue comprehended instantly, gazing at Ming Ming for several seconds before reluctantly averting her eyes. She then turned her attention to Kong Wu and posed her first inquiry. "Do you care for offspring?" Kong Wu appeared somewhat perplexed. Wuyue promptly rephrased her question. "I do not wish to bear offspring." "Can you accept this condition?" Kong Wu's gaze fell upon Wuyue's abdomen, his eyelashes lowering slightly. Concealing the disappointment within, he pressed his lips together in a smile. "I can accept a life without offspring," he added. "However, any offspring you bear will be treated as my own. And I have experience caring for young ones in the tribe. Tiger cubs, bear cubs, wolf pups, and bunny kits. I have cared for them all." Feng Xian, half squatting beside the stone bed, suddenly interjected. "Then your tribe is a cohabiting one. What about the little birdlings? Have you cared for them?" Kong Wu replied. No. Feng Xian's expression fell, and even Wuyue found it difficult to bear the disappointment etched on his face. She nudged him with her foot, signaling him to speak kindly. Feng Xian then beamed a radiant smile, his long fingers pressing against her soul with a gentle but firm touch. "Ha! That tickles." Wuyue could hardly endure it, burying her head into Ming Ming's embrace, her toes curling. Previously, when she had massaged her own feet, she had felt little. Now, she realized that being massaged by another was indeed far more ticklish. Feng Xian immediately released her, but he had only paused mid-sentence. Noticing that the little female remained unresponsive even when tickled, that if not the feet, then perhaps I shall need your calves instead, he suggested. After all, the little female had endured much yesterday, standing for so long. Yet, her secret tiptoeing had been rather adorable that he cheerfully began to knead Wuyue's delicate, fair calves. Just as Wuyue was about to withdraw, Ming Ming stopped her. "You stood for a long time yesterday. Feng Xian's extra care will surely bring you comfort. If there is any discomfort, let him know." At that moment, Wuyue realized her feet were no longer in pain. She recalled attending her grandparents' funeral, when a village had just paved the roads with cement. The soles of her ceremonial shoes had been thin, and walking in circles around the village for several days felt as though she were stepping on needles. A discomfort that made her empathize with the mermaids. Perhaps her body had grown rather pampered. After standing for 2 or 3 hours yesterday, she felt utterly miserable. Was it Feng Xian's massage that had alleviated her discomfort? The question was rhetorical, for she felt a deep conviction. "Feng Xian, you must ensure the little female does not walk too much in the future. Her feet were red yesterday," he mused with a furrowed brow. Wuyue chuckled, suddenly struck by an idea. "Let us create something to wear on our feet, much like leather garments." Ming Ming pondered, stepping upon the soft earth, noting that the little female showed no signs of discomfort. I can make that. Kong Wu raised his hand, and as 3 pairs of eyes focused on him, he quickly added, "Our tribe is a small cohabiting one, lacking the resources of your larger tribes. Some females must forage for food and occasionally participate in fruit-picking activities. Thus, the concept of shoes emerged. Wuyue was slightly taken aback. The name was indeed the same. Ming Ming gazed down at Wuyue in his arms, seeking her approval, and soon heard her voice. That sounds troublesome. Kong Wu's eyes crinkled into a smile, his previously serene demeanor fading, now imbued with a touch of earthly warmth. That I will make it with great care. Feng Xian ceased to worry about the details, simply stating, "Feel free to express any needs." Kong Wu shook his head. "I have brought all my belongings with me." Wuyu's eyes widened, astonished that it was now fashionable to carry one's possessions while venturing out. Ming Ming chuckled softly at her reaction. Feng Xian, tinged with envy, remarked, "Having space abilities is indeed quite convenient. It makes outings so effortless." Kong Wu smiled, but remained silent. After finishing their meal, Wuyue gazed at the still dark sky and addressed the 3 beast men. "You should rest now. 1 night without sleep is no issue." "How could that be? You all must rest." Wuyue insisted. Given her earlier fainting, they must have been quite worried, likely keeping vigil by her side. Were it not for this, she wouldn't have believed she could awaken to find both beasts present in the middle of the night. Ming Ming seemed poised to say something further, but Feng Xian interrupted. "Ming Ming, you should sleep, that I will keep watch." Ming Ming's eyelids fluttered halfway shut as he cast a blank stare at Feng Xian, who seemed to have calculated the situation perfectly. "Shall I take the watch instead?" Kong Wu gently interjected, providing the 2 beasts with an irrefutable reason to concede. Tomorrow is the day for beastmen to choose their females. With the little female shining so brightly, there will surely be many challengers. You must prepare well. Ming Ming pondered this and realized the validity of Kong Wu's words. The Yu selection process differed from that of other females. It did not rely on strength, yet for this very reason. Many beastmen would likely be turned away tomorrow. You ought to rest well. I can sleep at any time tomorrow. Wuyue encouraged them with a smile. All right, little female, if you need anything, be sure to call me. I will awaken at the slightest sound. Wuyue nodded vigorously. I want a kiss too. Wuyue's face flushed at his request. You haven't kissed me yet. The tone of her complaint was deeper than the ocean. Blushing, Wuyue, fearing he might say something else, leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, pulling away immediately. Feng Xian continued to gaze at her with a pitiful expression. Kong Wu averted his eyes, unwilling to watch, but after a moment of silence, he turned to look and was met with a sight that caused his heart to race uncontrollably. The little female's cheeks were even more flushed, her tender lips seemingly glistening, her alluring gaze captivating. Wuyue shot a fierce glare at Feng Xian, who still appeared greedy, her demeanor resolute. All right, it's time for sleep. Feng Xian, feeling despondent, turned away and walked toward the empty space in the middle, his back exuding an air of dejection. Wuyue averted her gaze, uneasy in expression, but upon meeting Ming Ming's smiling eyes, she instinctively covered her mouth. Realizing her reaction, she grew furious and struck him lightly, saying, Go to sleep. Why? There was no reason. She simply did not want to talk to him anymore. Hurry and sleep, or I shall force you outside. Ming Ming took her hand, gently placing a kiss upon it, and whispered in her ear, Do not fear. If you call out, I shall awaken. Nothing can impede my resolve to protect you. Wuyue understood that the great tiger was offering her a sense of security. After all, they were neither bonded, nor had they spent much time together, and she still felt a twinge of fear and anxiety regarding the empty mist. She nodded softly, cradling his face in her hands, and pecked him on his delicate pink lips. Good night, sweet dreams. Ming Ming's features softened considerably as he bestowed a kind smile upon the empty mist before he transformed into his beastly form. Lying beside Wuyue and closing his eyes in slumber, Wuyue gazed in fascination, having never witnessed Ming Ming asleep in his beast form before. Occasionally, she would probe with her fingers beneath his tiger nose. The tiger did not snore in its sleep. The empty mist continued to analyze that smile, her heart racing. Could it be that this white tiger was aware of her secret glances? Surely not. His spatial abilities could effectively conceal his form and presence. This inner turmoil persisted until dawn's light broke through. After several hours of deep slumber, Ming Ming opened his tiger eyes, sensing a weight upon his abdomen. Turning his head, he beheld Wuyue. Soundly asleep atop him, he gazed at her tenderly for a moment before addressing the empty mist. "Go wake Feng Xian. Let him venture out to hunt." The empty mist replied. "Shall I go instead?" Having read the comment from everyone, the author's rebellious spirits surged forth. I rather enjoy tragedies, and at one point truly considered removing him from the protagonist's circle. However, as more readers expressed a desire for Luo Bai's revival, I recalled a particular comment. Novels are not reality, that a perfect ending is universally cherished, so let us anticipate Luo Bai's reappearance, which is bound to be in a most peculiar identity. I had intended to share this several days ago, but in my carelessness, I forgot. With today's ratings released, may I offer a gentle update and a 5-star review for my dear readers. Ming Ming interjected. "No need. We have fixed hunting targets, and Feng Xian knows where to leave the meat." The empty mist understood and ceased his insistence on hunting, nodding at Ming Ming before rising to call Feng Xian. Before long, Feng Xian emerged, yawning widely. He had indeed enjoyed a refreshing slumber, filled with dreams of female creatures pursuing him. Good dreams, beautiful dreams are but a thought away, as long as he dares to wish. After stretching lazily, he hastily approached the wall where their belongings were stored, retrieving 3 cleansing beans from a jar. One for himself, and one each for Ming Ming and the empty mist. The empty mist glanced at the 2 beasts and followed suit, consuming his share, in the tribe he previously resided in. Cleansing beans were scarce, typically reserved for the females. His ability to teleport meant he was often called upon for various tribal matters, leaving him to rely on cleansing leaves for his hygiene, which were bitter and not easily expelled. As Feng Xian set out for the hunt, the empty mist followed, stating, "I shall accompany you. Once we finish, I can bring you back directly." Feng Xian considered this and readily agreed. The sooner he could see the little female, the better. Were Luo present, he would undoubtedly scold him, having previously remarked on Feng Xian's lack of ambition, always revolving around the females. Feng Xian walked nonchalantly with his hands behind his head, casually remarking, "Little female creatures must maintain cleanliness. Their mouths, hands, and bodies must be washed thoroughly. Moreover, they must wash their hands before eating, lest they make the little female uncomfortable." The empty mist silently noted this. "By the way, does your tribe have shoes? What about seasoning or intriguing items?" The empty mist replied, "I have brought all the seasonings. We can try them when we return to AS for entertaining items. I did not prepare any, but I remember I can create some." "Very well." With the empty mist's assistance, Feng Xian skillfully dissected 2 white-backed beasts, extracting the meat favored by the little female, while consuming the remaining parts whole. "Shall we not hunt a little more? My spatial capabilities are ample." "How much?" "Enough to sustain 10 male beastmen throughout the entire cold season." Feng Xian's eyes lit up, and he clapped a hand on the empty mist's shoulder, saying, "Not bad. If the little female does not take a liking to you, I shall recruit you as my subordinate and arrange a teleportation spot for you in the Snow Owl tribe." The empty mist couldn't help but twitch his lips, his estimation of Feng Xian's intelligence diminishing further. The dimmest of the bunch, the little female had consented to let him make shoes, and he hadn't even mentioned compensation. She must have accepted him. He sighed inwardly. At this point, he had yet to truly become the little female's beast husband, remaining low-key, oblivious to Feng Xian's reasoning. With the empty mist's spatial abilities, Feng Xian stuffed everything he saw into it. Noticing the sun had risen above the horizon, the empty mist reminded, "We must return." Feng Xian halted his fruit picking, smacking his thigh. He had completely forgotten that the little female had slept for a considerable time yesterday. The empty mist observed the forceful motion, his lips twitching in a concealed manner. "That we shall return." The empty mist nodded, a flash of white light enveloping them as they vanished from their location, reappearing within the cave. However, Wuyue had chosen that moment to bask in the sun, comfortably resting against Ming Ming's tiger form. As Feng Xian touched down, he inadvertently stepped on Ming Ming's paw. Ming Ming squinted his tiger eyes, swiping a paw and sending Feng Xian flying out into the cold. The empty mist watched the frozen figure disappear, swallowing hard. "We're all little female. beast husbands so volatile? No, no. This white tiger was merely protective of the little female. As long as he treated her gently, the white tiger would not freeze him. He exhaled a breath of relief. It was all well and good. Their intentions were aligned. Moments later, Feng Xian returned, much to the empty mist's relief. He had been startled for a moment. Turning to the empty mist, he asked, "Is your teleportation point specific?" The empty mist nodded, explaining that to accurately reach a designated location, one must have a fixed point. Without it, the destination would be random, and a wonder uncle spoke of finding a teleportation specialist. Feng Xian mused aloud, suspecting that the nodes between the tribe and this area had likely been exposed. Ming Ming interjected, "First, let us prepare a meal. We can discuss this matter later." Feng Xian agreed and headed toward the shaded area where a fire pit remained from their previous visit. "Let us light a fire and add some ice." The empty mist stared in astonishment at the two beasts. Had the ice and fire abilities not yet erupted? What was there to be surprised about? The old tiger's matters were not to be judged by ordinary logic. Feng Xian stabilized the fire pit before heading back into the cave. Before long, he emerged carrying a basket filled with neatly arranged hollow tree segments. The empty mist crouched nearby, watching intently. Feng Xian, seeing the rabbit's understanding, demonstrated diligently. Even providing explanations, he was determined to ensure the rabbit grasped it in one go, allowing him to spend more time with the little female that Wuyue stirred from her slumber, yawning and rubbing her cheeks against Ming Ming's soft fur, sighing in comfort. She felt at ease, while Ming Ming bore the brunt of her affections. Hearing this low growl, Wuyue quickly tidied the disheveled fur, obediently sitting up as if nothing had transpired. Ming Ming shook his head helplessly, transforming into his human form to carry her into the cave, as the sun shifted, casting increasingly harsh rays. Too much exposure would be uncomfortable. Feng Xian approached, carrying 2 skewers of roasted meat and a leaf of greens. "Ming Ming, go eat. I can take care of the little female." Ming Ming nodded, acknowledging that he could not monopolize the little female's attention. He rose and headed outside, saying, "I will return shortly." Wuyue smiled as she waved her hand at him. She had never been concerned about their provisions and, truth be told, was rather powerless in the matter. The orcs had substantial appetites, primarily consuming raw meat to satiate their hunger, that if they were to roast, it might take a whole day, and even then, it wouldn't suffice for 3 meals. Feng Xian was happily feeding, occasionally sneaking a taste. After secretly kissing a few times, Wuyue regained her composure. By the time she had her fill, Ming Ming had returned, bringing with him 2 unfamiliar fruits. As Ming Ming handed them over, she heard a soft voice inquiring, "What kind of fruit is this?" "This is the little divine fruit, da-da," Wuyue exclaimed in surprise. Kongwu, having finally gathered the courage to approach, spoke softly, explaining that the fruit had a humanoid shape, and since it grew in the desert, it was very refreshing, thus earning the title of a blessing bestowed by the beast god. Wuyue nodded, and shortly thereafter, the system's voice chimed in, "Little divine fruit, quenches thirst." Upon hearing this, Wuyue felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She had previously mentioned wanting to collect, yet thus far, she had even fed one to the system. The system, after all, had granted her a treasure of space. Now, she realized it was indeed a treasure. "Are there many fruits on this island?" Feng Xian nodded. "Quite a lot, as he spoke. He called over Kongwu, who had just extinguished the fire, instructing him to retrieve some of the fruits from his space. Wuyue gazed at the array of fruits on the ground. All round, and pleasing to her aesthetic sensibilities, as for her, she never chose fruits based on online advice. She only selected those that were visually appealing. Anything unattractive was firmly rejected. "They're so beautiful," she remarked. Feng Xian chuckled. "When I have the time, I'll take you to pick some." Wuyue's eyes sparkled as she sweetly asked, "Shall we go now?" Feng Xian hesitated, for he still had matters regarding selecting a beast husband to consider. Wuyue pouted, lowering her head. "Can't we go now? After all, the blessing from the Mother Tree of Life had already been received, and they could leave Central Island at any time." With her pitiful demeanor, Feng Xian could hardly resist. He transformed into his beast form. "Come on, little female. I found a place with plenty of fruits." Before Wuyue could step forward, Kongwu interjected, "I've marked that location. We can go directly to Wuyue's eyes lit up at the thought of not leaving a trace. Fengxian shifted back into human form, smiling. Excellent. He waved to the previously silent Mingming. Come over. Let's go together. Mingming shook his head, wanting to advise against it, but seeing the little female's pitiful eyes, he found himself sincerely moving closer. He feared there might be several conflicts upon their return. After they had walked for a short while, a crowd of 8th and 7th tier orcs gathered at the cave's entrance. They stood for a while when one orc finally voiced, "Where's the female?" A dozen or so 8th tier orcs exchanged glances, equally perplexed, yet hesitated to enter. After all, this was a female's dwelling, and no matter how anxious they were, they could not recklessly intrude, especially since this was a holy female. Accompanied by 8th tier orcs, their casual entry would be seen as provocation, and if they were harmed, the tribe would rightfully condemn them. A keen-nosed orc sniffed around and spoke. The scent hasn't dissipated. They must have just left. Could it be that the holy female's beast husband is preventing her from making a selection? It must be so. Coward. Can't even face them. Pretty boy. After a flurry of insults, the gathered orcs could not deduce where the holy female had been taken. And with disappointment, they began to disperse. If one wished to hide, they could exhaust all efforts and still not find her. With no hope of finding her, their gazes shifted to the remaining 8 holy females. Meanwhile, Wuyue was being passed around by 3 individuals as they joyfully picked fruits. Occasionally, she would sneakily feed a few to the system. Hee, come on my space quickly. After feeding the system, Wuyue felt a sense of relief and joy in picking fruits. Observing the apple-sized fruits, she curiously asked, "Why are the fruits here so small? Are the ones elsewhere the same?" Mingming and Fengxian gently shook their heads. Kongwu, having been around for a while, had nearly explored the entire central island and gained some insight. The fruits here are all of this size, significantly smaller than those outside. However, they are much sweeter. Wuyue glanced at the fruit in her hand, contemplating whether this was what they referred to as concentration as essence. After spending the entire day picking fruits, it was only when night fell that Wuyue finally said, "Shall we return? I'm hungry." Mingming shook his head in resignation, noting that she was not truly hungry, but merely deciding to head back upon seeing the darkness. Having the ability to teleport was indeed advantageous. They returned to the cave entrance in an instant. Once they had settled, Mingming suddenly turned around, his gaze piercing towards the fire pit beneath the tree, where the flames blazed brilliantly. Wuyue sensed something amiss with the wall and turned to see a tall figure seated by the fire. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a familiar presence. "You've finally returned. That white tiger. Let us have a fight." The hoarse voice snapped Wuyue back to reality, disappointment flickering in her eyes. How could Xiongli have found this place? "Little female, hurry inside." Fengxian interrupted her melancholy, and she turned to enter the cave, not sparing a glance at the orc by the fire. Tomorrow, after the ceremony, she could seek out Xiongli. Mingming glanced at the orc displaying his muscular physique and smirked. "Wuyue doesn't fancy you like that." The orc retorted, "The holy female is mesmerized. This holy female is frielier than the others. I fell for her at first sight. Who would have thought she took a liking to me too? My efforts in building muscle were not in vain. I can guarantee that no one in the brown bear tribe is stronger than I am." Mingming reiterated, "Wuyue doesn't fancy you. You should leave." Xionglei's thick brows furrowed. "You don't get to decide this." Mingming ceased his attempts to dissuade and charged forward, gathering a red and blue energy ball in his palm, striking towards the orc's blocking arm. As anticipated, Xionglei's astonishment was sealed within a block of ice. Bang! Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, he was an orc adept at physical combat, though his complexion had turned somewhat purple. Mingming clenched his fists and charged again, delivering blow after blow with precision. Mindful that this orc might still have the opportunity to select a female tomorrow, so he refrained from striking his face. Xiongli, who was being pummeled, felt a surge of joy. Not hitting the face, was he testing his ability to withstand punishment? He found himself increasingly unable to retaliate. Mingming's brow furrowed deeper. His excellent night vision allowed him to notice the bear's expression. Was it one of restraint? Gritting teeth in delight? In an instant, Mingming understood. The next moment,